Chinese water cooler player with an Achilles tendon rupture was suddenly thrust into an NCAA do-or-die game. In 2010, during the second round of the CUSA Conference playoffs, the Memphis Tigers were trailing the Houston Cougars 30-35 at halftime. Things took a turn for the worse. Starting center Garcia was injured and left the game, and Houston's Aubrey Coleman went completely wild. Standing at 62, he was leading the NCAA scoring chart with an average of 25.6 points per game. Without Garcia to protect the rim, the Tigers were quickly overtaken in just 5 minutes. Tigers coach Pastner was frantic. "We're lacking height. What do we do?" An assistant coach suddenly suggested, "We have a 611 Asian kid on the team. Why not give him a shot?" Pastner hesitated. Putting a water cooler player in a do-or-die game? That's too risky. But with no other options, he shouted to the end of the bench, "Lee, come here. You're starting in the second half. Protect the paint." Lee Kaming was stunned. He had once been a 5-star high school player on ESPN, but after his Achilles tendon rupture, he had become a water cooler player. This was his first time stepping onto the court in regular time. "Don't worry, coach." As soon as he said that, a female voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System activated, detecting major injury to host. Body has been modified. A warm sensation coursed through him. His weak Achilles and knee were healed, and strength filled every cell. As the second half began, Lee Kaming took the court. The commentators and the Houston team were bewildered. Who is this Asian kid? Was the Tigers really pinning their hopes on a water cooler player who had just come back from serious injury? Could this 611 Chinese center defend against the scoring machine Coleman, who averaged 25.6 points? What miraculous skills would his system provide? In this door-die game, could the water cooler player change his fate? The live commentator Calvin curiously asked his guest. Memphis has substituted in a 611 Chinese player, Lee Kaming. Is Pastner throwing in the towel? The black guest joked. Maybe he thinks the cheerleaders aren't entertaining enough and wants him to perform acrobatics. Laughter erupted in the arena. Houston's coach shouted, "Nick, watch that Asian kid." Mosley shrugged it off. "He's just a water cooler player. What kind of impact can he have?" As the second half began, Tigers point guard Kemp dribbled past half-court. Lee Kaming stepped up to set a screen, but Mosley completely ignored him to double-team Kemp. Kemp passed the ball back to Lee Kaming at the top of the arc. Nobody expected Lee Kaming to catch the ball and immediately pull up for a three-pointer. Pastner's heart was in his throat. This is bad. If he misses, the gap will widen. Mosley chuckled. "Gotcha." A water cooler player daring to shoot a three. The ball arced through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. 33-35. The gap was narrowed to just 2 points. The arena fell silent for a second, then erupted. "Oh my God. The Asian kid just hit a three-pointer on his first shot." Commentator Calvin exclaimed. "Looks like he's not here for acrobatics after all." The guest stubbornly retorted, "Lucky shot. Really impressive, but still a water cooler player." Mosley's face darkened. "Kid, you just got lucky." Lee Kaming shrugged. "Just wait and see." As Houston's offense began, Lee Kaming planted himself in the paint, focusing on scoring leader Coleman. He had already noticed that Coleman was great at driving but inconsistent with his shot, so he let him shoot. Coleman used a screen to cut into the three-point line. Seeing Lee Kaming not rushing at him, he became angry. He jumped for a shot, bang. Missed. A tall figure soared into the air, long arms reaching out to grab the rebound. Pastner shouted in excitement. "Well done." Was Lee Kaming's three-pointer just a fluke? Could he really defend against Coleman, who averaged 25.6 points? This water cooler player was about to explode with potential. Mosley, who was caught under Lee Kaming's armpit, swallowed hard, feeling as if a wall had risen before him, casting a shadow over him. How was he supposed to rebound? With a reach disadvantage of over 10 inches, even high heels wouldn't help. Lee Kaming secured the rebound and quickly passed it to Kemp, who charged down the court. Houston's defense was quick, and the fast break didn't work. Kemp called for a double screen and passed the ball to Williams, who was open in the corner. Williams shot a three-pointer. His form was nice, but unfortunately, it clanged off the rim. Mosley was positioned under the basket, ready to grab the rebound. He had to get back at that Asian kid for embarrassing him. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his head, followed by darkness overhead. Lee Kaming leaped high, grabbing the ball with one hand and dunking over Mosley. Boom! 35-35, they were tied. In just 1 minute on the court, Lee Kaming scored 5 points and erased the deficit. The arena exploded. The noise almost lifted the roof. "Oh my God, is this really a water cooler player? That putback dunk has to be the top play of the day." Mosley was bewildered. He just got dunked on by a water cooler player? 5 points scored, right over me? Houston's coach quickly called a timeout. Commentator Calvin kept shouting OMG, his eyes wide open. The black guest gaped, staring at the big screen replay of the dunk, speechless. Pastner excitedly patted Lee Kaming on the chest. "Well done. We need you." As the timeout ended, Houston inbound the ball.It went to Coleman, who used a screen to drive into the paint. This time, He didn't shoot instead. He accelerated and leaned against Kaming as he charged toward the basket. He's too fast. Pastner sighed. It's normal if we can't stop him after all. He's just a water cooler. In the next moment, just as Coleman was about to lay up, a long arm shot out from behind his shoulder, striking down with lightning speed. Did Kaming just block Coleman? Was that an offensive foul? Can Houston hold their ground? The shot everyone thought was a sure thing was firmly pinned against the backboard. It was Kaming again, a block that crushed Houston's offense. He grabbed the rebound and shouted, smirking inside, "You may be fast, but I got the length. Understand the concept of the longer, the stronger?" After 4 possessions, Kaming became the center of attention, dominating both ends of the court. The commentators and the audience were completely captivated, exclaiming, "God has descended." Houston's coach clenched his fists, holding back from calling a timeout. There were only 3 timeouts left in the second half, and he'd already used one. He couldn't waste them. In the front court for Memphis, Kaming set a screen and rolled down, with 3 Houston players collapsing on him. Experienced guard Kemp took a step to compress the defense and passed the ball to Williams in the corner. Williams looked at the defender 2 meters away and still had time to adjust his shot. Swish! 38-35. The Tigers led by 3 points. Just 3 minutes ago, they were on the edge of cliff, and now they had completely turned the tables. It was the other side's turn to worry. Back and forth, both teams exchanged blows as time ticked away. With just a minute left, the score was 6,260. The Tigers leading by 1 point. Kaming had already recorded 12 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks. His stats were absurdly comprehensive. Everyone was exhausted, and the game would now be a test of stamina and willpower. The referee's whistle blew, and the game continued. Coleman received the ball at the baseline for a layup, and Kaming stood tall, arms raised high like a wall blocking his path. The ball bounced twice but didn't go in. Kaming grabbed the rebound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a double-double and unlocking the rookie gift pack. Kaming was startled. He didn't have time to check the gift pack and say it was a win-or-lose situation, and losing meant everything was pointless. He needed to keep performing to convince the NBA. Kemp dribbled for a long time without finding an open shot. His ability to drive was too poor, and even with a pick and roll, he couldn't get it in. With 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Kaming positioned himself against Mosley, extending his arm to call for the ball. Back to the basket. Kemp hesitated for a moment, but passed it anyway. Mosley grinned. Back to the basket? Your weight is about the same as mine. This is a dead end. He was holding back a lot of frustration and was just waiting for this chance to prove himself. Kaming protected the ball in front of him, leaning back to feel Mosley's force. Could Kaming's back-to-the-basket move succeed? What incredible skills were in the rookie gift pack? In the last 10 seconds, could he secure the victory? Don't even think about it. You want to make that shot, Mosley said, pressing his chest against Kaming and trash-talking. Kaming frowned. Pushing in with his back was too difficult, and there was a risk of being double-teamed. It seemed he could only use that move. He dribbled the ball a couple of times, and on the sideline, Pasternak frowned. Big men should dribble less in the paint. It's easy to get stripped. But Kaming dribbled and jostled for a couple of steps, suddenly spinning around, rising up for a fadeaway jumper. Mosley was defending hard when he suddenly felt the pressure disappear. When he looked up, Kaming was already leaping high beside him. The basketball flew like a guided missile, swishing through the net. Swish. 64-60. The lead extended to 4 points with 30 seconds left. Commentator Calvin went wild. Oh my God. How can a 2.1-meter tall guy shoot a fadeaway like Jordan? What kind of monster has God created? The fans in the arena shouted in unison. MVP. 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 Kaming shrugged at the dazed Mosley. Sorry, looks like luck is on my side. The Houston coach used the last timeout. Pasternak rushed up to hug him. You save the team. Kaming patted him on the back. We still need to set up the defense. Victory isn't in hand yet. The referee's whistle blew, and the game continued. Houston passed the ball to Coleman, who set a pick and switched defenses. Kaming matched up against him, giving a subtle step back. This guy was too fast. Just using his arms to cover would do. Coleman took a probing step back to the three-point line, and shot. Kaming wanted to rush in, but Williams darted out beside him. But Coleman shot even faster. Swish. The ball went in. Williams couldn't stop in time and collided with Coleman in midair. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. Foul. N1. If he makes the free throw, it's 64-all. In an instant, the guaranteed victory turned into a cliffhanger. Memphis had no timeouts left, and in the final 10 seconds, they had to rely on the players themselves. Coleman made the free throw, tying it at 64-64. The arena was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Memphis inbound the ball, and Houston crowded the backcourt. Kemp used a screen to run out to an open spot, and Kaming passed the ball to him. The next second, something unexpected happened. Could Kemp drop a ball? In the last 10 seconds, could Memphis pull off a game winner? Would Lee Kaming's rookie gift pack come into play at this moment? Coleman, defending Kemp, used a shove of strength, causing Kemp to lose his balance and fall. The ball was snatched away. Pasternak and the teammates turned pale. It's over. Lee Kaming calmly stepped forward to grab Coleman, raising his hands to signal a foul. Memphis had committed more than 7 fouls in the second half, leading to 2 free throws for Coleman. Swish. Swish. Both free throws went in, 66-64. Houston took a 2-point lead with 7 seconds left. In the last minute, Coleman scored 6 points by himself. That was ruthless. Memphis inbound the ball, and Lee Kaming's pick and rolls were all thwarted. With the inbound time running out, he blocked Mosley and shouted, "Pass it to me." The basketball landed in his hands, but the Houston players were too tightly marked, and he couldn't pass it out. Kaming dribbled and drove into the paint. Was he really going to take the ball up himself in the backcourt in a crucial moment? Mosley was furious. "You think you can get past me as a center?" He spread his arms wide, using all his strength to defend. Kaming used his ball-handling hand to shield him off, right hand dribbling. Mosley saw the ball exposed and reached for it. A flash of brilliance sparked in Lee Kaming's eyes. He swung his right arm in a wide arc, dribbling behind his back and cleanly getting past Mosley. Ding! Detected a game-winning moment. Rookie gift pack has granted a game-winner experience card. Would you like to use it? Yes. A chill ran through him, making him incredibly calm, as if he were training in an empty gym. 2 steps behind the three-point line, Mosley was chasing from behind, and the others were eyeing him. Only 4 seconds left. 3, 2. Lee Kaming jumped, released the ball. Beep. The game-ending buzzer sounded as the basketball was still in the air. Swish. A long-range buzzer beater. The arena erupted. Everyone went wild, their faces filled with disbelief. Pasternak and the teammates rushed over, piling on Lee Kaming. Commentator Calvin shouted until his voice was hoarse. 17 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks in the half. A long-range game winner. This is the greatest game in CUSA history. The African-American guest apologized frantically. "I was wrong. He is a great athlete." A white man in the audience was on the phone. "Pat, we might have a better option." 10 minutes later, fans were still chanting Lee Kaming's name. ESPN reporter Maud Ivany interviewed him. "Are you hiding your strength or just feeling it today?" Lee Kaming smiled. "Definitely feeling it." Ivany puffed her chest and threw a flirty glance. "Whether you're feeling it or not, you only know if you try." Lee Kaming almost had a nosebleed, quickly making small talk to escape. Was the better option the white man mentioned, referring to Lee Kaming? What else could the game-winner experience card be used for? Could Lee Kaming really use this game to break into the NBA? In the locker room, the sound of water mingled with the jubilant shouts of teammates, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the water curtain cave at Flower Fruit Mountain. Within less than half a minute, Lee Kaming was completely drenched, resembling a soggy chicken. He chuckled helplessly, realizing that a post-match shower could be deemed unnecessary. However, he felt no irritation. Having grown up in America, he understood that this was a rather common method of celebration. Thus, with a smile, he retaliated playfully while exchanging high-fives and fist bumps with his teammates. Although competition existed among them, the camaraderie within the Tiger team was remarkably harmonious. Pasternak observed the young men celebrating for a moment, and sensing that the time was right, he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Standing in the center of the locker room, he surveyed the room before addressing them. "Today's match was grueling for all of you. Yet, our efforts have not been in vain. We have reached the final." As soon as he finished speaking, the locker room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Pausing for a moment, Pasternak continued, "This victory today, apart from our collective endeavor and relentless spirit, owes much to the outstanding performance of one player." Before he could finish, all the players began to cheer in unison, chanting Lee Kaming's name. Lee, Lee, Lee. Although the coach kept us in suspense and did not reveal Lee Kaming's name immediately, it is evident to anyone with discernment who the true hero of today's victory is. Lee Kaming dried the water from his head, donned his slippers, and rose to greet each of his teammates with a firm handshake. Do not underestimate these rituals. In professional competitions, such seemingly trivial acts are crucial for fostering team morale. Pasternak looked on with satisfaction as his players gathered around him. Clearing his throat, he raised his hand, and the players encircled their coach, intertwining their hands and waving them from top to bottom. "Tigers, fight!" A synchronized low roar echoed throughout the locker room. After this battle, the members of the Tigers had emerged like steel tempered by fire, becoming even more unassailable. Once the locker room debrief concluded, Pasternak dismissed the players, urging them to return and rest. The NCAA schedule is exceedingly tight, and they would face the victor of the contest between the University of Alabama at Birmingham and the University of Southern Mississippi the following day. Insufficient rest could significantly impact the player's performance. Lee Kaming was in the midst of packing his belongings and preparing to depart when he was unexpectedly called by Pasternak. "Lee, please wait a moment and accompany me to the post-match press conference." Lee Kaming wore a puzzled expression. "Did you not mention that our team's players are not permitted to attend the post-match press conference?" Pasternak burst into laughter, declaring that today is an exception. In previous post-match conferences, the coach was always the focal point, but today is different. "We must invite the true stars to take the stage. Hurry, let's go. Or if we arrive late, the media will concoct negative stories about us, alleging that we are acting like prima donnas." Upon entering the press conference venue, Lee Kaming was momentarily taken aback by the throng of cameras and reporters. This was his inaugural experience facing such a multitude of journalists, even during his previous peak. The most he encountered were post-match interviews. A sea of reporters eagerly awaited his arrival, and as Lee Kaming and Pasternak stepped in, every lens was immediately directed at him, the blinding flashes rendering him momentarily unable to see. Fortunately, Pasternak, ever the seasoned professional, waved off the microphones that seemed poised to intrude upon Lee Kaming's space, clearing a circle around them before calmly addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your eagerness to interview Lee. Please, one at a time." The local media took the lead, with a black female reporter adorned with an Oklahoma City Thunder badge, impatiently posing her question. "Mr. Pasternak, was Lee Kaming's outstanding performance today anticipated by you?" The Oklahoma City Thunder is the largest newspaper in the state, wielding considerable influence. After a moment's contemplation, Pasternak replied, "Of course, I am his coach. I have witnessed his dedication, and such an explosion of talent does not surprise me." While this question appeared straightforward, it concealed a trap. If Pasternak had claimed ignorance, it would have been spun by the media into a narrative of his indifference towards his players. The female reporter, her words firing like a machine gun, pressed further. "If that is so, why has Lee Kaming been relegated to managing the water cooler for the Tigers? Knowing he would excel, why not grant him an opportunity during the regular season?" This question was particularly incisive. The reporters subtly inched their microphones forward, eager to capture every word Pasternak uttered. Should any explosive revelation surface, such as the suppression of a talented player, the resulting headlines would surely sell newspapers by the truckload. Pasternak smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he responded, because prior to this, Lee had been plagued by injuries. During his recovery, he never ceased his training, and it was only recently, after evaluations by doctors and rehabilitation specialists, that he passed the test to return to play. It seemed evident that the coach had anticipated this line of questioning, and observing Pasternak's assured demeanor, Lee Kaming felt a sense of reassurance. As the female reporter concluded her inquiries, the throng of journalists swiftly encircled Lee Kaming, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed amidst a barrage of eager American female reporters. Attempting to emulate his coach, he raised his hands to fend off the multitude of microphones and declared, "Ladies, one at a time." With so many eyes upon him, he was uncertain where to direct his gaze. A blonde reporter from the esteemed sports media outlet ESPN was the first to take the plunge, thrusting her microphone toward Lee Kaming's chin. "Lee, you were a five-star recruit in high school, and today your performance has shattered numerous records, including the CUSA Conference record for most points scored by a bench player in a half and the sole buzzer-beater three-pointer in the CUSA playoffs. What are your thoughts?" Lee Kaming pondered for a moment before responding. "Throughout my arduous journey of recovery from injury, I encountered numerous challenges. However, I never yielded. The unwavering support from my teammates, coaches, and family has been instrumental in guiding me through this trying period. Once I regained my strength, my coach promptly provided me with the opportunity to take the court, all of which contributed to my commendable performances." He paused briefly before continuing, "Every athlete who cherishes basketball ultimately aspires to the NBA, and I am no exception. Until I realize my ambition, I shall never succumb to despair." A glimmer of insight sparked in the eyes of the blonde reporter as she astutely sensed the implications of Lee Kaming's words, immediately pressing on with her inquiry. "Lee, are you implying that you intend to enter the NBA draft?" Lee Kaming nodded readily, "Of course." Chapter 7. The Behemoth Within. After concluding the interview, Lee Kaming returned to the hotel, feeling utterly exhausted. For the first time, he realized that being surrounded by beautiful women was not always a blessing, especially when these enchanting ladies had a knack for relentless inquiry, making it difficult for him to cope. Sigh. Women can be quite troublesome. Playing basketball is far more exhilarating. Lee Kaming casually tossed his bag onto the sofa and subsequently collapsed onto the bed, forming a large shape upon the soft mattress. It was a moment of pure comfort. The CUSA Conference playoffs were being held at the BOK Center in Tulsa, where all participating teams gathered. The organizers had arranged luxurious accommodations for each team, and the venue where Lee Kaming was staying was among them. He gazed out of the window to observe the sky, then pressed the remote control for the television, switching the channel to the local station in Tulsa. The second round of the CUSA Conference playoffs had just concluded, with the University of Alabama at Birmingham facing off against the University of Southern Mississippi. The latter triumphed easily with a score of 58-44, advancing to the third round of the playoffs, where they would meet the University of Memphis the following afternoon at 5:30 p.m. Lee Kaming raised an eyebrow. Their opponent for tomorrow had been revealed. Surprisingly, it was the University of Southern Mississippi that had advanced. Prior to the commencement of the second round, the Tigers had engaged in discussions, unanimously concluding that the University of Alabama at Birmingham was the stronger contender. To their astonishment, the unexpected outcome had unfolded. Indeed, the NCAA's single elimination format proved to be exhilarating. By the way, Lee Kaming suddenly remembered that he seemed to possess a system. Previously, he had been preoccupied with competitions and interviews, leaving him no time to glance at the system that had revived him. Now appeared to be the perfect moment. He confirmed that the door to his room was securely locked, then reclined comfortably on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently invoked the system. After a prolonged silence, frustration began to mount. Could it be an illusion? Just as he was on the verge of losing his composure, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, and he soon found his bedroom fading away. After a brief period of darkness, his consciousness emerged in a void. Above him loomed a colossal holographic screen, upon which words began to materialize incessantly. Host, Lee Kaming, age, 18 years, height, 2, 10 meters, weight, 100 kilograms, wingspan, 2, 26 endpoints, 0 comprehensive evaluation, 50 fatigue level, 30 physical attributes, stamina, 55 vertical leap, 60 strength, 40 speed, 60 shooting, layup, 55 dunk, 60 mid-range, 49 three-point, 40 close range, 58 free throw, 60 ball control, dribbling, 40 passing, 45 defense, defensive rebounds, 56 offensive rebounds, 45 interior defense, 56 exterior defense, 39 details. A score of 0 to 30 indicates amateur player level. 30 to 50 reflects NCAA average level. 50 to 60 denotes NCAA starting level. 60 to 70 represents NBA bench level. 70 to 80 corresponds to NBA rotation level. 80 to 90 signifies NBA starting level. 90 to 95 indicates all-star level. And 95 to 100 implies Hall of Fame level. Gazing at the technologically advanced screen and the dazzling array of data, coupled with the warm sensation that had initially healed his injuries, Lee Kaming could not help but gasp in astonishment. He was utterly convinced that human society could not possibly possess such advanced technology. Yet, his experiences unequivocally confirmed that this was no dream. Had he become a test subject of some extraterrestrial civilization? Lee Kaming mused to himself. However, he soon dismissed this notion. Being an optimist, he decided that since he could not resist the inevitable, he might as well embrace it. Besides, at least for now, this system had not caused him any harm, but rather assisted him in various ways. Suddenly, a dazzling package adorned with brilliant effects appeared before him, emblazoned with the words Beginner's Gift Pack. Lee Kaming, without a moment's hesitation, reached out and opened the treasure chest. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 60 attribute points, which can be utilized to enhance various attributes. You have obtained an epic experience card, Radiant Light, which grants a 50 increase in three-point shooting accuracy for 20 minutes, with a maximum hit rate of 100. Additionally, you have received 4 opportunities for badge upgrades. Furthermore, you have obtained an epic dunk package, the 360-degree windmill, requiring a jump and strength of 90 points. You have also received a clutch experience card, ensuring that your next clutch shot will be successful, already used." Meanwhile, on his attribute page, a small plus sign appeared next to each attribute, indicating that he now possessed surplus attribute points yet to be allocated. Goodness gracious! Lee Kaming's jaw nearly dislocated in shock. This novice gift pack was simply extravagant. Just the 60 attribute points alone could elevate one of his attributes to a Hall of Fame level, not to mention the experience card and the dunk package. He took a moment to compose himself and clicked on the other interface in the upper right corner of the system. Store, bronze chest price, 100 points effect, guaranteed 1 to 10 attribute points, with a chance to receive a bronze level experience card. Epic chest price, 1,000,000 points effect. Guaranteed 60 to 100 attribute points, with a chance to receive an epic level experience card, dunk package, shooting package, and badge upgrade attempts. Suddenly, a red exclamation mark appeared on the task interface, and after a brief hesitation, Lee clicked on the adjacent task window. Task. Rating. Deep Basic. Win tomorrow's match with all points scored from within the paint. Reward. 0 to 5 attribute points. 0 to 5 points. Failure penalty. Random deduction of 5 attribute points. Advanced. Score no fewer than 25 points, secure at least 10 rebounds, and achieve a minimum of 3 blocks in tomorrow's match. Reward. 1 badge upgrade attempt. Failure penalty. None. Note. Completing the basic task will yield only the basic reward, but if the advanced task is also accomplished alongside the basic task, both rewards can be claimed. How unfair. Failing the basic task incurs a penalty. Lee was somewhat taken aback, receiving a maximum of 5 attribute points for completing a task, yet facing a deduction of 5 points for failing to accomplish it was quite disheartening. It was the first time he realized that this system was not as user-friendly as it initially appeared. Lee meticulously examined the attributes interface and realized that, given his current skill level, accomplishing this task would prove to be somewhat challenging. The NCAA not only permits zone defense, but also lacks the 3-second defensive rule. Thus, any player capable of scoring over 25 points in a restricted area is undoubtedly a formidable force in the paint. Presently, he can only be regarded as a relatively proficient interior player, far removed from the realm of the true giants of the game. Moreover, his style of play diverges from a traditional post-up approach exemplified by players like Shaquille O'Neal. Therefore, the crux of fulfilling this task lies in the allocation of the 60 attribute points granted by the Novice Gift Pack. Chapter 8. The cup is secured. After a moment of contemplation, Lee resolved to distribute these 60 attribute points evenly, allocating 30 to his dunking ability and the remaining 30 to his close-range shooting. Dunking represents the most reliable scoring method for interior players. Those who excel in the paint invariably possess formidable dunking skills. Additionally, techniques such as floaters and hooks are essential components of an interior player's repertoire, apart from dunking. By enhancing these two aspects, he could significantly bolster his scoring prowess in the paint. Following the allocation of the points, his dunking ability surged from 60 to 90, achieving the system's designation of all-star caliber, while his close-range shooting improved from 58 to 88, reaching the esteemed level of an excellent NBA starter. With these enhancements, his overall evaluation rose to 53, an increase of 3 points. System, congratulations, host. Your overall evaluation has increased by 3 points, earning you 3 badges. A delightful surprise. It turns out that for every point of improvement in the overall evaluation, 1 badge is awarded. Lee eagerly opened the introduction of the 3 badges. Bronze Wall. Bronze reduces opponent's shooting percentage on the basket by 1. Rebounding Maniac. Bronze increases the probability of securing a rebound by 1. Impenetrable Fortress. Bronze decreases the shooting percentage of the matched opponent by 1. Incredible. This system is simply extraordinary. Lee couldn't help but exclaim, marveling at its ability to digitize everything in reality, akin to the powers of a deity. After a moment of reflection, he allocated all 4 of his badge upgrade opportunities to Rebounding Maniac, elevating it to its maximum level, achieving an epic status, and enhancing its effect to a 20 increase in the probability of securing rebounds. After executing a flurry of vigorous operations, Lee was now thoroughly equipped. Transformed into a true behemoth in the paint, he murmured a command to exit the system, feeling the alterations it had made to his body. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the pristine white ceiling above, as waves of drowsiness washed over him. He fell into a deep and sweet slumber, a luxury he had not experienced in quite some time. Upon awakening, he glanced at the clock and was astonished to discover it was already 8 o'clock the following morning. He had slept for over 10 hours. Habitually, he switched on the television, munching on the breakfast delivered by the hotel, while his eyes remained glued to the screen. The broadcast featured CBS's basketball commentary show. In the studio, host Burt, after delivering his opening remarks, introduced today's guest, renowned CBS basketball journalist Noah Kosloff. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they commenced the program. Burt addressed the camera. Yesterday afternoon, in the second round of the CUSA men's basketball playoffs held in Tulsa, the Memphis Tigers narrowly defeated the Houston Cougars with a score of 67 to 66, advancing to the semifinals. Tigers bench player Lee Kaming delivered an outstanding performance, achieving a comprehensive stat line of 17 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks in just 17 minutes during the second half. Moreover, in the final moments of the game, he executed a game-winning shot from 40 feet away from the basket. "Noah, did you catch that game yesterday?" Kozlov, appearing relaxed, replied. "Of course. That was the most thrilling match since the inception of the CUSA. Although I wasn't present at the venue, I watched the replay at the earliest opportunity." Lee Kaming savored a sip of sweet milk as he observed the host, Bert, cast a glance at his notes before continuing. Lee Kaming has shattered records in the CUSA League, including those for substitute halftime scoring and the longest buzzer beater, achieving the only last-second three-pointer in the league's history. "Noah, do you think Lee Kaming's performance is merely a fleeting moment?" Kozlovo interjected. "Lee Kaming's display yesterday was truly remarkable. This match can be regarded as a grand performance. However, in my view, it was merely an instance of serendipitous brilliance. There have been countless players like him in the past who, akin to fireworks, bloom in a moment only to vanish thereafter. It is simply that Lee Kaming's fireworks were particularly dazzling this time." Bert pressed further. "What do you think was the reason behind Lee Kaming's explosive performance?" Kozlovo shrugged. "Most likely, it was due to his favorable shooting touch, combined with the weakness of their opponent, Houston's interior defense, which allowed him to dominate simply by virtue of his height. This afternoon's match against Southern Mississippi will not provide such a conducive environment. Their average height exceeds 2 meters, and they have 2 players nearing 2 meters, one among their rotation. Are you suggesting that this afternoon's game will reveal Lee Kaming's true caliber? Indeed, he has suffered significant injuries. If his shooting is merely average, given the strength of Southern Mississippi's interior, he will find it exceedingly difficult to cope. I estimate his score will not exceed 10 points today." Bert nodded thoughtfully and then posed one final question in the post-match interview. Lee Kaming expressed his intention to enter this year's NBA draft. "Do you believe he will be selected by the NBA?" Kozlovo scoffed, shaking his head resolutely. "Absolutely not. If Lee Kaming were to make it to the NBA, I would consume this very cup before me." With that, he raised his glass toward the camera. Lee Kaming swallowed the final morsel of bread, his gaze fixed upon the television screen displaying Kozlov. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. "Kozlov, you are as good as caught. I assure you, not even Jesus can save you." After finishing his breakfast, Lee Kaming hastened to the team's training venue. Due to the demanding NCAA schedule, to prevent player fatigue, pre-game scrimmages are generally avoided. Aside from necessary rest, most of the time is spent in the conference room reviewing footage of opponents' games. Today was no exception. Upon entering the conference room, Lee Kaming instantly captured the attention of the majority. After exchanging nods with teammates and coaches, he took a seat in one of the vacant chairs. Noticing that most of the attendees had arrived, Pastor opened the projector and began to showcase the game footage of the University of Southern Mississippi. The Golden Eagles unexpectedly triumphed over the Trail Blazers, indicating that our pre-prepared strategies would require adjustments. Both our defensive and offensive focuses must shift. He glanced up to see the players attentively listening, then continued. The Golden Eagles boast the largest physique in the CUSA Conference, and their shooting proficiency is rather lacking. Thus, their offensive focus will inevitably be within the paint. The projector displayed highlights of various inside plays executed by the Golden Eagles. Pastor paused momentarily before stating, "Our defensive emphasis must entirely shift to the paint. Today, we will implement a 2 to 3 zone defense. Communicate effectively while on defense. Offensively, their rim protection and interior defense are formidable, so refrain from recklessly attacking their interior. Instead, strive to take shots from the perimeter." Lee Kaming, "Coach, I fear I might disappoint you. Today, my role revolves around their interior game. Of course, such words must remain unspoken, for otherwise, Pasternak would undoubtedly bench me. In the NCAA, the coach's authority reigns supreme. Like a dragon coiled or a tiger lying low, should the coach harbor dissatisfaction, one may be swiftly cast aside." At the conclusion of the meeting, Pasternak addressed the lineup for the day. Garcia's condition was far from favorable, as the doctor indicated a high likelihood of an anterior cruciate ligament sprain, rendering him unfit for play in the near future. Consequently, Lee Kaming was designated to start in place of Garcia. Given the team's shortage of personnel, coupled with Lee Kaming's outstanding performance yesterday, this decision was entirely reasonable. Chapter 9. One-handed dunk. As the clock struck 5:20 in the afternoon, the scene remained at the Oklahoma Bank Center. The audience appeared even more plentiful than the previous day. Lee Kaming casually launched a flawless shot and surveyed the arena. The commentator on the sidelines was none other than Calvin from yesterday, although this time the guest was different. A playful smile crept upon Likaming's lips upon recognizing the face of the guest. It was ClutchShot, who had proclaimed his desire to devour a cup earlier that morning on television. It turned out that from the semifinals onward, all matches would be simultaneously broadcasted online and on television, with CBS covering today's game. The large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Memphis, point guard Willie Camp. Shooting guard Elliot Williams, small forward Daniel Mack, power forward Wesley Weatherspoon, center Likaming. Southern Mississippi, point guard Jerome Claiborne, shooting guard Andre Stevens, small forward Torrey Pelham, power forward Maurice Bolden, center Gustav Alino. Calvin swiftly recited the starting lineups before shifting his focus to ClutchShot. Noah, with Likaming entering the starting lineup today. Could you predict his performance? ClutchShot nonchalantly replied, certainly, in my opinion, Likaming's performance yesterday was a rare occurrence. Today, the Southern Mississippi starting lineup includes 2 players over 6 feet tall, and their center Valino stand a towering 6 feet 6 inches. Under such circumstances, I find it difficult to believe that Lee will excel today. Calvin continued, so you believe he won't perform well today? Yet I see this young man as a miraculous talent, always capable of creating wonders. ClutchShot shook his head. Let us wait and see. Scoring more than 10 points tonight may prove to be a challenge for him. Their words resonated through the arena's speakers, reaching Likaming's ears in their entirety. Though he typically remained indifferent to others' opinions, ClutchShot's repeated disparagements in the media ignited a flicker of indignation within this impetuous youth. The referee signaled for both teams to enter the field. Likaming stood at the center circle, glancing at his opponent, an imposing figure, a black man with dreadlocks. Towering half a head above him, Walino, the African-American center from the University of Southern Mississippi, cast a disdainful glance at Likaming, his eyes narrowing into a mere slit as he scoffed, "You little yellow-skinned boy, this is not a place for you. You would be better off returning to your water cooler." The squinting eyes were a manifestation of prejudice against those of Asian descent. Likaming clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to strike down the insolent opponent before him. Since this individual was so brazen, he would make him the target later on. The game commenced. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the basketball soared into the sky above the center circle. Likaming bent his knees slightly, his arms sweeping gracefully through an arc, and with a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he soared into the air. Before Valino could even leap, he found Kaming's chest already at eye level with his face. By the time he exerted himself to jump, the basketball had long been swatted into the hands of a player from the Tigers. Damn, how can this yellow-skinned kid jump so swiftly? Valino cursed inwardly. After the jump ball concluded, Kaming cast a quick glance at Valino and then took long strides, sprinting towards the front court. Valino gritted his teeth and pursued relentlessly. But soon he despaired, realizing that the distance between himself and Kaming was only widening. Seizing the moment while the opposing center had yet to return on defense, Kaming charged into the paint like a tank at full throttle. And seeing this, the ball handler Camp wasted no time in tossing the ball high into the air. Likaming propelled himself off the floor, launching into the air. With both hands, he intercepted the spinning basketball, twisted his waist, and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. Oh my God! Likaming treated us to a spectacular dunk right from the start. At the commentary booth, Calvin shouted into the microphone, his voice echoing. The audience was ignited by this breathtaking dunk, gasps and cheers erupting in waves. Although there was no prelude, such an explosive score immediately had many fans exclaiming in delight. With possession of the ball, Likaming stood in the paint, vocally directing his teammates, while the players from the Tigers resolutely adhered to their pre-game strategy, giving the opposition some space. Walino, seeing his teammates signal, moved to block Camp and then swiftly turned to cut towards the basket, raising one hand skyward, signaling the point guard for an alley-oop. After being dunked on by Likaming, he was determined to retaliate in the next round. The Golden Eagles point guard, recognizing the moment, lofted the ball high towards the basket. Walino's expression turned fierce as he grasped the basketball with both hands, his body arching in the air like a crescent moon. Clearly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a thunderous dunk was imminent. Just as Walino was about to slam the ball through the hoop, an elongated arm unexpectedly appeared before the rim. A large hand firmly grasping the basketball and applying downward pressure. In midair, Walino felt his balance falter, his body hurtling sideways towards the ground. Bang! Walino's towering frame of 2 meters and 16 centimeters crashed onto the court, the impact creating a resounding noise. Boom! The entire arena erupted in a cacophony of sound. My goodness, a single swipe had sent Wallino sprawling. Is that number 34 truly human? Calvin gasped for breath, exhilarated. Lee Kaming had just executed the best block of the day. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling defensive play of the match. Beside him, Kersloff remained silent, his expression dark, having been soundly defeated by Lee Kaming in just 2 plays. After securing the rebound, Lee Kaming cast a glance at Wallino, who lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, clicking his tongue in disdain before passing the ball to Camp. Wallino felt a fiery ache in his chest, his spine also throbbing, yet disbelief lingered in his eyes. Damn, this yellow-skinned monkey. Suppressing the searing pain, he rose to defend, knowing that without him, the Golden Eagles would struggle to contain Lee Kaming. Upon reaching the front court, Lee Kaming initiated a play, but his teammates faltered, the ball grazing the rim and bouncing out. Nonetheless, he had already established his position under the basket. With the aid of the rebound maniac badge, he effortlessly collected the offensive rebound, spun like a top, and glided past Wallino to the basket, executing a reverse layup with one hand. 4-0. Lee Kaming commenced the game with an impressive flourish, swiftly accumulating 4 points while rendering the opposing center, Wallino, utterly incapacitated. On the sidelines, Pasternak applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Well done, Lee. Keep it up." He seemed to have entirely forgotten the pre-match strategy, which emphasized a greater focus on perimeter shooting and less on interior play. However, one could argue that Pasternak had good reason to be excited. Who could have predicted that Lee would so effectively dominate the opposing interior? Chapter 10. A one-sided assault as the ball changed possession. The point guard of the Golden Eagles advanced it to the front court once more. Lee Kaming positioned himself within the paint, his keen gaze sweeping across every inch of the court. This time, Wallino had learned from previous encounters. After several exchanges, he realized that Lee Kaming was far from the feeble opponent he had anticipated. Instead, Lee's style of play was intensely aggressive. Under the coach's guidance, Wallino moved beyond the three-point line to block the defender from the point guard, then maneuvered down to the 45-degree angle at the edge of the key, positioning himself to request the ball. The Golden Eagles primarily relied on their interior game for both offense and defense, possessing little offensive capability from the perimeter. Their main objective was to advance the ball past half court and seek opportunities to deliver it to the post players. Lee Kaming firmly planted his feet on the ground, his chest thrust forward as he pressed against Wallino's back. Upon receiving the ball from the point guard, Wallino felt a sense of relief. Since he could not confront that yellow-skinned lad directly, he decided to secure a favorable position inside the paint, ready to shoot and exploit his height and wingspan. To his credit, Wallino displayed intelligence, opting not to recklessly challenge Lee Kaming, but rather to leverage his height advantage for a high shot in the paint. I refuse to believe you can stop me this time. Wallino brimmed with confidence, his stature among the elite in the NCAA, undoubtedly the tallest in the CUSA conference. He caught the ball, lifted it high, pivoted on his left foot to face the hoop, extending his left arm as a shield while his right arm reached out. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he executed a deft jump shot. Just when everyone expected the ball to swish through the net, Lee Kaming soared like a specter, his hand sweeping through the air, and the basketball adhered to his palm as if it were a mere ping-pong ball, rendering Wallino's skillful shot futile. A rejection. Wallino gaped in astonishment at Lee Kaming's leaping ability, his mouth agape enough to fit 2 eggs. Oh heavens, how can he jump so high? As a 2.16-meter tall post player, Wallino understood that height and wingspan were the pride of interior players, yet they typically lacked the leaping ability and agility of perimeter players. However, Lee Kaming shattered this notion. This fellow not only outran him, but also leapt with agility rivaling that of guards. The commentators, including Calvin, were left speechless, while Kosloff's expression resembled that of someone suffering from constipation. What else could Lee Kaming not accomplish? He seemed omnipotent on the court, akin to a deity. Right, Lewis, the head coach of the University of Southern Mississippi, appeared pale as a ghost. The Golden Eagles had their 2 consecutive interior attempts thwarted solely by Lee Kaming. Their most proficient scoring method had been completely neutralized by the opponent. How could he, as a coach, not feel despondent? He wished for his players to shoot from the perimeter, but the Golden Eagles were a team of physically gifted muscle-bound athletes, excellent at running and jumping yet abysmal in shooting. Their perimeter players had some shooting ability, but they could not serve as a primary scoring option. On the other end of the court, Pastner wore a relaxed expression. From these 2 plays, it was evident that the Tigers' advancement to the finals was a foregone conclusion. Within just a few possessions after the game's onset, the scales of victory tipped in favor of the Tigers. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. From the bench, LeBron removed the towel from his head, glancing at the scoreboard. 38-20. The Tigers led by 18 points at halftime. In the NCAA, a league characterized by slow pace and low scoring, an 18-point margin at halftime could only be described as a massacre. LeBron, in a mere 14 minutes of the first half, achieved a remarkable stat line of 14 points, 12 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 blocks, dominating the paint on both ends of the court. Notably, he secured 5 offensive rebounds and delivered 3 of his 5 blocks directly against his counterpart, the unfortunate 2-16-meter giant, Volino, who was utterly overwhelmed in the paint. All of Lee's scoring came from within the opponent's restricted area, rendering the formidable front line of the Golden Eagles, reputed as the strongest in the CUSA League, as pliable as a middle schooler under his influence. Volino, under Lee's watchful eye, managed a dismal 2 points on 1 out of 6 shooting, alongside 5 turnovers. His solitary basket was a mere opportunistic score, while he was momentarily off the court, sparing him the embarrassment of a scoreless half. The Golden Eagles, a team primarily reliant on interior offense, found themselves stifled by Lee's impenetrable defense. Shooting a paltry 8 out of 25 in the first half, their shooting percentage on par with that of the Tigers from beyond the arc. The stands witnessed numerous fans of the Golden Eagles departing, and those who remained wore expressions of dismay, their silence echoing the futility of their team's situation. It was evident to all that the contest had slipped irretrievably from the grasp of the Golden Eagles. What was anticipated as a fierce showdown had devolved into a one-sided rout, rendering the second half little more than garbage time. In the locker room, Pasternak, with a smile, encouraged his players, urging them to maintain their momentum and secure the victory as they aspired to advance to the exhilarating March Madness. The players gathered closely around him, their hands of varying sizes interlocking in solidarity. Tigers fight. As the second half commenced, the Golden Eagles returned to the court, each player wearing a heavy countenance, clearly affected by the coach's wrath during halftime. LeBron once again took to the court as a starter, despite the significant deficit. He anticipated a desperate and fervent counterattack from the Golden Eagles, who were facing elimination. To ensure a solid win, Pasternak opted to retain the full starting lineup. Standing on the court, Lee exhaled with relief. The Golden Eagles appeared formidable, yet their performance belied their appearance, as they had crumbled into garbage time within a half. He feared that if the gap widened further, Pasternak might bench the starters, jeopardizing his chances of completing his system tasks, leaving him with no avenue for lament. Nevertheless, he was on the court, albeit with limited time to increase his score. Should the gap widen further, Pasternak would undoubtedly substitute the starters. Thus he resolved to seize this fleeting opportunity to accumulate the remaining points. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. LeBron resembled a fierce tiger that had infiltrated a sheepfold, wreaking havoc within the Golden Eagles' restricted area. During the offensive, he executed a plethora of thunderous dunks, hook shots, and floaters, leaving the defenders pale and shaken. Even when his shots did not find the net, he effortlessly seized offensive rebounds, subsequently forcing his way through the Golden Eagles' defensive encirclement to score. On the defensive end, he vigilantly monitored the paint, his awareness extending in all directions. His presence felt throughout the area, rendering the Golden Eagles players utterly beleaguered. With merely 10 minutes remaining in the match, LeBron leaped high to secure a rebound. Then, with a second jump, he scored. Suddenly, a holographic projection materialized before his eyes. Ding! Simultaneously, a familiar system notification rang in his ears. System, congratulations, host, you have completed the D-level advancement task, earning 1 badge upgrade opportunity. Chapter 11. Subduing the opposition. Upon witnessing the familiar holographic screen and system notification, LeBron finally relaxed. Prior to the completion of the system task, he had exerted himself to the utmost to accumulate points and defend, all in pursuit of increasing his shooting attempts within a limited time frame. Now that the task was accomplished, there was no longer a need for such relentless effort. Aside from the unnecessary concern of not widening the score gap too drastically, his stamina was running low. On the holographic screen, the fatigue level had escalated from a pre-game score of 20 to 50. According to the system's warnings, surpassing a fatigue threshold of 60 would pose a risk of injury. Having experienced the agony of severe injury before, LeBron was determined to cherish his currently healthy physique. Beep. The head coach of the Golden Eagles proactively called for a timeout and substituted all the starting players. Coach Pasternak took the opportunity to replace Lee Kaming and his teammates with eager substitutes who had long been waiting for their chance to play. Lee Kaming exchanged high-fives with his teammates and coach before taking a seat on the bench. The cameras focused intently on his visage as he made his way to the sidelines. Commentator Calvin stifled a yawn, announcing to the audience that both teams had substituted players and the outcome of the match appeared to be all but decided. The sole highlight of the day was the stellar performance of the Tigers starting center, number 34, Lee Kaming, who played for 24 minutes, scoring 26 points, securing 18 rebounds, providing 6 assists, blocking 8 shots, and committing just 1 turnover. Remarkably, all his attempts originated from within the paint, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 80. It could be said that Lee Kaming single-handedly dismantled the Golden Eagles' defense. The large screen displayed Lee Kaming's profile and statistics, while simultaneously showcasing his remarkable highlights from the game. Beside him, Kozlov wore a grim expression, as if the loss were a personal defeat rather than that of the Golden Eagles. Calvin glanced at the taciturn Kozlov and jested. "Noah, I recall someone claiming before the game that Lee Kaming would not score more than 10 points. Who was that again?" Kozlov's face twitched, and after a moment's hesitation, he managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. He played exceptionally well today. He dominated the paint and exerted pressure on the opposing interior both offensively and defensively. I concede that my pre-game remarks may have underestimated him. Yet I maintain that his performance is merely a fleeting occurrence. Perhaps in a few games, he will not exhibit such form, especially considering the risk of injury. Calvin smiled, refraining from rebuttal. After witnessing the last 2 games, he had been thoroughly captivated by the young Chinese player. A vague intuition lingered within him, suggesting that Kozlov would inevitably be proven wrong in the near future. Once the substitutes from both teams entered the game, they engaged in a back-and-forth contest, producing moments of brilliance. Yet the stands remained devoid of the jubilant cheers that had once filled the arena. Lee Kaming sat comfortably beside Williams, his legs crossed and arms draped over the back of the chair, exuding an air of relaxation. He glanced around the audience, noting that many of the fans had already departed, which caused him to inwardly lament the loss, had he not decisively ended the suspense of the match. The spectators might have been treated to a more thrilling contest. Alas, with a wry smile, he shook his head and rose alongside his teammate, preparing to welcome the substitute players who were about to take the court. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signifying the conclusion of the game. The Memphis Tigers triumphed over the Southern Mississippi Golden Eagles with a score of 76-51, advancing to the CUSA Championship. A victory in the final would enable the University of Memphis to represent the CUSA in March Madness, securing a seed in the NCAA Midwest region. Concurrently, a holographic projection from the system materialized within Lee Kaming's line of sight. System, congratulations, host. You have completed the D-level basic and advanced tasks, earning 5 attribute points, 5 credits, and 1 badge upgrade opportunity. A delightful turn of events. Prior to the commencement of this match, the results of another semifinal had already been determined, with the University of Texas at El Paso Miners defeating the University of Tulsa Golden Hurricane 75-61, thus securing their place in the finals. This means that the Tigers' opponent in the championship had been established well before the match itself. Lee Kaming exchanged high-fives with the substitute players before making his way to the opposing bench under the guidance of the coach. He shook hands and bumped shoulders with the players of the Golden Eagles, who regarded him with a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. While they could still harbor some resentment over a narrow defeat, the overwhelming loss left them with no choice but to concede respect. The players of the Golden Eagles understood that, were it not for the presence of the extraordinary Lee Kaming, their defeat would not have been so devastating. During the match, they had attempted to double-team Lee Kaming, yet buoyed by the tactical support of the Tigers. He consistently managed to deliver the ball to the perimeter before the double team could converge. Subsequently, the Golden Eagles' perimeter was relentlessly bombarded by the guards led by Williams. Even if the outside shots failed to find their mark, Lee Kaming would invariably appear at the opportune moment, securing rebounds amidst their astonished gazes. It was a case of choosing between 2 evils, and, as a result, the Golden Eagles not only failed to contain Lee Kaming, but were also overwhelmed by the Tigers' outside shooting. The damage was maximized. Lee Kaming gently shook hands with Valino, who, unlike his earlier arrogance before the match, found himself subdued by Lee Kaming's prowess. In Valino's eyes, Lee Kaming was an anomaly. Despite being only 6 centimeters shorter, his speed was hardly reminiscent of a player in the paint. The moment he secured the ball, he would launch forward with such agility that Valino was left in the dust. Even Valino's most cherished attributes, his height and wingspan, lost their significance against Lee Kaming's extraordinary leaping ability. He had attempted to overpower Lee Kaming in the post, yet found his defensive skills to be exceptional. Either he would be thwarted by interference that prevented him from receiving the ball, or Lee Kaming's steadfast footwork would render him incapable of asserting his presence. Moreover, Lee Kaming's ability to withdraw and defend with finesse cost Foligno dearly. To add to this, Lee Kaming possessed remarkable rebounding positioning skills. And with the advantage of the rebound chaser badge, it seemed as though every missed shot gravitated towards his hands. Lee, you're formidable. I believe you will advance to the Sweet 16. Foligno offered what he believed to be his finest blessing. Lee Kaming wore a smile, uttering words of gratitude. Yet his heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. 16 strong? Who did they think they were looking down upon? His ambition was nothing short of the championship. Merely reaching the top 16 would scarcely enhance his prospects for the draft. At best, it would elevate him from being a late-round pick to a mid-tier selection. And perhaps a fortunate team might choose him towards the end of the second round. However, no matter how impressive a late-round pick might be, the ultimate outcome would still be rejection, falling far short of his aspirations. With a system in place, to set such a low target was laughable. After today's match, Pasternak refrained from sending Lee Kaming to the press conference, as the CUSA finals were scheduled for the following morning at 10:30, leaving little time for the players to recuperate. Moreover, Lee Kaming was a prized asset in Pasternak's eyes, and it was essential to safeguard him, allowing ample time for his recovery. Pasternak was acutely aware that without Lee Kaming's outstanding performances in these two matches, the Tigers would have long since packed their bags for home. Let me bear the arduous task of dealing with those formidable American players. If not me, then who would dare? Pasternak mused to himself. Chapter 12. The agent at his doorstep. Upon returning to the hotel, Lee Kaming promptly flopped onto his bed. Though he had the system by his side, he was still human, and humans tire. After 2 consecutive days of high-intensity matches, his stamina was nearly depleted. The fatigue level on the system's interface had already risen to 56, beginning to shift from orange to red. Sleep was the only remedy for fatigue, yet despite his exhaustion, a more pressing concern loomed. He needed to eat. The physical toll on a professional athlete from a single match was immense. Just the loss of fluids from sweating could account for several pounds of weight. Thus, after such vigorous exertion, it was crucial to promptly replenish fluids, salts, sugars, and proteins, or risk dehydration, hypoglycemia, and even muscle loss. The event organizers had thoughtfully prepared meals specifically for the players. Lee Kaming, no longer hesitating, took a brief respite before making his way to the cafeteria. The dining area, located in the lobby of the hotel on the second floor, had been specifically designated for the players' meals. The food was served in a buffet style, and upon arrival, Lee Kaming eagerly grabbed a plate and rushed to the table laden with dishes, seizing whatever he could find with an insatiable appetite. Beef. He took a generous portion. Another piece, please. 2 sandwiches, and for beverages, orange juice would suffice. With a plate piled high like a small mountain, Lee Kaming cautiously selected a seat and began to indulge in his feast. Just as he was engrossed in his meal, a striking figure suddenly took a seat across from him. Lee Kaming, without lifting his head, his mouth stuffed with food, mumbled indistinctly, "I don't need any more dishes." Carol Monica frowned momentarily, then relaxed her expression and chuckled softly. "Lee, I am certainly not a member of the restaurant staff." Lee Kaming took a bite of his sandwich and lifted his gaze to the person across from him. Upon recognizing the face before him, a look of astonishment graced his features. It seemed he could not recall ever having met such a stunning lady. With a charming smile, Monica graciously extended her delicate hand towards Lee Kaming. "Thank you for your kind words. Hello, Lee. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Carol Monica." Lee Kaming wiped his hands, smeared with remnants of food, on the tablecloth before extending his hand to clasp the delicate, soft hand of the young girl. "Hello." Monica, undeterred by the state of his hands, shook Lee Kaming's hand a few times, then fixated her gaze on him as he devoured his meal. "Lee, do you wish to enter the NBA?" "Of course." Lee Kaming silently scoffed but paused his chewing, lifting his gaze to behold Monica's exquisite visage. Indeed, every man with a passion for basketball dreams of entering the NBA. A subtle smile played at the corners of Monica's lips as she remarked, "I presume you do not yet have an agent. What do you think of me?" Lee Kaming was taken aback. What was happening? After only 2 impressive games, and in the midst of the divisional playoffs, was a talent agency already eyeing him? Moreover, it was a strikingly beautiful woman with golden waves. He wiped his hands and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "I do not have an agent, and at this moment, I prefer to remain without one." Although he was confident about his prospects of entering the NBA and knew that he would inevitably need to engage with agencies once he did, his primary focus should remain on the game, rather than getting entangled in these distractions too soon. Why? She pressed. If I were your agent, I would create a buzz around you in the coming days, striving to enhance your draft position as much as possible. LeBron chuckled softly. Enhancing my ranking? Given my current abilities, the likelihood of being overlooked is quite high. Do you truly have such confidence in me? Monica relaxed her brow, leaning back to reveal her alluring curves. Of course. If I lacked faith in you, why would I go to such lengths to sneak into the hotel just to meet you? The event organizers, in a bid to ensure the players' rest, had established security measures around the hotel where the team was stationed, specifically to deter the media and individuals like Monica. LeBron finished the last bite of his sandwich and picked up a nearby napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth. Reflecting on this, I realized that my confidence in myself pales in comparison to the faith you have in me. Why would you take an interest in me? Noticing a hint of concession in LeBron's tone, Monica's smile widened. Of course, we are experts in assessing player potential. Although you have only started 2 matches, the performances you delivered in those games were truly remarkable. Oh, in what specific aspects? Your grasp of the game situation, your composure on the field, and particularly that decisive shot. Your hand was as steady as if you had practiced that very position 1,000 times. Moreover, your mindset to make the optimal choice without hesitation at such a critical moment exemplifies the hallmarks of a great player. LeBron leaned back in his chair, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Monica. Before these 2 games, I was merely a sideline player, often dismissed as a mere water boy. Why would you presume that a water boy, having played just 2 commendable games, could ascend to the NBA? Monica's elongated eyelashes fluttered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, her crimson lips parted. Lee, do not doubt our professionalism. While it may appear you have only played 2 stellar games, our scouts inform me that prior to this, you simply lacked opportunity. Your composure on the court is far from that of a mere water boy. Upon hearing these words, LeBron halted his hand, which was poised to raise his orange juice. Astonishment flooding his heart. To the average observer, his recent success would be attributed to mere fortune and fleeting form, destined to fade with time. Yet, what Monica articulated could only be discerned by someone who had meticulously studied his game footage and possessed a discerning eye. It appears that Monica's agency houses some formidable talent. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, he remained resolute in rejecting Monica as his agent. Focusing on the game was one aspect, but more critically, NCAA regulations prohibit professional agents from signing NCAA players. After a brief silence, he spoke. I'm sorry, Carol, but I cannot accept your proposition. My sole focus now is to excel in tomorrow's game. As for the draft, as long as I showcase my strengths during the match, teams will naturally express interest in me. With that, he stood to leave. Monica also rose and said, Lee, the draft is not merely a draft. The first overall pick can command nearly $10 million upon entering the league, while the 60th pick earns less than 1/10 of that. Moreover, a higher draft position brings substantial exposure, allowing you to amass fans more swiftly. LeBron paused momentarily before stating, without turning back, I have already mentioned that as long as I perform to the best of my abilities, success will naturally follow. I do not require any media exposure. Watching LeBron's retreating figure, Monica suddenly shouted, Lee, I know you doubt my capabilities, but I will prove you wrong. As LeBron stepped into the elevator, he couldn't help but shake his head. Capability? What capability? I truly cannot fathom the complexities of a woman's mind. Chapter 13. Buckley's astonishment after yet another blissful dream. LeBron opened his eyes and reached for the phone beside his pillow. It was only 7:30, although he had awakened naturally. He had taken a nap the previous afternoon, making the hour quite early. Before rising, he checked the system. His fatigue level had decreased from 58 before his nap to 22, returning to the green safety zone. This indicated that he could unleash his full potential in today's match. Just as he was dressing and preparing to step out for a meal, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. LeBron was filled with confusion, yet he opened the door. To his astonishment, standing outside was none other than his teammate, Elliot Williams. A peculiar expression graced Williams' face as he cautiously surveyed the corridor to ensure no one was around. Then, with a swift motion, he pushed LeBron into the room and promptly closed the door behind him. LeBron exclaimed, What the hell? I am not non-tone. His brow furrowed, and his fist clenched, brimming with latent energy. Should Williams harbor any nefarious intentions. He would subdue him within 3 seconds. Williams, oblivious to the tension, strolled into his room, mysteriously urging, "Lee, quickly turn on the television. There's a special program on TNT today." Lee Kaming was filled with confusion, yet he followed suit. At that moment, Williams could hardly contain his excitement as he turned on the television in the room, tuning in to the TNT program. After a burst of exhilarating music, the TNT studio appeared on the screen. The show featured 3 individuals. While Lee Kaming did not recognize the other 2, the third was someone he knew all too well. To be more precise, there are very few who play basketball who are unfamiliar with him. This was none other than the illustrious Charles Barkley, famously known as Sir Charles. A man who stands at a mere 6 feet and 6 inches, yet played the power forward position. In the 1990s, during an era dominated by towering centers, he made a name for himself with an unparalleled physique and an indomitable presence, not only snatching a regular season MVP from Michael Jordan, but also leading the Phoenix Suns to the NBA Finals. After retiring, Barkley chose to join TNT as a commentator, continuing to shine and influence the realm of basketball. Lee Kaming gazed intently at the glaring bald head of Barkley on the screen and turned to Williams, inquiring, "Eli, what's going on? Why have you suddenly asked me to watch this?" Williams offered him a reassuring glance and replied, "Just wait. You will understand soon enough." On the program, after delivering the opening remarks, the host presented a highlight reel of the matches. Upon viewing the clips, Lee Kaming furrowed his brow immediately, for the player featured in the footage was none other than himself from the previous 2 games. How perplexing. This was merely the quarterfinals and semifinals of the CUSA League. How could it possibly attract the attention of TNT? A colossal question mark loomed in his mind. After the highlight reel concluded, the host posed a question to Barkley. "Charles, what do you think of the young man in the video?" As a Hall of Fame center, Barkley possessed a discerning eye. He remarked that the young player displayed remarkably solid fundamentals in the paint, rivaling those of an average NBA center. Such a statement from Barkley left everyone in the studio astounded. Barkley was not just any basketball commentator. He was a true Hall of Fame caliber player, one of the best post players in history. His words carried immense credibility. The host widened his eyes in disbelief. "Charles, one can indulge in food indiscriminately, but not in speech." The player in the video was merely a bench warmer from the University of Memphis just 2 games ago. Is it possible that the basic skills of a mere water boy in the NCAA could compare to those of an NBA center? Barkley glanced at him dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. "You may doubt my character, but you cannot question my judgment." The host hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, although Barkley could sometimes be rather outspoken, as a Hall of Fame caliber center, his ability to evaluate talent was undoubtedly astute. Of course, barring the incident with Yao Ming, which had cost Barkley dearly. With a spark of interest in his eyes, Barkley inquired, "I would like to know, what is this player's name? And what statistics has he achieved in these recent games?" The host rifled through his notes. "This is Lee Kaming, an Asian player from the University of Memphis, wearing jersey number 34. He was a 5-star recruit in high school, but unfortunately suffered an Achilles injury during a game. This is his first season at Memphis, and he hardly played during the regular season. In the second round of the CUSA playoffs against the Houston Cougars, he played the entire second half, scoring 17 points, grabbing 10 rebounds, and providing 3 assists and 3 blocks, even hitting a game-winning 3-pointer at halftime. Yesterday, in the semifinals against the University of Southern Mississippi, he played 24 minutes and scored 26 points, with 18 rebounds, 6 assists, and 8 blocks. This was only his second game as a starter. Silence enveloped the studio, an extraordinary hush prevailing. The host seemed to anticipate the astonishment of others. A subtle smile graced his lips as he continued. In the 2 games that Lee Kaming participated in, each set a new record. The first match established the record for points scored by a substitute in a half, featuring the sole long-range 3-pointer that clinched the victory. The second match showcased the singular achievement in the CUSA League playoffs of 25-15-5-5. As the host recited these statistics, he couldn't help but marvel internally, even though this was not his first encounter with such figures. Voicing them before a national audience still left him utterly astonished. How could one possibly dismiss this? He stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal's performances in the NCAA. No, perhaps he surpassed O'Neal, for O'Neal could never have executed a game-winning 3-pointer against Houston. Barkley was equally astounded. His eyes widened, mouth agape, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Eventually, he regained his composure, pondering, This fellow ruptured his Achilles tendon? Surely, this must be a jest. Others were taken aback by Lee Kaming's remarkable statistics and on-court presence. Yet as a seasoned professional, Barkley discerned an even more extraordinary aspect. He understood all too well the catastrophic impact an Achilles rupture has on a basketball player's career. No player who has endured such an injury has ever managed to escape the downward spiral. Even in America, where medical technology is among the most advanced in the world, it cannot salvage the career of an athlete with a ruptured Achilles, even those with exceptional physical gifts, such as Dominique Wilkins, who once matched Michael Jordan in dunk contests and was hailed as the essence of human athleticism, saw his career plummet after suffering an Achilles injury, unable to recapture his former glory thereafter. Yet now, someone pointed to a video showcasing a player executing a myriad of dunks, positioning, and blocks, declaring, "This individual ruptured his Achilles." Had this been in the past, Barkley would have certainly hurled an expletive in disbelief. Is this a ruse? Today is not April Fool's Day. Nor do I, Barkley, appear to be lacking in intelligence. Yet here stands the undeniable truth, compelling even him to be left in awe. Chapter 14. The celebrity effect upon witnessing Barkley's skepticism regarding his injury on the program. Lee Kaming felt a jolt of surprise. Barkley, with his experience as a professional player, had instantly pinpointed the most crucial detail. Although Lee Kaming was aware that, given his performance, he would eventually draw media attention, he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. His ability to perform exceptionally post-Achilles injury was bound to ignite a media frenzy. Reports likening him to the pinnacle of human physicality would surely proliferate. "Surely, they won't send me to a research facility," Lee Kaming muttered under his breath. Nearby, Williams caught his words and, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, "Lee, what did you just say?" Lee Kaming shook his head and then quietly shifted the topic. "Elliot, how did you come to know that today's TNT program would discuss me?" Williams looked at him with astonishment. "Aren't you keeping up with the online world? Since last night, a sports media outlet has been posting highlights of your matches on their account, and within a single night, several media outlets have shared it. In less than 24 hours, that video surpassed 1 million views. YouTube is the largest online video sharing platform in America." Williams gazed at Lee Kaming as if to say, "Surely you haven't just emerged from some primitive forest? How could you not even be aware of YouTube?" Lee Kaming wore a perplexed expression. "I have been asleep in bed since the conclusion of the competition and have not browsed the internet for any news." Williams regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a peculiar creature. "Come on, we are merely teenagers. Who among us would retire early at such a tender age? At this hour, in this stage of life, how could one possibly find sleep?" Lee Kaming, having dismissed Williams, found himself devoid of any appetite. Who could have possibly disclosed his video and information so swiftly? After much contemplation, only one person came to mind: Monica, who had sought him out the previous afternoon. Just then, his phone, which he had tucked into his pocket, began to ring unexpectedly. Beep, beep, beep. He picked up the device, noticing it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. "Lee, how does it feel to be a celebrity? Our promotional efforts are yielding impressive results. I hear you've even appeared on TNT." As soon as the call connected, a melodious and pleasant female voice resonated from the receiver. It was none other than Carol Monica, who had approached him yesterday in hopes of becoming his agent. Lee Kaming spoke with a hint of irritation. "Who permitted you to promote me?" On the other end of the line, Monica sensed the displeasure in his tone and quickly replied, "Please don't misunderstand, Lee. We do not intend to tarnish your reputation in the media. I merely wish to present you with a token of our meeting." "Lee Kaming Shukulat Kuldi. Is this the gift you present upon our meeting? Are you not concerned that my fans may not increase, while the detractors multiply instead? Even Barkley has stated that it is impossible for me to perform at this level while injured. Are you not merely placing me on the pyre?" Upon grasping the concerns expressed by Lee Kaming, Monica, seated at her desk, exhaled in relief. She straightened her posture and replied with a smile, "Lee, it appears you are not well acquainted with our promotional endeavors. Let me be unequivocal. Your apprehensions are unfounded. As of yesterday, you will officially come under the scrutiny of NBA scouts. Indeed, some of what you have articulated holds truth. As long as you focus on your game, fame, fans, and endorsements will inevitably follow. However, there is a distinction between what arrives first and what comes later." Monica paused briefly, taking a breath before continuing. "Our role is to assist you in navigating these matters, ensuring that you achieve efficiency in your professional journey. We shall not interfere with your performance on the court, nor will we make decisions on your behalf. Hearing Monica's explanation, Lee Kaming fell silent, leaving only the sound of his gentle breathing audible to her on the other end of the line. After a moment, he slowly responded, "If that is the case, then proceed as you wish. Remember your words. Do not attempt to influence my performance on the court, nor compel me to undertake anything I do not wish to do." Upon hearing Lee Kaming relent, Monica shifted into a more comfortable position against the soft backrest of her chair. "Rest assured, Lee, all you need to do is play hard on the court. Leave the rest to us." Lee Kaming responded with a brief acknowledgement and then inquired, "Given that last night's video has garnered 1 million views online and was even reported by TNT, will there be NBA scouts present at today's game?" A look of delight illuminated Monica's face as she discerned that Lee Kaming had graciously accepted their goodwill. She promptly replied, "Indeed. Our promotional efforts have yielded immediate results. According to the information I have received, at least 3 teams will have scouts in attendance today. Be sure to seize this opportunity." Upon hearing that NBA scouts would indeed be observing, Lee Kaming's heart began to race with fervor. After years of dedication to the sport, was it not his aspiration to enter the NBA? This match represented his declaration of intent to join the league, although these scouts might not be there solely for him. If he showcased a performance that outshone the rest, could he not attract their attention? After concluding the call, Lee Kaming silently invoked the system and accessed the attributes interface. Following the completion of his last task, he had 5 attribute points and 1 badge upgrade remaining. At this moment, the attributes page displayed a small green plus sign next to each attribute value once more. Lee Kaming, without a moment's hesitation, allocated all 5 of his attribute points to the layup skill, thereby elevating his layup attribute to a commendable 60, meeting the NBA's minimum standard. He also utilized his singular badge upgrade on the brick wall ability, enhancing it from bronze to silver, resulting in a new effect that reduces opponents' shooting percentage at the rim by 3. Having completed these preparations, Lee Kaming set off for the dining hall, mindful that the match would commence in just over 2 hours, and he could not afford to delay his meal. 2 hours prior to the game, the team engaged in their customary routine of reviewing footage and strategizing. After watching a highlight reel of their opponents, Coach Pasternak promptly shifted his attention to Lee Kaming. The Miners' style starkly contrasted with that of the previous Golden Eagles. Their offensive centerpiece was guard Randy Culpepper, supported by a cadre of physically formidable forwards. Their prowess in both perimeter offense and defense was noteworthy. However, their interior defense was decidedly lacking. Perhaps just days ago, they posed a significant challenge, but now, with Lee Kaming on their side, the team's objective was clear: relentlessly attack the opposing interior. Ideally, they would shatter their defense completely. Upon hearing Coach Pasternak's directive, the players of the Tigers were taken aback. Typically, Pasternak was measured and rarely proposed such an aggressive strategy, leaving them curious about today's unusual circumstances. He further asserted, "Today, our offensive nucleus is Lee Kaming. Everyone should pass in the ball whenever the opportunity arises." At these words, Lee Kaming clenched his hands beneath the table. Initially hesitant to take the initiative, he felt emboldened by the coach's confidence and resolved not to hold back. Chapter 15, a new task at 10 in the morning. The familiar BOK center buzzed with energy. This time, the audience was noticeably larger than in previous rounds. The arena was teeming with spectators, making it difficult to find any vacant seats. With only half an hour remaining until the match began, the team was engrossed in their warm-up routines. Lee Kaming gracefully released the ball from beyond the three-point line, and moments later, he thundered into the paint for a powerful dunk, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators. "Oh my goodness, that number 34 is incredible. Why have I never heard of him before?" exclaimed a young boy, covering his mouth in disbelief. "You mean to say you don't know Lee Kaming? He's one of the hottest players trending on YouTube lately. His game highlights amassed over 1 million views in just one night." A nearby white teenager eagerly informed the boy, with 20 minutes remaining before the game commenced. All personnel were already in place. The familiar Calvin occupied the commentator's desk, though this time he was joined by a different guest. Calvin turned to the gray-haired white man beside him and said, "Bruce, please share your thoughts on today's match." The guest, Bruce Jackson, a seasoned 60-year-old CBS journalist and basketball commentator, was a testament to CBS's commitment to this significant game. Jackson smiled slightly. "I anticipate a thrilling contest from both teams. Each possesses distinct characteristics and contrasting styles. The Miners from University of Texas at El Paso primarily focus on outside shooting, boasting agile and well-proportioned players. I doubt anyone would relish facing their defense. They feature Randy Culpepper, the CUSA Conference's Player of the Year, averaging 17.9 points, as well as Eugene Calicut, who stands a chance of being selected in the second round. However, the Memphis Tigers are no slouches either. Their leading scorer, Elliot Williams, is a genuine talent projected to be picked in the 20 to 40 range by the NBA. Moreover, they have the rising star, number 34, Lee Kaming, whose dominance on the court leaves a lasting impression on anyone who witnesses his performance. Calvin nodded appreciatively. The old Fox's words were indeed astute and careful, leaving no room for offense. In the stands, a hawkish-nosed white man reclined leisurely, awaiting the start of the game. Suddenly, a rotund figure plopped down beside him, accompanied by a teasing voice. "Marlon, judging by your posture, I can only assume your manager sent you here for a vacation." Marlon Bart raised an eyebrow and turned to face the newcomer, a smile creeping onto his face as he recognized him. "Keenan, don't poke fun at me. This is my rare moment of respite this week. But if you insist on calling a vacation, I suppose it's not far off." The jovial Keenan Kent, also a scout, chuckled, fully aware of the job's demands. After some light banter, Kent inquired, "Are the Knicks interested in Elliot Williams as well?" Bart nodded, "Of course. I believe his style is quite suitable for us." "What? The Kings are also interested? I've heard there are quite a few colleagues here today." Kent shook his head, a hint of mystery gracing his features. "I am not here for Williams. I have come for someone else." Bart responded with curiosity. "Isn't Williams the most likely candidate to enter the first round? Is there someone with greater talent? Or are you interested in Randy Culpepper or Eugene-At?" Kent chuckled. "It seems your information isn't as thorough as you thought. There is indeed a genius player here, who just the other day made a game-winning shot against the Houston Cougars." Marlon Bart's curiosity deepened. "Now you've piqued my interest in this extraordinary individual. It's rare to hear someone described as a genius." Kent quickly shook his head. "Just watch the game, and you will not be disappointed." As time passed, the large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Miners: point guard Arnett Moultrie, shooting guard Randy Culpepper, small forward Eugene-At, power forward Jeremy Williams, and center Claude Britton. The Tigers: point guard Willie Camp, shooting guard Elliot Williams, small forward Daniel Mack, power forward Wesley Witherspoon, and center Lee Kaming. Upon seeing the Tigers starting lineup on the screen, Marlon Bart remarked, Number 34 for the Tigers looks unfamiliar. Wasn't their center that tall Caucasian? When did they change players?" Kent remained silent, as if fearing that the treasure he had set his sights on might be snatched away. The referees signaled for the players to enter the court. Lee Kaming, along with his coach and teammates, performed their customary pre-game motivation ritual before stepping onto the familiar court. The microphones at the commentary booth were activated, and Calvin's resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we finally witness the thrilling CUSA Championship. The competing teams are the Memphis Tigers and the Texas El Paso Miners, both having withstood the rigors of 3 rounds of playoffs to reach this grand stage. Texas El Paso, having finished first in the CUSA regular season, has automatically qualified for March Madness. Thus, today's contest will determine whether Memphis can secure a place in the NCAA National Championship." Calvin, the resident commentator at the BOK Center, effortlessly stirred the atmosphere with just a few words. Even Lee Kaming, who had maintained a calm demeanor, felt a ripple of excitement within him. Having come this far, only one game stood between them and the national championship. How could one not feel exhilarated? His teammates were also eager, brimming with anticipation, as if they had been electrified. As Calvin introduced the players from both teams, a sudden alert from the system echoed in Lee Kaming's ear. Simultaneously, a holographic projection of the system task materialized before his eyes. Task rating: Deep Basic. Score no less than 30 points, secure at least 10 rebounds, and achieve no fewer than 3 blocks during today's match. Reward: 0 to 5 attribute points, 0 to 5 points. Failure penalty: random deduction of 5 attribute points. Advanced: completely neutralize the opposing player. Reward: 1 opportunity for badge enhancement. Failure penalty: none. Upon seeing the familiar task interface, Lee Kaming felt a surge of joy. Since the conclusion of the last task, the system had remained silent, leading him to believe that the next assignment would take at least 10 days or even a fortnight to arrive. Noticing the requirements for today's task, he turned his gaze towards the opposing bench and silently expressed his condolences for their center. Beside the Miners' bench, center Claude Britton suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found nothing amiss. Puzzled, he scratched his head and then returned to listen to the coach's instructions. Chapter 16. A fish in a net with the referee's whistle. The basketball was gently tossed into the air. Lee Kaming and Claude Britton leapt into the air simultaneously. However, in the blink of an eye, Britton realized that Lee Kaming's ascent was markedly swifter than his own. As the basketball reached its zenith, Lee Kaming extended his long arm to seize the ball, and with a powerful slap, sent it soaring into the hands of the Tigers' point guard, Kemp. Upon receiving the ball, Kemp remained unfazed. Ever since Lee Kaming assumed the role of starting center, the Tigers had never lost a jump ball at the outset of the game. After winning the jump, Lee Kaming landed and swiftly dashed towards the front court, while Britton, summoning all his strength, gritted his teeth and closely trailed behind. Prior to the match, his coach had repeatedly admonished him that even if every ounce of his energy was spent on defense without scoring a single point, he must not allow Lee Kaming an opportunity for a fast break. Fortunately, a teammate of Britton's managed to obstruct Lee Kaming's path, preventing him from charging into the three-point line immediately. Observing this, Britton sighed in relief and hurried to the paint to monitor Lee Kaming. Yet before he could fully exhale, he noticed that the Tigers' point guard had lofted the ball high to Lee Kaming. With the ball in hand, a glint of determination sparkled in Lee Kaming's eyes. He executed a half-spin, deftly slipping past Britton's side, and then leaped high into the air, preparing to deliver a thunderous dunk. At that moment, a shadowy figure darted past him. It was the Miners' small forward, Eugene-At, who had come to provide defensive support. Although standing just over 2 meters tall, his leaping ability was remarkable. At soared upward, his dark hand outstretched, aiming directly for the basketball in Lee Kaming's grasp. Lee Kaming chuckled coldly within, pondering the audacity of his opponent to challenge him. Unfazed, he deftly maneuvered his hands, executing a quick pullback that evaded Karaket's defensive attempt. With a single hand, he spun the basketball, sending it soaring, where it grazed the backboard and rebounded gracefully into the hoop. Splendid. It appeared as though Lee Kaming lingered in midair for a moment, showcasing a dazzling pullback that eluded Karaket's defense. Calvin at the commentary booth passionately exclaimed into the microphone, his excitement palpable. The spectators were equally astonished by Lee Kaming's elegant layup. Good heavens, how could he, with such height, still perform a practical pullback? His maneuver evoked memories of Kobe's prowess. In the audience, Knicks scout Marlon Bart displayed a look of astonishment. Number 34 certainly demonstrated commendable skill in his layup. Upon landing, Lee Kaming glanced back at the dazed Karaket before swiftly returning to defense. The Miners initiated their offense, with their guard dribbling into the front court. After a few screens from the backcourt players, the ball found its way into the hands of their primary scorer, Randy Culpepper, who, coincidentally, faced off against the Tigers' leading scorer, Williams. Calvin's voice brimmed with excitement as he noted Randy matched up against Elliott. This is a key highlight of today's game. Although Randy was the Conference USA Player of the Year, he had little chance of being selected by the NBA. In contrast, Elliott was a prodigiously talented individual, with ESPN predicting he could be chosen in the late first round. Both players boasted an average of 17 points per game this season. Marlon Bart, seated in the front row, straightened slightly. The face-off between these two prolific scorers, especially Williams, whom he was keenly evaluating, commanded his full attention. He even retrieved a thick notebook from his bag, prepared to jot down observations. In the midst of this, he inadvertently glanced at the rotund Kent beside him, who remained steadfast and motionless, seemingly there not as a scout, but rather as a pure fan savoring the game. Bart nudged Kent with his elbow, remarking, "The direct confrontation between Cannon, Randy, and Elliott is the most significant highlight of today's match. Why do you appear so indifferent? Aren't you going to take any notes?" Kent paused momentarily before responding. "These two players are indeed impressive, but my purpose here is not solely for them." Bart felt a pang of curiosity, akin to a cat's scratch, about whom this hefty individual had come to observe. Meanwhile, on the court, Culpepper had already begun his advance, executing a skillful change of direction, stepping right. However, he soon realized that Williams had anticipated his move and positioned himself to block the path. Yet, Culpepper was no novice. He raised his left arm to shield the ball and engaged in a brief confrontation with Williams before transitioning into a scissor step, swiftly dribbling through his legs to bypass Williams. Calvin shouted, "What a magnificent dribble!" A stylish maneuver. Bart in the stands nodded in acknowledgement. Culpepper's fundamental skills were indeed commendable, though regrettably, his age rendered his potential all too apparent. As Culpepper maneuvered past Williams, he felt no sense of relaxation, for prior to the match, the coach of the Miners had remarked during video analysis that the Tigers' interior defense should not be underestimated. Their starting center, number 34, was exceptionally formidable in protecting the rim. Thus, despite having bypassed the Tigers' initial line of defense, he refrained from recklessly attacking the basket. Instead, he slowed his pace, keeping Williams behind him while strategically advancing towards the hoop, thereby confounding the opposing interior defenders. Lee Kaming stood in the paint, his gaze fixed intently on every move of Carl Pepper, occasionally glancing back to monitor his own defender, wary of any opportunistic play. Should that fellow manage to score, his advancement task for the match would be deemed a failure. Although there were no penalties, he would lose the chance for a badge upgrade. To him, not seizing an opportunity was akin to losing money. Observing Carl Pepper's relentless advance into the paint, an unusual thought suddenly crossed his mind. At that moment, Pepper had dribbled into the restricted area and looked up, only to find Lee Kaming inexplicably stepping forward, seemingly intimidated by his shooting prowess. A secret thrill surged within Pepper, though his expression remained inscrutable. With a deft maneuver, he pushed forward another step, nearing the distance suitable for a layup. He planted his left foot, bent his right knee, and brought the ball to his chest, preparing for a shot. Noticing Lee Kaming shift slightly forward, creating some space from the basket, he abruptly snapped his wrist, transforming his shot into a pass, sending the basketball directly to the waiting center, Britton, who had been lurking beneath the basket. A sly smile crept onto his lips. He had anticipated a formidable center, yet was met with a mere oaf, easily befuddled by a bit of strategy. Receiving the ball, Britton's face lit up with joy as he leaped, ready to unleash a thunderous dunk. However, fate had other plans. Just as his hands reached the height of the backboard, a long arm suddenly swooped in from his side, a powerful hand descending to thwart his attempt, pinning Britton's dunk against the glass. The force of his momentum sent him careening towards the baseline, crashing theatrically at the feet of the cheerleaders. Lying on the floor, he caught sight of Lee Kaming's expression, which bore a triumphant smirk, as if relishing in the success of a cunning scheme. Chapter 17. 1 against 3. Good heavens. Lee Kaming resembled a warrior of legend, having just disrupted Carl Pepper the moment before, only to reappear beside Britton, delivering a resounding block that ended his offensive play. What astonishing reflexes! Calvin's excitement was palpable. Beside him, the seemingly wooden CBS commentator, Bruce Jackson, wore a look of astonishment. In the stands, Marlon Bart suddenly leapt to his feet, breathless, exclaiming, "How is this possible? I've never heard of this guy. Did you see that? Number 34 is my target for this mission. What do you think?" The pudgy Kent had produced a thick notebook, scribbling furiously while addressing Bart. Bart spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you saying this is the same guy who made a game-winning shot against the Houston Cougars just 2 days ago?" Kent snapped his fingers, and indeed, during that match, he amassed an impressive 17 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks in just one half. The following game was even more astonishing. In merely 24 minutes, he scored 26 points, collected 18 rebounds, delivered 6 assists, and blocked 8 shots, with all his points secured within the paint. The interior duo of the Eagles appeared as fragile as children before him. Bart was astounded. How could such an exceptional player have remained unknown to him until now? Kent shook his head and sighed. "It's not your fault. This number 34 has only played 3 games thus far. Before this, he was merely a water boy from Memphis." Bart's eyes widened in disbelief. A water boy? How could a coach let such a talented player sit on the bench? What a waste of talent. Kent chuckled. He suffered a severe injury, a ruptured Achilles tendon. Surprising, isn't it? The shock in Bart's mind was beyond words. As a professional NBA scout, he understood the implications of an Achilles rupture, yet the block he had just witnessed seemed impossible for someone with such an injury. Either there existed some cutting-edge technology on this planet of which he was unaware, or this individual was simply not human. Regardless of the possibility, it did not detract from the fact that this number 34 player was an extraordinary prodigy. On the court, after a significant block, Lee Kaming grabbed the rebound and passed it to the point guard. Kemp then followed the team on a fast break. All the attention of the Miners was drawn to him, their 5 positions forming a vast net that enveloped Lee Kaming. Within seconds, he sprinted to the edge of the opposing paint and reached out to catch the ball passed by Kemp. As he received the ball, the Miner center, Britton, along with small forward Eugene Carrickert and power forward Jeremy Williams, converged upon him simultaneously. On the sidelines, Coach Tony Barbie clenched his fists, his expression darkened. "I refuse to believe that you can score against 3 defenders." Lee Kaming certainly would not recklessly confront 3 opponents. Yet the trio before him had not sufficiently contracted their defense. If he were to pass the ball to a teammate on the perimeter now, the Miners' defense would swiftly close in. It appeared as though he had afforded his teammates ample space. However, the players of the Miners were remarkably agile. His objective was to further compress their defensive formation, ideally pushing them all into the paint, thus creating a genuine open shot. In a flash of inspiration, he resolved to make his move, taking large strides upon receiving the ball, as if to charge directly into the defense of the three adversaries. Calvin provided timely commentary. Lee Kaming receives the ball, facing a triple team, and his choice is to go for it. He gathered the ball. In the stands, Bart shook his head, reflecting on the youth's impulsiveness. His play lacked the necessary intelligence. With three opponents surrounding him, could he truly take them on single-handedly? If he was occupied, wouldn't his teammates be left unmarked? Basketball is a team game, and it seemed his understanding of the sport required further refinement. Beside him, Kent bore a subtle smile, choosing to remain silent. With the ball held high, Lee Kaming executed a grand arc, deftly maneuvering around two outstretched hands, and with a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared toward Williams, who lay in ambush at the corner. Culper rushed to cover him, but the space afforded to Williams was simply too vast. Though Culper sprinted with determination, he arrived just as Williams leapt high, releasing the ball in a flawless shot under Culper's helpless gaze. Swish! A perfect nothing-but net. 5-0. The Tigers caught the Miners off guard right from the outset. In truth, the Miners head coach believed he had prepared thoroughly for this match. Yet he had underestimated the threat posed by Lee Kaming. A look of shock crossed Marlon Bart's face as he murmured, "Impossible. How did he make that pass? He is merely a role player. How can he be so versatile?" Kent, unfazed, appeared to have anticipated this offensive outcome. Bang! Tony Barbie slammed his fist onto the tactical board, his expression grim. Damn it, this player's passing cannot be underestimated. We're in trouble now. Initially, he had assumed that a scoring expert like Lee Kaming would typically have a common flaw: poor vision. Thus, he devised a defensive strategy for the Miners, intending to triple team Lee Kaming as he prepared to attack the basket, hoping to disrupt his rhythm or force a turnover. Theoretically, this defensive strategy should have been highly effective. Tony Barbie had shown Lee Kaming considerable respect. Yet, even such a fierce and aggressive defensive approach appeared trivial when confronted with Lee Kaming's impressive layup statistics of 90 and 88. Tony, it is not a matter of your coaching prowess, but rather that my expectations of the opponents are rather elevated. The ensuing events unfolded with relative ease as the Tigers, under the leadership of Lee Kaming, descended upon the court like true ferocious beasts, exhibiting relentless aggression in both offense and defense. After several rounds of double-teaming Lee Kaming, the Miners helplessly realized that the point differential was steadily increasing, and the rhythm of the game was veering towards garbage time by halftime. Moreover, the Tigers' perimeter players initially played as if under the influence of performance-enhancing substances, hitting every shot with precision, thereby exacerbating the damage caused by the double-teaming of Lee Kaming. Consequently, the Miners coach was compelled to revise his strategy, opting to scale back the initially aggressive double teams to afford Lee Kaming some opportunities for one-on-one plays. As the match progressed, the point differential stabilized around 10 points, oscillating gently until the sound of the halftime whistle echoed. Beep. The halftime score was set at Tigers 36, Miners 28. With an 8-point lead, Lee Kaming was substituted 3 minutes before halftime, during which he had accumulated impressive statistics of 12 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Faced with the opposing team's aggressive double-teaming strategy, his assist tally for the half was approaching that of an entire previous game. Yet he still fell short of the scoring requirements set by the system. It seemed that he would need to adopt a more self-centered approach in the second half as he rose to head towards the locker room, having made up his mind. Chapter 18. The turn of events, the 15-minute intermission, swiftly passed amidst the spirited dance of the cheerleaders. Lee Kaming joined his coach and teammates at the Tigers bench, and as he observed the cheerleaders dancing with their smooth thighs visible beneath their short skirts, his mood brightened. In the commentary booth, Calvin and CBS reporter Bruce Jackson were discussing the current draft market. Bruce, how many players do you think on this court today have the potential to enter the NBA draft in June? Calvin inquired. Jackson pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before replying leisurely. From my understanding, coupled with the performance we've witnessed today, I believe Elliot Williams has a solid chance of being selected in the middle of the first round. Randy Culpepper is a remarkable scorer who can lead his team to victory. However, due to his physical attributes and age, he may be picked towards the end of the second round. His teammate, Eugene Calicut, is a physically gifted forward, and if I were team manager, I would likely use my second-round pick to give him an opportunity. After finishing his thoughts, Jackson paused to sip some water, only to turn and find Calvin staring at him in silence. What's wrong? Jackson asked, puzzled. Calvin tentatively probed, "Are you done?" Jackson, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Of course." Calvin, still surprised, asked, "Is Lee Kaming not on your list?" Jackson suddenly understood, let out a hearty laugh, and shook his head. "Buddy, it's not that I underestimate Lee. He is an exceptionally dominant player who has produced outstanding numbers in just 2 starts, which has sparked boundless speculation among many, including myself. However, my friend, the NBA and NCAA are not the same game. The NBA features a higher level of competition, a more grueling schedule, and a longer season. The players in the NBA are not as genteel as those in the NCAA. They will tear apart anyone who stands in their way." Calvin interjected, "Are you suggesting that Lee cannot adapt to the NBA's level of competition?" Jackson nodded. "The level of competition in the NCAA and the NBA is simply not comparable. Apart from those exceptionally gifted outliers like Jordan and O'Neal, most players experience a decline in efficiency when they enter the NBA. Thus, the first priority for nearly everyone transitioning to the NBA is to build muscle, as the level of physicality they encounter in the league is entirely different from anything they have faced before." He seemed eager to demonstrate that his remarks were not directed at Lee Kaming. After elaborating extensively, he finally mentioned Lee Kaming, a remarkably talented player whose hopes of entering the NBA were nearly extinguished by the injuries he suffered. Even if he were to somehow secure a place in the NBA, he would face numerous challenges. Firstly, under the immense physical demands of the NBA, the likelihood of re-injury to his already compromised Achilles tendon looms large. Furthermore, even if his tendon could withstand the repeated strain, the excessive compensatory pressure on other areas could lead to injuries elsewhere, such as in the ankle ligaments or the knees. As he meticulously detailed these concerns, Calvin, a devoted fan of Lee Kaming, began to feel a sense of pessimism. Could it be that such a gifted athlete was destined to create ripples only within the NCAA? On the court, the second half of the game commenced with the referee's whistle. The first possession belonged to the Miners. As Lee Kaming took to the court, he noticed that the opposing team seemed transformed, their expressions grave and their demeanor aggressive, with their movements noticeably more forceful. Clearly, the Miners' coach was dissatisfied with their performance in the first half and had taken the opportunity during halftime to motivate them sternly. The opposing point guard brought the ball up the court and passed it to the team's pivotal figure, number 3, Carpenter. Holding the ball beyond the three-point line, Carpenter faced Williams' defense, executed a triple threat stance, and suddenly launched a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball swooshed through the net. 36-31. The Miners narrowed the gap to 5 points. The Tigers inbound the ball, and after Lee Kaming passed it to Kemp, he leisurely jogged to the front court. He positioned himself at the arc to set a screen for Kemp before swiftly cutting downwards. As he turned and dashed inside the three-point line, all the Miners players instinctively focused their attention on him, unconsciously stepping inward. Kemp, seasoned and astute, dribbled into the paint, but upon glancing up, he found 3 defenders had collapsed into the key, encircling Lee Kaming, leaving the area before him entirely vacant. It appeared that the Miners had altered their defensive strategy against Lee Kaming in the second half, shifting from double-teaming upon reception to preventing him from receiving the ball altogether. Kemp, positioned at the edge of the key, attempted a floater, but his physical attributes were simply inadequate. Despite the defensive pressure being predominantly directed at Lee Kaming, he still failed to score. A mere slight disturbance was enough to derail his shot from its intended trajectory. The basketball struck the rim with a sharp clang, echoing the sound of iron. Bang! Lee Kaming gazed at the rebound within arm's reach, surrounded by 3 imposing figures forming an impenetrable wall, and could only let out a resigned sigh as he retreated on defense. Despite the enhancement of his epic rebounder badge, his fundamental attributes of strength and speed remained at an NCAA level, rendering him incapable of securing an offensive rebound amidst such a trio. Such feats were the domain of legends like Shaquille O'Neal. Positioned within the paint, Lee Kaming assessed the opposing formation. The Miners once again directed the ball to Culpepper. This time, Williams, having learned from the previous encounter, immediately closed in to deny him any shooting space. However, as the saying goes, while you possess a clever strategy, I have my own means of overcoming obstacles. As the CUSA League's best player for the season, Culpepper was undoubtedly formidable. He signaled to his teammates for a screen, then, leveraging the barrier provided by center Britain, executed a deft change of direction to evade Williams and surged toward the basket with determination. Upon witnessing the situation, Lee Kaming immediately assumed a defensive stance. It was evident that Culpepper was not merely a scorer adept at breaking through defenses. Thus, it was imperative not to remain in the paint and allow him an unobstructed shot. With his long arms extended and employing quick lateral movements, he shadowed Culpepper's steps, enveloping him within the confines of his defense. However, Culpepper was no fool, having already experienced Likaming's extraordinary rim protection in the first half. He would not recklessly charge at his opponent, as that would only invite rejection. In a sudden display of agility, he forcefully propelled the ball with his right hand while swiftly pivoting his feet, executing a significant retreat to the right, thereby creating an instant gap between himself and Likaming. Likaming's heart sank, and he exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, he raised his hands high and propelled himself forward with all his might. Meanwhile, Culpepper seized the fleeting opportunity, leaping swiftly and releasing the basketball from his grasp. The ball spun through the air, grazing Likaming's fingertips before finding its mark in the hoop. Swish! The score stood at 36-33, with the Miners narrowing the gap to a mere 3 points. Likaming, filled with regret, clapped his hands, signaling to his teammates that he had faltered in his defensive duties. Meanwhile, Culpepper, who had just scored, exhibited a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes, silently acknowledging his fortuitous escape. His signature sidestep jump shot, a technique he had always prided himself on, had nearly been thwarted by the opposing player wearing number 34. He could even hear the sound of Likaming's fingernails scraping against the surface of the basketball. How could there exist such an extraordinary individual in this world? Chapter 19. A somber atmosphere suddenly, Culpepper of the Miners erupted, scoring 5 consecutive points. Should the Tigers call a timeout? Calvin pondered aloud. On the Tigers bench, Pasternak stood with his arms crossed, chewing gum, his gaze fixated on the unfolding game. He appeared entirely unperturbed, showing no inclination to request a timeout. Just 3 days prior, he might have called for a pause to strategize, but now, with Likaming on the team, he was confident that the young man with the golden skin would resolve all challenges. As the Tigers launched their offense, Likaming once again executed a pick and roll with point guard Kemp. However, this time, instead of charging directly into the paint, he first stepped outward, positioning himself to receive the ball at the arc. It was evident that the Miners coach had meticulously analyzed his footage, for their center, Britton, immediately shadowed him, wary of a potential three-point attempt. In Likaming's eyes, a flash of brilliance ignited as he perceived Britton merely a step away. In an instant, he surged past the latter's defense, taking 2 confident strides to the edge of the restricted area while simultaneously raising his hand, vociferously calling for the ball. His agility transcended that of an ordinary center, allowing him to swiftly leave Britton in his wake. His movements set the nerves of the entire Miners team alight. Upon witnessing his evasion of Britton's defense, players number 3 and 4 immediately converged upon him, while a defender positioned at a 45-degree angle began to stir with anticipation. Although Camp was not particularly adept at attacking the basket, as the team's on-court commander, his passing skills were exceptional. Upon noticing Likaming had created space, he promptly delivered the ball into Likaming's hands. As Likaming received the ball, he had already dashed to the edge of the restricted area. At that moment, 2 opposing forwards converged upon him, forming an impenetrable wall between him and the hoop. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a one-handed flick, delivering the ball to the completely unguarded Daniel Mack in the opposite corner. Daniel Mack is one of the most reliable sharpshooters for the Tigers, averaging 10 points per game and sinking 8 three-pointers with a shooting percentage close to 40 this season. Therefore, theoretically, Likaming's pass was exceptionally lethal. However, faced with such an abundance of space, Mack delivered a spectacular airball, astonishing the audience as he missed the basket entirely, sending the ball careening off the side of the backboard. Witnessing this absurd shot, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos. Even the usually composed Pasternak displayed a flicker of dismay upon his countenance. Under such immense pressure, a glimmer of helplessness crossed Daniel Mack's eyes. He bit his lip and then lowered his head as he retreated to the backcourt. Likaming observed the somewhat despondent figure of Mike and promptly approached him, giving a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Daniel, do not lose heart. Whenever there is an opportunity, take the shot. I shall always pass the ball to you." Mike abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes, and then nodded vigorously in agreement. The Miners team initiated their offensive, employing the same strategy as before. Culpepper received the ball, but this time Likaming was determined not to allow him to execute his play with the same ease. He swiftly shadowed the opposing center, Britton, and called out loudly, "Ellie, he is going for a left side pick and roll. Move forward to cover." Under his guidance, Williams adeptly maneuvered around Britton's screen, positioning himself swiftly in front of Carpenter. Lee Kaming simultaneously spread his arms wide and swiftly enveloped the space, effectively sandwiching Carpenter between himself and Williams, who flanked him on either side. Confronted by such two formidable giants, even Carpenter, the finest player in the league, could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. He skillfully dribbled the ball and took a few steps back to steady himself, preparing to devise a new strategy. Lee Kaming, having thwarted the offensive maneuvers of the opposing team, swiftly returned to the penalty area to monitor his defensive assignment. Despite the match being intensely competitive, he remained mindful of the system's objectives. Failure to fulfill these could result in a deduction of 5 attribute points, leaving him with no solace for his despair. In the stands, Bond nodded in approval, recognizing the astute defensive judgment. With proper coaching, this individual could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional defensive presence in the paint. Under the coach's guidance, Carl Pepper signaled to his teammates with a gesture indicating a strategy to execute a number 1 play. In truth, this so-called number 1 strategy was not particularly sophisticated for the Miners. It merely relied on Carl Pepper's formidable individual prowess, akin to a one-on-one duel. His matchup was against Elliot Williams, and conventionally, one would not engage the opponent's strongest defender in such a manner. However, as the team's foremost player, Carl Pepper was granted the latitude to do so by the coach. Dribbling beyond the three-point line, he faced Williams, who had assumed a defensive stance. While consuming precious seconds, he pondered his offensive approach. Observing Williams, a flicker of indignation stirred within Carl Pepper. How could this individual, averaging 17 points per game, secure a place in the NBA? While he, with an identical average, remained overlooked, he had led his team to the best record in CUSA and was named the league's most valuable player. Why did scouts persist in deeming him inferior? Was it merely because he was 2 years his senior? A fierce blaze of determination ignited in his eyes, propelling him to unleash the frustrations that had long been bottled up within. If those scouts believed he was not as capable, then he would demonstrate his prowess directly. He initiated a sudden burst of speed, executing a scissor step with explosive force, lowering his shoulder as his body nearly grazed the floor. Like an arrow, he darted past Williams' defense. Then, within the three-point arc, he leaped and shot. 36-35. Carl Pepper had surged past Williams, halted, and delivered a jumper that found its mark. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Carl Pepper single-handedly propelled the Miners on a 7-0 run, narrowing the gap to a mere point. The Tigers called for timeout. Calvin narrated the unfolding drama into the microphone. Finally, Pasternak called a timeout, a necessary intervention. Beside the Tigers bench, Pasternak's forehead was etched with tension, his pen scribbling furiously on the tactical board. What is happening? It's as if you all changed individuals during halftime. Now you're lethargic. Elliot, your opponent has scored 7 points over you in just 2 minutes. Shouldn't you feel ashamed? And you, Daniel, after coaching so many games, I've never witnessed such absurd shooting. Your shots are veering all over the place. He surveyed the players, observing their expressions, and with a grave tone implored, "Gentlemen, hold on just a bit longer. This is the finals. Winning this will secure our place in the national championship. Are you prepared to watch victory slip through your fingers? For heaven's sake, give it your all against the opposition." At this moment, the referee signaled the end of the timeout, and both teams' players swiftly returned to the court. Observing the dejected expressions of his teammates, Lee Kaming was the first to turn and stride onto the playing field. Simultaneously, the voices of Pasternak and the members of the Tigers echoed in their ears. "Leave the rest to me." When a team is struggling with their performance and the atmosphere is disheartening, it is the duty of the core player to emerge and resolve the turmoil. In Lee Kaming's perspective, this task undoubtedly fell upon him. Chapter 20. Stunned by the dunk. As the timeout concluded, the Tigers prepared to inbound the ball. After passing the ball to Kemp, Lee Kaming advanced towards the front court, as customary, setting up a pick and roll with Kemp. This time, he opted to move outward to the arc. Despite the interior defense from the Miners, Kemp still passed the ball back to Lee Kaming. Receiving the ball, Lee Kaming bent his knees and feigned a shot. Perhaps influenced by the memory of Lee Kaming's game-winning three-pointer, the defender Britain was easily deceived, leaping towards him with arms raised. Typically, at such a moment, a savvy player would lean in to draw a shooting foul, but Lee Kaming understood that the determination of a foul rests with the referee's discretion. If the referee chose not to call it, his action would be no different from a reckless throw. Thus, he swiftly gathered the ball, forcefully dribbled it forward, and took a decisive step, effortlessly bypassing the airborne Britain. The Miners, well-trained and prepared, swiftly sent small forward Aging.At and power forward Jeremy Williams to converge from the corners. However, Licaeming had no intention of luring the defense to pass to the perimeter, as the Tigers were struggling with their outside shooting and mired in a scoring drought. Instead, he aimed to shatter this scoring impasse. After receiving the ball, he took 2 dribbles, breaking through to the edge of the 45-degree area, just as the defenders arrived. Standing at the edge of the restricted area, the 205 centimeters tall Jeremy Williams raised both hands, ready to ensnare him. On the opposite side, Caracat merely positioned himself at the edge of the key, not aggressively closing in, indicating that the Miners coach had devised a specific strategy during the timeout to counter Licaeming's inside-out play. Yet at that moment, Licaeming completely dismissed the thought of passing to engage his teammates. He showed no signs of deceleration or hesitation, extending his right arm to cradle the ball, firmly planting his feet on the ground, and charging straight toward the basket. Jeremy Williams prepared for Licaeming to pass as he approached, but he was unprepared for the latter to come at him like a tank at full throttle, charging forward with thunderous intensity. Observing Licaeming's long arms and the height of the ball, he instinctively swallowed hard. However, with the adversary before him, retreat was not an option. Summoning his courage, he jumped vertically, extending his arm with all his might to reach for the ball in Licaeming's hand. Their bodies collided in midair, producing a resounding thud of muscle against muscle. Bang! Licaeming possesses both height and weight advantages. His body merely paused momentarily before resuming its momentum. In stark contrast, Jeremy Williams found himself in a dire predicament, feeling an overwhelming force surge through his chest. Under the influence of such immense power, it was as if he had collided with a speeding truck, and in the next instant he lost his balance midair, soaring out of bounds before the astonished gaze of the audience. Meanwhile, Licaeming extended his long arm, single-handedly grasped the ball, and traced a grand arc in the air before emphatically slamming it into the hoop. As Jeremy Williams slid across the floor, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers following Licaeming's explosive dunk. Oh my goodness, this was nothing short of a death-defying alley-oop. If I were the defender, I might never want to play basketball again. Calvin, the commentary booth, was equally animated, declaring it yet another top play. No, this was the pinnacle of top plays. After the Tigers endured a 2-minute scoring drought, Licaeming emerged once more, igniting the arena with a brutal slam dunk. Even Bruce Jackson, who had maintained a calm demeanor, appeared slightly stirred, his eyes wide with astonishment. Such an exquisite dunk is a rarity even in the NBA. Lee is undeniably a prodigiously gifted individual. In the stands, Marlon Bart struck the chair with excitement, exclaiming, "Damn, that was incredible. This guy's athleticism is so remarkable that even if we drafted him just for ticket sales, it will be worth it." Beside him, the rotund Kent rolled his eyes, responding, "Come on, to land such a talented player, and you're thinking about selling tickets? I'm embarrassed for you. Thank goodness you're not the team manager." In the process of retreating on defense, Jeremy Williams was utterly disoriented, uncertain of how he had been lifted or how he had arrived at the front court. The image of Licaeming's dunk replayed incessantly in his mind, vividly etched as he had seen it on the big screen at the moment of his ascent. The overwhelming pressure he felt during the defensive encounter, coupled with Licaeming's composed gaze post-dunk, lingered in his mind like a haunting nightmare, unbeknownst to his teammates on the Miners, who were unaware of his inner turmoil. The ball had rotated a few times before Caracter passed it to Jeremy Williams. However, in a daze, Williams was struck by the ball, snapping him back to reality. Instinctively, he reached for it, but suddenly, a towering figure flashed before him. With a swift motion, that figure swatted the ball, sending it soaring across midcourt toward the backcourt, revealing the number 34 on his jersey. It was Licaeming once again. Seizing the opportunity, he intercepted the ball intended for Williams, leading a 1-on-0 breakaway. Licaeming took flight. Calvin focused intently on the sprinting number 34, his commentary flowing incessantly. Bam! Another powerful, two-handed dunk. The scoreboard now read 40-35. As the Tigers extended their lead to 5 points once more, the head coach of the Miners, Tony Babb, suppressed the impulse to call a timeout and bellowed at the disoriented Jeremy Williams. "Jeremy, what on earth are you doing? If you're not going to play, then get off the court." Jeremy Williams trembled slightly, and the cacophony of the arena suddenly sharpened into clarity. Turning around, he saw Carl Pepper in a hot streak, sinking yet another mid-range shot. Following the Tigers' inbound, Licaeming opted to receive the ball at the free throw line. He feigned a shot, causing Britton to shift his feet, albeit not quite falling for the trick. In In the moment Britton's foot landed, Lee Kaming exploded into action, executing a quick step back before launching himself towards the basket for a layup. Caraquet, positioned to the side, focused intently on Lee Kaming and lunged towards him. With Britton's long arms on one side and Caraquet's flying leap on the other, it appeared that Lee Kaming had no escape. With his final step on the floor, he propelled himself into the air, simultaneously gathering the ball. In mid-flight, he deftly maneuvered to avoid Britton's outstretched hand and, with a flick of his wrist, sent the ball spinning toward the backboard. At that very moment, Caraquet crashed into his arm with a resounding slap. The ball swished through the net just as the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Caraquet and awarding Lee Kaming an extra shot. Chapter 21. Solo effort. Lee Kaming executed another exquisite layup while drawing a foul. In the 3 possessions following the timeout, he netted 6 points. Calvin, at the commentary booth, was animatedly expressing his excitement. Standing at the free throw line, Lee Kaming received the ball tossed by the referee, dribbled a few times, bent his knees slightly, and raised the ball, elbow extended. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared from his fingertips, tracing a perfect arc before landing squarely in the hoop. The score updated on the screen to 43-37, with the Tigers extending their lead to 6 points. In the subsequent possession, the Miners executed a series of screens, with Carl Pepper driving toward the edge of the paint. Faced with Lee Kaming's staunch defense, he attempted a floating shot, which ricocheted off the rim and was secured by Lee Kaming. As the Tigers embarked on their offensive sequence, Lee Kaming positioned himself at the free throw line once more. The Miners had unexpectedly shifted their defense to a 2-3 zone, prompting Pasterna to instruct the team to allow Lee Kaming to isolate at the free throw line. With the ball cradled at his waist, Lee Kaming surveyed the court, noting Britton's tense demeanor as he spread his arms wide to guard him. The opposing players in positions 3 and 4 were poised to pounce. Any dribble towards the basket would surely invite immediate pressure. Yet, despite the challenging circumstances and his teammates' lack of shooting rhythm, he knew he had to take the shot. He first took a tentative step to the left, shifting Britton's center of gravity, causing him to momentarily focus on that side. Suddenly, he executed a cross-step breakthrough, swiftly maneuvering past Britton and charging directly into the paint. On the right, Caraquet, like an unyielding adhesive, reattached himself to Lee Kaming. Yet Lee remained unfazed, continuing to dribble towards Caraquet. Just as they were about to collide, he pivoted sharply on his left foot, deftly slipping through the narrow gap between Caraquet and Britton. Upon turning around, he found the paint completely unguarded. Noticing this, Jeremy Williams attempted to cover, but it was already too late. Lee Kaming leaped into the air, his hands powering the ball down with a thunderous slam. The resounding impact echoed as his towering frame hung from the rim, causing the entire backboard to tremble violently, his body propelled forward by inertia. 45-37. In the stands, Marlon Bart's face was once again etched with astonishment. The exquisite spin and the masterful dribbling showcased fundamental skills rivaling those of any NBA center. Beside him, the stout Kent remained non-committal, coincidentally echoing Barkley's sentiments. Bart abruptly turned. Barkley? He knows about this number 34? Of course, not only does he know him, but he holds him in high regard, Kent replied coolly. Bart gazed at number 34 on the court, feeling a sense of relief that he had chosen to attend this match today. Otherwise, he would have missed witnessing such a prodigy. The game continued as the Miners adopted a new strategy, using Culpepper as bait to divert the Tigers' attention from the perimeter, then suddenly passing the ball to the cutting Caraquet. Caraquet dribbled once before soaring towards Lee Kaming amidst the astonished stares of onlookers. A wild glint flickered in his eyes. Today a stage was not set for you. Yellow-skinned monkey. His powerful muscles visibly swelled as he summoned more strength to execute a jaw-dropping dunk over Lee Kaming. Yet, how could Lee allow this to happen? With a cold smirk, he leapt from the ground, his hand firmly pressing down on the basketball that Caraquet attempted to thrust into the hoop. Feeling the ball firmly gripped by Lee Kaming's single hand, no matter how much force he exerted, the ball remained immovable. Caraquet's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Their bodies hung in the air for a brief moment before they both descended. The referee blew the whistle, signaling for a jump ball. Once again, a contest for the ball unfolded without suspense. Lee Kaming deftly transferred the ball to Williams, casting a glance at the dazed Caraquet. Despite Caraquet's exceptional physical prowess and quick reflexes, he found himself outmatched. Both players leapt simultaneously for the ball, yet Lee Kaming's height advantage of 5 centimeters, coupled with his longer wingspan, rendered Achilles a mere spectator as Liu effortlessly swatted the basketball away. As time progressed, under the relentless vigor of Liu, even though the other players of the Tigers struggled with their shooting, the point gap had widened to 11 points with just 10 minutes remaining in the game. The score stood at 56-45, with Liu himself contributing 26 of those points, in addition to notching up 8 assists. This meant that at least 42 of the team's 56 points were directly linked to his involvement. Despite the Miners coach attempting to extinguish Liu offensive firepower by implementing various strategies after his explosive performance, the defensive capabilities of the NCAA appeared inadequate against his all-star caliber inside game. When matched one-on-one with Britain, Lee either exploited open shots or took advantage of Britain's sluggish footwork to drive straight into the paint. With his diverse array of offensive techniques, the Miners players helplessly realized that whenever Lee received the ball in the paint, it either resulted in a score, a foul, or the potential for a three-point play. Coach Tony Bobby's gaze towards Lee was filled with fury, as if he could devour him whole. After years of coaching, he had never encountered such a challenging player to manage. Thus, in the final 10 minutes, he resorted to an even more aggressive strategy, employing a triple team to contain Lee. Lee was astonished to discover that the moment he grasped the ball, whether in the paint or beyond the arc, 3 defenders would converge upon him instantaneously. Were it not for his towering stature, he might have struggled to even glimpse the rim. It was as if his teammates were disregarding him entirely. In such circumstances, he naturally refrained from recklessly attempting to force his way through. Nor could he rely on his dribbling skills to break through defenses, as his current dribbling abilities were ill-suited for penetrating from the perimeter. Thus, he instinctively opted to engage his teammates, passing the ball to the most open players. To his relief, after a solid 10 minutes, his teammates finally regained their shooting touch. Notably, Daniel Mack, upon receiving Kaming's pass, effortlessly sank 2 consecutive three-pointers from beyond the arc, prompting the Miners to abandon their aggressive triple-team strategy. Chapter 22. Breaking into the madness of March with 8 minutes remaining in the game, Lee seized an offensive rebound and, after fending off Britain, leaped into the air to execute a powerful two-handed dunk. Suddenly, a system notification materialized before his eyes. System, congratulations, host. You have completed the D-level basic task and earned 3 basic attribute points and 5 points. Seeing this, he finally exhaled. Unbeknownst to him, he had already accumulated the 30 points mandated by the system. At this juncture, the score gap had widened to 14 points, with the Tigers leading 60-46. However, he could not afford to leave the court yet, as the advanced task required him to completely neutralize his direct opponent, the Miners center, Britain. If he were to be substituted and Britain managed to sneak in a score, all of his previous 30 minutes of diligent defense would be rendered futile. Thus, when Pasternak inquired during a timeout if he wished to rest, he resolutely shook his head. Time remained, and the opposing team might launch a desperate counterattack. Hence, we must remain vigilant. Pasternak, struck by this determination, nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging that Josh, as a coach, should aspire to the same level of awareness as his players. In the realm of basketball, anything is possible, and one cannot afford to lower their guard until the final moment. Contemplating this, he regarded Lee with increasing admiration. No wonder Lee excelled when given the opportunity. Such a mindset is a hallmark of a successful individual. Upon returning to the court, Lee continued his fervent defense, leaving no opportunity for the opposing players to score, relentlessly contesting every shot. Under his leadership, the Tigers players attacked like fierce tigers upon their prey, relentlessly overwhelming the Miners and producing a cacophony of missed shots. On the offensive front, Lee led by example, actively setting screens for his teammates, prioritizing ball distribution, while not neglecting the pre-game strategy aimed at exploiting the Miners' interior defense. The Miners' defense was already frail, and facing an offensive force like him, comparable to some NBA All-Star centers, they were utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. As he barreled toward the basket, the Miners' paint crumbled like wooden barriers under a tank's advance, obliterated in an instant. Once the Miners' team could no longer defend against him, they were compelled, under coach Tony Barbie's furious command, to deploy their ultimate strategy of a 3-man encirclement. Although Lee passing was not particularly exceptional, the vast space created by the trio's convergence allowed him to deliver the ball effectively. Coupled with the advantage of his height, which provided a broader field of vision, he deftly dismantled the relentless counterattacks of the Miners. As the second half unfolded, the other players of the Tigers, having endured a 10-minute lull, gradually regained their shooting rhythm. The three-pointers they unleashed pierced through the Miners' defenses like arrows. The initial surge of energy waned, leading to a decline, and ultimately exhaustion. Confronted with the dire prospect of elimination, the Miners erupted with unprecedented vigor. However, this energy was fleeting, particularly as they realized that no matter their efforts, they could not contain the opposing number 34. While the point gap widened before their despairing eyes, their fervor quickly dissipated. Regardless of Coach Tony Barbie's fervent shouting and reprimands from the sidelines, the players on the court moved like lifeless bodies, mechanically dribbling, passing, shooting, and missing. Ultimately, the game concluded with the referee's whistle, marking the end of the match. The University of Memphis Tigers triumphed over the University of Texas at El Paso Miners with a score of 78-56, claiming the CUSA championship for the 2009 to 2010 season and securing their place as a seeded team in the NCAA tournament, representing the CUSA in March Madness. Lee Kaming gazed at the notification in his field of vision, signaling the completion of his advancement task, and he exhaled quietly in relief. In the final minutes of the match, witnessing the inevitable outcome, the Miners team opted to withdraw their key players, prompting him to request a break from Pastner as well. Had the opposing coach been obstinate enough to keep the starters on the court until the end, he would have had to endure the game with an unyielding facade. Nevertheless, he still stood out with an impressive 34 minutes of playing time, making him the player with the longest court presence in both lineups. The outcome of his performance was staggering. He amassed 40 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, and 5 blocks, achieving an astonishing shooting accuracy of 70. In the commentary booth, Calvin and Jackson were engaged in post-game analysis. Who could have anticipated that Memphis, having undergone a coaching change during the offseason, facing player shortages, and suffering key injuries in the playoffs, would make it this far? Jackson expressed his astonishment, recalling how, after Calipari joined Kansas, he had believed Memphis would languish at the bottom of the regular season standings. Yet, here they were, champions of the CUSA Conference. Calvin nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our congratulations to the Memphis Tigers. Following today, they have advanced to the madness of March for 3 consecutive seasons, becoming the first team in the CUSA Conference to achieve this milestone. In the 2007 to 2008 season, Memphis, led by Derrick Rose, reached the NCAA Finals but fell short. The following season, with Tyreke Evans, selected 4th overall by the Kings in the first round at the helm, Memphis made it to the Sweet 16. This year, the player with the highest projected draft ranking in the Memphis lineup is Elliot Williams, alongside the emerging Lee Kaming. How far can this youthful Memphis squad, under their leadership, go? We shall await the outcome. In the stands, Marlon Bart closed his notebook, reflecting on the notes he had meticulously penned. Initially, the team had sent him to scout Elliot Williams. However, the majority of his notes revolve around Lee Kaming. Yet, he felt an immense sense of gratitude for witnessing this game, for otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to observe such a unique and extraordinary player. He believed that when he presented the performance of this number 34 Chinese player to the team management, their astonishment would rival his own. Beside him, the portly Kent was equally satisfied, having filled several pages with notes. He closed his notebook and turned his gaze to Marlon Bart, who coincidentally looked back at him. Their eyes met, and in unison they exclaimed, "Genius." The schedule for the Scouts is exceedingly demanding. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two swiftly departed. Kent's primary task at this location was now accomplished. He must return to the team to report the outcomes of this visit to the management. Bart, on the other hand, faced a more intricate mission. His expression was serious and his pace hurried. He needed to return promptly to relay the details of the game, particularly the performance of Lee Kaming to the team. He was acutely aware that, given the Chinese youth performance that evening, within 24 hours, all sports media across the United States will be fixated on him. Bart felt an instinctual urgency to persuade the team to engage with Lee Kaming before he graced the front pages of the newspapers. He harbored a premonition that missing out on this talent could lead to future regret. Chapter 23. On television in the locker room after the game, the players of the Tigers were filled with excitement surrounding Pasternak. He surveyed the group, his voice slightly choked with emotion. "Thank you all. Ultimately, we have reached this point together. We have triumphed over formidable opponents, and each of you has demonstrated remarkable prowess." The players, inspired by his fervor, spontaneously erupted into applause. Lee Kaming stood amidst the crowd, observing the slightly reddened eyes of Pastor, his heart brimming with emotions. Had Pastor not led the team into the exhilarating March Madness, he would have faced dismissal. Likewise, had he not seized the opportunity to step onto the court as a substitute, he too would have confronted the prospect of departing from his beloved basketball. The CUSA championship comes with a trophy, and under Pastor's suggestion, the team gathered for a photograph around the gleaming prize. As he gazed at the jubilant faces of Pastor and his teammates, Lee Kaming understood that following Calipari's departure, Memphis would swiftly enter a new era, and he would play a pivotal role in shaping this epic alongside his comrades. In Memphis, Tennessee, within a living room adorned with distinctly Chinese decor, a middle-aged man belched, his left hand caressing his round beer belly while his right fiddled with a toothpick lodged in his mouth. He languidly made his way to the sofa, expertly turning on the television and reveling in the sensation of obstruction between his teeth, persistently prodding at the mischievous morsels of meat. The television opposite the coffee table displayed today's news. According to the Daily News Journal, the CUSA playoffs concluded today in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with the Memphis Tigers triumphing over the University of Texas at El Paso Miners with a score of 78-56, thus claiming the conference championship for the season. The middle-aged man's ears perked up, and he abruptly opened his eyes, bending down to search for the remote control. After a brief struggle, he quickly raised the volume of the television, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, as if he had just witnessed something extraordinary. In this match, Memphis Tigers player number 34, Lee Kaming, delivered an outstanding performance, playing for 34 minutes and amassing an impressive 40 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals, with an astounding shooting percentage of 70. Furthermore, he effectively neutralized the opposing center, Claude Britton, leaving the latter scoreless in his 30 minutes on the court. With wide eyes, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned before suddenly shouting, "Honey, come quickly." The middle-aged woman, busy washing dishes in the kitchen, replied impatiently, "I'm doing the dishes. Just tell me what's going on." Unfazed, the man, accustomed to his wife's temperament after decades of marriage, urged, "Come here." Kaming seems to be on TV. A sudden clattering of dishes echoed from the kitchen, followed by a figure bustling out in haste. As she walked, she wiped her damp hands on her apron, and upon reaching the coffee table, she promptly increased the volume of the television, despite it already being sufficiently loud. The announcer's voice continued to resonate from a screen. Lee Kaming had emerged as a remarkable player in this playoff season. During his debut against the Houston Cougars, he scored 17 points, grabbed 10 rebounds, provided 3 assists, and achieved 3 blocks in just half a game. Furthermore, he delivered the first buzzer-beating three-pointer in the history of the CUSA Conference. In the semifinals against the Southern Miss Golden Eagles, he amassed an impressive 26 points, 18 rebounds, 6 assists, and 8 blocks, making him the key contributor to the Memphis Tigers' advancement into March Madness. As they watched the announcer's animated commentary and the familiar figure on screen, both individuals fell into a contemplative silence. Sun Jianjun, a middle-aged man, was initially taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. "I told you, this kid has a bright future in basketball, and you didn't believe me." Zheng Lan remained silent, rooted to the spot, and, after a moment, managed to muster a smile. "Old son, if Kaming plays this well, how much do you think he could earn in the future?" A smirk of schadenfreude appeared on Sun Jianjun's face as he feigned deep thought. "I've heard that if he makes it to the NBA, he could easily earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year." Zheng Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it really possible to earn so much just playing basketball? Old son, are you pulling my leg? Running a restaurant, we barely make over 100,000 after working ourselves to the bone." Sun Jianjun chuckled. "Don't underestimate it. There are players earning millions a year. I've said it before, throw away those outdated ideas. It's the 21st century, and there are more ways to make a fortune than just through education." Zheng Lan was about to retort, but upon hearing the announcer's voice and that familiar name, her words caught in her throat, silencing her. Meanwhile, Charles Barkley lounged on the sofa, shifting to a more comfortable position before opening his phone to browse the news. As a special commentator for TNT, he naturally focused on basketball news. Suddenly, a headline caught his eye. Chinese player scores 40 points in finals, but commentary claims he won't make it to the NBA. The moment he read the headline, Barkley felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Scoring 40 points doesn't guarantee a spot in the NBA. That is an underestimation of the league. One must consider where those 40 points were scored. What if it was in some low-level community league? He sighed, lamenting the state of the media, which seemed more concerned with sensational headlines than improving their standards, squandering their energy on mere gimmicks. Truly a sign of declining times. Barkley shook his head with a sigh. Nevertheless, he instinctively clicked on the news, swiftly scanning the headlines and the first few lines, only to furrow his brow in confusion. What? The CUSA Championship? His fingers flicked down through several pages, and soon his face displayed an expression of disbelief. Wasn't he that player the one from yesterday's show? He quickly exited the news, rose from his seat, and approached his computer. Opening it, he navigated to YouTube, selected the sports category, and without needing to search, found exactly what he was looking for. The rising Chinese-American talent from Memphis had erupted onto the scene, scoring 40-10 to lead the Tigers into March Madness. The featured video was indeed a highlight reel of LeBron, complete with an exhilarating title. Remarkably, this 10-minute compilation had amassed over 100,000 views merely half an hour after its upload. Barkley could hardly contain his excitement as he clicked on highlights, feeling as though thousands of ants were scuttling in his heart as he watched the buffering icon on the screen. The video finally began, and Barkley fixated on the display, his eyes widening with each passing moment, shaking his head in awe. Oh my goodness, this player was astonishingly skilled. His interior game was flawless, resembling a work of art. After watching LeBron's highlights, Barkley eagerly shared his thoughts on Facebook and Twitter, writing, "I have watched the highlights of LeBron from the University of Memphis several times. His performance is simply phenomenal. In my opinion, his interior skills are second only to Tim Duncan. I am now a devoted fan. I believe he not only has the potential to enter the NBA, but will do so with an exceedingly high draft position." Chapter 24. The surge of public opinion. As a well-known player in the NBA, Barkley transitioned into media after retirement and became a professional basketball analyst for TNT, thus garnering a substantial following. His tweet praising LeBron was akin to a single drop of water falling into a tranquil pot of oil, creating ripples that incited widespread discussion across media and social networks. Articles and entries related to LeBron rapidly ascended to trending status, capturing the attention of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. Of course, this was not without the machinations of Carol Monica behind the scenes. Following Barkley's commendation of LeBron, renowned basketball journalist Noah Koslov from CBS retweeted Barkley's original post, labeling him as a loudmouth. He pointed out that Barkley, who once lost a bet regarding Yao Ming and had to kiss a donkey's rear, clearly harbored psychological scars. He bluntly criticized Barkley, stating that he was a failure during his playing days, never having defeated Jordan, never winning a championship, and having reached the finals only once in his lengthy career. Such a person, upon encountering players with slightly better statistics, would be eager to grovel. It was an embarrassment that someone like him could enter the Basketball Hall of Fame. Suddenly, he pivoted his cannon, directing his focus towards LeBron. Players akin to LeBron emerge by the dozens, if not hundreds, each season. Is it not entirely ordinary for an athlete to have an explosive moment? What is there to be astonished about? Even if he had never suffered an Achilles injury, his basketball prowess would hardly suffice to reach the NBA standard, let alone considering his past rupture. Charles, aware of his injury, still made audacious claims, leading me to question his understanding of the game. Koslov's tweet seemed to pour gasoline onto the flames, as it ignited a media frenzy within mere moments of its release. In just half an hour, the tweet garnered over 50,000 likes, and Koslov's followers surged to 100,000. Beneath the post, individuals frequently emerged to echo Koslov's sentiments. Indeed, a player of Asian descent achieving 2 remarkable games is commendable, yet aspiring for the NBA? A high draft pick? Not everyone is Yao Ming. It is a valid point. An athlete with a history of Achilles injuries is unlikely to be selected by the NBA. Were I a team manager, I would categorically dismiss a severely injured Asian player, even if that individual were Michael Jordan himself. I stand by my words. If this young man, LeBron, ever makes it to the NBA, I would gladly perform acrobatics of the most distasteful nature. To the commenter above, I initially harbored doubts about his NBA prospects, yet now I find myself hoping for his success. After all, entering the NBA is hardly a rarity. Witnessing someone perform such a feat while I uphold my previous claim will be an unprecedented occurrence. One to that sentiment. As a Hall of Fame star, Barkley would not allow Koslov's brashness to go unchecked. He promptly responded upon seeing Koslov's tweet. "Noah, you can only muster the audacity to shout from behind screen. Have the courage to voice your opinions before me. You have never even touched a basketball. What gives you the authority to declare my understanding of the game lacking? I could throw game footage at your face, and you still wouldn't recognize a player's strengths. Beyond your antics, what else do you bring to the table?" This will be my final reply to you. I have faith in Lee, regardless of her nonsensical assertions. For I possess my own vision and judgment based on the games I have observed. Yet, some individuals seem devoid of both sight and intellect. The fierce exchange between Barkley and Kozlov propelled Lee-Kaming's notoriety to unprecedented heights. Overnight, a plethora of news articles and game footage emerged, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain, all of which were distinctly divided in the comment section. One faction contended that an Asian player with a ruptured Achilles stood little chance of being drafted by the NBA, while the other vehemently supported Barkley's stance. Meanwhile, in the state of New York, within the city of New York, the hawk-nosed scout, Marlon Bart, strode briskly to the door of an office, extending his hand to rap on the wooden surface. Knock, 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 come in. A deep male voice resonated within the room as Bart unhesitatingly pushed the door open. Behind the desk sat a Caucasian man, slightly balding at the temples. Engrossed in his work, upon hearing the entry, he lifted his head, revealing a cherubic face framed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Bart greeted the man across from him. "President, I'm back." This plump, bespectacled individual was none other than Donnie Walsh, the then operating president of the New York Knicks. Upon seeing Bart, Walsh's face broke into a benevolent smile. He gestured for Bart to take a seat before speaking. "Marlon, your timing is impeccable. I had expected you to return tomorrow." Bart sipped the coffee handed to him by his assistant. "President, there is an urgent matter at hand, so I booked an earlier flight." Walsh raised an eyebrow. "Oh, coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well. Please, go ahead with your matter." Bart took a moment to gather his thoughts before replying. "I initially went to Tulsa to scout Elliot Williams, but I discovered an even more talented player while I was there." A mysterious smile appeared on Walsh's face. "Are you referring to a player named Lee-Kaming?" Bart's eyes widened, and the words he had on the tip of his tongue suddenly faltered. "Why you? How do you know?" Walsh chuckled heartily. "You were in such a rush on the road that you didn't even have a chance to glance at the news online, did you? This player is currently the hottest topic on the internet. His news and videos are everywhere. It would be hard not to notice." After a brief pause, he continued, "As it happens, I wanted to discuss him as well. You were present at the game. What do you think of this player?" Bart immediately responded, "This guy is a genius. His performance on the court is nothing short of a dimensional assault. In my eyes, he possesses virtually no weaknesses, and his skills in the paint are exceptional. Personally, I believe it would be a grave mistake to overlook him." Upon hearing Bart's account, Walsh did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the desk, filling the office with the sound of their collision. After a moment of contemplation, Walsh slowly addressed Bart. "I trust your judgment and professionalism as a scout, but we must tread carefully regarding the selection of Lee-Kaming." Before he could finish, Bart's expression turned anxious. "President, my intuition tells me that if we miss out on him, we will surely regret it in the future." Walsh raised a hand to interrupt him. "Marlon, I'm not dismissing him outright, but we do need to observe him for a while longer. Moreover, you know better than I what kind of person the owner is. Convincing him to select an Asian player will be a challenge." Bart was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Knicks owner, Dolan, was a man plagued by racial prejudice. Persuading him to set aside his biases and select a player of Asian descent would be as formidable a task as scaling the heavens. Walsh then remarked, "In just a few days, March Madness will commence. When the games begin, make a special trip to observe this young Chinese player. If he truly possesses the extraordinary talent you speak of, I am confident his performance will not disappoint us." Bart fell silent for a moment, then nodded and exited the office. Chapter 25. Considerations from Huagua. Meanwhile, the rotund scout for the Kings, Cannon Kent, returned to the team's headquarters located in Sacramento. After a night of rest, he leisurely knocked on the door of the team's manager. Upon receiving the approval from General Manager Jeff Petrie, Kent turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Jeff Petrie, the Kings' general manager, was a middle-aged man with curly brown hair and a pronounced nose. He had been selected by the Portland Trail Blazers in the first round, 8th overall, during the 1970 NBA draft. In his rookie season, he was named NBA Rookie of the Year and was a two-time NBA All-Star. He was also the first individual in NBA history to simultaneously receive both the Rookie of the Year and Executive of the Year honors. Upon seeing Kent enter, Petrie rose to shake his hand and gestured for him to take a seat at the desk. "Cannon, I sincerely apologize for assigning you such an urgent task. It has been quite a journey for you." Kent quickly waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Jeff, your insight is truly remarkable. The player you mentioned, Lee-Kaming, is exceptionally talented. If we can secure him, we will undoubtedly advance further in the playoffs." Petrie chuckled heartily. "I merely happened to catch a segment on TNT that brought this young man to my attention. However, I had only heard rumors. which is why I dispatched you to Tulsa for an on-site assessment. It seems your appraisal of this player is quite high. Kent nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this individual possesses all the qualities of an outstanding big man. His fundamentals are exceptionally solid, and his physical attributes are impressive. I have painstakingly obtained this scouting report. Take a look. He then retrieved several A4 sheets from his bag and handed them over. Petrie accepted the documents, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the details line by line. Standing at 10 meters with a wingspan of 26 meters? An impressive wingspan. And he weighs less than 100 kilograms? Relatively speaking, he is somewhat slender, though it is of little consequence. His leaping ability is quite impressive, making him a standout among his peers in the same position. Kent concurred, affirming that this individual possesses exceptional physical talent in the paint. His light weight and potential lack of physicality are trivial within just one season in the league. He can enhance his physique. The only lingering concern pertains to his Achilles tendon, as its durability under the rigors of professional competition remains uncertain. Petrie rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering. Indeed, this poses a dilemma. Taller athletes inherently face a greater risk of injury, and given that he has endured significant injuries, I have observed that individuals of Asian descent tend to be more susceptible to ailments. Kent nodded in agreement, noting that while the sample size is limited, it is true that Asian athletes often grapple with injuries. Yao Ming, after gaining weight, has been plagued by various ailments, culminating in his absence this season. Similarly, Yi Jianlian, another highly regarded talent from China, has also struggled with injuries, managing to participate in only 52 games this season. Petrie's brow furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease as he contemplated the situation. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "This is akin to a lottery ticket. We should refrain from hasty decisions and instead observe for a while. With March Madness upon us, if he possesses the requisite skills to enter the NBA, I believe he will certainly demonstrate his capabilities." At the headquarters of Hongshin Erk in Fujian Province, a striking young woman clad in professional attire and elegant patent leather heels navigated the crowd with purpose. Her high ponytail danced with each step, leaving a rhythmic sound of heels striking the ground in her wake. Jiangshan reached the door of the office marked with the manager's nameplate, extending her slender, fair fingers to gently tap on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Upon hearing the voice from within, Jiangshan promptly pushed the door open. Within the 30-square-meter office, a middle-aged man was engrossed in documents, only lifting his head when he heard her footsteps. Upon recognizing Jiangshan, a smile spread across his face as he set aside the papers in his hands. "Ah, Shan, what brings you here today?" Jiangshan casually tossed the folder she was carrying onto the desk and plopped down onto the luxurious sofa beside it, stretching contentedly. "Of course, I'm here to report on my work," she exclaimed playfully, observing his daughter, who shifted from poised and competent to lively and mischievous in an instant. Jiang Xuemin shook his head with mild exasperation. Shan, remember, this is the office, not home. Your demeanor here is quite unseemly. What would others think if they saw you acting in such a manner?" Although his words were stern, his tone lacked any trace of reproach. Jiangshan dramatically sighed, alas. As a distinguished graduate of Peking University, settling for an assistant role in your modest shoe factory is one thing. But after working tirelessly for days to uncover a profitable avenue for you, one would expect a modicum of appreciation. But alas, it seems that is too much to ask. I'm leaving. After speaking, she pretended to rise and leave. Jiang Xuemin suddenly stood up, quickly walking to Jiang Shan's side, firmly pressing her back down. A hint of excitement graced his face. Shan, what did you just say? Have you discovered a lucrative opportunity? Although his daughter was often whimsical, she was undeniably a top student from Peking University's business school. Within just a few months at the company, she had proposed several outstanding plans, enabling the firm to meet its quarterly targets a month and a half ahead of schedule. Thus, in his eyes, Jiangshan was not only his beloved daughter, but also a veritable cash cow for the company. Jiangshan turned her head away, her cherry lips pouting high enough to hang a pot of oil. Didn't Manager Jiang just say I lack poise? Jiang Xuemin sat beside her, forcing a smile. Shan, without your strategizing, there would be no success for the company today. How could I ever criticize you? How about I treat you to a sumptuous dinner tonight as an apology? Jiangshan turned her head, her big eyes blinking a few times. Really? Jiang Xuemin nodded. Would I lie to you? Jiangshan scoffed lightly. Now, that's more like it. Jiang Xuemin rubbed his hands together, chuckling. So, Shan. Jiangshan stood up, picked up a folder from the table, and handed it to Jiang Xuemin. Haven't you always wanted to turn the company into a renowned sports brand? The opportunity has arrived. Seeing his daughter transform into a career woman in an instant, Jiang Xuemin paused momentarily before accepting the folder and asking, "What opportunity?" Jiang Shan pointed to the document, indicating Jiang Xuemin to examine its contents. To establish a well-known sports brand, a prominent spokesperson is indispensable. If you could choose a spokesperson, who would it be? Without hesitation, Jiang Xuemin declared a name, Yao Ming. Jiang Shan chuckled. If we disregard the costs, he is indeed the most suitable. But Dad, don't forget, we are merely a shoe factory with a modest reputation. Jiang Xuemin looked at her. So what do you mean? Jiang Shan pointed again at the file in Jiang Xuemin's hand. What we need to do is discover a spokesperson who has not yet risen to fame. In my view, this individual is the most fitting. Jiang Xuemin quickly opened the folder, gazing at the slightly handsome face on the first page. He read the name beside it with curiosity. Li Kaiming? The name suggests he is Chinese, but I have never heard of him. Chapter 26. The uncle's advice. Jiang Shan rolled her eyes. He.S. actually American. Of course, you haven't heard of him. Besides, he.S. just a college student. Jiang Xuemin furrowed his brow. Shan, are we perhaps taking too great a leap? I truly wish to establish a renowned sports brand. And I understand the importance of a spokesperson, but is it not too risky to select a Chinese individual who has no recognition in China? Jiang Shan resolutely shook her head. Dad, to elevate the brand's prominence, we require a star of considerable renown. However, as you are well aware, such individuals command exorbitant fees. Thus, the only viable path forward is this. There is a rising star in America, and he happens to be of Chinese descent. If he can achieve notable success, it would undoubtedly bestow tremendous influence upon our company. Observing Jiang Xueming's furrowed brow, she added, once this opportunity passes, it may never return, Dad. Jiang Xueming waved his hand dismissively and returned to his chair. Shan, you should head home for now. I will contemplate this further. Witnessing her father's inner turmoil, Jiang Shan gently nodded and subsequently exited the office. What Li Kaiming remained oblivious to was that the world had descended into chaos because of him. Meanwhile, as the origin of this turmoil, he was comfortably reclining on the grand bed of a hotel, his consciousness immersed within the system. The familiar attributes interface illuminated the screen before him. Host, Li Kaiming age, 18 years height, 2. 10 meters weight, 100 kilograms wingspan, 2. 26 endpoints, 10 comprehensive evaluation, 53 fatigue level, 60 physical attributes, stamina, 55 jumping ability, 60 strength, 40 speed, 60 shooting skills, layup, 60 dunk, 90 mid-range, 49 three-point, 40 close range, 88 free throw, 60 ball control, dribbling, 40 passing, 45 defense, defensive rebounds, 56 offensive rebounds, 45 interior defense, 56 perimeter defense, 39 at this moment. After the attribute values, a green plus sign appeared, and the badge beside it radiated with brilliance, indicating available upgrades. After a moment of contemplation, Li Kaiming allocated his 3 attribute points to speed. In his view, as his attributes would increase in the future, all of them would eventually reach a Hall of Fame level, rendering the allocation of these seemingly insignificant 3 points inconsequential. Subsequently, he utilized the badge upgrade opportunity he had received to enhance his copper wall and iron bastion to gold, thereby elevating its effectiveness from a reduction of 3 in the opponent's shot accuracy to 5. Bringing him one step closer to becoming a formidable presence in the paint. Having concluded these adjustments, he exited the system. Following a night of rest, his fatigue level had diminished from 60 at the end of the match to 50, with the numerical display shifting from a vivid red to a softer orange. Thus, his immediate priority was to recuperate, lowering his fatigue in preparation for the forthcoming March Madness. Historically, the NCAA tournament bracket is unveiled on the Sunday of mid-March. According to NCAA regulations, apart from the Ivy League, which directly qualifies its regular season champion without postseason play, all other conferences host tournaments. The NCAA Selection Committee evaluates both regular season and postseason performances, along with the overall strength of each conference, to select the remaining seeds. The University of Texas at El Paso, whom Li Kaiming and his team had recently defeated, claimed the regular season title in the CUSA Conference this season. Therefore, they had already secured a slot before the postseason began. However, aside from elite schools such as Kansas, Duke, and North Carolina, most institutions prioritize player development and maintaining form. opting to participate in the postseason even after clinching a national tournament spot. In America, the Sunday that reveals the conference alignments and rankings of major teams is known as Selection Sunday, akin to the excitement of March Madness. On this day, the NCAA Selection Committee, comprised of athletic directors from various universities, announces the 64 seeded teams and their respective brackets live on television. Typically, the NCAA distributes powerhouse teams evenly across 4 regions, ensuring that only one champion emerges from each, thereby preventing frontrunners from being eliminated prematurely and ensuring a competitive atmosphere. Traditionally, the 4 regions of the Midwest, West, East, and South, each containing 16 teams that compete in single elimination matches based on the seedings provided by the committee until a regional champion is determined. Today is March 14th, with March 15th falling on a Sunday, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the matchups for NCAA March Madness will be revealed tomorrow, allowing him at least 3 more days to rest. Recognizing that physical well-being is the foundation of success, Lee Kaming first visited the dining hall to replenish his nutrients before returning to his room to prepare for rest. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone on the bedside began to ring. "Fuck," Lee Kaming exclaimed as he threw off the covers. He then picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. "Who is it?" On the other end, a voice spoke in Chinese. "It's me, Uncle." Lee Kaming smiled gently, switching to Chinese with a softening tone. "Uncle, what prompted you to call me?" His uncle's family was his only remaining kin. In the 1980s, his parents had immigrated from Hong Kong to Memphis, seeking refuge with Sun Jianjun, who ran a Chinese restaurant. After a decade of hard work, they had finally managed to establish a modest foothold in America. Unfortunately, their good fortune was short-lived. One dark night, a gang of robbers shattered the glass of their car with bullets, irrevocably fracturing their once harmonious family, mercilessly taking both their cash and their lives. Thus, the young Lee Kaming became an orphan while still in elementary school. Sun Jianjun, despite the burden of his late wife's expectations, took him in and supported his education, raising him as though he were his own son. On the other end of the line, Sun Jianjun chuckled heartily. "I saw your news on television. Well done. You've truly made me proud." "Ha ha. You should have seen your aunt's face. It was longer than that of a donkey." Lee Kaming smiled faintly, and, in his mind, the image of his aunt's pallid face surfaced. On the other end of the line, Sun Jianjun continued. "I called not for any particular reason, just to have a little chat. Make sure to eat well and take care of yourself. If it weren't for the overwhelming busyness of my restaurant, I would certainly be there in person to cheer you on. You know, dear uncle has always been your staunch supporter in basketball. Keep it up." Lee Kaming felt a warm surge in his chest, and his throat tightened slightly. "All right, I will strive harder, dear uncle." After hanging up the phone, he rested his arms on the bed, contemplating the impending madness of March in just a few days and the NBA draft months later, before drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 27. The Group of Death the following morning. After finishing breakfast, Lee Kaming received a message from Coach Pasternak, instructing him to gather at the gym. It appeared the coach had received news and was about to announce the division roster. Lee Kaming tucked his phone away and hurried to the gym. Upon entering, he encountered Elliot Williams, who had arrived at the entrance as well. The two chatted amiably as they made their way to the conference room, where Pasternak had already informed them to watch the live broadcast. By the time they reached the conference room, most of the team members were already present. They exchanged greetings with their teammates before finding their respective seats. The projection screen displayed the CBS channel, which had commenced the live broadcast. After the host delivered the opening remarks, the division matchups were gradually revealed, starting from the weakest to the strongest. The University of Memphis, crowned champions of the CUSA Championship, was placed in the Midwest region as the 13th seed. Upon seeing their designation as merely the 13th seed, the players of the Tigers felt a surge of indignation. No one relishes being underestimated. However, silence enveloped the room when the name of the 10th seed was announced. Georgia Tech. As a traditional powerhouse, Georgia Tech had not performed well during the regular season, yet they surged through the ACC championship to reach the finals, ultimately losing to the favored Duke University by a mere 4 points. The fact that such a formidable team was ranked as the 10th seed in the Midwest region left Lee Kaming and his teammates somewhat unsettled. Yet, the atmosphere in the room became electric when UNLV, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, was revealed as the 8th seed, igniting a wave of uproar. What on earth is this? UNLV at 8th? Are they joking? While they were still expressing their disbelief, the name of Michigan State University appeared in the 5th position, plunging the entire conference room into a profound silence. Elliot Williams gaped at the screen, while Willie Camp covered his mouth with a fist, his eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. Even the usually composed Pasternak began to fidget, tightly clenching his fists and fixating on the matchup chart displayed on the screen. The announcement of the 4th seed was imminent, and all eyes in the conference room, including Lee Kaming's, were riveted to the screen above, as the 4th seed will be the first-round opponent for the 13th seed. Lee Kaming gazed around, observing the grave expressions on the faces of his teammates. Given that the 3 formidable teams ahead were ranked so low, it was difficult to fathom the terrifying prowess of the teams above them. Amidst the rising and falling breaths within the conference room, the name of the 4th seed materialized on the screen, the University of Maryland. Upon seeing this name, the members of the Tigers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by laughter. Remarkably, last season, under the leadership of Tyreke Evans, the Tigers faced Maryland in the second round after advancing through March Madness, triumphing with a score of 89-70 and securing a place in the Sweet 16. As a result, for some of the veterans on the team, the University of Maryland had become a familiar adversary. For 2 consecutive years, the University of Memphis and the University of Maryland had been placed in the same bracket. Especially for the likes of Camp, Sally, and Weatherspoon, who had also competed against Maryland last season, there was no psychological pressure in facing them again. Would one fear a defeated opponent? Shortly thereafter, the name of the 3rd seed was revealed: Georgetown University, another traditional powerhouse. Georgetown is renowned for producing formidable centers, having nurtured talents such as Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning, and the long-named Mutombo. Moreover, one cannot overlook their illustrious alumnus, the number 1 pick of the 1996 draft, Allen Iverson. This year, Georgetown remains a formidable force, bolstered by the anticipated lottery pick, Greg Monroe, continuing the tradition of producing outstanding centers. The 2nd seed was then disclosed, led by the top prospect, Evan Turner, Ohio State University. Under Turner's guidance, Ohio State has emerged triumphantly, clinching the Big Ten regular season championship. Lastly, the top seed of the Midwest region was unveiled, recognized by the NCAA as a favorite to win the championship. Although the Tigers had already been astonished by the preceding powerful teams, a collective gasp ensued when the name of the top seed appeared: the University of Kansas. The prowess of Kansas is well known. Anyone with even a slight acquaintance with the NCAA understands their dominance during March Madness. The list for the Midwest region is enough to evoke exclamations of disbelief from anyone who lays eyes upon it. Faced with such formidable opponents, the Tigers fell into a momentary silence. Pastner broke the stillness, addressing the young men. Our opponents are indeed formidable, but we are not to be underestimated. As long as we devise a solid strategy before the game and perform to the best of our abilities, defeating them is not beyond reach. After all, in a single game, anything can happen. Though Coach Pastner professed to be unafraid, Lee Kaming discerned the underlying implication in his words. Even the esteemed coach of Memphis perceived the daunting challenge posed by formidable adversaries. After successfully leading his team into the exhilarating realm of March Madness, Pastner began to embrace a more liberated mindset. Particularly upon discovering that their first-round opponent would be the University of Maryland, the Tigers felt a significant opportunity for advancement. Surpassing the initial round to reach the round of 32 was already an extraordinary achievement for Pastner, rendering the outcome of subsequent games inconsequential. Simultaneously, an abundance of discussions regarding March Madness erupted online, with the Midwest region teeming with powerhouse teams, undeniably becoming the focal point of discourse. Aptly dubbed the Group of Death by netizens, this year's schedule bore slight alterations, as the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff and Winthrop University were set to engage in a preliminary matchup, known as a play-in game, prior to the official national championship. The victor would secure the coveted 16th seed in the South region. According to the NCAA's official arrangements, these two teams were slated to clash on March 16th, tomorrow, at the Dayton University Arena. Following the play-in game, the grand event of March Madness would officially commence on March 18th. As per the schedule, Memphis's inaugural match was to take place on March 19th at the Veterans Memorial Arena in Spokane, Washington, leaving them with just over 3 days to prepare. Under Coach Pastner's urging, the Tigers boarded their flight to Washington that afternoon. Chapter 28. The pursuit of dreams despite the University of Maryland's regular season ranking trailing only behind Duke. The Tigers remained unfazed. Not a single player retrieved the team's tactical manual during the flight, each engrossed in their own pursuits. A few even produced magazines of questionable taste, the provocative cover eliciting an astonished reaction from Lee Kaming. Elliot Williams went a step further, brazenly extracting a DVD from his bag and inserting it into the team's video player, laughing and watching the footage aloud, drawing the attention of his teammates who gathered around. Erupting in laughter and exclamations, Lee Kaming offered a wry smile and shook his head, adjusting his seat to a more comfortable position before closing his eyes to rest. The airplane's speed was commendable, as it took less than 3 hours to journey from the southern state of Oklahoma to the western shores of Washington. Upon disembarking, Lee Kaming immediately sensed the noticeable drop in temperature in Washington compared to Oklahoma. The team boarded the bus provided by the event organizers and made their way to a hotel. As a young and novice coach, Pasternak understood the needs of these young players well. That evening, he granted them a reprieve, encouraging them to enjoy themselves before the competition commenced. As the coach's words resonated among the players, those, led by Williams, who had been watching adult films on the plane, erupted into mischievous laughter, exchanging knowing glances and raised brows. In this peculiar atmosphere, Elliot Williams discreetly nudged Lee Kaming with his elbow, smirking as he suggested, "Lee, how about we hit the town tonight? It's not every day we find ourselves in Washington. We should check out the nightlife, don't you think?" Though Lee Kaming did not mind the prospect of mingling with the alluring women of America, he simply could not tolerate the nightclub ambience, thus shaking his head in refusal. Besides, with his strikingly handsome appearance, did he really need to venture into a nightclub in search of fleeting encounters? The women of Washington would undoubtedly gravitate towards him effortlessly. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he was astonished to see it was Monica. Lee Kaming cleared his throat and remarked, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." From his discerning perspective, his yet-to-be-signed agent was indeed a remarkable beauty, possessing not only an enchanting visage, but also an exquisite figure, embodying the quintessential American allure. He glanced around and made his way to a secluded corner. Pressing the answer button, "Hello, Lee, you must have arrived in Washington by now." The melodious voice of Monica, reminiscent of a golden aureole, resonated through the phone. Lee Kaming was taken aback. "How did you know I arrived in Washington? Are you secretly following me?" He scoffed. "You really overestimate yourself. I admit that you are a player of considerable potential, but you are not yet worthy of my personal attention." Personal attention? This girl is remarkably forthright in her speech. Lee Kaming cleared his throat, alleviating the awkwardness before continuing. "What made you suddenly think of calling me?" Monica chuckled softly. "Our company's headquarters is in Washington. When a match schedule was announced today, I watched the live broadcast. Seeing that you were competing here, I knew you would be coming." "I see. How about it? Do you have time now for a drink together?" Lee Kaming chuckled lightly, pondering how one could possibly decline an invitation from a beautiful woman. The two had arranged to meet half an hour later, and soon a Cadillac came to a halt before him. As he settled into the warmth of the car, he glanced at Monica, who was focused intently on driving, and remarked with a smile, "I never would have guessed you had a penchant for such a wild vehicle." Monica's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, "If it weren't for the city regulations against tanks, I would have considered purchasing one. Even if I couldn't afford it, I could always get a military-grade SUV." Lee Kaming felt a flush of embarrassment. This seemingly innocent girl harbored such an audacious spirit within her. Ultimately, they chose a quaint coffee shop instead. Although Lee Kaming had initially intended to take Monica to a bar, she had decisively opted for the CAF, citing a clear rationale: athletes should refrain from alcohol during competitions. Seated in the serene coffee house, Lee Kaming sipped his drink, savoring the rich aroma of the coffee beans. He frowned slightly and then turned to Monica, who was gazing thoughtfully out the window. "Were you contemplating?" he inquired. Monica snapped back to reality, a hint of apology gracing her features as she replied, "Oh, nothing much. The competition in the Midwest is quite fierce. Do you feel confident?" Reluctant to divulge her thoughts, Monica remained reticent. Lee Kaming offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, there are many formidable teams in the Midwest, but such competition also presents greater opportunities for me." Monica took a sip of her coffee, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. "Why is that?" Lee Kaming remarked that a formidable opponent elevates the stakes of the competition. "If I can deliver an exemplary performance in such a match, scouts will undoubtedly take notice of me." Monica shook her head and said, "Lee, are you not afraid of a setback? What if Memphis falls to Maryland in the first round? All your aspirations could dissolve into nothingness. It is essential to remain grounded and focus on the present." "I still possess a measure of confidence," Lee Kaming replied. "Weren't you once quite optimistic about me? Why do you seem to have changed your perspective?" An aura of unwavering confidence radiated from Lee Kaming. Monica, astonished by the intensity of his self-assurance, leaned forward with her arms resting on the table, fixating her gaze on him. Lee, in my experience, it seems rare for an Asian individual to exude such confidence as you do. Lee Kaming recognized the truth in her words, yet he smiled and replied, I'm unlike the others you have encountered. Sensing the aura radiating from the young man before her, Monica's gaze quivered momentarily before she quickly averted her eyes. Lee, do not underestimate the other players. The national championship and the CUSA conference tournament are leagues apart in their caliber. Should you allow arrogance to cloud your judgment, you shall face the consequences. Lee Kaming shrugged and said, just wait and see. Somewhere deep within Monica, a ripple of emotion stirred. After a brief moment of astonishment, she softly replied, though I find your confidence rather intriguing, I shall undoubtedly be there to cheer for you. The two engaged in conversation until the midnight hour, after which Monica escorted Lee Kaming to the team's lodging. During the team's assembly for training the following day, Lee Kaming noticed that Williams bore distinct dark circles around his eyes. Despite the latter's dark complexion, the telltale signs of fatigue were unmistakable. Lee Kaming exclaimed in astonishment, what on earth is happening? Did you engage in a conflict with someone at the nightclub? Before Williams could respond, Willie Camp interjected. We spotted an incredibly attractive girl at the club, but to our dismay, she was whisked away by someone else, which led to a confrontation with the opposing party. Elliot was inadvertently struck by a surprise punch from that individual. By the way, it seems that fellow is a member of the Michigan State University basketball team. Lee Kaming turned around and asked, what is his name? This time, Williams finally interjected, seemingly recalling it is Draymond Green. Chapter 29. A Clash of Titans, the first-round match between Michigan State University, where Green played, and New Mexico State University took place at the Spokane Veterans Memorial Arena, just like the game involving Memphis. However, the contest between Michigan and New Mexico was scheduled for 7:30 p.m. on the 19th, while the game featuring Memphis and Maryland followed at 9:30 p.m. that same evening. Consequently, the two teams' personnel happened to converge at the same nightclub, and more fortuitously, they were both enamored with the same young lady. Lee Kaming was somewhat at a loss for words. How could one encounter a fellow competitor while merely visiting a nightclub? Moreover, this acquaintance might very well become an adversary in their upcoming match. Even before the battle had commenced, the tension was already palpable within the nightclub. During the morning practice session, the rest of the team appeared to be in a state of disarray, as if their souls had been adrift. They either missed shots or committed bizarre errors. Most absurdly, Elliot Williams, during a scrimmage, mistook the hoop altogether and, after a flamboyant dash across the court, audibly slammed the ball into his own basket. Observing the lethargic demeanor of his teammates, Coach Pasternak fumed on the sidelines, regretting the indulgent liberties granted to them the previous night. Fortunately, it was merely an internal scrimmage, and the outcome bore no significant repercussions. Following the practice, Pasternak unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Williams and the others, his outrageous vocabulary prompting even Lee Kaming, who was spectating, to turn his head in astonishment. The coach's tirade spanned over 10 minutes without a single word repeated. As March Madness commenced, media coverage and scrutiny intensified significantly. Upon exiting the gymnasium, Lee Kaming found himself besieged by reporters who had been lurking outside, akin to famished hounds, all clamoring for attention and thrusting microphones as if to pierce the very lungs of the Tiger team players. Lee, this is your first year representing the University of Memphis in the national championship. May I inquire about your aspirations? Lee Kaming, without a trace of hesitation, is the national champion. What are your thoughts on the upcoming match against the University of Maryland? Lee Kaming halted his steps, glanced at the inquisitive journalist, and with a faint smile remarked, the University of Maryland is indeed a formidable opponent. Is that all? The journalist, unwilling to relent, pressed on with another question. Lee Kaming responded, of course, a formidable opponent, quite suitable to serve as a stepping stone for our entry into the top 32. The reporter's inquiry quickly became the headline of local sports media in Washington, igniting a fervor online. A multitude of netizens expressed their opinions, with one remarking, this guy has played a few good games and has already forgotten his roots. Haha, typical of youth. It's natural for them to be ambitious. But this year, the players from the University of Maryland will teach him humility. I can hardly wait to see the press conference after Memphis suffers a defeat. Supporters of Lee Kaming also engage with detractors online, garnering significant approval for their comments. He possesses the talent. What's wrong with speaking the truth? Those envious individuals are simply jealous of our handsome Kaming. After all, there are only a few in the world who can match his combination of looks and skill. The media, of course, could not overlook the players from the University of Maryland, especially given Kaming's audacious remarks, which piqued considerable curiosity regarding Maryland's response. Everyone was eager to witness how Maryland would react to the provocation from the towering Memphis player, particularly after last season's second-round defeat to Memphis. The accumulation of past grievances heightened anticipation for this yet-to-begin match. Soon after, Maryland's response arrived. Their team cornerstone, the starting guard number 21, Greivis Vasquez, issued a bold statement on behalf of the team. Talking nonsense is futile. We shall see the truth on March 19th. Maryland will redeem itself. This succinct and powerful retort added fuel to the fire of the impending match, drawing the attention of thousands toward Washington, with tickets for March 19th swiftly selling out. A certain gray market website even opened betting lines for this game, which saw an influx of funds the moment it was announced. In the latest anonymous poll by ESPN, the matchup between Memphis and the University of Maryland quickly surpassed the game between UNLV and Northern Iowa, becoming the most talked-about encounter in the first round of March Madness. The stage is set. All that remains is for the actors to take the stage. On the evening of March 19th at 9:30 p.m., in the Veterans Memorial Arena of Spokane, Washington, the atmosphere was electric with every one of the 12,000 seats occupied. The bright interior of the arena buzzed with lively voices, while enthusiastic cheerleaders danced rhythmically to the DJ's beats, adding a vibrant flair to the impending contest. CBS Sports had set up for a live broadcast, and scouts from numerous NBA teams were poised in prime viewing positions, eagerly awaiting the action. The grand screen in the arena displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Memphis Tigers featured point guard Willie Kemp, shooting guard Elliot Williams, small forward Daniel MC, power forward Wesley Witherspoon, and center Kaming. The Maryland Terrapins comprised point guard Sean Mosley, shooting guard Greivis Vasquez, small forward Landon Milbourne, power forward Elson Levant, and center Jordan Williams. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game commenced. Kaming, without any unexpected turn of events, took the lead by winning the jump ball against the opposing center, a man whose name bears the legacy of Jordan. The University of Maryland appeared to have made ample preparations. After failing to secure the jump ball, all players swiftly returned to defense, leaving Memphis with no opportunity for a fast break. On the sidelines, Maryland's coach, Gary Williams, stood with his arms crossed, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, Memphis's Pastner was no novice. The Tigers deviated from their usual approach. After Kemp dribbled past half court, he swiftly passed the ball to Williams, who was then screened by the towering Kaming and Wetherspoons. Under the solid protection of these two giants, Vasquez, who was defending Williams, suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. As Williams effortlessly seized an open shot opportunity, he leaped and released the ball, which sailed smoothly into the net. Memphis scored first, with Williams executing a mid-range jumper. It seemed that Memphis had altered their strategy, shifting the focus of their offense to the perimeter. The experienced commentator immediately began analyzing the dynamics of the game into the microphone. On the sidelines, Pastner merely smiled. Did they think I had changed my strategy? That's excellent. What I truly feared was that they would think I hadn't. The pre-game strategy had, in fact, been to use Williams as bait to draw the opposing defense's focus outward, allowing the actual offensive core, Kaming, to strike suddenly and catch them off guard. Chapter 30. The strange duel between the guard and the center turning back to Maryland's offense. Their undeniable focal point was number 21, the 98-meter-tall shooting guard, Greivis Vasquez. Hailing from Venezuela, Vasquez is a senior this year and has represented the University of Maryland in the NCAA for 4 years. He is a bona fide prodigy, having averaged 8 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds in his freshman season, with a shooting percentage of 44, a three-point percentage of 31.6, and a free throw percentage of 79.8. To achieve such statistics in the slow-paced NCAA league during his first year is a testament to his remarkable talent. However, the most astonishing aspect is yet to come. In his sophomore year, his average skyrocketed to 17 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds, nearly doubling his statistics while maintaining a similar level of efficiency. As for this season, his performance has become even more remarkable, averaging 6 points, 3 assists, 6 rebounds, and 7 steals, setting new career highs. He has been honored as the ACC Player of the Year and selected for the NCAA All-American Second Team, triumphing over notable players such as Sharon Collins from Kansas State University, Scotty Reynolds from Villanova University, John Shire from Duke University, Evan Turner from Ohio State University, and John Wall from the University of Kentucky. He has also received the Bob Cousy Award bestowed by the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame, signifying him as the nation's premier collegiate point guard. These accolades and honors unequivocally showcase Vasquez's brilliance, justifying his title as the foremost guard in the ACC. As Vasquez dribbled into the front court, he executed a sudden and dramatic change of direction, effortlessly evading Williams before facing the oncoming defensive player from the Tigers. With a deft flick of his wrist, he delivered a precise pass to a teammate lurking beyond the arc. His teammate, seizing the moment, launched the ball, which traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. Maryland's counterattack was swift, immediately responding to Memphis's offense with a three-pointer. The commentary flowed continuously, enveloping the atmosphere, uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Licaeming felt as though Vasquez had cast a fleeting glance in his direction after making that pass. Ding! The familiar system notification chimed in his ear, and, simultaneously, the holographic projection of the task interface materialized before his eyes. Task rating. See objective. Secure victory in today's game to advance to the top 32 of the national championship. Rewards. 5 to 10 attribute points, 10 to 50 points. Failure penalty. Random deduction of 5 to 10 attribute points. Advanced objective. Score no less than Vasquez. Rewards. 2 badge upgrade opportunities. Failure penalty. None. It seems the system has sensed Vasquez's challenge and has proactively activated a task, and a C-level one at that. The prospect of earning 5 to 10 attribute points ignited a spark of excitement within Licaeming. Indeed, as a C-level task, it guarantees at least 5 attribute points, not to mention the potential for 1 to 50 points as well. This could be a significant opportunity. Motivated by the system's task rewards, he felt a surge of eagerness. Vasquez? The best guard? I have long regarded him merely as a stepping stone. As the Tigers launched their offense, Maryland altered their strategy, no longer allowing Williams easy shots, especially considering he averaged 17 points per game this season. If they let him shoot, they might find themselves overwhelmed. In this defensive maneuver, Licaeming and his counterpart, Wiser Pens, simultaneously emerged to assist their defenders, effectively stalling the opponent's advance. This tactic proved effective. As Williams pushed forward with the ball, he encountered Maryland's formidable Twin Towers, who formed a defensive barrier around him. Should he attempt to breach their ranks further, he would undoubtedly confront a merciless double team. Seasoned and astute, Williams refrained from recklessly entering the fray. Instead, he dribbled back a few paces before unexpectedly tossing the ball high into the air. As he was pushed beyond the three-point arc, the duo from the University of Maryland, Jordan Williams and his partner, reveled in their apparent success, until they witnessed Williams launching the ball towards the basket. Given the significance of this match, it was inconceivable that Williams would throw it aimlessly. Only one possibility remained. Panic set in. The two swiftly turned, only to behold a towering figure standing at 2 meters 1, soaring into the air, catching the ball mid-flight, and executing a thunderous reverse dunk into the hoop. The impact resonated as the basketball hoop trembled, echoing the tumult within the hearts of the Maryland players. One anomaly. How could such a giant leap so high? The arena erupted with roars from the thousands of spectators, captivated by this astonishing slam dunk, while commentators posited that this play would undoubtedly secure a spot in the day's top highlights. Upon landing, Licaeming glanced toward Vasquez, only to find him fixated in return. Their gazes met in the air, crackling with unspoken tension. Observant commentators noted the standoff, exclaiming with excitement, "Lee and Gravis are locking horns. A guard and a forward are clashing on the court." Elliot Williams interjected, "Hey, shouldn't the focus of the day be on my showdown with Vasquez?" Logically, the spotlight was indeed meant for the clash between Williams and Vasquez, as both were guards and direct opponents. Yet, for reasons unknown, the unfolding drama had shifted to the confrontation between Licaeming and Vasquez. Spectators in the front rows sat up straight, while those in the back craned their necks, eager not to miss any thrilling exchanges. In simpler terms, the crowd relished the spectacle. As professional players, Licaeming and Vasquez could hardly resort to physical altercations on the court. This was basketball, not a cage fight. However, as the game progressed, their rivalry ignited a simmering intensity, leading to increased physical contact and more aggressive plays. This development alarmed the officials, who grappled with the delicate balance of officiating. Too lenient, and tensions might escalate. Too strict, and the flow of the game would suffer. Faced with a restless audience, they opted to tread carefully, seeking the optimal approach. Bang! Lee Kaming skillfully dribbled the ball, simultaneously exerting force with his elbow, knocking down the approaching Vasquez with a sharp strike. However, Vasquez was not one to be easily subdued. As he absorbed the impact of Kaming's elbow, he retaliated with a forceful shove to the latter's waist. The referee quickly caught this blatant infraction, signaling a foul against Vasquez for his push. Yet, Vasquez protested vehemently, questioning the fairness of the call. Why was Kaming's elbow offense overlooked while his gentle push was penalized? The referee, unfazed by such antics, merely directed Kaming to prepare for the free throw. Standing at the line, Kaming shrugged his shoulders towards Vasquez with a smirk. He then took a shot and scored. Vasquez's face immediately flushed with indignation, turning a deep shade of crimson. The intense exchange was captured by the arena's cameras and displayed on the large screen, electrifying the audience and igniting their excitement. Everyone was eager to witness the next thrilling encounter between these two players, who were clearly not in the same position on the court. Turning the focus back to the game, Vasquez seized the ball to attack the paint. Elliot Williams possessed remarkable physical attributes, making it difficult for Vasquez to bypass him from beyond the arc despite several attempts. However, as a proficient point guard averaging 6 assists per game, Vasquez played with strategic acumen. He gestured for his center, Jordan Williams, to come forward and set a screen. Lee Kaming loudly alerted his teammate, Elliot Williams, indicating the direction of the opponent's screen, facilitating Williams' ability to maneuver effortlessly around it. However, Jordan Williams' screen proved to be remarkably solid, despite Kaming's warning. He found himself firmly trapped behind Jordan. This unfortunate turn of events compelled Kaming to switch his defense to face Vasquez. Unlike those who merely charge forward, Vasquez, as the premier point guard of the ACC, possesses a repertoire devoid of significant weaknesses, excelling in all facets of offense and defense. With no other option, Kaming swiftly advanced, raising his hands high to thwart any sudden jump shot from his adversary. The two contenders, who had previously clashed, found themselves pitted against each other once more. This spectacle ignited the excitement of the commentator and the audience alike. Here it comes, Lee versus Vasquez. This peculiar confrontation was about to unfold anew, with Kaming on defense and Vasquez on offense. Let us witness who would emerge victorious. The commentator's timely narration heightened the anticipation among the spectators. Although Kaming's speed was commendable in the paint, he still fell short when facing a true star from the perimeter. Thus, he conceded a step to Vasquez, extending his long arms to obscure the latter's view, his palm hovering near Vasquez's face. This defensive tactic bordered on unsportsmanlike, yet referees typically refrained from calling it. Encountering his brazen opponent at last, Vasquez felt his adrenaline surge. He retreated a few steps while dribbling, then beckoned to Kaming, tauntingly challenging him. "Aren't you bold? Come and defend me." Lee Kaming scoffed, challenging him to stay outside and cast his votes if he possessed any real skill. Seasoned and battle-hardened, Vasquez was far too astute to fall for such a trivial ploy. How could this mere taunt compel him to relinquish his advantage? He chose not to respond, instead forcefully dribbling the ball. When he was approximately a meter away from Lee Kaming, he abruptly extended his arm to the side, shrugged his shoulders, and executed a sweeping change of direction. Lee Kaming had to concede that this opponent's feint was exceptionally aggressive and deceptive, to the extent that even he was momentarily fooled. Yet, in the realm of competition, it is precisely such a fleeting moment that can determine the success of a dribble. Seizing the opportunity created by Lee Kaming's momentary lapse, Vasquez unleashed a powerful burst of energy, effortlessly bypassing Lee Kaming. Oh, my heavens, Vasquez's exaggerated feint brought to mind the shadow of Iverson. While Lee's defense was commendable, Vasquez proved to be even more formidable. The commentator gazed at Vasquez's maneuver with admiration. With Lee Kaming drawn away from the hoop, Vasquez found himself facing an unguarded paint. Charging towards the basket, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this should result in a guaranteed layup. Just then, in the corner, Weatherpins abandoned his own assignment and lunged toward the key. Vasquez, momentarily startled, swiftly devised a plan midair, executing an elegant dodge to evade Weatherpin's outstretched hand. At this moment, the basket lay before him, as exposed as a maiden shedding her final layer of attire. Vasquez extended his arms, manipulating the ball in his right hand, preparing for a stylish bank shot. Suddenly, a vast shadow engulfed him, leaving Vasquez perplexed. Was the arena experiencing a blackout? Yet in the next instant, he comprehended the situation. A hand, tanned in hue, shot forth with lightning speed, delivering a resounding swat. The basketball erupted from his grasp, soaring into the stands as if struck by a volleyball player. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, swiftly morphing into terror. The towering figure that had cast a shadow over him continued its momentum. Consequently, the unfortunate Vasquez was sent sprawling out of bounds, colliding with the cheerleaders after being met with a thunderous block from the rushing LeCaming. Meanwhile, LeCaming, cushioned by Vasquez's impact, merely stumbled onto the floor, rising effortlessly without requiring assistance from his teammates. LeCaming's devastating block ignited the arena, eliciting an immense gasp from the audience. The commentator even leapt to his feet, his eyes wide as saucers. My goodness, LeCaming may have just executed the most ferocious block in NCAA history. In a mere 2 seconds, he sprinted from the three-point line to the basket, delivering a volleyball-style rejection that humiliated the ACC's premier point guard. A nearby guest added that this block was indeed magnificent, with Weatherby's timely delay being crucial. He prevented Vasquez from attacking the rim immediately, allowing for the airborne LeCaming to arrive. The guest's remarks held merit. Without Weatherby's decisive help at that pivotal moment, even LeCaming would have struggled to catch up to Vasquez. Thus, after LeCaming accomplished this astonishing block, the recently invigorated Weatherby rushed over to give him a push, simultaneously shouting in exuberance. The implication was clear. We are truly formidable. Your ferocity is overwhelming, even for me to witness. The players on the Tigers bench were left in awe, fixated on the spectacular replay on the big screen, instinctively covering their eyes. It was utterly brutal. Remarkably, from the replay, it appeared that after the block, due to momentum, LeCaming ended up atop Vasquez. This transformed the block from a mere volleyball rejection into one executed while riding the ACC's best point guard. The replay also clearly showed that there was no contact between LeCaming and his opponent during the block, and by the time it occurred, Vasquez's layup motion had already been completed. Thus, it was an indisputable great block. Even Maryland's coach, Gary Williams, upon witnessing the slow-motion replay, could only furiously slam his clipboard to the ground. He realized that such a clean defense left him powerless to pressure the referees for a foul. No one could claim ignorance. This defense was nothing short of breathtaking, devoid of any hint of a foul. Meanwhile, Vasquez, lying beneath the cheerleaders, was utterly stunned. Unable to fathom why, despite having cleanly passed number 34, he could not escape his grasp. Chapter 32. This center is quite intriguing, however. LeCaming had no intention of kindly explaining to him how he achieved that block. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the prostrate Vasquez before returning to the backcourt to prepare for defense. Vasquez, meeting LeCaming's gaze, was instantly consumed by fury. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. This time, I shall deliver a block of my own. The Memphis offense, as per usual, employed its signature approach, featuring a dual pick and roll within the paint. However, Maryland had grown accustomed to this strategy, with their two interior players slightly advancing, yet refraining from fully committing to the three-point line to prevent leaving the paint vulnerable to a potential dunk by LeCaming. Observing his limited options to penetrate, Williams relinquished the ball to point guard Kemp and began to move without the ball, although Vasquez harbored a desire for retribution. The principles of professionalism compelled him to maintain his defensive assignment. Thus, he reluctantly followed Williams. Maryland's defensive efforts were commendable, as they left no open looks for Memphis beyond the arc. Clearly, prior to LeCaming's emergence, they had meticulously prepared to counter Memphis. Neither the players nor the coaching staff wished to suffer defeat at the hands of the same team for 2 consecutive years, especially one that had been significantly depleted during the offseason. After LeCaming executed a screen without the ball for Williams, he abruptly pivoted and dashed to the free throw line. However, his defender, Jordan Williams, found his path obstructed by the passing Elliot Williams. Observing that LeCaming had received the ball and was left unguarded, Jordan felt a surge of anxiety. After all, that guy could score. Suddenly, a figure sprinted from behind him, positioning itself in front of LeCaming. To Jordan's astonishment, it was his teammate Vasquez. It turned out that Vasquez had initially been defending Elliot Williams, but the mutual screens between Elliot and LeCaming had impeded Jordan, making him the only free player on the court. Naturally, upon realizing that he was now tasked with guarding LeCaming, he felt a thrill of excitement. Indeed, while it is said that a gentleman avenges after 10 years, he was no gentleman. He was determined to repay the humiliation in this very moment. He immediately charged forward, using his chest to block LeCaming while firmly anchoring his legs to the floor. He was confident that, with his physique, few interior players could overpower him. Lee Kaming raised the ball above his head, turning to gaze at Vasquez, who was looking up at him. A smile spread across his face. One block isn't enough for you, is it? You have to come rushing in for the highlights. With your enthusiasm, I simply cannot refrain from playing. The live commentary was equally exuberant, as no one expected Lee and Vasquez to face off once more in the next round. It was truly exhilarating. Let us observe whether this time Vasquez can avenge the humiliation of being blocked, or will he sadly once again become a mere backdrop. A stepping stone for Lee Kaming? The atmosphere in the arena was electric, with all the fans eagerly fixated on the two players on the court, thinking to themselves that this ticket was indeed worth every penny. Lee Kaming extended his right leg, inserting it between Vasquez's legs, and with a sudden exertion of strength, he effectively pushed Vasquez aside. After all, as a defender against a center, there was a discernible gap in their physical confrontation. However, Vasquez was not to be underestimated. The moment he was displaced, he lunged forward once more. Yet, Lee Kaming's eyes sparkled with insight. This was a splendid opportunity. He focused intently on Vasquez's advancing foot, and as the latter's final foot touched down, still unsteady, Lee Kaming suddenly initiated a breakthrough, targeting the direction of his opponent's landing. Vasquez was caught off guard. He had not anticipated that Lee Kaming's offensive technique would be so refined. In his perception, NCAA's interior players were typically characterized by their simplistic mindset and robust physiques, with only a few possessing adequate back-to-basket skills to exploit mismatches effectively. This is the first time he has encountered a player like Lee Kaming, who can dribble and break through with such finesse. Consequently, an astonishing event unfolded before the eyes of all present. A guard was effortlessly outmaneuvered by a center. Lee Kaming received the ball at the free throw line, making a single dribble before taking 3 steps. His defender, Vasquez, quickly regained his focus and pursued him closely from behind. However, at such a short distance, it was evident that the one with the longer stride held the advantage. Vasquez could no longer maintain his defensive position. While Lee Kaming lifted the ball with one hand, soaring like a phoenix, and with a resounding thud, he slammed the ball into the hoop. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers. On the Memphis bench, Pastner remained composed, displaying an indifferent demeanor. What was there to be astonished about? This was not his first display of brilliance. However, the Maryland coach, Gary Williams, had a different perspective. He now wished to slap himself in the face. Although he had made specific preparations regarding Lee Kaming before the game, he had not deemed him a primary focus for defense, aligned with certain media opinions. He regarded Lee Kaming merely as a fortunate boy who had experienced a sudden outburst of talent, not worthy of extensive strategizing. Yet, reality delivered a resounding wake-up call. In Williams' eyes, the seemingly inconsequential Lee Kaming had, with 5 minutes left in the first half, achieved an impeccable shooting percentage of 5 for 5, accumulating 11 points, more than all the players from Maryland combined. Additionally, he had secured 6 rebounds and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, the soul of the University of Maryland team, Vasquez, had only managed to score 8 points and grab 2 rebounds, along with 2 shots being swatted away. The entire course of the game was veering sharply away from the direction Gary Williams had envisioned. Beep. The delightful first half came to a close, though this joy was solely felt by Lee Kaming and the Memphis team. Lee Kaming exchanged high-fives with his teammates and coach. His extraordinary performance in the first half not only captivated all his teammates, but also prompted each of them, after the high-fives, to deliver a playful punch on his chest. Hey, can you give the opposing team a little respect? Lee Kaming helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Preserving face was an impossibility, now and forever. He could only maintain a semblance of a living by donning a cap and attempting a few dunks. Conversely, the atmosphere on the Maryland bench was markedly different. All the players hung their heads. Even the one who typically waved his towel with fervor appeared ashen-faced. The entire team was engulfed in a profound silence. Vasquez wore a grim expression, despite amassing a commendable tally of 11 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal in the first half. His team trailed significantly at 33-46. Statistically, his performance seemed respectable, yet the opposing number 34 was simply extraordinary, racking up 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Overshadowing him and emerging as the most dazzling presence of the half. It was not merely a matter of statistical dominance. The essence of the game and its visual appeal also favored his rival. Vasquez felt a wave of despondency wash over him. For the first time, he sensed that he had been comprehensively defeated. Before encountering Lee Kaming, He had always believed himself to be the best player in the NCAA, even when compared to the likes of John Wall and Evan Turner, who were forecasted to be drafted ahead of him. He considered himself superior within the NCAA realm. However, today that yellow-skinned opponent made him truly realize the existence of greater talents beyond his own. Chapter 33. The gravity of Lee. What caught Maryland's coach Gary Williams off guard even more was that the opposing center excelled not only offensively, but also defensively, akin to a ferocious predator. Initially, Maryland's players were somewhat oblivious to Lee Kaming's rim protection, mistakenly assuming he was an offensive powerhouse with a weak defense. However, upon witnessing several of Lee's formidable blocks, they quickly came to their senses, realizing that this player was not only adept on the offensive end, but also excelled in his primary responsibilities of rim protection and rebounding. According to Gary Williams' strategy, the focus of their defense was meant to be on Memphis' perimeter, as he understood that Memphis primarily relied on their outside shooting to secure second place in the CUSA Conference. With sharpshooters like Elliott, Williams, Robert Saleh, and Weatherpoon capable of stretching the floor, he confidently devised a plan to stifle Memphis' outside game. Yet, all his expectations were rendered futile by that Chinese player. Lee Kaming single-handedly dominated their interior defense. Their starting center, Jordan Williams, rated as a 4-star center by ESPN and thus a potential draft pick, appeared utterly powerless in the presence of Lee Kaming. The root of their deficit lay in this very fact. In the locker room, Gary Williams pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a singular method to contain Lee Kaming, the familiar strategy of double-teaming. However, double-teaming is not a one-size-fits-all tactic. It requires tailored approaches depending on the specific skills of the player. If a player excels in one-on-one situations, the double team should occur before he receives the ball, preventing him from initiating his offensive play. Conversely, if a player possesses significant destructive capability in the paint, the double team should be executed the moment he receives the ball, disrupting his rhythm. For adept penetrators, the strategy shifts to a well-known tactic of sealing off the paint, creating a barrier that, once breached, triggers an immediate response from two defenders, positioning them to thwart any approach to the basket. Gary Williams recognized Lee Kaming as a hybrid of the last two types, a formidable force in the paint coupled with impressive drive and layup skills. Consequently, he promptly communicated the double-teaming strategy to his Maryland players. As the second half commenced, the moment Lee Kaming stepped onto the court, the arena erupted in a tsunami of cheers, interspersed with chants for the MVP. The commentators, grinning, noted how thoroughly the audience had been captivated by Lee Kaming's first-half performance. Yet they anticipated that Maryland would not passively accept their fate. The second half would pose a significant challenge for Lee. Vasquez opened the second half with a three-pointer, momentarily easing Gary Williams' anxiety. Thankfully, there was still hope. As the Tigers advanced on offense, Lee Kaming furrowed his brow upon realizing that no matter where he moved, at least two defenders shadowed him, creating little room for maneuver. Witnessing Maryland's relentless strategy, even Memphis bench player Pasternak felt a twinge of concern for Lee Kaming. Gary Williams, that crafty old fox, was determined to stifle Lee Kaming's impact. The commentators, astute as ever, quickly discerned Maryland's intentions. Indeed, as expected, they employed the double team, leaving Lee with just a sliver of space to receive the ball. However, it was likely that the moment he did so, two defenders would converge upon him. The seasoned commentator noted that upon receiving the ball for the first time, Lee Kaming realized that had it not been for his towering height and long wingspan, he might have struggled to locate his teammates amidst the flurry of Maryland players' outstretched arms. After a few passes, the ball found its way to Willie Camp in the corner. Though Camp lacked exceptional penetration skills, his shooting prowess was commendable, prompting him to swiftly launch a three-pointer. Bang! Regrettably, the iron has been struck. Gary Williams beams with joy. It is indeed advantageous. He is resolutely determined to prevent Lee Kaming from taking a shot, mentally preparing himself for the possibility of his teammates failing to score against him. However, Pasternak is somewhat perturbed, for the most formidable player on the team has been effectively neutralized. What is to be done now? Turning back, Maryland once again entrusted the ball to Vasquez, who, dribbling just beyond the three-point line while confronted by Elliott Williams, suddenly made a decisive move to the right. Yet, Williams is not one to be trifled with. He quickly reacted, positioning himself in Vasquez's path. In the next moment, the two collided, but it was not an uncontrolled clash. Vasquez used his arm to shield the ball, pushing against Williams's chest, and then executed a right-side step-back, swiftly creating over a meter of space. For a professional player, a meter of space is a considerable advantage, especially when within the three-point arc. Vasquez immediately leapt and released the ball, sending it into the basket before Williams could close in. The score is now 38-46. Maryland has narrowed the gap to within 10 points. Moreover, and of paramount importance, Vasquez's personal tally has reached 16 points, surpassing Lee Kaming by a single point. On the sidelines, Pasternak was about to call a timeout to adjust the strategy, only to see Lee Kaming shake his head in refusal. A wave of surprise washed over him, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind. He restrained the urge to call for a pause. For him, Lee Kaming has accomplished countless improbabilities, and thus, he chose to place his trust in him once more. Meanwhile, at the other end of the court, Gary Williams was filled with confusion, having just conceded 5 consecutive points, bringing the deficit back to within 10. Why had Pasternak not called a timeout? Was he disengaged? Although puzzled, he chose not to react, opting instead to maintain his composure amidst the turmoil. In this offensive possession for the Tigers, Lee Kaming did not remain within the three-point arc. Instead, he maneuvered through a series of screens with 2 followers before positioning himself at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. This development posed a dilemma for Maryland's defenders. Should they double-team or not? The opposing center had ventured outside the three-point line, logically indicating that their defensive strategy had successfully forced him out of his comfort zone. Yet, the coach had issued a strict directive. Even if Lee Kaming were to take a bathroom break, they must follow him. Nevertheless, the players' professional instincts led them to believe that a double team was unnecessary. Lee Kaming's maneuver immediately rendered the 2 opponents incapacitated on the court. They exchanged glances, contemplating whether to double team or not. Subsequently, they nodded in unison, agreeing to proceed with the double team. In an instant, they dashed beyond the three-point line, simultaneously attempting to shield Lee Kaming. Just as they reveled in their success at neutralizing the opposing team's most formidable player, Lee Kaming suddenly flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth beneath their cover. While they were still pondering this unexpected turn, a thunderous sound of a slam dunk resonated behind them. Bang! Accompanying this was the furious roar of Maryland-S coach, Gary Williams. FXX gay. You 2 useless players. Who is supposed to guard the rim now that you've both gone out? Chapter 34. A self-inflicted wound. It turned out that Elliot Williams seized this opportunity, advancing into the paint with a 4-on-3 advantage, culminating in a one-handed dunk. The 2 defenders assigned to Lee Kaming felt utterly aggrieved. After all, it was you who insisted that I follow this guy, even to the restroom. Yet when he reached the three-point line, you suddenly turned your back on me. However, they dared not retort to Gary Williams, not only due to his supreme authority in the NCAA, but also because any attempt to argue would likely be met with a rebuttal. I told you to follow him, not to follow him out there. Would you follow me into a trap? Can't you adapt? Thus, they could only swallow their grievances and remember this lesson, vowing that next time, when that number 34 from the opposing team ventured outside, they would not double-team him. Elliot Williams' dunk restored the point differential to double digits, granting Memphis a fleeting chance to breathe. During Maryland's offensive possession, Vasquez brought the ball to the three-point line, signaling Jordan Williams to set a screen. Just as the latter managed to block Elliot, a towering figure suddenly loomed over him, accompanied by a thunderous shout, "Elliot, hurry up and crush this guy." That imposing silhouette could only belong to Lee Kaming. The reason for not allowing Pasternak to call a timeout was that he had already devised a counter-strategy. Since Maryland wouldn't allow him to score, neither would Vasquez be permitted to find success on his end. Maryland's offensive prowess rested solely on Vasquez, while the other players were on par with those from Memphis, and Elliot was indisputably far superior to the rest. Furthermore, the system mandated that his scoring could not fall below Vasquez's, naturally leading him to conceive this tactic. "If you wish to annoy me, then I shall repay you in kind. You shall not fare any better." It was evident that when a person expends great effort solely to irritate another, the latter would inevitably feel as though they had consumed something distasteful. At that moment, Vasquez epitomized this sentiment. Under the relentless assault of Lee Kaming and Elliot Williams, he was caught off guard, and in a swift motion, Lee Kaming used his long reach to swipe the basketball from Vasquez's grasp. He could only watch helplessly as that guy executed a fast break, culminating in a thunderous dunk. It wasn't that he was unwilling to defend. Rather, besides Lee Kaming, there was also a Memphis player, Elliot, who, upon seeing Lee Kaming successfully steal the ball, immediately obstructed Basket's path back on defense. After the dunk, Lee Kaming let out a roar towards the heavens, To speak candidly, Gary Williams' strategy had indeed affected him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt so frustrated. After the dunk, his mood finally lightened a bit. However, on his way back to his half of the court, seeing Basket's face twisted in dismay, all his pent-up frustration evaporated. On the sidelines, Gary Williams' expression turned pale in an instant. He hadn't anticipated that the opposing passer would devise a countermeasure without even taking a shot. This tactic was indeed insidious, but it bore the flaw that if Memphis employed the same strategy against Maryland, Maryland would have no effective countermeasures, and could even fare worse than Memphis in the next game. After all, even if they managed to lock down Licaeming, Memphis still had Elliot Williams, who averaged 17 points per game and was expected to be selected in the first round. He was certainly no pushover, but if Basket was neutralized, the majority of Maryland's strategies would be rendered futile. Basket was not only Maryland's top scorer, but also their primary playmaker, meaning he was the true linchpin of the team. Without him, the other players were merely cogs in the machine that was Maryland. Yet, without Licaeming, Memphis merely lost one core player on offense. They still had another capable leader. In contrast, Maryland without Basket would be reduced to mere fodder. Gary Williams' strategy truly epitomized the notion of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Initially, he had reveled in devising such a targeted double-team strategy, only to find that this weapon had turned against him. At that moment, he was left in despair. Observing this from the Memphis bench, Pastner suddenly had a flash of inspiration and promptly signaled the referee to call timeout. Such an effective tactic deserved to be fully utilized, allowing Maryland to experience its repercussions. Listening to Pastner's defensive arrangements against Basket, even Licaeming couldn't help but silently wish the latter good luck. Little did he know that the seemingly innocent Pastner harbored mischievous intentions. Upon returning to the game, Basket, driving with the ball, immediately sensed something was amiss. He realized that the opposing players were eyeing him like wolves eyeing a little rabbit, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Although he was drenched in sweat, a shiver ran down his spine involuntarily. After skillfully dribbling beyond the three-point line, just as he was about to execute his move, he looked up and was nearly paralyzed with fear. Led by Licaeming, three formidable men lunged towards him with ferocity. He could almost envision their lewd grins, filled with malicious intent. How could he possibly break through? Thus, he had no choice but to pass the ball to a seemingly open teammate. However, Memphis's double team was not mindless. It was a strategic ploy to leave Maryland's interior unguarded, denying their sharpshooters any space. With Licaeming's exceptional ability to recover, even if Jordan Williams was granted some room, he could close the gap in an instant, unless, of course, the latter opted to shoot, which was precisely what Licaeming hoped for. This time, Basket's pass was lofted to Jordan Williams, who was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was he unguarded? He quickly took 3 steps, charging toward the basket. But Pasternak had anticipated this scenario. A center like Williams possessed no ball-handling skills to speak of. A slight delay during his layup would allow Licaeming to complete the block effortlessly. There was no need to fear his ability to pass the ball. Indeed, as Pasternak predicted, the lateral movement of Weatherford slightly impeded Jordan Williams' stride. Subsequently, Licaeming surged in from the paint, delivering a spicy rejection. The block fortuitously ricocheted off Jordan Williams, and the referee at the baseline promptly signaled Memphis's possession. The commentators were astounded, having expected an exhilarating clash in the first half, only to witness a second half devolving into a competition of ineptitude, each side waiting for the other to falter. The commentators' depiction was remarkably apt, as the first half showcased thrilling exchanges, while the latter half succumbed to a peculiar atmosphere of missed shots. This stark contrast rendered the entire arena enveloped in a speechless silence. Congratulations to Butler and the Miami Heat. By the way, a plea for support. Thank you all for your encouragement. Chapter 35. A conclusive consensus in essence. A competition can measure who excels or who falters. Thus, the outcomes can be assessed through offensive and defensive metrics, striving to ensure our offense surpasses the opponent's, allowing us to dominate under equal defensive conditions, or endeavoring to stifle the opponent's offense, rendering their efforts less effective than ours. Both methods pave the way to victory, yet the former offers a more entertaining spectacle, while the latter, though effective, may leave the audience disenchanted. No one wishes to spend money to watch players miss shots. However, the moment Gary Williams unleashed his relentless double team on Licaeming, it became clear that the game would trend in that direction. No one understands the art of discomfort better than Lee. Gary Williams stood on the sidelines, his expression as impassive as stone, while the players on the Maryland bench hung their heads, dejected and dazed, some lost in thought, others gnawing at their nails, entirely neglecting the unfolding game. At the other end of the court, the Memphis bench fared little better, though the advantage on the scoreboard prompted the players to occasionally glance up at the action. Meanwhile, the commentators in the booth had taken to playfully bantering with a lovely guest beside them, interspersing their joviality with occasional remarks about the match, reminding listeners that the contest was far from over. With just 5 minutes remaining in the game, the score stood at 47-58, reflecting a dismal 15 minutes of the second half during which Memphis managed a mere 12 points, while Maryland fared even worse with only 9. The rims of the hoops seemed on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, this was an NCAA game. Had it been the NBA, the owners would have promptly dismissed both coaches upon witnessing such lackluster performance. Who would watch a game like this? How could tickets possibly sell? On the court, Lee secured another rebound with a resounding clap. Just moments earlier, Maryland had added yet another miss to their tally. As expected, 2 Maryland defenders closed in on him once more, but Lee had long since grown accustomed to this tactic. With a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball and moved to the front court. He maneuvered with 2 shadowing defenders in tow, occasionally setting screens and providing cover for his teammates. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. A wide-open shot from the 45-degree angle found its way to Weatherspoon. The ball landed in his hands as he received it, leaping and releasing the shot with the precision of a machine honed through countless repetitions. As the ball soared, Maryland's help defense rushed in. Yet despite the enormous opportunity for a three-pointer, Weatherspoon's shooting touch today was as abysmal as a careless moment after using the restroom. Thud! Another disheartening clang echoed through the arena. Lee gazed at the 2 towering defenders before him and the distant rim, letting out a resigned sigh. This game was painfully frustrating. Even a victory would feel hollow. Before Maryland's double team could converge upon him, he had relied on the prowess granted by his epic badge to slip into the paint like an eel, unexpectedly snatching a front court rebound. However, all that became impossible once Maryland's defense tightened its grip. Gary Williams was determined to allow others from Memphis to claim rebounds rather than Lee. It was a deliberate strategy aimed at stifling him. Fortunately, he still retained control of the defensive boards, and, thanks to the opposing team, his rebound count had increased more than his scoring in the second half. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vasquez suffered even more. He could only continue running and evading defenders, occasionally managing to create a fleeting opportunity. Yet, that moment would vanish in the blink of an eye, as 2 or more Memphis players would swiftly converge upon him. They would rather allow his teammates to shoot than grant him a chance to possess the ball. Despite his solid passing skills, they manifest only when facing a primary and secondary defender. However, Memphis often employs 3 players to encircle him, all of whom tower over him, rendering him helpless under their long arms. Basket felt utterly despondent. On the Maryland side, once Basket was suffocated, his teammates floundered like headless flies. Even when they positioned themselves according to their training, they found the ball had landed in the hands of another, who was ill-suited to take a shot from that position. Thus, they begrudgingly transformed into tireless workers in a steel mill, laboring relentlessly. The referee, unable to contain himself, blew the final whistle, exhaling deeply. A match like this, I would never officiate again. On the sidelines, the commentator, distractedly flirting with a female guest, belatedly realized the game had concluded. After a yawn, he proclaimed, "An exhilarating match has ended." In the first round of the NCAA Midwest region, Memphis triumphed over the University of Maryland with a score of 61-50, advancing to the round of 32. For Memphis, Elliott Williams contributed 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Lee amassed 19 points, 23 rebounds, 5 assists for blocks, and 3 turnovers, both shining brightly. On the Maryland side, Basket recorded 18 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals, though in defeat, he still held his head high. Simultaneously, a notification pinged in Lee ear. "System, congratulations, host, on completing the C-level foundational advancement task. You have earned 8 attribute points, 50 points, and 2 badge upgrade opportunities." He exhaled a sigh of relief. Just 1 point more than Basket, a near miss that could have led to failure. Under Gary Williams' exasperating tactics, he managed only 4 points in the second half, 2 of which were free throws, yet he secured 15 rebounds, alongside a rare 3 turnovers. The cost of double-teaming him was evident. his teammate, Elliot Williams, moved through Maryland's formation like a wolf among sheep, leaving them utterly vanquished. Following the match, the customary handshake between players and coaches ensued. Basket grasped Lee Kaming's hand, a look of reluctance on his face. "Lee, you are truly formidable. I believe you will silence those who underestimate you. Losing to you for 2 consecutive years is infuriating. This summer, I will enter the NBA draft, and we shall meet again in the NBA. When that time comes, I shall show no mercy." Lee Kaming nodded with a smile. "Do I strike you as someone who would let things slide?" Vasquez was momentarily taken aback, recalling the relentless double-teaming Memphis had employed today. A flicker of apprehension crossing his face. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Should he allow Lee Kaming some leniency? This individual was notoriously vengeful. The coaches also exchanged seemingly cordial handshakes, with Pasternak offering a sardonic grin. "Gary, your strategy proved quite effective." Gary Williams strained to muster a semblance of a gracious smile. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the expression on his face resembled that of someone in distress. He simply could not find a joy to smile. Chapter 36. The doubts of the unsung hero at this juncture. Most spectators had departed the arena. Indeed, following the shift in tempo during the second half, nearly half of the fans had vacated the premises. It was a jest, really. If one wished to witness missed shots, they could easily find a local pickup game without spending money to endure this experience. Among the remaining audience members, the vast majority comprised scouts, media personnel, and others, all eager to disseminate news related to the game immediately after its conclusion or to report back to superiors regarding emerging prodigious talents and the performances of highly regarded players. News of Maryland's defeat to Memphis swiftly circulated, causing a stir within the sports community. After all, Maryland was the 4th seed in the Midwest region, having triumphed over formidable opponents like UNLV, the University of Michigan, and the Georgia Institute of Technology, which justified their selection as the 4th seed by the selection committee. Yet, in the face of stark reality, these justifications appeared somewhat feeble. Maryland had suffered consecutive defeats to Memphis, a team that had recently undergone a coaching upheaval during the offseason, and the announcement left all who heard it in sheer astonishment. The majority of netizens and media figures extended objective and fair commendations to the players of Memphis. However, dissenting voices began to emerge. The infamous detractor of comrade Lee Kaming, Keslov, promptly took to Twitter after the match to express his opinions on the event. It was a monumental victory reminiscent of Memphis. Coach Pasternak's astute tactical adjustments brilliantly countered Maryland's defensive strategies, simultaneously ensnaring the opposition in a quagmire of positional warfare. Their star player, Elliot Williams, delivered an outstanding performance, scoring a remarkable 23 points to lead the team to victory. From my seasoned perspective as a basketball commentator, this performance could very well elevate Elliot into the lottery zone. However, at this juncture, Keslov abruptly shifted his focus to Lee Kaming. As for the individual whom Barkley derisively dubbed the second coming of Duncan, he completely exposed his shortcomings in this game, demonstrating a lack of ball-handling skills and failing to inspire his teammates. Instead, he merely secured a few rebounds and focused on defense, laboring in the shadows. Pray tell, if Duncan played like you, he would have long since exited the NBA. In my view, this fellow is a coward, retreating at the first sign of a challenging game, while his star teammates carry him through adversity. Such a character, and you dare to label him as the second Duncan? Spare me. Not everyone had the opportunity to witness this match, and moreover, some who harbor disdain for Lee Kaming would never concede a single compliment, even after watching. Thus, while Keslov's commentary stood out amidst a chorus of praise, it resonated with the psychological needs of certain fans. Keslov aptly remarked, "The second Duncan? A yellow-skinned player? Ridiculous." Who remembers what he said before the game? That Maryland was merely a stepping stone. The internet has a long memory. In hindsight, Maryland was not his stepping stone, but rather Elliot's. How audacious to boast after scoring 19 points, while Elliot's 23 points must surely elevate him to the heavens. Let us not engage in baseless criticism. Elliot claimed an impressive 23 rebounds, those very statistics that even all-stars often overlook. Lying in bed, Lee Kaming scrolled through the comments beneath Keslov's tweet, gradually furrowing his brow. There exists a contingent of individuals in this world who, devoid of understanding, hastily pass judgment on matters they scarcely grasp, while others, fully aware, choose to speak falsehoods with open eyes. Aspiring to become a professional athlete necessitates the readiness to endure all of this. Lee Kaming consoled himself internally. Yet he was a spirited young man, not a resigned elder indifferent to life and death. Faced with a barrage of vitriolic attacks, how could he remain unperturbed? Since he wished to no longer endure such indignities, there was but one course of action: to fiercely smash the faces of those who slandered him. An unprecedented desire for strength began to burgeon within his heart. He promptly secured the door and entered the system, determined to grow stronger. The rewards for a C-level task were notably generous. This time, he had 8 attribute points at his disposal. His approach was straightforward, favoring the amplification of his strengths to enhance his prowess. Thus, he followed the strategy from his previous allocation, investing all 8 points into speed, elevating his score from 63 to 71, reaching a level commensurate with an NBA rotation player. Given his height, a speed rating of 71 effectively placed him among the fastest centers in the NCAA. Similarly, he devoted both of his badge upgrade opportunities to the Brick Wall badge, elevating it to its highest tier of epic rarity, with its effect now dramatically reducing opponents' shooting accuracy at the basket by 15. Upon witnessing the effect of this epic badge, even Life-and-DeathBattle couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It was indeed astonishing. What did a 15 reduction in shooting accuracy at the basket signify? It could transform a team with a 60 shooting rate under the rim into a squad of Butterfinger players with a mere 45 success rate. Such a dismal shooting percentage would prompt one to venture beyond the three-point line, where a single successful shot could yield greater rewards. This formidable defensive capability would rank among the elite even within the NBA. However, despite the badge's merits, it bore a drawback, albeit one not explicitly stated by the system. Through several matches, Life-and-DeathBattle discerned this limitation. Whenever the badge activated, his fatigue level increased more rapidly, indicating that utilizing the badge consumed stamina. Nonetheless, at present, his stamina remained sufficient, so the need for enhancement was not an immediate concern. In a defensive battle like today's, his 23 rebounds often activated the Rebound Master badge, resulting in a fatigue level that climbed to 65, and he could distinctly feel the signals of exhaustion coursing through him. After exiting the system, he unexpectedly received a call from Monica. Remembering his beautiful agent lightened some of his burdens. Lee, congratulations. Your performance today was simply outstanding. Life-and-DeathBattle feigned a bitter smile and remarked, "Is that so? I see many people criticizing my poor performance." Monica paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Are you referring to Kozlov? Pay him no mind. He is merely a clown. I have received word that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, at least 5 teams intend to select you with a second-round pick." Life-and-DeathBattle let out a sigh, and on the other end of the line, Monica furrowed her brow. "Lee, what is the matter? You sound rather unhappy." "Why should I be happy?" Life-and-DeathBattle chuckled softly. "Am I merely the 31st choice for others? I prefer to have agency." Monica laughed in response. "Lee, how did I not realize before that you possess such confidence? You've already been selected by the NBA, yet you still feel discontent. Or perhaps you are unaware of the significance of this achievement. In the entire league, individuals with yellow skin can be counted on one hand. You have created new history. Do you understand?" "I understand, but it's still not enough." With that, Life-and-DeathBattle ended the call. Monica stared at her phone, which emitted a busy tone, and sighed in exasperation. What has gotten into this guy? He seems like a completely different person all of a sudden. Chapter 37. The peculiar B-level task, the matchup between Memphis and Maryland, was the last game of the day, meaning that after Life-and-DeathBattle's game concluded, the results of all first-round matches across the 4 major regions were already revealed. In the Midwest region, aside from Memphis pulling off an upset against the 4th-seeded University of Maryland, even more astonishing was the 14th-seeded Ohio University, which managed to defeat the 3rd-seeded Georgetown University with a score of 97 to 83. This seemingly minor Midwest region shocked everyone by producing 2 major upsets on the very first day of the tournament. While the University of Maryland's performance can be set aside for now, Georgetown University, a team of great renown, fell in the first round, losing to the relatively obscure Ohio University. Such a result left everyone utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the results of the matchup between UNLV and Northern Iowa, positioned in the middle of the Midwest rankings, were also revealed that day. One team was seeded 8th while the other was 9th, indicating that the selection committee viewed both teams as nearly equal in strength. As most anticipated, the 2 teams battled until the final second, with Northern Iowa narrowly triumphing over UNLV with a score of 69 to 66, thereby advancing to the next round. Their upcoming opponent, the top-seeded Kansas University, achieved a decisive victory over the 16th-seeded Lehigh University with a score of 90 to 74, setting the stage for a clash in the Midwest quarterfinals. Many held a rather pessimistic view of Northern Iowa's prospects, considering they were up against the championship favorites, Kansas. In Memphis, their adversaries have emerged. The fifth-seeded Michigan State University triumphed over New Mexico State University with a score of 70-67, thus becoming the next opponent for Memphis. Upon realizing that Michigan State was their forthcoming rival, the majority of the Tigers clenched their fists, not out of animosity, but due to a prior altercation between Memphis players, led by Elliot Williams and Draymond Green from Michigan, during which Williams received a blow from Green, leaving his eye still bruised. Williams envisioned himself as a bull confronted by a matador's red cape, his eyes instantly ablaze with fury, nostrils flaring with heated breaths. Green, just you wait. The match between Memphis and Michigan State is scheduled for the 21st to be held at the Spokane Veterans Memorial Arena, the same venue as their first-round games, which is why the two teams would encounter each other beforehand. Other contests in the Midwest region are equally fierce, with second-seeded Ohio State University easily defeating 15th-seeded University of California, Santa Barbara, by a score of 68-51, while 10th-seeded Georgia Tech narrowly overcame 8th-seeded Oklahoma State University with a score of 64-59. 6th-seeded Tennessee edged out San Diego State University with a score of 62-59. In other regions, the first seed from CUSA, the University of Texas at El Paso, fell to Butler University, led by Gordon Hayward, with a score of 59-77, concluding their journey this season. The first seed in the Eastern region, Kentucky University, under the leadership of former Memphis coach John Calipari, effortlessly defeated 16th-seeded East Tennessee State University with a score of 100-71. While the first seed in the Southern region, Duke University, achieved a resounding victory over the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff with a score of 73-44. This is the essence of March Madness, a captivating spectacle where the stakes are high, regardless of how dominant a team has been during the regular season or how high their rank may be in the selection committee's list. When it comes to the national championship, all teams return to the same starting line. On the morning of the 21st, as Lee Kaming awoke, he was greeted by the system's task notification, prompting him to immediately access the system interface. Task rating. Be the discussions about you online, though unreasonable and harsh, do not require the host to endure them. Can a young person still be considered young if they lack ambition? Basic. Win the game in tomorrow's match, achieving the highest overall performance in all basic statistics. Reward. 10 to 15 attribute points, 100 to 200 points. Failure penalty. Random deduction of 15 attribute points. Advanced. Score no less than 35 points. Secure no fewer than 10 rebounds, and achieve at least 3 blocks in tomorrow's game. Reward. 3 badge upgrade opportunities. Failure penalty. None. Upon reading this task description, Lee Kaming could not help but gasp in astonishment. A B-level task? Why did the system unexpectedly assign him a B-level task? Given his understanding of the system, receiving a C-level task during the NCAA phase was already quite generous. Previously, even the CUSA League playoffs were categorized as D-level tasks. Furthermore, what did that phrase within the task mean? In past assignments, there had never been such a narrative, only cold, unfeeling requirements. Yet this time, it felt as if the sun had risen in the west, as he was actually given an explanation of the task. Strangely, from that sentence, Lee Kaming discerned a paternal concern akin to that of an old father. Have you been bullied, my child? Here, essay million. Go and slap them hard. Upon this thought, a dark expression crossed Lee Kaming's face. After much contemplation, the only explanation for such a change in the system was that it had sensed the intense desire for strength burgeoning within him. He acknowledged that after reading the comments from those naysayers yesterday, he had never felt such a longing before. He wondered whether this alteration in the system was a cause for joy or despair. Regardless, a B-level task lay before him. Could he consciously choose to abandon it? Lee Kaming was not that kind of person. The basic reward points surpassed the total he had accumulated from his previous tasks, and there was no way he would allow such a reward to slip through his fingers. However, the difficulty of this B-level task was not insignificant. Winning the game was merely the beginning. Each task's primary requirement was victory, but the second stipulation demanded that all his statistics be the highest on the court. From this point, the difficulty escalated dramatically. This meant that as a center, his scoring must exceed that of shooting guards. His assists must surpass those of point guards. His steals must outnumber those of the guards, and his rebounds and blocks must exceed those of the forwards. Moreover, there was a hidden requirement. His statistics had to surpass everyone else's. This implied that to fulfill the task, not only would he contend with the opposing players, but his teammates would also become his rivals. The mere thought of this darkened his expression. Was this not a coercion to inflate his statistics? Furthermore, Michigan State's interior players were not to be underestimated, easily manipulated at will. Was this truly a B-level task? It seemed that to accomplish this assignment, he would have to invest everything and give his utmost performance on the court. Chapter 38. The tactical shift of Tom Izzo at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The familiar Spokane Veterans Memorial Arena buzzed with anticipation as Memphis faced off against Michigan State. In a pre-game interview, Michigan State's esteemed coach, Tom Izzo, who has dedicated 15 years to the program, remarked on Memphis's impressive journey to this point, asserting that their success is a testament to their formidable talent, which many have underestimated. He further noted the balanced composition of Memphis's lineup, featuring the external prowess of Elliott Williams and the internal strength of Licaeming, declaring them a formidable adversary. This exchange was reminiscent of the classic pre-game flattery. Coach Pastner, not to be outdone, lavished praise on Michigan's players and even proclaimed Izzo as his childhood idol. This sentiment left Licaeming feeling somewhat queasy as he perceived the insincerity in their words, especially from Pastner, who brazenly spoke falsehoods, fully aware that his true idol was, in fact, Coach K. However, the players' pre-game interviews took a decidedly less harmonious turn. Elliott Williams, sporting bruised eyes from a confrontation with Draymond Green, broke from his usual demeanor, boldly declaring that Michigan would serve as a stepping stone for their advancement to the finals. Licaeming, if you have nothing to do, you might as well bite a lighter. Are you trying to mimic my way of speaking? The reporters present were taken aback by Williams' fierce remarks, as he had always maintained a humble and cautious demeanor in front of the media. It was unexpected for him to unleash such a bold statement prior to the game. Meanwhile, upon hearing Williams' interview, the players from Michigan scoffed, particularly Draymond Green, who boldly declared that if Elliott scores more than 15 points today, he would walk out of the arena backwards. This declaration left everyone astonished. The match hadn't even commenced, yet the atmosphere was already charged with tension. One could only imagine how explosive the game would be. In response to the sharp exchanges between both sides, the security personnel grew alarmed and promptly intensified the risk assessments for the players and the locker rooms, aiming to prevent any weapons from entering the arena. After all, in the land of the free, America is rife with gun violence. Should a conflict arise and some misguided individual decides to unleash chaos, it could spell the end of their careers, or worse, their lives. As for Licaeming, given his impressive performance in the previous pre-game interview against Maryland, the media was keen to seize the opportunity. Lee, last time you referred to Maryland as your stepping stone. It appears you have indeed lived up to that. What are your thoughts on today's game? Once the reporter posed this question, a hush fell over the crowd as everyone fixated their gaze on Licaeming, eager to catch any groundbreaking remarks he might make, lest they miss something profound. Licaeming's face broke into a gentle smile. Michigan is an exceptionally formidable opponent. They are a team capable of contending for the championship. A wave of fervent discussion erupted among the audience. What is happening? Has this guy changed his demeanor? How is it that after just 3 days, he has learned to flatter his rivals? The journalist who posed the question earlier could hardly contain his eagerness and added, Lee, do you mean to suggest that you might not prevail against Michigan? Licaeming let out a scoff, exclaiming, what an international joke. Just moments ago, you claimed they were a team capable of contending for the championship. Licaeming waved his hand to interrupt the reporter, then spoke deliberately. Indeed, they can vie for the championship, but we shall be the champions this year. Upon hearing his words, the previously enthusiastic reporter was momentarily frozen, while the others present gazed at him in astonishment. Initially, there were hopes that he had mellowed, yet he remained as audacious as ever. The pre-game exchanges had heightened the audience's anticipation, leading all fans to enter the arena half an hour early, eager to witness a true clash of titans. Inside the arena, the large screen displayed the starting lineups of both teams. The Memphis Tigers, point guard Willie Kemp, shooting guard Elliott Williams, small forward Daniel Mack, power forward Wesley Witherspoon, and center Licaeming. The Michigan State Spartans, point guard Kalen Lucas, shooting guard Isaiah Dahlman, small forward John Crandall, power forward Draymond Green, and center Tom Herzog. The presence of Draymond Green in the starting lineup captivated the audience even further. Tom Izzo had made a strategic shift, surprisingly including Green as a starter. Although Green was only a sophomore this season and primarily played as a sixth man during the regular season, his inclusion in the starting lineup today hinted at a unique plan from Izzo. On the other hand, Elliot Williams of Memphis felt a surge of anger and resentment upon seeing Green's name among the starters. Coach Pastner furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Izzo's decision to elevate a player who had spent the season as a substitute to his starting power forward position. He would have to wait until the game commenced to understand the rationale. On the court, amidst the gaze of over 10,000 spectators, the referee launched the basketball into the air, coinciding with the sharp sound of the whistle that signaled the commencement of the match. Beep! Lee Kaming seized the initiative, his formidable explosiveness propelling him skyward the moment the ball soared. With an outstretched arm, he accurately directed the basketball into the hands of point guard Camp at the apex of his leap. The center from Michigan State University, Herzog, watched in astonishment as Lee Kaming ascended with astonishing speed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The coach had mentioned the player's swiftness and leaping ability, yet nobody had forewarned him of such extraordinary heights. What transpired next left Herzog utterly astounded. Upon landing, Lee Kaming immediately sprang into action, striding forward with great determination, effortlessly outpacing him as he charged toward the paint. Had it not been for Draymond Green's timely intervention, it was likely that Lee Kaming would have barreled into the lane for a thunderous dunk during the first play. On the Michigan bench, Tom Izzo's furrowed brow began to relax slightly. The decision to start Green proved to be prudent. Prior to the game, Michigan's coaching staff had meticulously reviewed numerous game tapes of Memphis, paying particular attention to the Tigers' number 34 center. They astutely recognized that previous teams had faltered against this Chinese-American player because their interior defense was utterly incapable of matching Lee Kaming's prowess. Whether it was due to a lack of height, allowing him to dominate the boards, or sufficient height but insufficient speed, leading to his relentless penetrations, the pattern was clear. Michigan's starting 4 and 5 positions shared similar shortcomings. Had they adhered to a conventional starting lineup, their interior would have faced a fate akin to that of Memphis's prior opponents, thoroughly dismantled. Thus, Tom Izzo ingeniously resolved to start Draymond Green to address this dilemma. This way, the 6 feet 11 inches Herzog could effectively safeguard the paint and the boards, while the 6 feet 8 inches Green, playing power forward, could guard the perimeter and utilize his agility to assist Herzog in containing Lee Kaming's drives. Seeing his strategy bear fruit in the very first play, Tom Izzo could not help but feel a swell of pride for his audacious tactical shift. Although Memphis's fast break was thwarted at the outset, the players remained unperturbed. Camp leisurely dribbled the ball outside the three-point line, surveying the unfolding situation. Even if the fast break had failed, Memphis was undaunted in settling into their half-court offense against Michigan. Following their match against Maryland, Coach Pastner had 2 days to devise strategies, and as a young and ambitious coach, he was keen to seize this rare opportunity. While he believed that merely advancing past Maryland constituted a successful endeavor, every individual harbors the desire to continue winning. Nobody dislikes the prospect of clinching a championship. The University of Michigan exhibits a remarkable balance, with no singular players standing out among the 5 positions. Each athlete contributes their unique strengths, collectively fortifying Michigan into an indomitable fortress. Under the astute guidance of the renowned coach Tom Izzo, this team operates like a meticulously engineered war machine, effortlessly overcoming all obstacles in its path. Consequently, identifying a weakness in Michigan's formation proves to be exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the young Coach Pastner, brimming with ambition, spent 2 sleepless nights poring over game footage with his coaching staff, ultimately achieving a moment of enlightenment. To clarify, this footage pertains to games involving Michigan State University. While Michigan's overall composition appears balanced and devoid of vulnerabilities, the absence of a standout player capable of decisively impacting critical moments ironically constitutes their most significant weakness. In contrast, Memphis boasts 2 such players. Thus, Pastner strategically formulated a game plan prior to the match, aiming to maintain the score margin in the early stages. And when the decisive moments arrive, to entrust the ball to Elliot Williams and Lee Kaming, allowing them to unleash their offensive prowess. As for how to sustain the score without allowing the opponent to widen the gap before the climactic moments, that presents another challenge. Pastner chose to place his faith in the player's acumen. Upon hearing the coach's strategy in the locker room, Lee Kaming was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the ingenious plan derived from 2 days and nights of viewing game footage? Nevertheless, the players of Memphis are seasoned professionals. Even though their coach may lack reliability and has not devised a method to contend with Michigan during regulation time, the tactical skills they have honed through countless hours of practice are deeply ingrained within them. For instance, at this moment, Kemp instinctively gestured to Lee Kaming, signaling him to come up for a screen. Lee Kaming swiftly stepped forward to obstruct his defender, while Kemp seized the opportunity created by the screen, darting towards the three-point line, instantly drawing the attention of two opponents. Following his routine drills, Lee Kaming took a step back, positioning himself just beyond the arc at the top of the key. Kemp advanced towards the free throw line, now caught in a vice between his original defender and Lee Kaming's matchup. One must admit, although his offensive skills are primarily limited to shooting threes, his passing abilities are truly exceptional. It would not be an exaggeration to regard him as the premier traditional point guard in the CUSA League. In the midst of the crowd, he flicked his wrist with finesse, executing a beautiful bounce pass, and the basketball spiraled gracefully from his hand. It subsequently landed perfectly in the outstretched grasp of Lee Kaming, who, upon receiving the ball, leapt effortlessly into the air, executing a stunning three-point shot. While a 40-rated three-pointer may seem somewhat inadequate, it sufficed against the NCAA-level defense. Moreover, his defender, Tom Herzog, a towering center standing at 2.13 meters, had already retreated into the paint to contend with Kemp's drive, leaving him unable to contest the shot. Even if he could muster the strength to sprint over with his hefty frame, by that time, Lee Kaming would have already landed, leaving him merely a bystander. Just as everyone anticipated that Michigan's first shot would be decisively punished by Lee Kaming, a diminutive figure, under 2 meters tall, suddenly emerged from the side at a 45-degree angle. This individual moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously positioning himself in front of Lee Kaming and extending his arms to obstruct the latter's line of sight. This person was none other than Draymond Green. Lee Kaming seethed with anger as the ball slipped from his grasp. At that moment, under Green's timely interference, his three-point shooting prowess of 40 proved inadequate. The instant he released the ball, he sensed its impending failure. With a resounding clang, the basketball struck the rim with force, subsequently soaring high and landing in the hands of Herzog, who secured the rebound. Witnessing this unfold, Tom Izzo, seated beside the Michigan bench, beamed with delight. Dream Green's impactful contributions in the initial plays justified Izzo's audacious decision to elevate him to the starting lineup. The seasoned commentator, astute and perceptive, quickly discerned Izzo's strategy. It seemed that Dream Green had been deployed specifically to counter Lee Kaming. As Lee Kaming's shot clanged off the rim, Dream Green flashed a broad grin, taunting him. "With that skill, you dare attempt a three-pointer? My grandmother could shoot better than you." With such an inauspicious start, Pasternak on the sidelines felt a sudden tightening in his chest, instinctively sweating for Lee Kaming. Lee Kaming did not engage in a quarrel with Green. He merely cast a smiling glance at the latter before swiftly returning to his half of the court. In contrast, Green felt an unsettling discomfort under the gaze of Lee Kaming's enigmatic smile, causing the taunts that had been on the tip of his tongue to evaporate. Observing Lee Kaming's retreating figure, he found himself perplexed. How could this fearless demeanor of his feel a tremor in his heart? Merely from a glance exchanged with this Chinese youth? As the game progressed, Green decided to set aside his confusion and immerse himself in the team's offensive maneuvers. Within the Michigan lineup, Green played a pivotal role. He was not only the team's libero on defense, adept at providing support to any teammate in need, but also an essential playmaker on offense, serving as a critical fulcrum around which the team's ball movement revolved. Although his shooting was often unreliable, his awareness of cutting and his ability to handle the ball during such movements were exceptional, which enabled him to thrive amidst the elite competition of the NCAA. As Michigan initiated their offense, point guard Lucas brought the ball up the court, directing his teammates' movements while facing the defensive Kemp. On one side, Draymond Green stepped in to set a screen, obstructing Kemp's defensive path before swiftly rolling to the basket. His synergy with Lucas had reached a masterful level. Upon seeing Green penetrate the paint, Lucas immediately lofted the ball into the air. Lee Kaming, stationed in the key, observed the unfolding play with clarity and took a decisive step forward to obstruct Green's path to the rim. Yet, in the instant Green received the ball, he neither attempted a layup nor sought a pass, but instead, akin to a volleyball player, lightly tapped the ball, altering its trajectory towards the hoop. Witnessing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Lee Kaming. Surely, this player would not take a reckless shot. There had to be a trick. Just as he turned his head, he spotted Herzog, lying in wait at the edge of the key, soaring into the air and emphatically slamming the ball through the basket with a resounding thud. 2-0. Michigan claimed the first point. At this sight, Pasternak's expression darkened instantly. It appears that Lee Kaming's defensive framework has been deciphered by Michigan. wishing everyone a joyful Labor Day. By the way, I kindly request your support. Chapter 40. Is it not quite normal for me to engage in a brawl while holding a ball? Tom Izzo truly lives up to his reputation as a renowned NCAA coach. Within just 2 days, he managed to identify the defensive vulnerabilities of Memphis. In retrospect, the significance of the decision to have Green in the starting lineup continues to grow. Lee Kaming's expression was far from pleasant. He had not anticipated that Dream Green's ball handling skills were so exceptional. Generally speaking, 80% of interior players receiving the ball in this position possess no alternative methods of play aside from attempting a layup. However, Green not only excels at passing the ball, but he does so with remarkable precision, which epitomizes Green's significance. Lee Kai glanced towards the sidelines at Pasternak, noticing a profound sense of concern reflected in the latter's eyes, prompting him to shake his head in response. He understood that, given the coach's temperament, a timeout might be imminent, though Pasternak, as a young coach, lacked the experience of his more seasoned counterparts. He possessed the commendable qualities of decisiveness and the audacity to implement sweeping changes. Thus, while most coaches would refrain from calling a timeout after the initial play, Pasternak would not hesitate to do so. Lee Kaming did not perceive the need for a timeout after being struck by Green. He merely needed to remain vigilant for the next round. As Memphis initiated their offense, Kaming was determined not to take an easy shot this time. It was far from his style to abandon his all-star caliber post skills in favor of attempting three-pointers from beyond the arc. Initially, he set a screen for Williams, aiding him in evading his defender to receive the ball. Kaming then swiftly descended into the paint, positioning himself on the opposite side of the key, ready to surge toward the basket for a rebound should Williams' shot fail to find its mark. With the ball in hand, Williams faced his defender, surveying the court before executing a deceptive pivot. In a sudden movement, he dribbled past his opponent, charging into the paint with determination. At that moment, a figure clad in a green jersey, a tall black athlete, abruptly appeared, unleashing a powerful slap towards the airborne Williams. The force of the blow was undeniable. Even Williams, with his exceptional athleticism, lost his balance and crashed to the floor. The referee immediately signaled a foul. Williams sprawled on the ground and grimacing in pain, quickly lifted his gaze towards the instigator, none other than Green. Witnessing Green's nonchalant demeanor ignited a fire in Williams' eyes. Ignoring the searing pain coursing through him, he scrambled to his feet and charged at Green. Their animosity was palpable, and with Green striking first, Williams' fury was unleashed. Observing this, Lee Kaming acted swiftly, seizing Williams to prevent him from escalating the situation, as doing so could easily result in ejection. He glanced back at the provocateur, finding Green guarded by teammates, his gaze filled with taunting intent. In that moment, Kaming comprehended the underlying malice. Green had intentionally committed a flagrant foul against Williams, coupled with their pre-existing tensions. Should Williams succumb to his emotions and be ejected, victory for Michigan would be all but assured. Lee Kaming swiftly pulled Williams aside, cautioning him, "Elliot, that guy is deliberately provoking you. Do not fall for his tricks. We can discuss everything after the match." After a brief moment of composure, Williams regained clarity of mind and naturally refrained from seeking trouble with Green. Observing that a confrontation had been averted, the referee breathed a sigh of relief. Williams exhibited remarkable composure throughout the game, undeterred by Green's antics, and confidently sank both of his free throws. With Williams having regained his calm, the weight on Lee Kaming's shoulders lifted, replaced by a cold smirk. "Oh, Green, you wish to play dirty, do you? Then I shall indulge you." Michigan's offense surged forward, with the point guard executing a pick-and-roll with Green. As Green maneuvered through the crowd, he received an alley-oop pass from the guard and immediately charged toward the basket. Lee Kaming, ever vigilant, cast a quick glance at Herzog, who remained stationed in the corner of the paint, eagerly awaiting the pass from Green. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You believe you can use the same trick on me twice? I will turn the tables on you." Consequently, he feigned a retreat, appearing to be intimidated by Green's impending layup. Green's eyes glimmered with determination. Was this the legendary second coming of Duncan? He promptly launched the ball toward the hoop. Herzog, waiting in the paint for Green's successful assist, was elated, propelling himself off the ground, ready to execute another thunderous dunk. As Green watched his teammates soar, a smile began to form on his face, but in the next breath, that smile froze in place, unfinished. Lee Kaming feigned a forward lunge before swiftly pivoting to defend. With the acceleration afforded by his upgraded speed attribute of 71, he reached his destination in the blink of an eye. soaring upward to emphatically swat Herzog's dunk against the neck of the rim. Yet, this was not the end. Upon landing, he leapt once more, rising above a throng of shorter players, extending his long arms to capture the rebound effortlessly. Meanwhile, Green, hoping to capitalize on LeCaming's momentary lapse in grip, approached from behind, attempting to snatch the ball. However, just as he closed in, a flying elbow appeared in his line of sight, rapidly growing larger. Bam! Green felt an unbearable sting at the tip of his nose, and under the influence of this sensation, his tear ducts uncontrollably released a torrent of tears, rendering his vision increasingly blurry. LeCaming cast a glance at Green, who was pinching his nose, feeling a sense of secret delight in his heart, though his face displayed a perplexed and innocent expression. What is happening? I haven't done anything. He collided with my arm on his own. The referee on the sidelines appeared somewhat speechless. You nearly swung a punch, and yet you feel aggrieved? I witnessed it all. You exerted every ounce of strength when you threw that elbow. However, Green was no innocent bystander, and since the elbow did not result in any severe repercussions, no whistle was blown. In just a few brief seconds, LeCaming executed a remarkable block, secured a rebound, and retaliated in a series of actions that left the Memphis players in awe, exclaiming his brilliance. Not only are you adept at basketball, but you also possess a talent for playing dirty. After a moment of adjusting to the court, Green touched his slightly deformed nose and cast a resentful glance at LeCaming. LeCaming sensed the intensity of his gaze and reciprocated with a defiant glance, challenging him to continue their contest. As they advanced to the front court, LeCaming and Weatherspoon executed a strategic screen, with Weatherspoon moving outward and LeCaming cutting inward. The Michigan players were obstructed and had no choice but to switch defenses, which meant that LeCaming would now confront Green directly. Standing at 2 meters against Green's 1.98 m, such a significant mismatch was evident. Camp, with keen perception, promptly lofted the ball to LeCaming. Upon receiving the pass, LeCaming elevated and charged towards the basket with great strides. For the first time, Green felt the daunting challenge of defending against the center. The opponent loomed like an impenetrable wall, and no matter how much effort he exerted, he could not divert this formidable adversary from his path. As LeCaming drew ever closer to the basket, Green, in a moment of inspiration, reached out to swipe at LeCaming's face. LeCaming had long been prepared. As the ball handler exerted force, he deftly swatted away Green's approaching hand. With the residual momentum, his palm continued unabated, delivering a resounding slap to Green's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the arena, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. How astonishing it was that in this day and age, there were still those who would engage in a brawl while dribbling a ball. The university entrance examination occurs annually, yet the legendary battles between James and Durant have only transpired 5 times in 9 years, truly a rarity to be cherished. Even the referee was momentarily taken aback by the crisp sound of the slap, standing frozen at the baseline, a whistle dangling from his lips, hesitating whether to blow the whistle or not. Observing the fiery anger in Green's eyes as he prepared to retaliate with a slap of his own, the referee decisively blew the whistle, signaling an offensive foul against LeCaming while simultaneously cautioning Green to remain composed. The remaining players swiftly encircled the two, positioning themselves between LeCaming and Green to prevent the situation from escalating further. LeCaming gazed calmly at the hysterical Green, inwardly scoffing at the absurdity of the situation. This man was clearly putting on a fa-ade. It was he who had initiated the underhanded tactics, only to find his efforts thwarted, resulting in a swift counterattack. Accustomed to taking advantage, he could not tolerate even the slightest setback. We often characterize such individuals as those who bemoan a loss unless they gain something. Green's face was a mask of fury, yet he felt utterly helpless, having intended to exploit the referee's inattention with a sneaky maneuver to bring this fellow down. Instead, his ploy backfired, leading to him being publicly slapped by LeCaming. If he did not feign some anger now, the referee would overlook any foul play entirely. Meanwhile, Williams, though seemingly exerting himself to block LeCaming, was clearly seen by Lee to be grinning widely with a gleaming smile after turning his head towards him, even giving a subtle thumbs up. Evidently, witnessing his arch-nemesis being taught a lesson brought him immense satisfaction. On the sidelines, Pastner observed the conflict had been subdued and promptly approached the referee to exert pressure. How could this possibly be deemed an offensive foul? This was clearly an act of self-defense. Green's hand was obviously aimed at LeCaming's face. Why was it not called? In truth, whether this foul was called against LeCaming was of little consequence. It was merely his first foul of the match thus far. Based on past experiences, Lee Kaming had demonstrated exceptional control over fouls during games, rendering concerns about foul trouble in the second half unwarranted. However, as his coach, Pastner understood the necessity of stepping up to voice his concerns. In these neutral ground matches, if the coach did not exert pressure on the referee, the latter would likely target the weaker side, skewing the officiating further against them. As anticipated, the referee did not reverse the decision, but did assure Pastner that they would keep an eye on Green's defensive actions. Satisfied, Pastner returned to the bench. The game resumed with Michigan initiating the play. Kalen Lucas received the inbound pass from a teammate and, facing Kemp's defense, advanced into the front court in 6 seconds. Although the previous tactic had been unraveled by Lee Kaming, Green's array of strategies clearly extended beyond merely facilitating the center. Michigan executed another pick and roll involving Lucas and Green. Witnessing this, Lee Kaming in the paint felt a twinge of suspicion. He had successfully defended against this maneuver just moments ago. What was their game? There must be something amiss. Upon receiving the ball, Green charged into the key, but at that moment, the opposing formation shifted once more. The two wings at the corner simultaneously sprung into action. Racing towards the baseline's edge, executing a cross run, John Crandall, stationed at the right corner, effectively obstructed the pursuit of two defenders. As Isaiah Daman glided from the left corner to the right, he found himself in a moment of unguarded freedom. In swift motion, Green, with remarkable agility, delivered the ball with missile-like precision into Daman's awaiting hands at the corner. Confronted with a spacious 3-meter gap, even a mere water cooler would have a fair chance, let alone the starting shooting guard of the University of Michigan. Daman received the pass, adjusted his stance, then bent his knees and propelled himself off the ground, channeling power from his feet through his body, culminating in an explosive release from his fingertips. The basketball spun gracefully as it soared from his grasp, finding its mark in the hoop, reminiscent of a pebble dropping into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through the net. A new strategy unfolds. Lee Kaming felt a sense of urgency. He simply could not abandon his defensive assignment to contest the perimeter. In truth, he possessed the capability to do so. Yet the dilemma lay in whether his teammate, who would take over his defensive duties, could adequately contain Herzog, who stood at an imposing 2 meters and 13 centimeters. Against Green's potential alley-oop pass. On the sidelines, Pastner furrowed his brow deeply. Tom Izzo, a seasoned coach, truly demonstrated his prowess. However, this tactical conundrum must be unraveled. Otherwise, Michigan would undoubtedly persist with this strategy, which would essentially equate to allowing the opposing team to shoot open three-pointers. Lee Kaming immediately communicated with his teammates. Williams and Daniel Mack positioned at the corners. "Can you contain Herzog's alley-oop?" he inquired. "If you can, I'll make my move next round." Williams and Mack exchanged glances, and a synchronized grimace of resignation appeared on their faces. "We can't hold him." Lee Kaming nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the height difference of over 10 centimeters between the two players and Herzog made it understandable that they struggled to defend effectively. However, Pastner was not to be underestimated. He gestured to Williams and Weatherby to switch their defensive assignments. Consequently, Williams would directly match up against Green, while Weatherby, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters, would take position in the corner, allowing him to seamlessly exchange defensive responsibilities with Lee Kaming. Lee Kaming harbored his own considerations, even if he managed to decipher his opponent's tactics this time, with Tom Izzo's coaching prowess. One could be certain that in the next round, new strategies would emerge. Consequently, they would perpetually be led by the nose, losing control of the game. He was not one to favor passivity. He aspired to command everything pertinent to himself. Thus far, the essence of these strategies relied heavily on Green's ability to handle the ball within the paint. Therefore, to dismantle Michigan's seemingly endless tactics, one need only target their strategic core to obliterate all tactics built upon it. Presently, it was evident that Michigan's tactical nucleus was none other than Draymond Green. Lee Kaming immediately conceived a strategy. "Since I cannot target you on the defensive end, I shall focus on you offensively, and I shall bring you down." As they advanced to the front court, Kemp, in possession of the ball, was about to execute the previous tactical movement when he caught Lee Kaming's knowing glance. Simultaneously, veteran Weatherspoon, understanding the cue, swiftly approached to provide Kemp with a solid screen. Weatherspoon's defensive coverage was particularly robust, effectively obstructing the opposing point guard, Lucas, rendering Kemp nearly invisible. As Weatherspoon's defense drew Green's attention, he promptly adjusted to cover, preparing to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared beside him, obstructing his peripheral vision. Green turned his head, instantly seething with anger, while his gaze bore a hint of wariness. What was this individual up to now? Once Liu-Kaming positioned himself appropriately, Kemp decisively followed the screen and charged inward. Liu-Kaming's towering frame of 2 meters stood like a pillar on one side of Green, rendering any attempt by the latter to slip past him futile. Due to Liu-Kaming's formidable defense, Michigan was compelled to switch their matchups, placing Green directly against him. One might wonder why it was necessary to complicate matters instead of simply having Weatherspoon set a screen and passing the ball to Liu-Kaming. The truth is, delivering the ball to the post is far more intricate than it appears. It is a skill that requires significant technical prowess. Not everyone is capable of executing it. Such a crucial task naturally fell to the Tigers' most proficient player in feeding the post, the point guard, Kemp, whose skills were unmatched within the team. After the defensive switch, Liu-Kaming immediately exerted his strength, pushing against Green until he reached the waist position. He extended his left arm to block Green's reaching arm from behind while using his broad back to pin Green down, raising his right arm to signal Kemp for the ball. Noticing the situation, Kemp, who had momentarily stepped back beyond the three-point line, swiftly lobbed the ball into the post before quickly retreating to draw his defender away from Liu-Kaming, preventing any interference. Upon receiving the ball, Liu-Kaming scanned the court and observed that all Michigan players were stationed in their defensive positions, with no one approaching to double-team him. He then leaned back, using his body to brace against Green while sensing the latter's defensive stance. Standing at 198 meters, Green was well-equipped to play power forward and was no slouch in interior defense. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, pressing his chest against Liu-Kaming while stealthily wedging an elbow into Liu-Kaming's back. Liu-Kaming, acutely aware of the sensation from his back, suddenly feinted to the left, appearing poised to pivot. Green, possessing ample experience, instinctively shifted his feet slightly to the left while simultaneously applying more force with his elbow. Liu-Kaming sensed the shift in Green's footsteps and center of gravity, abruptly halting his movement. Pivoting on his left foot, he exerted sudden force in his leg, executing a swift turn that propelled Green away by a full body length. Green felt a void before him, followed by a momentary stumble. However, he was no novice. He quickly regained his composure and attempted to defend. Yet, with Liu-Kaming already in an advantageous offensive position, there was no way he would allow Green to obstruct him once more. He took grand strides, advancing directly beneath the basket. All the players from Michigan were focused on the two of them, and Liu-Kaming's breakthrough immediately drew the attention of center Herzog. As Liu-Kaming approached the key, preparing for a layup, Herzog swiftly extended his arms to confront him. With danger lurking ahead and behind, it seemed Liu-Kaming was ensnared in an inescapable predicament. However, his all-star caliber finishing technique was not to be underestimated. In a moment of brilliance, he executed a wide-ranging Euro step, effortlessly slipping past the lunging Herzog. Green, initially relieved by the presence of a towering center standing at 213 meters, believed the rim protection was assured. Yet in the blink of an eye, the defensive bastion he relied upon was breached by Liu-Kaming, causing Green's expression to darken. A cohort of inadequates. If they failed to defend, Liu-Kaming would undoubtedly deliver a highlight reel dunk. But he was Draymond Green, after all. How could he allow anyone an easy layup? In his worldview, scoring against his defense would come at a great cost. Realizing the distance between himself and Liu-Kaming was sufficient, Green swiftly extended his arm and forcefully shoved Liu-Kaming. As Liu-Kaming felt the tremendous push against his back while in the midst of his layup, a chill coursed through him. Having already offered a lesson, he assumed Green would restrain himself. Yet, given Green's audacity, it was time to teach him a lesson in humility. He first extended his arms for a deft scoop shot, then exaggeratedly launched himself, tumbling to the baseline and sliding several meters before landing in a sea of warm embraces, simultaneously letting out a loud cry of agony. Although his performance was quite theatrical, it instantly caught the referee's attention, who promptly blew his whistle. The referee signaled an intentional foul against Draymond Green. Lying amidst a soft expanse, Liu-Kaming heard the whistle and felt reassured enough to remain sprawled comfortably. If he stood up immediately, it would only solidify the perception of a flopping act. Moreover, where could one find a floor so soft? How could this floor possibly be moving? He instinctively pinched the object beneath his head. The sensation was quite pleasant, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. Realizing the situation, Liu-Kaming promptly lifted his gaze, only to find a blue-eyed girl with ample curves gazing back at him, her eyes brimming with concern and shyness. Upon witnessing Lee Kaming being toppled by Green, his teammates from Memphis quickly rushed to his side, while Pasternak on the sidelines was in a state of frantic anxiety. "You must not be injured. If you are, the game is over." To err on the side of caution, Pasternak immediately signaled the referee for a timeout and dashed towards Lee Kaming accompanied by the medical team. Observing the grave demeanor of his teammates and coach, Lee Kaming, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to leave the comfort of the girl's embrace. With the assistance of his teammates, he reluctantly stood up, and after the team doctor conducted a thorough examination, it was confirmed that he was unscathed, much to everyone's relief. While the Memphis team was fervently occupied with Lee Kaming's situation, the Michigan side was facing a different plight. Green protested innocently to the referee, asserting that he had not exerted such force and that Lee Kaming's fall was a mere act. He should be penalized for an unsportsmanlike conduct. However, the referee remained unimpressed by his claims and did not alter the decision. Nonetheless, Green was not ejected from the game for this malicious foul, as it did not result in any serious consequences. He was merely given a warning that further indiscretions would lead to immediate expulsion. After Lee Kaming successfully executed a layup, a malicious foul granted Memphis the opportunity for 2 free throws and 1 additional shot. If they convert the free throws and the subsequent offensive play, it would equate to an impressive total of 6 points within a single possession. This scenario is indeed extraordinarily lucrative. Lee Kaming stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots. In Memphis's offensive play, under the guidance of Camp, the players executed a series of screens and movements. At the edge of the paint, Lee Kaming found himself matched up against Green once more. This time, Lee positioned himself deep, poised to launch an assault on the basket. And Green was acutely aware that if Lee received the ball in this advantageous position, he would be unable to defend effectively. Thus, he altered his defensive strategy, employing the classic tactic of a smaller player guarding a larger one by maneuvering in front to prevent Lee from receiving the pass. However, Lee Kaming's formidable physical prowess was not to be underestimated. With a subtle yet powerful thrust of his arm, he pushed Green back a few inches, then shouted toward Camp, "Give it to me." Camp was already prepared and immediately tossed the ball towards the basket. Green could only watch as Lee Kaming soared into the air. Yet, lurking beneath the rim was the imposing 2'13" Herzog, unwilling to concede to Lee Kaming's alley-oop attempt, ready to challenge the high-flying feat. But in the blink of an eye, Lee Kaming made it clear who was in charge, effortlessly propelling Herzog into the highlight reel, albeit as a mere backdrop. With a thunderous slam, Lee Kaming leaped high, soaring over Herzog's defense to emphatically dunk the ball into the hoop. This dunk detonated the arena like a landmine, erupting in a cacophony of cheers. The commentator unleashed a primal roar, exclaiming that Lee had delivered yet another spectacular highlight, asserting that such moments exist solely for players like him. This consecutive scoring spree prompted Tom Izzo, seated near the Michigan bench, to finally display a change in expression after maintaining a calm demeanor for nearly half the game. Chapter 43. Tom Izzo adjusts again. Following Green's malicious foul, the referees would undoubtedly scrutinize his movements, rendering him unable to resort to his previous subtle tricks on defense. However, the inability to employ such tactics was not the most critical issue. The crux of the matter was that without these maneuvers, Green was utterly incapable of guarding the opposing center. Faced with a significant physical disadvantage, even the most skilled defensive techniques would yield insufficient results. In this moment, Draymond Green, who was supposed to be Michigan's best defender and most adaptable player, suddenly became the team's most glaring liability on the court. Offensively, Lee Kaming simply disregarded Green. As long as he couldn't dunk, he could watch him shoot. Green, showing commendable spirit, took the opportunity to shoot, but his attempts fell short as he marched with determination towards the conference room. Furthermore, Pasterna's brilliant tactical adjustments, swapping Williams and Weatherspoon in their defensive assignments, effectively neutralized any offensive threat posed by Green. On the defensive end, one cannot overlook the prowess of Lee Kaming, who seizes every opportunity to establish his position in the paint and single out Green. Standing at 198 meters, Green finds himself at a disadvantage against Lee's towering 2'1 meters, compounded by Lee's all-star caliber skills in the post. In the first half, Green was utterly outmatched. Moreover, with the referee's biased oversight, Green refrained from any form of physical play. After all, being unable to defend might still lead to victory. But being ejected would mean watching defeat unfold from the sidelines. Thus, under Lee Kaming's leadership, the Memphis players unleashed their full repertoire, providing Michigan's opponents with an unforgettable experience. Under the relentless pressure of Memphis's defense, Michigan, who had initially seized the advantage within the first 5 minutes, soon found themselves fatigued, resembling those boastful men who, after indulging in services at a massage parlor, can hardly maintain their bravado. Meanwhile, Licaoming grew increasingly formidable, akin to a war god, accumulating points, rebounds, and blocks without faltering. Finally, the halftime whistle sounded. Green hastened towards the locker room, feeling as though the first half had stretched into eternity. He desperately needed a moment to regain his composure. For the first time in his life, he found himself utterly outclassed, both offensively and defensively, unable even to resort to underhanded tactics effectively. In stark contrast, Licaoming strolled leisurely, whistling as he ambled back to the bench, pausing to engage in a friendly interaction with two particularly well-endowed women in the audience. The commentator, fixated on the screen, began to relay the current statistics of the match to the viewers. As the first half concluded, Memphis held a 40-31 lead over Michigan, with Licaoming amassing 15 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, all of which are the highest in the game, surpassing even the Michigan players. Elliot Williams contributed 10 points and 2 rebounds for Michigan, while Draymond Green managed only 2 points for rebounds and 4 assists, and Herzog recorded 4 points and 6 rebounds, with both failing to exceed a shooting percentage of 40. Under Licaoming's exceptional defense, Michigan's 2 main post players were rendered ineffective, able only to occasionally capitalize on errant opportunities, as all other attempts at scoring in the flow of play fell short of the basket. This exemplifies the monumental impact of the epic Iron Wall badge. Within the Memphis locker room, Pasternak's face flushed with excitement, his eyes alight with fervor. He had prepared himself for an early fishing trip, never expecting to find his team leading at halftime. Moreover, it was conspicuously evident that the scales of victory were tipping in their favor, a turn of events he had never anticipated. This entire situation stemmed from the efforts of that young Chinese player. Pastor looked at Licaoming, who was intently reviewing the tactical manual beside him, filled with immense pride. Despite their significant lead, he was still diligently studying strategies. Indeed, a genius not only possesses innate talent, but also demonstrates unwavering diligence. However, Pastor misjudged the latter. What Licaoming held was not a tactical manual, but rather the statistical report of the first half, meticulously comparing each line to the past, ultimately uncovering a crucial insight. While he excelled in nearly every statistic, his assists were slightly lacking, indicating that he would need to engage his teammates more in the second half. Recognizing that Licaoming was solely focused on the data, Pastor cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and urged the team, "Children, Michigan will undoubtedly launch a fierce counterattack in the second half. Let us stay alert." The players from Memphis nodded in agreement. As the second half commenced, Licaoming immediately sensed something was amiss. "Where's Green?" Shocked, he realized that Tom Izzo had altered the lineup once again. He had replaced Draymond Green with the original starting power forward, Anthony Ianni, who stood an imposing 6 feet 10 inches and was perfectly capable of defending Licaoming, possessing a shooting range that would not leave him vulnerable like Green. It seemed that Tom Izzo, having exhausted his strategies, was prepared to go all out in a high-scoring affair against Memphis. On the sidelines, Pastor quickly grasped the intent behind Izzo's tactical shift. How could a coach with the potential to enter the Hall of Fame be driven to such desperate measures by a novice like him? The thought brought an uncontainable smile to Pastor's face. Licaoming cast a glance at the coach on the sidelines, who wore a crooked smile, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind, nearly drooling with anticipation. Michigan opted for an aggressive offensive strategy, whereas Memphis chose to remain steadfast in their approach. The fact that the opposition was compelled to alter their tactics indicated the efficacy of our own strategy. Thus, there was no need for us to change until they retaliated. On the court, Anthony Ianni felt a surge of excitement within. After enduring years of hard work, he had finally secured the position of starting power forward, only to see it threatened by a sophomore rookie from Memphis. Moreover, was Green's performance truly commendable? It was evident that Ianni was still the one to watch. In the face of the rising star Licaoming, he couldn't help but harbor a sense of disdain. That so-called second-generation Duncan was merely benefiting from having faced inferior opponents in the past. Upon encountering me, Anthony Ianni would swiftly unveil his true self. "Green, take note. I shall only teach you once." Ianni entered the court brimming with confidence. As he passed by Licaoming, he deliberately puffed out his chest and regarded him with an air of superiority, thinking, "You may bully someone like Green, but prepare to kneel and beg for mercy when you face me." Licaoming chuckled softly, You have a bit of nasal debris in your left nostril. ENT's expression froze instantly. In response to this fellow's provocation, the magnanimous Lee Kaming naturally chose not to take offense. In the very first round, he executed a dunk that was slightly brutal, causing ENT to collapse to the ground. Following that, Lee Kaming kindly assisted him to his feet, wearing a concerned expression. "How are you? Are you all right? If so, let us continue the game. If not, perhaps it would be best for you to rest at home." However, the referee seemed to disapprove of his gesture of camaraderie and issued Lee Kaming a technical foul. Lee Kaming felt particularly wronged, despite demonstrating exemplary sportsmanship. He was still accused of a foul. Will there be any fairness? This is the first update of the day. I seek your support. Chapter 44, 213 to 210. The advantage is mine. Even Ian Tay seemed taken aback by Lee Kaming's amiable behavior, his delighted face flushed with excitement. He even squandered a free throw opportunity awarded by the referee, launching an utterly absurd airball. Lee Kaming adopted an exaggerated posture, deftly snatching the basketball that was on the verge of crossing the baseline. He then shielded his eyes with one hand, gazing into the distance, and sighed towards Ian, remarking that one must possess self-awareness. Look at Green. He wouldn't attempt such an absurd shot. Though it may not go in, at least it possesses a semblance of elegance compared to yours. Green interjected, "So, are you suggesting that sitting on the sidelines allows you to throw jabs from above?" Meanwhile, Ian's face turned crimson, the veins in his neck becoming starkly visible. Countless insults raced through his mind, yet none escaped his lips. Observing Ian's struggle to articulate his thoughts, Lee Kaming shook his head in pity. "If you lack the ability to communicate, perhaps you should learn. Why resort to trash talk upon entering the court? You can't even walk properly, yet you wish to run?" Ian was at his wit's end. He had anticipated that upon entering the game, he would effortlessly dismantle the opposing defense, particularly putting that Asian player through a rigorous challenge. Yet in their very first exchange, he found his psychological defenses shattered by Lee Kaming's amicable banter. As they advanced to the front court, Lee Kaming assumed his position with the ball at his waist. And this time, the opposition chose not to switch defenses, opting instead for Herzog to guard him one-on-one. Faced with this adversary, who stood 3 centimeters taller, Lee Kaming sought to exploit his agility. With his leg muscles tensed, he executed a swift crossover, leaving Herzog behind. However, Herzog had already established himself as the last line of defense before the basket, and with no option left, Lee Kaming reluctantly prepared to dunk the ball once more. In the ensuing Michigan offensive, Herzog, the starting center for the University of Michigan, felt like a mere plaything in the hands of his opponents, igniting his sense of defiance. "If I cannot stop you, I shall score against your defense." He positioned his body against Lee Kaming and reached for the ball. Michigan was a team characterized by balanced roles, with each player contributing offensively, including the center. As the point guard noticed Herzog had secured a favorable position, he promptly lobbed the ball into the fray. Upon receiving the ball, Herzog transformed, radiating newfound confidence. Standing at 2 meters 13, he relished his height advantage. He initially leaned back to test Lee Kaming's strength, quickly realizing that brute force would not suffice to overpower him. Since a direct approach was futile, he resorted to finesse. As Michigan's starting center, his interior skills were undoubtedly impressive. After surveying the surroundings, he noted that the other Memphis players were preoccupied with their own assignments, leaving Lee Kaming without support. Recognizing this opportunity, his tension eased. "Since you provide me with a chance, I shall not be gracious." He dribbled the ball once before exerting force with his back, leaning into Lee Kaming. Sensing that the Asian player had been sufficiently displaced, a smile spread across Herzog's face. "Is this the second coming of Duncan? Then I shall embody the spirit of Shaquille O'Neal." In a sudden pivot, he transitioned from a back-to-basket position to face the hoop, launching a graceful, artistic floater toward the basket. It must be said that this individual's prowess in the paint is truly remarkable. Whether it is the forceful backing down or the delicate turnaround jumper, every movement exudes a solid foundation rooted in academic finesse. Had the jumper not been intercepted midair by Lee Kaming, it would have been utterly flawless. Herzog gazed at the opposing center's remarkable leap, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Lee Kaming's lower body has ascended to the height of his face, complemented by his long arms, making him appear like a mantis soaring through the air, an astonishing visual spectacle. He leaps into the sky, extending his hands to intercept. The basketball thrown by Herzog is seized in his grasp. A phenomenal block. The commentator on the sidelines erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Lee is soaring to incredible heights." With Herzog's stature and wingspan, few in the entire NCAA could thwart his shot. Yet today, Liefkeming accomplished this feat, not only disrupting Herzog's offensive attempt, but also delivering a highlight-worthy play, a double-handed block. The sideline observer, Pastner, was utterly astounded by Liefkeming's defensive prowess, while the Memphis players stood frozen in place, as though they had witnessed a divine manifestation. Tom Izzo clenched his fist tightly, and with a snap, his pen broke in two from the force of his grip. Upon landing, Liefkeming swiftly passed the ball to Kemp and dashed fervently toward the front court. Seizing the moment while his opponents remained in shock, he aimed for a fast break. However, Michigan, renowned for its tactical acumen, remained undeterred. Despite being momentarily awed by Liefkeming's extraordinary block, none would relinquish the upcoming possession due to a pass play. Thus, Memphis was compelled to revert to a sluggish half-court strategy. This time, the opposing two interior players had learned their lesson. As soon as Liefkeming received the ball within the three-point line, Herzog and Ant closed in on him. This is the hallmark of a well-coached Michigan team, where players autonomously make astute decisions on the court without needing reminders from their coach. Yet, while the choice to double-team Liefkeming was indeed prudent, making the right choice does not necessarily guarantee victory. Having played numerous games and faced various styles of double-teaming, Liefkeming remained unflustered in the face of these two. "I'm merely awaiting an assist, and here you come rushing in to help me rack up assists, such kind souls. It's as if someone brought a pillow when I was feeling drowsy." Liefkeming skillfully advanced the ball, and just as two defenders were about to close in on him, he executed a sudden bounce pass, sending the ball through Herzog's legs. Meanwhile, Weatherpence, who had been lurking in the corner, sprinted into the paint. Upon receiving Liefkeming's pass, he soared into the air, completing a thunderous one-handed dunk. Herzog and Ant were left momentarily stunned. Throughout the first half, Liefkeming had focused on evading Draymond Green, leading the two to mistakenly believe he lacked passing ability, which emboldened them to double-team him. However, that first play served as a rude awakening for them. What alternative was there to double-teaming? They could not effectively defend without it, so they had no choice but to gamble on the shooting proficiency of the other Memphis players. As if the situation could not worsen, Memphis entered the second half as if fueled by gunpowder, unleashing a barrage of shots from beyond the arc. Other players received Liefkeming's passes and took open shots, while Williams took it a step further, launching the ball from beyond half-court. Remarkably, he managed to score. Thus, under the overwhelming firepower of Memphis in the second half, the 9-point deficit not only failed to diminish but instead expanded. It wasn't until the final whistle blew that the score was solidified on the big screen. The commentator began to summarize the day's match, and to everyone's astonishment, the University of Memphis triumphed over Michigan State University with a resounding 82-63 victory, securing their place in the Sweet 16, thereby matching their final record from the previous season. In this game, Liefkeming once again made history, amassing a staggering 36 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals, leading all players in every statistical category. This marked the first time in NCAA history that a player achieved such a feat. Chapter 45. Reaction of Memphis's sports director as the game concluded. A notification of task completion appeared before Liefkeming's eyes. "System, congratulations, host. You have completed the B-level basic task and earned 15 attribute points and 150 points. You have also completed the B-level advanced task, granting you 3 badge upgrade opportunities." Although he had been astonished by the B-level task prior to the game, the arrival of the task rewards filled him with uncontrollable excitement. This amounted to a significant 15 attribute points and 150 points. Aside from the initial beginner's gift pack, this was the first time he had seen such a bountiful reward. It was akin to a beggar walking down the street, unexpectedly discovering a wallet filled with thousands of cash. A delightful surprise from the heavens. The other members of Memphis were equally exhilarated. Pastner covered his face with both hands, unable to believe that he had led this team to the Sweet 16. It is worth noting that the former head coach of Memphis, Calipari, a renowned NCAA coach who was lured away by Kentucky, could only guide a high-profile rookie like Tyreke Evans to the Sweet 16. In his first season in the NBA, Evans averaged 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, truly a prodigy. In other words, a Hall of Fame-level coach like Calipari has managed to achieve their current record with an all-star caliber player and a collection of perfectly fitting puzzle pieces. In contrast, Pasternak, a rookie coach, possibly the youngest head coach in NCAA history, has led a beleaguered team to the same position as last season. Regardless of how this season unfolds, He has already proven his worth to the world and to the institution. Elliot Williams is equally astonished. In just his first year of college, he has played a pivotal role in propelling his team into the Sweet 16 of the NCAA tournament, a feat that feels dreamlike. He vividly recalls Pasternak's words upon joining the team. "You are a talented young man, but our team lacks sufficient talent. This season may not satisfy us, but if we work together, we will ensure you have a favorable draft position." At that time, Pasternak was determined to retain a gifted player, making every effort to do so. Yet now, they have accomplished what no one anticipated. Veterans like Kemp and Weatherspoon joyfully embraced one another. Although they may lack the talent to enter the NBA, as professional basketball players, no one relishes the prospect of defeat. They aspire to make the most of their dwindling time together and journey further into the madness of March, perhaps even catching a glimpse of what the NCAA trophy looks like. In the athletic department of the University of Memphis, a figure hurriedly traversed the corridor, rapping on a door. Receiving no invitation from the occupant within, he impatiently pushed open the office door and exclaimed, "Good news." Inside, an energetic elder lifted his head, adjusting his reading glasses with a finger, displaying a look of displeasure. "Carrie, how many times must I remind you to be more composed? No need for such theatrics. At this rate, you'll give this old man a heart attack." Carrie Daisy promptly apologized, yet the delight on his face remained undiminished. "Director, I have excellent news to report." Ferguson Leonard, the bespectacled athletic director of the University of Memphis, did not even lift his eyelids at Daisy's proclamation. Instead, he picked up a nearby document, saying, "Oh, do tell." Having navigated through life's many storms, he found it hard to be impressed by youthful exuberance. Young people today, lacking experience, make such a fuss over everything. "I was far less excited when we first entered the NCAA finals," Leonard mused, shaking his head. "Youth must be tempered through experience." Daisy gazed at her supervisor Leonard, who wore a dismissive expression, and a mischievous smile suddenly graced her face. She bent down, gently approaching him, and with a voice almost inaudible, whispered in his ear, "Supervisor, the Tigers have advanced to the Sweet 16. Leonard turned a page of his document, his tone indifferent. "The Tigers made it to the Sweet 16? What of it?" Mid-sentence, it seemed as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. His hand froze mid-turn. An enveloping silence descended upon the office. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Leonard's folder slipped from his grasp, colliding with the desk with a sharp sound. In disbelief, he raised his head, his bushy eyebrows nearly standing on end. What did you just say?" Observing her supervisor's reaction, Daisy stifled a laugh but maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "The recently concluded match saw the Tigers triumph 82-63 over the Michigan State Spartans, securing a place in the NCAA Sweet 16. Leonard abruptly stood up, his hands pressing against the desk, emanating a formidable aura as he fixed his gaze on Daisy. "Repeat that." Startled by his sudden intensity, Daisy stuttered, "We made it to the Sweet 16. With a resounding clap, Leonard slammed the desk, exclaiming, "Excellent," before bursting into hearty laughter, gasping for breath. "Pasternak, you did well. I knew choosing you as head coach was the right decision." Initially, he had imposed the goal of reaching the March Madness, a target that was both daunting and achievable. For a novice like Pasternak, it loomed like a guillotine, threatening to sever his coaching career. Yet, Leonard could scarcely believe that Pasternak not only met but exceeded expectations. Contemplating this, he inquired, who performed the best on the team? Elliot? Or a glimmer of admiration appeared in Daisy's eyes. It was Lee Kaming. He set a new record with 36 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists for blocks, and 3 steals, the highest statistics among all players, a first since the inception of the NCAA. Leonard paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it's him. I once thought this kid was merely a flash in the pan, yet he has delivered such a performance in the national championship." Daisy nodded eagerly. "Yes, supervisor, after today, isn't he all but guaranteed a spot in the NBA?" With a chuckle, Leonard remarked that if no one had yet been chosen, he believed the NBA scouts must each be accompanied by a guide dog when they ventured out. Chapter 46. No more sofa for old Sun. Meanwhile, in a room adorned with traditional Chinese decor, Sun Jianjun plopped onto the sofa, adjusting the television to CBS Sports News. Although he lacked the opportunity to cheer for his nephew in person, he was well-versed in Lee Kaming's schedule. Today marked the game between Memphis and Michigan, and while dining at a restaurant that morning, he overheard 2 patrons discussing the match. One of them vehemently asserted that Memphis had no chance of defeating Michigan. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianjun's fist clenched instinctively. Despite his limited understanding of basketball, he was determined to support his beloved nephew at the University of Memphis. Thus, the moment he heard someone claim his nephew would lose, he felt an urge to leap up and contest the statement. However, he restrained himself. Most patrons at the Chinese restaurant were regulars, and offending them could jeopardize the goodwill he had cultivated over the years. Furthermore, the individual's analysis seemed quite convincing, resonating with a certain logic in his ears. Could it be that Kaming would truly falter today? A pang of anxiety gripped Sun Jianjun's heart. Upon returning home, he rushed to the living room and turned on the television, calculating the time. The game should have concluded by now, and he was anxious to learn the outcome. Though he held unwavering confidence in Li Kaming, the customer's professional-sounding analysis had sown seeds of doubt in his mind regarding the game's result. In the kitchen, Sun Lan was fervently engaged in preparing dinner. She glanced back at her husband in the living room, smirking to herself and muttering under her breath. Inaudible to anyone but herself, "I never saw you so eager when it comes to work. You look like a monkey in a zoo waiting for visitors to toss bananas." Sun Jianjun indeed resembled a monkey, huddled on the sofa with his neck craned, fixated on the television, fearful of missing any crucial updates. Just as his impatience reached its peak, the familiar NCAA emblem finally appeared on the screen. Instantly, Sun Jianjun sat up straight, his eyes glued to the display, his grip tightening on the remote control, producing a cracking sound from the plastic casing. In the kitchen, Sun Lan also caught wind of the commotion emanating from the television, slowing her cooking to eavesdrop on the news. Welcome to today's NCAA Sports News segment. First, let us present the results from today's March Madness games. There were 8 matches across 4 regions today, and aside from 2 matches yet to be played tonight, the other 6 have concluded. In the Midwestern region, the most captivating match took place at the Spokane Veterans Memorial Arena in Washington State, where the Memphis Tigers triumphed over the Michigan State Spartans with a score of 82-63, advancing to the Sweet 16. In this exhilarating contest, Memphis starting center Li Kaming delivered an outstanding performance, amassing 36 points, 15 rebounds, 8 assists for blocks, and 3 steals, leading the game in all 5 statistical categories. His remarkable achievement shattered NCAA records, making him the first player in history to accomplish such a feat. Sun Jianjun rubbed his eyes, staring intently at the television screen to confirm that the individual featured in the footage was indeed his nephew, Li Kaming. In disbelief, he pinched his thigh, and upon feeling the sharp sting of pain, he erupted into hearty laughter. In the kitchen, Sun Lan held a half-peeled potato in one hand and a peeler in the other, her eyes glazed over as if enchanted by an immobilizing spell. Sun Jianjun dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming with joy, "Ha ha, my dear, Kaming has won again. And he set some kind of record, though I don't quite understand it. It sounds impressive and historic." Turning her head, Sun Lan forced a smile that appeared somewhat strained. "Oh, old son, I heard that. Does this mean Kaming is destined for the NBA?" Sun Jianjun, seemingly oblivious to his wife's shifting emotions, maintained his excitement and confidently replied, "Of course. With Kaming's extraordinary skills, how could the NBA possibly overlook him?" Sun Lan's body swayed slightly as she quickly grasped the table to steady herself, a bitter smile creeping across her lips. "Old son, what if Kaming rises to fame and seeks revenge on me for how I treated him back then?" Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Sun Jianjun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his wife would harbor such thoughts. Yet, reflecting on Sun Lan's actions towards Li Kaming, he fell silent. After Li Kaming became an orphan, he felt pity for his nephew and wanted to take him in, especially since he had no son of his own to raise. However, his wife, Sun Lan, vehemently opposed the idea, leading to several heated arguments between the two. Ultimately, as the head of the household, he persevered against Sun Lan's objections and took Li Kaming in. Once the decision was made, Sun Lan ceased her resistance, but began to make life difficult for the young Li Kaming. As Li Kaming reached the age of schooling, Sun Jianjun wished to finance his education, yet Sun Lan persistently obstructed him, displaying no kindness towards Li Kaming in their daily interactions. Eventually, as Li Kaming gained recognition in the realm of basketball, Sun Lan's criticisms diminished, though her demeanor remained distant. It was not until Li Kaming suffered an Achilles tendon rupture during a high school match that Sun Lan reemerged, bluntly declaring to the veteran Li Kaming that his life was effectively over, suggesting he drop out and assist at their family restaurant. However, as a 5-star high school student and a prodigy, Li Kaming could not relinquish his basketball dreams. Upon his discharge from the hospital, he knelt before his uncle Sun Jianjun, bowing his head 3 times in anguish, tears streaming down his face, and implored, "Uncle, I've spent over a decade nurturing my relationship with basketball. I truly cannot abandon it. Could you lend me the funds for college? Once I achieve success, I promise to repay you with interest." Son Jianjun, who regarded Li Kaming as a son, could not bear the thought of his nephew descending into obscurity, nor could he refuse to lend him the money. Secretly, he withdrew half of the family savings to support Li Kaming's education. Upon being discovered by Sun Lan, he endured a year on the couch and continues to sleep in the living room to this day. Son Jianjun patted his wife's shoulder, sighed, and consoled her. "Kaming is not the person you perceive him to be. Treat him well, and he will come to understand you." Sun Lan sniffled, wiping her tears with the back of her hand, and turned to Son Jianjun. "How about this, Lao Sun? Will you return to the bedroom tonight?" Son Jianjun trembled slightly, unable to conceal his excitement and disbelief. "What did you just say?" A faint blush crept across Sun Lan's face as she turned away. "I asked if you would return to the bedroom tonight." Son Jianjun immediately nodded, eager not to let the opportunity slip away. Settling back onto the couch, Son Jianjun nostalgically caressed its fabric, murmuring, "It's been a year. I'm surprisingly reluctant to part with you." The realization that he could return to the bedroom was thanks to Li Kaming filled Son Jianjun's face with an uncontainable smile. "That rascal. My investment in him has truly paid off." In another realm, news of Li Kaming making history by leading the University of Memphis into the Sweet 16 spread across the internet. Media outlets turned their cameras on this young man of Asian descent, showering him with accolades. "The Chinese prodigy creates miracles, breaking NCAA records," they exclaimed. "They said I could never enter the NBA." Memphis player Li Kaming erupts, proving himself in a single game. A new face of Asian descent is set to grace the NBA. Such reports have proliferated, with renowned American sports media outlets like TNT, CBS, ESPN, and Yahoo Sports extensively covering Li Kaming. In a certain sense, it is after this battle that he truly entered the spotlight of the national media. Prior to this, despite his outstanding performances, he remained somewhat obscured due to the level of competition and limited attention. Although a considerable number of media outlets and fans were interested in him, this was still a minority. However, thereafter, the narrative shifted. Prominent sports media across America began to feature him, with TNT even dedicating a segment during prime time to showcase his talents. Under such exaggerated exposure, his popularity surged dramatically within the United States. The tangible outcome of this phenomenon was evident when highlights of his match amassed over 100,000 views on YouTube within merely 12 hours, with the numbers continuing to rise at an astonishing rate. This was in 2009, a time when the United States, the most developed nation globally, was still entrenched in the 3G era, when internet access required telephone lines and internet users constituted only a small fraction of the population. The overlap of basketball fans and internet users was even smaller. Against this backdrop, the fact that Li Kaming's highlights could surpass 100,000 views within half a day speaks volumes about their significance. As per usual, Barkley tweeted his reaction immediately after the game, expressing his overwhelming excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, Li Kaming will undoubtedly become the greatest player of Asian descent in history. It is not that I do not respect Yao Ming. It is simply that this guy is extraordinarily exceptional. If you love basketball but are unsure which star to follow, heed my advice and watch Li Kaming. He will not disappoint. If I speak one false word, I would not hesitate to kiss a donkey's backside." Barkley's tweet quickly garnered a multitude of likes, skyrocketing to the top of Twitter's trending topics. Simultaneously, discussions tagged with Li Kaming surged in viewership, ascending the trending charts at an astonishing pace, reaching the 99th, 80th, and 60th positions before finally settling at 9th place by midnight. The world was taken aback. A player of Asian descent, having performed admirably in an NCAA game, managed to propel his tag into the top 10 of Twitter's trending topics. This top 10 is not akin to the fleeting trends of later generations, but rather a true reflection of societal influence. Historically, only events capable of impacting the entirety of America could achieve such prominence. Yet today, Li Kaming, as a Chinese-American athlete, elevated his tag to this level through a single match. How could this not astonish those who witnessed it? Certainly, one cannot overlook the behind-the-scenes operations orchestrated by his beautiful agent. Ultimately, however, it is his impeccable performance that stands out. Otherwise, if he were merely a one-trick pony, no amount of publicity could yield such profound influence. Concurrently, a multitude of fans flocked to the personal account of Li Kaming's foremost detractor, Koslov, inundating his comment section with derisive jests. Following the last match, "Did you not assert that Life-and-DeathBattle relied solely on his teammates? Why the silence today? This individual clearly shies away from challenging scenarios. What a fool. I have long harbored disdain for this character. In the previous match, Life-and-DeathBattle performed remarkably well. Indeed, I witnessed the entire game. The University of Maryland relentlessly double-teamed him, yet he still managed to secure 19 points, 23 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks. Is that performance subpar? Goodness, how can anyone criticize such a display? Some individuals are not merely blind. They are willfully ignorant, and these critics are acting with intent. In a single game, Life-and-DeathBattle's image underwent a complete transformation. In the comments of Koslov's prior tweet, he was merely a blue-collar center who could rebound but faltered in crucial moments. Yet in the current commentary, he has morphed into the second coming of Duncan, a prodigious center with the potential to enter the lottery. The contrast between the two sentiments is striking. Amidst this atmosphere, many of Life-and-DeathBattle's critics from the previous comment section discreetly deleted their remarks, as if they had never visited that space. Koslov himself, after enduring hours of bombarded messages and comments, ultimately chose to shut down both his comment section and private messaging, retreating like a turtle. Reclining on his hotel bed, Life-and-DeathBattle perused the online comments on his phone, occasionally breaking into a knowing smile. He lifted his phone to capture a selfie of his handsome visage, subsequently posting it on his personal Twitter with the caption, "A perfect day, onward and upward." The moment the tweet was dispatched, the notification chime resonated. Upon glancing at his phone, he was astonished to find comments directed at him on Twitter. Wow, is this really Life-and-DeathBattle? There's no official verification. But this selfie looks so authentic. Has Photoshop advanced to such heights? Darling, look at me. Do you need someone to warm your bed? Can the person upstairs please tone it down? Life-and-DeathBattle, look at me. I have 20 years of experience in warming beds. Certainly. Aside from those who sought to ingratiate themselves in the comment section, another type of individual swiftly emerged. Within half an hour of the tweet's release, at least 10 individuals, driven by baser instincts, adopted the same avatar as Life-and-DeathBattle and altered their usernames to closely resemble his. Engaging in private chats with the young ladies in the comment section, there were even those more audacious, who, after closely mimicking his account, tweeted, "I am Life-and-DeathBattle of the Memphis Tigers. I forgot to bring money while going out tonight. If anyone is willing to cover my meal and transportation costs, I will share 1/10 of my NBA salary with you," and included their bank account details. Witnessing the increasingly absurd antics of these individuals, Life-and-DeathBattle was understandably alarmed. What if a female fan fell victim to deception, or if someone lost money because of him? This could all be attributed to him. Hence, despite his current financial constraints, he gritted his teeth and spent a few dollars to verify his account, thus affixing a blue check mark beneath his name, signifying that this was the officially recognized Life-and-DeathBattle. However, once verified, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. Within a mere half hour, his follower count surged past 50,000. Such immense influence left even him in a state of astonishment. Chapter 48. Kansas dispatches. This match garnered fame not only for Life-and-DeathBattle, but also for the players and coaches of the Memphis Tigers. Elliot Williams played for 31 minutes, scoring 20 points, along with 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. His performance was not only stellar, but also served as a significant rebuke to Draymond Green. After the game, he arrogantly tweeted, accompanied by a picture of himself striking a pose with a thumbs up. "Draymond Green, didn't you say that if I scored over 15 points, you would leave the arena backward? Where are you? You're not even in Washington. Where have you hidden away?" Following this match, his projected draft position climbed from 20 to around 15, edging closer to the lottery zone. Coach Pasternak also gained widespread recognition overnight as the youngest head coach in the NCAA and a rookie at that, leading a team for the first time. He advanced to the Sweet 16 while defeating Tom Izzo. This remarkable achievement elevated Pasternak's profile significantly. In a recent online poll initiated by ESPN, Pasternak was awarded the title of Coach of the Year with a staggering 70 of the votes. His success not only reflects his personal capabilities, but also inspires reflection and insight among other NCAA teams. Is it necessary for coaches to always seek experienced candidates? Are rookie coaches inherently inferior to their seasoned counterparts? At present, both answers appear to be negative. Pastor's success has inspired rookie coaches navigating the NCAA landscape, demonstrating that with the right opportunities, nothing is impossible. You inquire about the nature of opportunity? Clinging to a pillar like Life-and-DeathBattle is one such chance. Following their entry into March Madness, Memphis triumphed over formidable opponents Maryland and Michigan in a mere week, both victories being classic upsets. As a 13th seed, they vanquished 4th and 5th seeds consecutively, leaving fans astounded and prompting a re-evaluation of why such a powerhouse team ranked merely 13th in the Midwest region. Such prowess ought to place them among the top 5 in their division. A fresh perspective on Memphis's strength emerged, with this dark horse casting a veil of mystery over the ongoing battles in the Midwest region. Many are eager to see how far Memphis can progress. Just as the nation was reeling from Memphis's performances, another game's outcome detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the entire American sports community. In the Midwest region, 9th-seeded Northern Iowa defeated the championship favorite, top-seeded Kansas, by a score of 69-67. This news swept through like a tornado, toppling all expectations within the hour. Northern Iowa, a team that seemingly couldn't penetrate the NBA, had astonishingly overcome the favored Kansas, leaving everyone, including Lee Kaming, in disbelief. A glance at Kansas's star-studded roster reveals the depth of their talent. Xavier Henry, Jeff Withey, Tyshawn Taylor, Marcus Morris, and Cole Aldrich, nearly all of whom are NBA draft prospects. To think such a glamorous lineup could falter against an assembly of overlooked prospects. The entire Memphis squad was stunned by this revelation. According to the tournament structure, the winners of these two matchups would meet in the subsequent round, and the Memphis team, from coaches to trainers, believed Kansas would easily dispatch Northern Iowa. However, Kansas's early exit was a shocking twist. Upon hearing the news, Memphis players fell silent, caught between elation and lament. On one hand, the elimination of Kansas, the most significant obstacle in their path, was undoubtedly advantageous, as Northern Iowa would be a more manageable opponent. Yet, it was disheartening to witness a team of Kansas's caliber stumble. Kansas's departure felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fervor of Memphis players, following their victory over Michigan and amid media adulation. Both Coach Pastner and the players exhibited varying degrees of arrogance. Having triumphed over foes they never anticipated, it is entirely natural for such emotions to arise. Yet, fate swiftly reminded them, this is the instant, a realm where miracles unfold, where a single match could determine victory, and where anything is possible. Meanwhile, results from other matches began to emerge. In the Midwest region, Tennessee State University achieved a resounding victory over Ohio University, winning 88-63. The second-seeded Ohio State University lived up to expectations by defeating Georgia Tech 75-66, setting the stage for a semifinal clash with Tennessee State. In the Eastern region, former Memphis coach Calipari led the University of Kentucky to a crushing 90-60 victory against Wake Forest University. In the Southern region, Duke University effortlessly triumphed over the University of California, Berkeley, with a score of 68-53. These two championship contenders continued their steady march toward the national finals. In Huaghua, Minh Province, at the headquarters of Hongshin Erk, Jiang Shan hurriedly pushed open the door to the manager's office and exclaimed to Jiang Xiuming, "Dad, something significant has occurred." Jiang Xiuming's expression shifted immediately. He hurried to close the office door and turned back with a serious countenance. "What is it? No need to rush. Take your time." Observing her father's anxious demeanor, Jiang Shan chuckled. "Dad, I said it's something significant, not something bad." Why the solemnity? Upon hearing his daughter's explanation, Jiang Xiuming exhaled in relief and replied with a smile, "I was merely concerned you might cause a ruckus." Jiang Shan retorted, "I do not appreciate that remark. When have I ever caused you trouble?" Jiang Xiuming rolled his eyes. "Who was it that pulled down a boy's pants in elementary school? My memory may be hazy, but I seem to recall." A blush crept onto Jiang Shan's fair cheeks as she stamped her foot. "Oh, Dad, that was ages ago. Why burn up now? Besides, it was an accident. I simply lost my grip when I fell." Jiang Xiuming chuckled heartily, skillfully shifting the topic. "Did you not mention there was something urgent?" "What is it?" Jiang Shan responded. "Dad, do you remember the spokesperson I found for you last time? Of course, Lee Kaming, right? The young man is rather handsome." Jiang Xiuming nodded. Jiang Shan produced a document and handed it to him. "Dad, this fellow has gained considerable fame recently in America. You can see from these figures. If we wait until he enters the draft to negotiate a contract, we may struggle against those international corporations." Jiang Xiuming took the document and meticulously perused its pages, a look of surprise crossing his face. Shan, this individual is progressing rapidly." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly declared, "You should visit America tomorrow on behalf of our company and gauge his interest." Seeing her decisive father, Jiang Shan's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Dad, I shall return victorious." This is indeed the father who was able to establish a national enterprise like Hongshin during the tumultuous era. Chapter 49. The Deceiver Who Speaks Mandarin. Following the bustling initial rounds of competition, the schedule for the upcoming March Madness became less intense. According to the official arrangements of the tournament, the semifinals for the Midwest region are set to take place on March 26th, with the venue shifting from the Spokane Arena in Washington State to the Dome at America's Center in St. Louis. St. Louis, the second largest city in Missouri, is located over 280 miles from Memphis, approximately a 4-hour drive, making it somewhat of a home court for them. The players from the University of Memphis collectively boarded a flight to St. Louis the day after their match, arriving in this sprawling riverside city. With 4 days remaining until the Midwest semifinals, and following the unexpected loss to Kansas, the Memphis team no longer dared to underestimate any opponent, particularly the team that had triumphed over Kansas. Thus, despite having more rest time compared to the first round, Coach Pastner did not grant the players any free time. This was not only to prevent any incidents similar to the nightclub altercation that occurred previously, but also to conduct tactical drills and prepare specific strategies against the University of Northern Iowa. The online fan community was abuzz with predictions for the semifinal outcome, with the overwhelming majority believing that the University of Memphis would easily overcome the University of Northern Iowa. Almost everyone agreed that Kansas's defeat was attributable to a combination of Northern Iowa's exceptional performance and Kansas's poor showing. Only when both conditions were met could Kansas's downfall occur. This suggested that Northern Iowa's advancement was merely a stroke of luck, not a testament to their capability to defeat Kansas. In contrast, Memphis boasted players like Lee Kaming and Elliott Williams, supported by seasoned veterans such as Daniel Mack, Kemp, and Weatherspoon. From any perspective, they seemed unlikely to lose to Northern Iowa, unless divine intervention favored them once more, allowing the same misfortune to strike twice. At St. Louis Airport, Jiangshan wheeled her suitcase out of the terminal and, upon glancing up, noticed a distinct sign among the crowd of greeters. Miss Jiangshan from Fujian, China. She smiled and made her way toward the sign, only to find that the bearer was a young man, dressed in a notably fashionable manner, clearly someone attuned to contemporary trends. Jiangshan removed her sunglasses and offered a charming smile, saying, "Hello, I am Jiangshan." The young man, captivated by her smile, stood in trance for a moment before responding, "Hello, my name is Qin Fong. My father and Uncle Jiang were college classmates. I have long heard that Shan is a great beauty, and seeing you today, I can confirm that you are indeed extraordinary." Having spoken, Qin Fong discreetly cast a glance downwards, beholding Jiangshan's fair, elongated legs elegantly adorned with black peep-toe high heels. Her delicate, pale toes peeked enticingly from the shoe's opening, evoking an irresistible urge to grasp and caress them. A surge of heat ignited within his abdomen. Jiangshan furrowed her brow slightly. Though Qin Fong appeared to be a handsome gentleman, she was rather put off by his immediate familiarity in addressing her as Shan. Moreover, she sensed an enigmatic quality lurking in his gaze, something unseen that made her uncomfortable. Perhaps it was the extended duration since her last trip abroad that left her feeling insecure. She reassured herself thus. After all, Qin Fong's father was a college roommate of her own father, and their friendship was strong. Otherwise, Jiang Xuanmin would not have entrusted him with her care. Suppressing her misgivings, Jiangshan offered a smile once more. "Thank you for your assistance. Let us proceed to the hotel." Qin Fong promptly moved to assist her with the suitcase, eagerly leading the way. Inside the car, Qin Fong gripped the steering wheel while driving, frequently glancing at Jiangshan in the rearview mirror. Prior to their departure, he had extended multiple invitations for her to sit in the front passenger seat. Yet she resolutely chose to occupy the back. A flicker of coldness passed through Qin Fong's eyes at this thought. His father had previously remarked that Jiangshan was an exceptional beauty, and indeed, she proved to be more enchanting than those fair-skinned women. The allure of a Chinese beauty was undeniably captivating. Such a stunning woman. How could I allow her to slip from my grasp? His father had advised him to seize the opportunity. After all, he and Jiangshan were well matched, and a relationship would strengthen familial ties. Gazing at her flawless, ivory legs, Qin Fong felt a part of him nearly ready to explode. "Jiangshan, you are mine. No one can take you from me." The following morning, Lee Kaming awoke naturally, only to be startled awake by the blaring of his phone. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, who's calling so early? Don't they ever sleep in? Struggling to open his bleary eyes, he fumbled for his phone on the bedside table, pressing the answer button to his ear. "Hello, this is Lee Kaming." To his astonishment, The voice on the other end spoke in Mandarin, and it was a woman. Hello, Li Kaming. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Shan, and I am the assistant manager at Huagua Hongxin Sports Company. Li Kaming abruptly ended the call, muttering to himself as he returned to the warmth of his bed. The scammer had played their part convincingly. Finding someone proficient in Mandarin was no easy feat. Hardly had he settled down when the phone rang once more. He answered, and it was the same voice from before, though this time there was an unmistakable urgency in her tone, her words flowing with greater speed. Mr. Li Kaming, we sincerely wish to collaborate with you. Li Kaming hung up the phone once more, casually adding the number to his blacklist. How astonishing it is that a company from Huagua would travel such a distance to seek collaboration with me. Had they lost their minds? Are Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian not more suitable candidates than I? Li Kaming shook his head, lamenting the current crop of scammers who, lacking even the most basic understanding of their craft, dared to venture out to deceive. Do they truly think of him as a fool? Inside the hotel, Jiang Shan listened to the incessant busy tone on the phone, her teeth grinding together in frustration. What was wrong with this Li Kaming? He hung up without uttering a single word. It infuriated her, although she claimed she wouldn't call again. After calming down for a brief minute, she found herself dialing his number once more. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. After several attempts met with the same message, Jiang Shan placed the phone down and fell back onto the bed, a bitter expression crossing her face. This Li Kaming had actually blocked her. She had initially thought her trip to America would proceed smoothly, but it seemed that misfortune had struck right from the outset. Yet, Jiang Shan was not one to easily concede defeat. After lying on the bed for a while, she resolutely picked up the phone again to dial another number. So you wish to hang up on me? I shall come directly to your hotel. I refuse to believe you can simply vanish. Li Kaming, you cannot escape. As for the individual she sought, it was none other than Qin Fong, who was well acquainted with the local scene. Upon their meeting, Qin Fong, recognizing Jiang Shan as a coveted opportunity, readily acquiesced to her request. Utilizing his local connections, he managed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Memphis Tigers team headquarters in merely 2 hours. Millennium Hotel. When he relayed this information to Jiang Shan, her demeanor noticeably brightened. Thank you, Qin Fong. I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise illuminated Qin Fong's eyes. After escorting Jiang Shan to the hotel, they lost contact, despite his polite offers for a meal, which Jiang Shan consistently rebuffed or ignored altogether. Yet now, the solution he had been racking his brain for had presented itself effortlessly. Jiang Shan had approached him herself. It seemed that fate itself was conspiring to bring him and Jiang Shan together. Qin Fong promptly began preparations for that evening's dinner, rising to make a tremulous phone call. Crown, the medication you mentioned last time, does it truly have such remarkable effects? A sleazy voice responded from the other end. Qin, trust me, after taking that pill, you'll sleep for at least 12 hours. What is this? Have you found a new target? Qin Fong frowned. Focus on what matters. Send me a dose of that medication. If it doesn't work, you can forget about doing business in this area. Crown chuckled on the line. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Qin Fong stepped onto the balcony, gazing out at the splendid panorama of St. Louis. He inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart. Jiang Shan, now that you have arrived in America, do not depart. In his line of sight, the magnificent scenery below gradually transformed into the visage of Jiang Shan, reclining on the sofa in a state of undress, casting him a seductive smile. With each movement, the allure of spring subtly revealed itself. The morning training session swiftly concluded, and Li Kaming changed his attire before striding out of the gymnasium. As the NCAA progressed to the Sweet 16, an increasing number of media outlets focused their attention on these remaining teams, resulting in a conspicuous rise in the number of reporters attending each interview. As soon as Li Kaming exited the arena, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of reporters, their cameras flashing incessantly and momentarily blinding him. Hello, Li. We are journalists from Yahoo Sports News. May we ask you a few questions? Li Kaming observed the throng of journalists encircling him, their microphones extended eagerly, their eyes gleaming with a dogged desire akin to that of a pug. It was evident that he could not depart without addressing their inquiries. He exhaled a resigned sigh and said, "No problem. Please proceed with your questions." Instantly, a ripple of excitement coursed through the reporters, and those outside began to push inward, fearful of missing any significant news. A reporter from Yahoo Sports chuckled lightly before posing the inaugural question. "Li, There is widespread optimism regarding your team's ability to defeat the University of Northern Iowa and advance to the finals of the Midwest Division. What are your thoughts on this? Lee Kaming declared, "You are all familiar with my style. I am here for three things: victory, victory, and indeed victory. Thus, any team that stands in the way of our championship aspirations is our adversary. In confronting our foes, my approach is to vanquish them decisively." A Yahoo reporter pressed further, "Do you mean to say that you share the same perspective as the outside world?" Lee Kaming responded, "I have never belittled my opponents. The fact that the University of Northern Iowa has defeated the #1 seed demonstrates their capability to reach the semifinals. My sole objective is to conquer them, and I shall do whatever it takes to achieve this goal." Upon hearing this, the gathered reporters felt somewhat embarrassed. "You claim to never disparage your rivals? Then who spoke of them as stepping stones? If this is not derogatory, what would be?" As time drew near, Lee Kaming realized that if he continued speaking, this group would keep him occupied until evening. Thus, he broke free from the crowd, stating, "If you have any further inquiries, feel free to consult the coach. He is far more adept at conversing with you." Having finally escaped the persistent followers, Lee Kaming wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, preparing to return to the hotel for a meal and some much-needed rest. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, an enchanting figure suddenly emerged from the side, arms outstretched to block his path. "Wait, you are Lee Kaming, aren't you?" Upon seeing Jiang Shan's exquisite features, Lee Kaming was momentarily taken aback. What a stunning visage of Eastern beauty! Yet, there was something about her voice that seemed vaguely familiar. In the next instant, he recalled where he had heard that voice before, as the young woman introduced herself. Taking a moment to steady her breath and calm her nerves, Jiang Shan spoke, this time in English. "I was the one who called you this morning. I am the assistant general manager of Huagua Homeshin Erk Sports Company, and we would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Lee Kaming suddenly realized, so it was you, the deceiver, from this morning? Jiang Shan was taken aback, her fair cheeks flushing with alternating shades of crimson and pallor. "I wondered why this fellow had blocked me. It turns out he mistook me for a fraud. Do I truly resemble a swindler?" She lifted her gaze to meet Lee Kaming's countenance, only to find him gazing back at her, his eyes conveying a clear message. "Indeed, you do bear a resemblance to a con artist." Jiang Shan, feeling indignant, shot him an annoyed glance, then extended her hand. "So, shall we discuss a collaboration now?" Lee Kaming extended his hand and clasped it with Jiang Shan's delicate and fragile fingers. "I know a delightful CAF nearby. Let's converse there." Within the warm and cozy confines of the CAF, Lee Kaming exhaled gently over the steam rising from his coffee cup. After taking a sip, he chuckled. "Is there no one else at your company? Why send a young lady all the way here?" He switched to Mandarin for this remark. Jiang Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. "You speak Mandarin? And so fluently, too. One would hardly guess you were a foreigner." Lee Kaming rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Come on. My parents were quintessentially Chinese before they immigrated. Is it strange that I speak Mandarin? Moreover, I have a profound appreciation for Chinese culture." Jiang Shan chuckled softly, gazing at Lee Kaming's handsome visage, and remarked, "Well, that makes our conversation much easier. Although I may be younger, my father is the founder of Homeshin Erk, so you need not worry about my ability to make decisions." Lee Kaming felt a twinge of astonishment at how much importance Homeshin Erk placed on him, and he adjusted his posture slightly. Jiang Shan looked at the towering figure before her, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons, and added, "There's no need to be so formal. Besides, sitting so high makes my neck ache when I look at you." Lee Kaming forced a smile, subsequently relaxing his demeanor. "How do you envision our collaboration?" Jiang Shan replied with a faint smile, producing a document from her bag. "We would like you to become the global ambassador for Homeshin Erk Group." Chapter 51. The silent call. Upon hearing Jiang Shan utter the phrase global ambassador, Lee Kaming felt a wave of astonishment. Although he harbored aspirations of entering the NBA and envisioned a prosperous professional career, he was, at present, merely an unselected college player. To think that a company from across the ocean would propose such an opportunity to him was almost surreal. Were it not for the representative of the company sitting before him, he might have believed the world had lost its senses. Observing Lee Kaming's contemplative silence, Jiang Shan chuckled softly. "You need not feel overly pressured. While our company holds a certain level of recognition in China, it is not exceptionally renowned. That is precisely why I have come to discuss this collaboration with you. If you can successfully secure a place in the NBA, this partnership would yield mutual benefits for both parties." Although Lee Kaming had never conducted business with a reputable company, he possessed a fundamental level of professionalism. He lowered his head, perusing the documents handed to him by Jiang Shan, remaining silent. It must be noted that the enchanting woman before him not only possessed striking beauty, but also presented a well-organized proposal. The document included a comprehensive introduction to Hongshin, an outline of its business scope, and detailed information regarding the collaboration, including his responsibilities and other pertinent matters. Even as a layman, he found nothing particularly obscure or difficult to comprehend at first glance. However, Li Kaming understood that signing a contract, especially one involving global endorsement, was not a decision to be taken lightly. Despite his prowess on the court, he remained a novice in the business realm, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to being exploited, with others profiting at his expense. Flipping quickly to the last page, he skimmed through the proposal brought by Jiang Shan, forming a general impression in his mind. At the very least, it was clear that Jiang Shan, or rather Hongshin, approached the collaboration with genuine intent. Li Kaming closed the document and lifted his gaze to Jiang Shan across from him, only to discover that she had already consumed more than half of her coffee. Jiang Shan blinked her bright eyes a few times, filled with hopeful anticipation as she inquired, "So what do you think? Is our proposal designed satisfactorily?" Li Kaming nodded. "From my perspective as an outsider, it is indeed difficult to find any fault." Upon hearing Li Kaming's words, Jiang Shan proudly lifted her chin. "Of course, this proposal is the result of nearly a month's hard work." Li Kaming cast a surprised glance at her. He had not anticipated that such a professional proposal was indeed authored by Jiang Shan. He had assumed it was the work of some planning department from Hongshin. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Miss Jiang, I find your proposal to be quite commendable. However, for such a formal collaboration, I must consult with a trusted advisor before proceeding. Would you mind if I kept this proposal for my review?" Jiang Shan nodded affirmatively. "Not at all. This proposal is intended for your consideration." Li Kaming nodded, placing the document into his bag. He intended to present this letter of intent to Monica after all the competitions in the Midwest region had concluded. He was confident that his agent would possess a greater level of professionalism than himself. As the discussion drew to a close, Li Kaming rose to bid farewell. "Miss Jiang, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. I will reach out to you after I have thoroughly examined your proposal." Jiang Shan smiled, preparing to respond, when suddenly a thought struck her. "Oh, Li Kaming, please remember to remove my number from your blacklist. Otherwise, I want to be able to contact you." As she uttered these words, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she recalled the reason for being blocked. Someone had deemed her a fraud. Li Kaming smiled briefly, took out his phone, and removed Jiang Shan from his blacklist. He waved his phone at her, signaling that everything was all right. With a hint of concern, Jiang Shan called him again, and upon hearing the ringing of his phone, she bid him farewell with a smile. "Then, until we meet again, I will be here for a few more days. The hotel I'm staying at, the Abidal, is quite close to your competition venue. I'll be there to cheer you on." With that, she playfully waved her little fist to encourage Li Kaming. As night fell, within the confines of an opulent restaurant, Qin Fong whispered a few words to a well-dressed and handsome waiter before dismissing him with a wave. He then turned his attention to Jiang Shan seated across from him. Today, Jiang Shan donned a flowing pink gown, complemented by beige high-heeled sandals. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders in soft curls, partially concealing the fair skin exposed by the back of her dress. Gazing at his idealized goddess and contemplating the events that were about to unfold, Qin Fong felt a surge of excitement. He suppressed his ardor, attempting to appear nonchalant as he inquired, "Shan Shan, how did the collaboration discussion go today?" Jiang Shan lowered her gaze and took a sip of red wine, not bothering to look at him as she replied coldly, "Not bad." Watching her consume the wine, Qin Fong felt a knot tighten in his throat. Although that scoundrel, Crown, had assured him the drug was colorless and tasteless, who could tell if Jiang Shan would somehow notice? He relaxed slightly when he observed a subtle movement at her fair neck. She had swallowed it. Within moments of the wine touching her lips, Jiang Shan felt her consciousness beginning to blur. She shook her head vigorously, but her vision was already clouding, and a voice tinged with concern reached her ears. "Shan Shan? What's wrong? Are you all right?" Jiang Shan attempted to resist, summoning all her strength to shake off Qin Fong's encroaching arm, but her efforts were in vain. With her fading awareness, her right hand fumbled into her bag, quickly navigating to the call interface. Yet, everything around her grew increasingly indistinct. She could barely see. Time was of the essence. Acting decisively, she pressed the dial button, and, if all went as expected, she was calling the last number she dialed before losing consciousness. The moment she hit the dial key, her eyes fluttered shut, and her mind sank into silence. Meanwhile, within her bag, her phone screen displayed the dialing process, and the name associated with the number was none other than Lee Kaming. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Lee Kaming emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, gently drying his hair as he made his way to the bedside. Upon glancing at the phone, a substantial question mark loomed in his mind. Jiang Shan? What would she possibly want at such a late hour? A sense of curiosity began to stir within him. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button and said, "Hello?" Yet, on the other end of the line, there was silence. Lee Kaming furrowed his brow. "Miss Jiang? Hello?" Yet, there remained an unsettling silence. Lee Kaming removed the phone from his ear and observed the screen still displaying an ongoing call, letting out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it was an accidental misdial. He shook his head, subsequently ending the call, and resumed drying the droplets on his body. Midway through this task, he suddenly froze and swiftly picked up his phone from the bed, dialing Jiang Shan's number. If it was indeed a mistake, then redialing should yield a response. If no one answers, it would imply something else. The thought of such a beautiful girl like Jiang Shan being alone in the world made Lee Kaming's heart race with anxiety. Beep, beep, beep. However, despite the phone's ringing tone, Jiang Shan did not answer. Lee Kaming's heart sank immediately. However, with the vastness of St. Louis, where could he possibly search for Jiang Shan? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Jiang Shan had mentioned that her residence was not far from the Dome, specifically at the Abedale Hotel. Chapter 52. A lonely man and a solitary woman. Although Lee Kaming and Jiang Shan had only crossed paths briefly, he could not stand idly by and watch such a vibrant young woman fall into peril, particularly since she had traveled to America for his sake. He felt a moral obligation to intervene. He promptly dialed the local police department, providing them with Jiang Shan's address. While he knew the hotel where she was staying, he was unaware of her specific room number, thus necessitating the police's assistance to locate her. After making the call, he did not remain idle. Instead, he rushed downstairs and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Abedale Hotel. At the Abedale Hotel, Qin Fong carried Jiang Shan into the room, shutting the door behind him. He tugged forcefully at his tie, his eyes seemingly ablaze as he gazed at the slumbering beauty before him. Shan, after today, you will be mine," he declared. He shed his coat, carelessly tossing it into the corner, and began to unfasten his buttons one by one. After loosening the buttons of his shirt, he swiftly unclasped his belt, removing his suit trousers. Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed from the street below. Qin Fong froze. Although the appearance of police vehicles on the streets of America was not unusual, given the lack of gun control and the persistently high crime rate, he felt a rush of anxiety due to his guilty conscience, despite his attempts to rationalize that perhaps it was merely a gang fight or some domestic dispute. He could not shake the feeling of dread. The sirens grew louder, and Qin Fong's complexion turned pale. The vehicles seemed to have stopped downstairs. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the unconscious Jiang Shan. He hastily gathered his scattered clothing and began to dress in a flurry. Once he fastened the last button, Qin Fong grabbed his coat and flung open the door, ready to escape. However, as he opened the door, a shadow loomed over him, accompanied by a man's voice sneering. "Where do you think you're going?" Before he could react, the imposing figure at the doorway seized him, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick, and then hurled him against the wall. Thud! Qin Fong felt dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, two white men dressed as police officers entered the room. "Hello, sir. We suspect you are engaged in criminal activity. Please expose your hands and accompany us." Confronted by armed American police, Qin Fong had no choice but to comply. This was not Huagua, where law enforcement could be reasoned with. Any hint of resistance would result in them emptying their magazines on the spot. Meanwhile, Lee Kaming swiftly entered the room, and, upon seeing Jiang Shan peacefully asleep on the bed, her attire still relatively neat, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not arrived too late. It was the dead of night. Lee Kaming stepped out of the police station, pondering how he might return home in the dead of night, when suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed behind him. Turning to investigate, he beheld Jiang Shan standing there, poised and elegant, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Under her gaze, he felt an unfamiliar sense of bashfulness for the first time, and after scratching his head, he inquired, "How have you been? Are you all right?" Jiang Shan took a few steps closer to Lee Kaming, and before his astonished eyes, she abruptly embraced him. Even in her 10-centimeter heels, she barely surpassed 1.80 meters, making her appear diminutive next to Lee Kaming. Consequently, she could only wrap her arms around his waist, burying her head against his chest. Lee Kaming found himself somewhat at a loss. It was his first experience of a girl embracing him so boldly. Instinctively, he felt the urge to break free. Yet considering the girl's recent ordeal, he hesitated. Uncertain of where to place his hands, he simply raised them. Thus, the two maintained an awkward posture for several minutes. After a while, Jiangshan lifted her head from Li Keiming's embrace, yet her arms remained tightly wrapped around him. Keiming, thank you. If it weren't for you, She faltered, unable to continue, as memories of the night flooded back, despite her utmost efforts to suppress them. She found herself involuntarily envisioning the potential outcomes that could have transpired. Li Keiming smiled gently, assuring her that everything was fine now. Upon hearing his comforting words, Jiangshan buried her head deeper into his embrace, her arms tightening around him as if she feared he would vanish in the next moment. Observing Jiangshan clinging to him like a lifeline, Li Keiming chuckled helplessly and said, Miss Jiang, it might not be appropriate to hold on like this at such a late hour. Allow me to escort you home. Realizing they were in the police station, Jiangshan finally loosened her grip, a blush blooming on her cheeks and the tips of her ears. Li Keiming chuckled heartily a few times, gradually stifling his laughter under Jiangshan's nearly predatory gaze. The two hailed a taxi to the hotel. Initially, Li Keiming intended to drop her off and let her ascend alone. However, upon their arrival, Jiangshan unexpectedly changed her mind, insisting that he accompany her upstairs. Li Keiming, feeling helpless, could only proceed alongside the ladder. Upon entering the hotel, the first action taken by Jiangshan was to request a room change. The new room was situated on an entirely different floor, a testament to the profound impact the previous experience had left on her. Meanwhile, Li Keiming once again assumed the role of a laborer, assisting her in transferring her luggage from the original room to the new one. Observing the tidy and pristine new quarters, Li Keiming symbolically dusted off his hands and remarked, Miss Jiang, this should suffice. Please rest well. I shall take my leave now. Jiangshan sat on the edge of the bed, responding with a barely audible murmur. Li Keiming smiled slightly, then opened the door to depart. However, just as he took a step outside, two delicate, pale arms encircled his waist from behind. Keiming, please don't go. I'm frightened. The voice of Jiangshan behind him was now tinged with the faintest hint of tears. Li Keiming exerted a gentle force, freeing himself from Jiangshan's embrace, then turned to gaze intently at her. It is all over now. Qin Fong has entered, and there is no longer any danger here. Tears welled up in Jiangshan's eyes as she shook her head, stifling a sob. Yet I'm still frightened. Please, Keiming, do not leave, I beg you. I can offer you money. Li Keiming felt a dark cloud of frustration hovering over him. How many years of misguided paths had he traversed? Yet, he still harbored a sense of traditional masculinity. How could he possibly be reduced to a man dependent on others? A man ought to forge his own destiny. He cleared his throat and said, Miss Jiang, it is not merely a matter of finances. As two individuals of the opposite sex, it feels somewhat inappropriate, does it not? Jiangshan abruptly lifted her head, her lips pouting in a manner so pitiful that even the divine would feel compelled to offer her solace. Could you please refrain from calling me Miss Jiang? Just call me Shan Shan. Li Keiming, feeling helpless, said, All right, Shan Shan, how about I book another room? Right next to yours? Would that be acceptable? At that moment, Jiangshan completely shed her daytime persona of a strong woman, resembling a petulant little girl instead. No, you should stay here. Am I really that unappealing? Do you not wish to share a room with me? Li Keiming's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Darn it. It's precisely because you are so stunning that it feels inappropriate. Today's second update has arrived. I extend my gratitude for your support. Chapter 53. Comprehensive Evaluation on the Rise. Li Keiming ultimately found himself unable to resist Jiangshan's will, remaining in the room at her behest. However, within the shadowy recesses of his mind, the anticipated events did not unfold as expected. Jiangshan merely provided him with a blanket and instructed him to sleep on the adjacent large sofa. Despite the presence of such a captivating beauty, the sofa, though deemed oversized for an ordinary person, felt rather confining for Li Keiming, who stood at a towering height of 2 meters. Thus, his slumber was far from restful. At 6 in the morning, when Li Keiming awoke, he found Jiangshan still peacefully slumbering on the bed. Observing her curled up like a kitten, a slight smile graced the corners of his mouth. After freshening up, Li Keiming called the front desk to request 2 breakfast servings to be delivered to their room. Upon hanging up the phone, he was suddenly greeted by Jiangshan's voice from behind. Keiming, thank you. Li Keiming turned around and beheld Jiangshan propped up against the bed. A cascade of golden sunlight draped over her shoulders, her pearly white teeth and crimson lips rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. He offered her a smile, saying, "Miss Jiang, this is a task befitting a gentleman." Jiang Shan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of annoyance flickering in her eyes. They had agreed just last night that she would not be addressed as Miss Jiang. Li Kaming smiled in silence. "All right, Miss Jiang." "No, Shan." Jiang Shan shot him a glance, then gracefully shifted her delicate form off the bed. This marked the very first occasion in my life where I spent an entire night in a room with a stranger. Li Kaming's heart fluttered momentarily, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The two fell into a profound silence. After breakfast, Li Kaming bid farewell to Jiang Shan and set off on his journey back to the gym. Before he left, however, Jiang Shan refrained from detaining him as she had the previous night, although he was acutely aware of the slim chances of her doing so. The instant the door closed behind him, a subtle emotion stirred within Li Kaming's heart. Was it sorrow? Or perhaps regret? He could not articulate it himself. With less than 2 days remaining until the semifinals at the University of Northern Iowa, the players from Memphis had commenced fervent training. Upon entering the gym, Li Kaming discovered that everyone had already arrived, diligently honing their skills, oblivious to his tardiness. At the far end of the gym, Pastner noticed Li Kaming sneaking in and shook his head in exasperation. He turned to his assistant, Wilson, and remarked, "Wasn't he in his room last night? He has always been the first to arrive at practice. What is happening today?" Wilson rubbed his shining bald head, displaying a puzzled expression. "I don't know." Pastner shot him a glance filled with incredulity, the unspoken message clear even to Wilson. "What use are you?" Nevertheless, Pastner chose not to pursue Li Kaming's unannounced departure, as it underscored the notion that rules could be bent in the presence of talent. Due to a restless night, Li Kaming's performance in the team's 5v5 practice plummeted to new lows. Not only did he lose the opening jump ball, which he typically won with ease, but he also struggled with numerous mistakes in the paint, fumble after fumble, errant passes, and interference. Watching from the sidelines, Pastner ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could unleash his ire on Li Kaming. Meanwhile, the glances exchanged by Williams and the others shifted to a different narrative. As regulars in the nightlife scene, they quickly discerned that Li Kaming had likely been out reveling the night before, observing the once commanding player now appearing as a distracted night owl. Williams and his companions felt a mischievous urge to tease him. With a shared glance, they reached a silent agreement. During the ensuing practice, Williams launched a jump shot in the midst of an offensive play and shouted at Li Kaming, "Rebound." However, Williams intentionally reduced his strength before making the shot, resulting in a complete airball. At that moment, Li Kaming was severely distracted. Upon hearing Williams shout, he instinctively lunged towards the basket. By the time he leaped, the opposing player had already retrieved the rebound and initiated a fast break. In midair, he resembled a jester, helplessly witnessing the opposing team score effortlessly. In the subsequent play, Kemp signaled for Li Kaming to set a screen. As he made his cut towards the basket, Kemp suddenly delivered a powerful pass. Under normal circumstances, Li would have no trouble catching the ball, but today he was a mere shadow of his usual self, and thus the pass struck him squarely in the face. The sight of Li clutching his eyes and collapsing elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. Even Pasternak, standing by the court, could no longer contain himself, shielding his face with the tactical board. Yet, the incessant shaking of his shoulders indicated his struggle to suppress his laughter. The jovial practice session soon came to an end, and as Li Kaming packed his belongings, preparing to leave the gym for a much-needed energy boost, he was unexpectedly called by Pasternak. Observing the coach's expression, which seemed to be bursting with unspoken words, Li scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Coach, what is the matter?" Pasternak remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. "Li, you're still young and about to enter the draft. You must exercise restraint." Seeing the earnest concern etched on Pasternak's face only deepened Li's perplexity. Just then, Williams and the others strolled past, and he whistled at Li, winking as he remarked, "Li, no matter how charming that girl may be, you must wait until the game is over before indulging." The other teammates chimed in with mischievous agreement. Indeed. Li Kaming returned to his room and immediately collapsed onto his bed, savoring the solid and satisfying support that enveloped his back. With a contented stretch, he relished the comfort of his own bed. Tomorrow evening, he would be at the hotel as the semifinals were about to commence. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to utilize the reward from his previous B-level task. Thus, he promptly accessed the system. The reward from the last B-level task comprised 15 attribute points and 150 points, along with 3 opportunities for badge upgrades. He allocated 9 of the 15 attribute points to speed, elevating his speed attribute to 80, which reached the standard of an NBA starter. Furthermore, his mid-range shooting attribute climbed from 49 to 55, achieving the level of an NCAA starter, just as he reveled in the increase of his attributes. An unexpected system notification appeared. System, congratulations, host. Overall evaluation has increased by 1 point, unlocking the new badge interference-resistant shot, bronze level. Effect, increases shooting accuracy under interference by 1. What a delightful surprise. He had not anticipated that investing those 15 attribute points would yield an increase in his overall evaluation. The new badge, judging from its data, also appeared to be a formidable asset. As he contemplated his remaining 3 badge upgrade opportunities, he faced 2 choices. One was to upgrade the defensive badge impenetrable defense, while the other was to enhance the newly acquired interference-resistant shot, an offensive badge. This choice would significantly shape his developmental trajectory. Opting for the impenetrable defense upgrade would signify that he was a team-oriented player, inclined to engage in actions that, while perhaps not reflected in statistics, contributed to victory. This selection seemed reasonable, yet it depended on the context. For superstars with finely honed offensive skills, refining their defensive techniques is undoubtedly beneficial. However, he was not a superstar. He was merely a college player barely scraping into the NBA. Maxing out impenetrable defense might enhance the team's overall performance, but it would offer little assistance in his draft prospects. In the 21st century, surely no one still believed they could rely solely on defense to play basketball? Those who secure maximum salary contracts are invariably players with exceptional offensive capabilities, possessing a unique skill set on the offensive end. A player who only defends without contributing offensively would likely have a limited fan base. Lee Kaming was resolute in his desire to transcend mediocrity. Deep within, he aspired to emulate the greatness of Michael Jordan rather than merely becoming a supporting player like Dennis Rodman. With this conviction, he unhesitatingly dedicated all 3 of his opportunities to enhancing his interference-resilient shooting, elevating it to its utmost level, thereby augmenting his shooting accuracy under duress by a remarkable 10%, a 10-fold increase. Such is the formidable power of the system. Following this upgrade, Lee Kaming had transformed entirely compared to just a few days prior. He had become even more formidable. On the evening of March 26th, at 9 o'clock, he entered the expansive St. Louis Dome. The grandeur of the venue dwarfed previous arenas, and upon his first entry, he was awestruck by its vast expanse and immense seating capacity. According to the official description, this dome, resembling a public library and constructed in the 1990s, could accommodate nearly 80,000 spectators under optimal conditions, making it an impeccably suitable venue for the NCAA regional semifinals. The audience was particularly enthusiastic, with approximately 70% of the tens of thousands present donned in Memphis-themed attire, an ocean of blue and white that created a breathtaking spectacle. Given that St. Louis was only a 4-hour drive from Memphis, many fans had journeyed to support their team. Though officially a neutral site, the atmosphere was anything but impartial. With half an hour remaining before the game commenced, the colossal screen above the court displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Memphis Tigers featured point guard Willie Camp, shooting guard Elliot Williams, small forward Daniel Mack, power forward Wesley Witherspoon, and center Lee Kaming. The Northern Iowa Panthers included point guard Ollie Farakmanesh, shooting guard Brian Harkins, small forward Jake Koch, power forward Lucas O'Reilly, and center Austin Pell. Just before stepping onto the court, Lee Kaming inadvertently caught sight of a particular spot in the front row of the audience, and his eyes lit up amidst the vast sea of blue and white. He spotted Jiangshan wearing a Memphis-themed t-shirt, her fair complexion adorned with face paint depicting the Memphis Tigers logo. Upon noticing him, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she waved her tiny fist, her lips forming words of encouragement that he could not hear from such a distance, but could surmise were cheers of support. Lee Kaming smiled and waved at her, signaling that he had received Jiangshan's encouragement. Although he had long been mentally prepared for the competition, upon seeing Jiangshan in the audience, it felt as if a missing piece had been restored within him, providing a sense of grounding. The competition commenced. The referee tossed the ball into the air and swiftly darted aside. Lee Kaming leaped off the ground, and at the very moment the ball reached its zenith, he struck it with his hand, sending it accurately into the grasp of Camp. Opposite him, center Austin Pyre was already accustomed to such maneuvers. After losing the jump ball, he swiftly returned to the backcourt without displaying any astonishment. Evidently, Prior to the match, the University of Northern Iowa had conducted a thorough analysis of Licaeming. Licaeming advanced towards the front court, deviating from the usual strategy of executing a pick-and-roll with Camp, and instead plunged into the paint. The interior height of the University of Northern Iowa was remarkably impressive, with their starting center, Pell, standing at 2 meters 1, and their backup center, Jordan Agestein, towering at 2 meters 13, a formidable presence indeed. Confronted with such opponents, Licaeming's optimal response was to exploit their sluggish footwork and penetrate the key. However, his ball handling skills were rather inadequate. He had yet to reach a level where he could initiate an offense from the perimeter, thus he could only receive the ball inside. As he positioned himself at the waist, Camp lofted the ball into his vicinity. In that fleeting moment of receiving the pass, he barely had time to glance at the basket before the opposing small forward, Jack Koch, swiftly closed in. The speed of his approach was astonishing. Yet, passing the ball at this juncture was ill-advised, for the double team had not fully materialized, leaving insufficient space for Daniel Mack. Therefore, his course of action was to press further into the lane. Upon receiving the ball, Licaeming immediately dribbled once, lifted the ball with both hands, and charged toward the hoop. The enhanced speed attribute of 80 was exhilarating. Even Jack Koch, the small forward standing approximately 10 centimeters shorter, found himself outpaced in an instant. As for Pell, the center, he was utterly left behind. In the blink of an eye, Licaeming had surged past him, and with a graceful extension of his long arm, he flicked his wrist gently, sending the basketball spinning from his fingertips, glancing off the backboard before gracefully descending into the net. Meanwhile, he resembled a robot with a slight delay, only leisurely extending his hand to interfere after the ball had already nestled into the hoop. Licaeming made an impressive entrance, scoring immediately with a remarkable 1-on-2 play, which sent an eruption of cheers throughout the Dome Sports Arena. Jiang Shan clenched her fists in excitement, her face alight with joy. Meanwhile, Ben Jacobson, the coach of the University of Northern Iowa, was left dumbfounded. He had believed that his strategies were foolproof. Yet, to his astonishment, Licaeming slipped through the defense like an eel, effortlessly penetrating the paint, rendering his double-team strategy utterly ineffective. Cold sweat beaded on Pell's forehead. Prior to the match, Coach Jacobson had bluntly informed him that he could not possibly defend against Licaeming alone and would need assistance for a double team. Initially, he thought that employing a double team would suffice, but during the game, he realized that the opposing center was faster than his own small forward. What the predicament? With no unexpected turn of events, Licaeming's formidable individual prowess obliterated Jacobson's pregame plans. No one anticipated that, against the formidable interior presence of a University of Northern Iowa, Licaeming would, in just 15 minutes of play, achieve an astonishing stat line of 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists, along with a staggering 3 steals and 3 blocks, all within the confines of a mere half. This was an NCAA, after all, and during a half that lasts only 20 minutes, with each offensive possession limited to 35 seconds. In such a slow-paced league, producing a monstrous 2010 stat line in half a game was akin to witnessing not Licaeming, but rather the legends of Shaquille O'Neal or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gracing the court. Everyone was left in awe of his performance. Although prior to the game, the vast majority believed that despite the University of Northern Iowa's victory over the number 1 seed, Kansas, none considered it a true reflection of their capabilities. Thus, pre-game polls indicated that 80% of fans felt the University of Northern Iowa would not stand a chance against Memphis. However, most predicted that the point differential would remain narrow, certainly within 10 points. Yet, no one anticipated the emergence of a singular talent who illuminated the court like a flash of lightning, rendering the match's suspense obsolete by the time the halftime whistle blew. Memphis led 48-26 at halftime, a staggering 22-point advantage over the University of Northern Iowa. To grasp the significance of a 22-point lead, consider that the entire team of the University of Northern Iowa had only amassed 26 points collectively in the half. Mathematically, they would need to add 5 more players to bridge that gap. As for Licaeming's performance, it spoke for itself, and, upon halftime's conclusion, an intriguing title flashed across the arena's big screen. At 21-26, Licaeming found himself trailing by 5 points against the University of Northern Iowa. Whether one considers this a jest or a derision aimed at the opponent, it remains an undeniable fact. Coach Jacobson of Northern Iowa experimented with no less than 5 different lineups during the first half. Yet regardless of his tactical adjustments, the formidable player on the opposing side remained an insurmountable barrier. He resembled a deity of destruction, effortlessly dismantling every defender that stood in his path. Though attempts were made to double-team him, his adeptness shone through as he delivered consecutive assists, coupled with the relentless barrage from the Tigers' perimeter shooters, forcing Coach Jacobson to abandon the double-team strategy in the subsequent plays. Clearly, divine favor was not on their side this evening. In the stands, Jiangshan trembled with exhilaration, passionately cheering for an entire half, waving her towel for what felt like an eternity. Her voice had grown hoarse, and her arms ached, yet her spirit remained fervently alive. Perhaps she herself was uncertain whether her joy stemmed from this man's remarkable performance, which promised greater rewards for Hong Xi in the future, or simply from the sheer delight of witnessing his excellence. Soon, however, Jiangshan cast all her thoughts aside, for a more thrilling second half was about to unfold. As Li Kaming appeared in the center of the arena, the entire dome stadium erupted with a harmonious chorus of MVP chants. Li Kaming, MVP. The roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, reverberating through the eardrums of the players present. All the athletes, including his teammates from Memphis, cast astonished glances at the figure standing in the center of the court. This individual seemed to have inexplicably captured the affection of the fans. Pastner gazed at the tall and handsome silhouette, his face betraying an undeniable sense of pride. This guy's impressive, isn't he? I unearthed him. As the second half commenced, the University of Northern Iowa reverted to its original starting lineup, for Jacobson realized that since they could not hinder Li Kaming, they might as well match their strongest lineup against him. However, Li Kaming's performance in the second half delivered a resounding slap to their ambitions. Do you possess the prowess to compete with me, Li Kaming? Thus, fueled by the encouragement of the audience, Li Kaming grew increasingly formidable, amassing 15 points, 11 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks in just 10 minutes of play during the second half. Not a single turnover marred his performance. When the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the players from the University of Northern Iowa hurriedly exchanged handshakes with their Memphis counterparts before retreating to their locker room, as if fleeing. Center Pell shielded his head with a towel, utterly dismantled by Li Kaming. Under Li Kaming's formidable defensive prowess, Pell managed a meager 4 points and 6 rebounds with 6 turnovers, hitting a mere 1 out of 8 shots. Meanwhile, his teammate, forward Lucas O'Reilly, fared little better, scoring 5 points and 3 rebounds with 6 turnovers from 2 of 9 shooting. As a family, they must stand united. In stark contrast, Li Kaming fully showcased his offensive brilliance, racking up a staggering 36 points, 22 rebounds for assists, 5 steals, and 6 blocks in just 25 minutes of play. When the post-game screen displayed his statistics, nearly all NBA scouts in attendance gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this young man is truly formidable. He must not be overlooked. Of course, this oversight does not imply harm to Li Kaming, but rather a relentless pursuit to secure him during the draft. Jiangshan was equally astounded by Li Kaming's extraordinary performance, promptly sending a text message to her father the moment the game concluded. Dad, this is not good. It seems Li Kaming might be snatched up by major companies in America. To speak candidly, she felt immense joy in her heart at the outstanding performance exhibited by Li Kaming. However, from the company's perspective, Li Kaming's display was rather alarming, bordering on excessive for their preferences. For Hong Shin-erk, the ideal outcome would be for Li Kaming to be selected in the middle of the first round during the draft, thereby providing them with a player who possesses sufficient recognition without being excessively prominent. Yet, once Li Kaming's remarkable performance became evident, even Jiangshan, who is not particularly knowledgeable about basketball, understood that he could no longer be concealed as they had hoped. Within less than an hour after the game concluded, Li Kaming's explosive performance was trending on Twitter. The Chinese-American prodigy scored over 30 points and 20 rebounds. Just how far can he go? Who else stands as a stepping stone in his path? This year's draft promises to be the most enigmatic in the past decade. With Li Kaming's breakthrough, his fan base surged dramatically. By the end of the game, his personal Twitter followers had skyrocketed to 100,000. This equaled the follower count of his most ardent critic, Kozlov. It is noteworthy that Kozlov had established his account when Twitter was first launched and, with his status as a CBS basketball commentator, had been diligently creating content for years to reach the same follower milestone. In stark contrast, Li Kaming achieved this remarkable feat in less than a week after creating his account. If Kozlov were to follow his account, witnessing this development would surely infuriate him. Chapter 56. The attention of David Stern. The following morning, Sun Jianguo turned on the television as usual. anticipating coverage of his nephew Lee Kaming's game from the previous night in the sports news. Just as he switched on the TV, a figure clad in a red pajama emerged from the adjacent bathroom. Sun Lon, smiling, teased Sun Jangwo, "Old son, why were you not so enthusiastic last night in bed? Yet, you were so concerned about Kaming's game." Sun Jangwo's face flushed. "What enthusiasm? I was merely not feeling well. Do you understand?" Sun Lon chuckled, not refuting him, but instead interjected, "Was there a game featuring Kaming yesterday? Did he win?" Sun Jangwo nodded affirmatively. "Of course. He's my nephew after all. Moreover, I heard customers at the restaurant discussing that Memphis has a great chance of winning." Sun Lon frowned slightly, but the last customer mentioned that Memphis wouldn't stand a chance against Michigan. Sun Jangwo's expression shifted. "That was utter nonsense. I have faith in Lee Kaming." Yet, as the words flowed, his voice grew increasingly faint, clearly reflecting his waning confidence. At that moment, the lively theme of the morning sports news resonated from the television, prompting both individuals to turn their gazes, eyes fixated on the screen without a blink. The charming host, adorned with a smile, delivered the news in a voice rich with magnetism, announcing that the NCAA Midwest Regional Semifinals held yesterday afternoon at the St. Louis Dome had concluded. The Memphis Tigers triumphed over the Northern Iowa Panthers with a resounding score of 86-54, successfully advancing to the Midwest Regional Finals as a seeded team among the Elite Eight. Player number 34, Lee Kaming, showcased an outstanding performance, contributing 36 points, 22 rebounds, 4 assists, 5 steals, and 6 blocks in 25 minutes of play. This marked his second consecutive game, achieving over 30 points and 10 rebounds, making him the first player in CUSA history to attain this remarkable feat. Listening to the host report, Sun Jianjun and Sun Lon were momentarily taken aback. Particularly for Sun Jianjun, having watched numerous games, he had begun to grasp the significance of the statistics, and although not entirely comprehending, he recognized that Lee Kaming's performance was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Sun Lon wore a look of curiosity and inquired, "Is Kaming's performance particularly impressive?" Sun Jianjun's lips trembled slightly. He sought a metaphor to aid his wife's understanding, yet nothing came to mind. Instead, he merely murmured repeatedly, "Very impressive indeed." Lee Kaming's most ardent admirer, the bold and spirited Buckley, promptly conveyed his congratulations to Lee following the match. He addressed Lee, exclaiming, "Congratulations to this fierce tiger. On the basketball court, he appears omnipotent, akin to a deity." The players from the University of Northern Iowa were utterly dismantled, both physically and psychologically. "I must say, you are quite the rascal. However, I absolutely adore it, huh? I firmly believe that after today's battle, Lee has secured a position in the lottery draft. Any team that does not aspire to acquire him should collectively relocate to our homeland to experience the formidable strength of the Shanghai Sharks." In his concluding remarks, Buckley could not resist taking a jab at his longtime rival, Kozlov, tagging him with, "Pray tell, who is the current leader of the Memphis team?" Clearly, Kozlov would refrain from responding, as his private messages are inundated with countless greetings from friendly Lee Kaming fans, who are engaging in amicable exchanges with Kozlov's mother and ancestors to the best of their abilities. If America possessed a household registration system, it is likely that only one page would remain in Kozlov's record. For fervent fans, their influence is boundless. Kozlov's recent encounters with online backlash largely stem from his own actions. When he disparaged Lee Kaming, he should have anticipated the repercussions of inciting fans to sway public opinion. Unless he remained perpetually correct, he would inevitably face backlash. Simultaneously, results from other matches emerged. In the Midwest Division, the Tennessee Volunteers triumphed over Ohio State University, led by Evan Turner, with a score of 76-73, successfully advancing to the Midwest Finals to meet Memphis. The Western Division concluded its matches on the 25th, with Gordon Hayward's Butler University narrowly defeating Syracuse University 63-59. Kansas State University engaged in a fierce contest against Xavier University, ultimately prevailing with a score of 101-96, setting up a final clash with Butler University. In the Eastern Division semifinals, the top seed, the University of Kentucky, comfortably defeated Cornell University 62-45, while West Virginia University overcame the University of Washington 69-56, preparing to face Kentucky. In the Southern Division, Duke University celebrated a significant victory over Purdue University with a score of 70-57, while their opponent, Baylor University, triumphed in the semifinals with a commanding 72-49 win against St. Mary's College of California. Thus, the round of 16 has concluded. paving the way for the exhilarating finals across the divisions. Following this match, Lee Kaming has officially garnered the attention of the NBA's upper echelons. The former president, David Stern, who once stood in the biting cold outside CCTV with a Jordan video, waiting for hours to usher the NBA into our great country, has begun to take note of this exceptionally gifted Chinese youth as the foremost architect of the NBA's global promotion during his tenure. David Stern astutely recognized that the emergence of Lee Kaming would present another unparalleled opportunity to enhance the NBA's influence in China, following the footsteps of Yao Ming. Even when Lee Kaming first began to make waves, Stern noted his potential. Yet like many others, he initially believed that a few explosive performances did not signify anything substantial. However, now that Lee Kaming has been consistently excelling for nearly half a month, it has become abundantly clear to any astute observer that this is indeed a true reflection of his capabilities. Consequently, under David Stern's guidance, a wave of heightened exposure surged forth following the semifinals of the league. Even Lee Kaming himself could distinctly sense the influence of a formidable force propelling him from behind the scenes, one that certainly transcended the control of his agent, Monica. Naturally, Lee Kaming would not idly lie in bed, waiting for fortune to fall from the heavens. Seizing upon this momentum was imperative for his ascent. Upon entering the NBA, securing a contract hinged on having a substantial fan base that could generate considerable revenue for the team, thereby opening the door to lucrative deals. Should his following grow sufficiently robust, even an all-star appearance would be within reach. After a night of rest, Lee Kaming awakened and took a charming selfie from his cozy bed, promptly sharing it with his 100,000 followers on Twitter. Good morning, everyone. Today is yet another beautiful day. Tomorrow is the Midwest Division Finals. Feeling the tension, the tweet garnered an immediate response, racking up hundreds of likes and numerous comments. Wow, Brother Kaming is so handsome. Is posting a sleeping photo a hint for me? I can't shy. JPG. Though I'm not gay, I must admit you're so good looking it's making me question myself. Let me reiterate. I'm definitely not gay, but I am. Brother Kaming, come my bowl. Heaven knows, you're a marvel. That guy above is truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, a thread on a Chinese internet forum titled "A Chinese Genius Emerges," predicted to rank no lower than Aging.At quietly gained traction. Upon its release, the post sparked significant reactions within the forum. Most Chinese basketball fans, however, found the somewhat hyperbolic title hard to take seriously. Who is this upstart daring to compare himself to E? Do you even know what ES draft position was? 6th overall in 2007, undoubtedly a lottery pick and a rising star. This unheard of kid should refrain from trying to ride Ye's coattails. The discourse above is rather extreme. Although Aging's performance in the NBA has not met expectations, it is not as if just anyone can step up and compete with him. In my view, the only aspect in which this individual can be compared to Aging is his wingspan. In all other respects, he likely falls short. Not merely falling short, he may very well be outclassed entirely. One cannot underestimate the prowess of NBA lottery picks. In essence, the vast majority of Chinese basketball fans regard this post, and even Lee Kaming, with disdain. However, the original poster is not to be underestimated. David Stern's influence surely extends beyond America, especially in such a vast market as China. If he were to overlook such an opportunity, he would cease to be David Stern. Indeed, this post was disseminated by an agent of David Stern. And although Chinese fans have voiced their dissent, the original poster has undoubtedly prepared counterarguments. Before the Chinese fans had even reached 10 replies, the original poster interjected. You are underestimating Lee Kaming. His current NCAA statistics boast an average of 29 points, 17 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 blocks, and 2 steals per game. Do you still consider him a mere nobody? As soon as this comment emerged, dissenting voices promptly arose. You claim these statistics are what they are. If you have the ability, present the data for everyone to examine. Wang Qi is a Chinese university student whose greatest passion is basketball. At this moment, Chinese basketball is experiencing a golden era, with Yao Ming being the first overall pick in the 2002 NBA draft. Making history as the first player from outside America to achieve this feat shortly thereafter, the successor to the Chinese national team, Aging, was selected as the 6th overall pick by the Milwaukee Bucks, marking his entry into the NBA. The emergence of these two Chinese players in the NBA has ignited the enthusiasm of basketball fans nationwide, and Wang Qi found himself captivated by the sport during this time. One day, while idly browsing a forum, he stumbled upon a post proclaiming the rise of a Chinese-American prodigy, predicting a draft position not lower than aging.At's. Upon reading the title, a large question mark appeared in Wang Chi's mind. When did another talented player emerge from China? After regaining his composure, he realized the post referred to a player of Chinese descent, prompting him to eagerly click into the thread to discover who this individual was. After reading the entire post in one breath, he felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. At that time, the Chinese media was not particularly developed, and the vast majority of fans had access only to NBA news, remaining utterly oblivious to the NCAA landscape. Therefore, when Wang Chi read that Li-Kaming had led the University of Memphis to the Elite Eight, he could hardly contain himself and began typing a rebuttal furiously. The Elite Eight? That means they're among the top 8 in the nation, correct? With such a record, how dare they boast? Just look at Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. Did either of them not enter the NBA as national champions? Now, they dare to compare themselves with a mere top 8 finish? His comments swiftly garnered substantial support, amassing no less than 30 likes within a mere half hour. This validation invigorated Wang Chi, solidifying his resolve to confront the boastful poster of the thread head-on. Habitually, Wang Chi refreshed the webpage, only to discover a new comment at the bottom, authored by the very poster himself. Upon viewing the average statistics of Li-Kaming, Wang Chi felt a slight jolt within. As a seasoned basketball enthusiast, he was acutely aware of the significance of such statistics. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. He rapidly typed a flurry of keystrokes, and with a forceful press of the enter key, it felt as though he was not striking a keyboard, but rather attacking the poster he yearned to vanquish. These statistics are what they are. If you possess the ability, publish the statistical data for all to see. Wang Chi understood that, despite his extensive years of watching games, his knowledge of NCAA was nearly non-existent, let alone that of others. It was exceedingly improbable that anyone in the entirety of Huagua had a grasp of NCAA statistics. Finding such a person online would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Most likely, this individual was fabricating tales. Huh, challenge me? You are but a novice. Wang Chi shook his head in disbelief, then lifted a nearby teacup and took a hearty sip. However, he drank too hastily, swallowing several tea leaves, prompting him to quickly spit out the bitter remnants. After muttering a curse under his breath, he instinctively pressed the F5 key on his computer, refreshing the webpage once more. This time, to his astonishment, someone had indeed replied to him. As he scrolled down, he suddenly froze. The original poster had uploaded several photographs, revealing post-game statistical data. Though presented in English, Wang Chi, having undergone rigorous examinations and possessing familiarity with the NBA, found the data easily comprehensible. 26 points, 18 rebounds, 40 triple-doubles, consecutive 30-10 games. Upon seeing Li-Kaming's statistics, Wang Chi's pupils constricted, and he muttered to himself, involuntarily summarizing Li-Kaming's impressive numbers. It was indeed true. This individual averaged an astonishing 29-17. Even Wang Chi, with his years of basketball watching experience, was taken aback by such formidable statistics. Reflecting on his earlier bravado in the thread, his mind buzzed with disbelief. A wave of bitterness surged from his mouth, and he instinctively spat twice, puzzled as to why the bitterness lingered despite having expelled the tea leaves. Wang Chi's defeat was not unwarranted. Had he been an ordinary basketball aficionado, he would have been ill-equipped to present statistical data at that moment. However, this original poster had come prepared with Li-Kaming's comprehensive statistics at the ready, waiting for challengers to inquire. After the host uploaded Li-Kaming's statistics, astute basketball enthusiasts promptly noted the remarkable nature of these figures, suggesting they were perhaps second only to Yao Ming's performance in the 2002 CBA Finals. Initially, those who had disparaged Li-Kaming fell silent upon witnessing the statistical evidence presented by the host. Were Li-Kaming to observe this scene, he would undoubtedly chuckle, remarking that critics around the world are all alike. The statistics shared by the host, to a certain extent, further fueled the post's popularity. Consequently, it rapidly ascended to become a highlight in the basketball forum, particularly with the influx of enthusiastic fans. From that day onward, a segment of Chinese basketball aficionados became aware that, across the ocean, there was an individual sharing their bloodline, demonstrating prowess in conquering the adversaries of a different nation. As night descended upon China, America welcomed a new day. In Beaverton, Oregon, at Nike's headquarters, an impromptu emergency meeting was convened in a modestly sized conference room. A sharply dressed man with slicked back hair activated the projector, and opened a slide presentation on his laptop. The first slide prominently displayed a striking image of Licaeming. Clearing his throat, the man began, "Our supervisor has assigned us an urgent task, to evaluate the feasibility of signing Licaeming." Seizing the moment, a blond man at the conference table interjected, "I believe this individual has significant potential. He may one day become a series spokesperson." The room fell silent, eyes widening at his assertion. A red-haired woman with glasses rapped the table and addressed the blonde. "Henry, do you not think your expectations for him are excessively lofty? To become a spokesperson for our series, one must typically be a perennial all-star or an MVP-level player. Licaeming has yet to even enter the NBA. It is premature to make such determinations." As her words lingered in the air, most attendees nodded in agreement. Henry surveyed the room with a serious expression, stating, "I am not jesting. My understanding of basketball surpasses that of everyone here. My judgment of players has never been flawed." The suited man interjected, "Henry, while you do have a knack for player evaluation, we are a sports company, not an NBA team. Our goal is to uncover a player's commercial value, rather than merely assess their potential for a successful career." Henry turned his gaze toward the man, Carl, and countered, "Look at the discussion surrounding Licaeming online. Do you genuinely believe he lacks marketability?" The meeting room fell into a profound silence. Indeed, after 2 consecutive games showcasing a remarkable performance of 30 points and 10 rebounds, coupled with the underdog narrative and the allure of a dark horse, Licaeming undoubtedly stands as the most talked-about player in the entire NCAA. Without exception, the suited man, Carl, was equally unyielding. "Henry, what we require is a player who, upon entering the NBA, possesses immense popularity, not merely a collegiate athlete. Do you comprehend?" Henry shook his head. Most All-Stars and Hall of Famers were successful collegiate or high school players prior to joining the league. When we signed LeBron James, did you ever doubt whether a high school player could excel in the NBA? Carl was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, even LeBron, one of the hottest stars in the league today, secured a lucrative endorsement deal with Nike in his first year. Yet, he still shook his head. "Henry, he is not LeBron." Just as Henry was about to counter, the red-haired woman interjected unexpectedly. "Henry, do not forget, this fellow has previously ruptured his Achilles tendon. Considering this factor, I believe we should lower his endorsement level." The moment her reasoning was presented, the room fell into an instant silence. Everyone reached a decisive conclusion in that moment. Initially, under Henry's fervent persuasion, a few individuals were still wavering, but upon hearing the red-haired woman's statement, they immediately shifted their stance. It was not that Henry's argument lacked merit. Rather, the red-haired woman's reasoning was too compelling. This assembly comprised an evaluation team organized by Nike, composed of the elite within the realm of basketball commercialization, all acutely aware of what an Achilles tendon rupture signifies for a professional athlete. Even Henry, who had been arguing fervently, sighed in resignation upon hearing her reasoning, then shrugged and said, "All right, but under these circumstances, Licaeming is unlikely to accept our terms." Before he could finish his sentence, the red-haired woman scoffed, "Come on, Henry, we are Nike. Every player in the world aspires to sign with us. All professional athletes take pride in partnering with us. Who would be foolish enough to refuse Nike and choose to sign with another company?" Carl, the suited man, shared a confident smile. "Yes, Henry, your concerns are unwarranted. I believe Licaeming is a sensible individual. A wise person recognizes the times." He then clapped his hands. "That concludes today's meeting. The matter of contacting Licaeming will be entrusted to." His gaze swept across the conference table, ultimately landing on Henry. "You, Henry, you shall speak with Licaeming." Henry pointed to himself. "Me? What if Licaeming does not agree to our contract?" Without looking back, the suited man replied, "Then let him find a place where he feels comfortable." Nike's approach was indeed exceedingly domineering. Meanwhile, also situated in Oregon, the headquarters of Adidas in Portland has reached a similar understanding within their player evaluation group as Nike. Licaeming, while he may sign, can only agree to the most basic level of contract. Should he refuse, then he ought not to sign at all. The 2 largest sports equipment companies in the world have left Licaeming with no room for negotiation. What they term as discussions resembles more of a mere notification. An act of pity. Here we are, 2 towering corporations, eager to sign a minnow like you, and you dare to seek a bargain? How naive. If you're unwilling to sign, then be on your way. At this moment, Licaeming cradles a steaming cup of coffee, seated at a table opposite his strikingly beautiful agent, Monica. Before her rests a cup of cappuccino, yet she refrains from sipping it, her focus entirely on the documents in her hands. Silence envelopes them, punctuated only by the occasional sound of Lee Kaming slurping his coffee and the rustling of pages as Monica turns them. After a while, Monica reaches the final page of the document, placing it on the table with a sense of urgency before finally indulging in her long-awaited sip of coffee. She had been yearning for this moment, but with Lee Kaming present, she felt it inappropriate to set aside her responsibilities. Thus, the instant she finished reviewing the documents, she eagerly lifted her cappuccino, relishing the rich aroma of the coffee as it graced her palate. Lee Kaming smiled lightly, placing his cup down, and remarked, "As far as I can see, there is nothing amiss with this letter of intent." It turned out that the document in Monica's hand was indeed the collaboration proposal from Hong-Shin-Erk brought by Jiangshan. Monica swallowed a sip of coffee, delicately pressed her rosy lips together, and noted that the proposal was generally sound. However, upon hearing Monica's assurance of no issues, Lee Kaming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, when he caught the subtle shift in her tone, his heart leapt once more. "But what?" he inquired cautiously, his mind racing with doubts. Jiangshan was a decent person. Surely, she wouldn't deceive me, especially after I saved her. Monica, keenly perceptive, noticed the conflicted expression on Lee Kaming's face and chuckled softly, saying, "The letter of intent is fine, but is their company perhaps a bit too small?" Lee Kaming was taken aback. What did she mean? Monica cast him a sidelong glance, explaining that when it comes to signing endorsement contracts, one naturally prioritizes larger corporations, such as Nike and Adidas. This particular company in Huagua is likely not substantial in scale and may not even be a well-known entity within the nation. Entering into a contract with them would not enhance his commercial value in the slightest. Today, we present the second update. Thank you for your support. Chapter 59. Rejecting Jiangshan. Upon hearing Monica's words, Lee Kaming was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the reason athletes sign endorsement contracts is that companies leverage their fame to boost sales, while the athletes receive substantial fees in return. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, aligning with a major corporation is undoubtedly a beneficial choice with no drawbacks. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, a sense of indescribable sadness welled up within him. If he heeded Monica's advice and signed with Nike or Adidas, he would earn several times more than if he were to contract with Hong-Shin-Erk. However, the mere thought of Jiangshan filled him with a certain reluctance. Observing the furrowed brow on Lee Kaming's face, Monica inquired, "What's the matter, Lee? Is there an issue?" Lee Kaming shook his head, striving to banish thoughts of the girl from his mind. "It's fine. Let us proceed as you suggested. When shall we meet with Nak and the others?" As a man of decisive action, he understood that in matters of significant consequence, allowing personal sentiments to sway his decisions would only lead to greater misfortune. Moreover, his connection with Jiangshan had become tenuous at best. Monica smiled and said, "That is reassuring. You underestimate Nak and his associates. Their talent scouts and business acumen are unparalleled. They noticed you as soon as you began to emerge in the spotlight, and it is highly likely they will reach out to you in the coming days." Lee Kaming nodded and was about to speak when, suddenly, the ringtone of his mobile phone echoed from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. Lee Kaming smiled apologetically at Monica before answering the phone. "Hello, Kaming. You mentioned that your agent would come to see you today. Did you show her our letter of intent? What did she think? Did I perform exceptionally well? Hurry and praise me," came Jiangshan's cheerful voice from the other end of the line. Lee Kaming experienced a moment of breathlessness, unsure of how to respond. After a few seconds of silence, he managed to force a smile and said, Shanshan, Monica mentioned that your letter of intent was quite impressive." Inside the hotel, Jiangshan listened to Lee Kaming's voice emanating from her phone, a hint of bliss curling at the corners of her mouth. "See, I told you. My father always criticizes me for being too hasty. Yet look, even professional managers commend my efforts." "Shanshan," Lee Kaming suddenly interrupted her. "However, she stated that I cannot sign a contract with you." The moment those words left his lips, Lee Kaming felt as though an immense weight pressed down upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He inhaled deeply with all his might, his heart racing and breaths quickening, revealing his unrest. He had never felt so tense before. The last time was during the dramatic finale against Houston in the CUSA tournament. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Several seconds passed in silence on the other end, and Lee Kaming wondered if the call had been disconnected. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was still connected. "Oh, I understand. It's no problem. Collaboration is a mutual endeavor. I will support your choice, regardless of which company you select." Jiangshan finally spoke, her tone as lively as ever, as if the previous silence had never occurred. Upon hearing Jiangshan's words, rather than feeling relieved, Li Kaming was overcome by an indescribable wave of sorrow and repression. Why did she act as if nothing had happened? Was this truly how she felt? Yet, he could not voice these questions. He could only respond with a soft Jiangshan's tone remained unchanged as she continued. In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer. I hope you secure a monumental contract with Nike. Future star Li Kaming. Congratulations in advance. Well then, goodbye. I'm preparing to return tomorrow. Li Kaming felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly inquired, Where are you going? Jiangshan chuckled playfully. Why do you sound so foolish today? Of course, I'm returning to Huagua. It's your fault for not signing a contract with me. You big star. Best of luck in the competition. At that moment, a myriad of words swirled in Li Kaming's mind, desperate to retain her. Yet they lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Finally, he managed to utter a simple farewell, safe travels. Jiangshan acknowledged with a soft before disconnecting the call. As the beeping sound echoed from the speaker, Li Kaming seemed oblivious to the end of the conversation, holding the phone to his ear motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Across the table, Monica noticed Li Kaming's prolonged silence and lack of movement, prompting her to tentatively ask, Li, are you all right? Li Kaming regained his composure, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips as he shook his head, insisting, I am fine. Monica nodded, fully aware that this man before her was feigning indifference, his demeanor betraying his true state. However, as a professional manager, it was her principle not to intrude upon the personal lives of her players, so she refrained from probing further. Changing the subject, she remarked, Li, I've been contacted by Nike regarding our contract discussions this afternoon. Li Kaming nodded and said, All right, then I'll see you in the afternoon. On the other end, Jiangshan, having hung up the phone, felt as if all the bones in her body had been extracted, collapsing onto the bed, clutching the pillow beside her. Her bright eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, unblinking. Why is this pillow so cold? In contrast, Kaming that night was truly warm, she murmured softly, instinctively pulling the blanket over her delicate figure. If he doesn't want to sign, then so be it. Couldn't he at least try to persuade me? Li Kaming, you really are a blockhead. As she spoke, 2 tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her fair and delicate skin, ultimately falling onto the bed and soaking in. If you just try to keep me, I certainly wouldn't leave. Jiangshan wiped away the traces of her tears and then picked up her phone to call the airline. Hello, is this Eastern Airlines? Please book me a ticket from St. Louis back to China. What is the earliest available flight? In the afternoon, Li Kaming, accompanied by the beautiful agent Monica, arrived at an upscale CAF. As they entered a private booth, a blond gentleman approached them with a smile, exuding politeness. Li Kaming, greetings. I am Henry, the person in charge of this signing. Li Kaming extended his hand, shaking it with Henry for a brief moment. Upon sensing the strength emanating from Henry's grip, a look of astonishment appeared on Li Kaming's face. Is Mr. Henry also a professional athlete? Henry chuckled heartily, exclaiming, You are quite perceptive. I played professional basketball for a few years, but later realized that my true calling lies in the realm of business. It is indeed the talented youth like you who should pursue sports. Li Kaming chuckled lightly, harboring a fear that the visitor might be someone lacking discernment. However, if they were indeed a professional athlete, matters would be much simpler. The three promptly took their seats and commenced their conversation. What? You can only offer me the most minimal endorsement contract? Li Kaming furrowed his brow and inquired with an elevated tone. An awkward expression crept onto Henry's face. I apologize. Li, this is the most sincere proposal we could devise after careful deliberation. Li Kaming chuckled softly, realizing that there was little more to discuss. He stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, Monica attempted to intervene, but Henry rose abruptly, blocking Li's path. Wait a moment, Li. I'll consult the boss, he said before hastily exiting the room to make a phone call in a nearby corner. Boss, as I suspected, Li Kaming is not entirely satisfied with the contract terms. On the other end of the line, Carl, the man in the suit from the initial meeting, furrowed his brow. Henry, are you certain you conveyed everything? Henry confidently asserted. I was quite thorough, boss. You know my style of working. Carl fell silent, contemplating the situation. He had sent Henry to speak with Li Kaming because they shared a common background as former athletes, and Henry was known for his diligence. He did not expect Henry to foresee Li Kaming's intentions. Sensing Carl's hesitation, Henry seized the opportunity to suggest, Boss, perhaps we should elevate Li Kaming's contract. In my view, he is indeed a player of significant commercial value. Before Henry could finish, Carl vehemently rejected the idea. Absolutely not, Henry. Forget it. The terms we discussed during the meeting are final. I cannot make this decision alone, and besides, this fellow is not worth such effort on your part. Henry, momentarily at a loss for words, remained silent. On the other end, Carl's expression darkened. If he does not wish to sign, let him be. We at Nike are not lacking in talented players. If he refuses, there are many others who will gladly sign. With a sigh, Henry conceded, very well. I will convey this to him. Upon returning to the room, Henry met the gazes of Lee Kaming and Monica, and with a resigned sigh, he said, Lee, the higher-ups have disagreed. The contract can only remain as is. Lee Kaming had long overheard the conversation between Henry and Carl. He coldly remarked, You Nikes are quite imposing. My absence will not diminish your stature. Since this is the case, I shall not demean myself by insisting on a contract with you. Henry's face displayed a sense of urgency as he replied, Lee, although our initial demeanor may have been less than cordial, signing with Nike is undoubtedly a wise decision. Nike wields immense influence globally. Once you embark on this grand vessel, you shall inevitably rise to become a formidable star player. Lee Kaming let out a cold laugh, scoffing, No matter how grand the ship, what relevance does it hold for me? If you cannot provide what I desire, then we must part ways. The same sentiments apply to you. If you do not offer it, there will naturally be others who will. Henry's face displayed a look of regret as he shook his head. Lee, we are all adults here. Let's not act impulsively. What benefit could there be in signing with brands you have never even heard of? Lee Kaming chuckled lightly, Mr. Henry. There's an ancient saying in Huagua that I would like to share with you. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although Henry did not comprehend the phrase entirely, he grasped the essence of Lee Kaming's message. Just as he was about to offer further advice, Monica interjected. Lee, from the perspective of my professional career as an agent, signing with Nike would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Upon hearing even Monica advocate for Nike, Lee Kaming's expression instantly turned icy. Monica, if I were merely a ball player devoid of emotions, then signing with them might indeed be reasonable. But how have they treated me? Did you not hear what they said? They practically pointed at my nose and declared, This is a gift from us to you. How dare you refuse? Let me assure you, Lee Kaming will not succumb to such condescension. He then turned to Henry, his eyes filled with a steely resolve. Henry, return and inform your superiors. Do not underestimate others. There's another saying in Huagua, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. I shall make you regret the decision you made today. With that, he rose and departed, leaving Henry and Monica exchanging bewildered glances. Upon returning to his hotel, Lee Kaming flung himself onto the bed in frustration. He had never imagined that his initial encounter with Nike would leave such an indelible mark, one that he would likely never forget. Ding! A text message chimed on his phone. He picked it up to see it was from Monica. Lee, take a deep breath. I understand that Nike's attitude is far from pleasant, but regardless, they are among the leading companies in the sports goods industry. Their poor demeanor is but a fleeting moment. If you showcase your exceptional talent, they will inevitably come to respect you. Surely, you do not intend to abandon Nike for that lesser company, Hongshin Erk, do you? Trust me, do not act impulsively. Lee Kaming felt as if all the blood had rushed to his head, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He took a few deep breaths before clicking the button to reply to Monica. Monica, you may not comprehend, but for me, dignity surpasses both money and contracts. As for your mention of Hongshin Erk, let me assure you, I have indeed signed with them. If you believe my actions to be misguided, then perhaps you should seek out those players who would forsake their dignity for the sake of wealth. After composing the message, Lee Kaming lay on his bed, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. His thoughts drifted to Jiang Shan, the vivacious and beautiful young woman. That's right. She had mentioned that she was returning to her homeland. Realizing this, Lee Kaming immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Jiang Shan's number. Hello? Upon the call connecting, he was greeted once again by her gentle voice emanating from the speaker. Lee Kaming held the phone, wanting to express something, yet words eluded him. Jiang Shan scoffed. If you have nothing to say, I shall hang up. Lee Kaming immediately interjected, Wait. I have something to say to you. In the hotel room, Jiang Shan set down the clothes in her hands and sat on the bed, switching the phone to her other hand. What do you wish to convey? Lee Kaming remained silent for a considerable time, until Jiang Shan, on the opposite side, was about to lose her patience. Finally, he stammered out a few words. See, could you not leave? Jiang Shan was taken aback for a moment, a wave of sweetness washing over her heart. However, she still huffed and replied, If I don't go back, what am I supposed to do here? Are you going to support me? Lee Kaming replied, I intend to sign a contract with your company. In the hotel, Jiang Shan was taken aback. She had never imagined that, Having already purchased her return ticket, she had nearly lost all faith in this collaboration. Yet, just as she was about to give up, Lee Kaming agreed. After his remarkable performances in 2 consecutive matches, she felt a twinge of insecurity. For she knew all too well that Hongshin Erk held no significant advantage against international giants like Nike and Adidas. If either of these companies intervened at this moment, it would be almost certain that Lee Kaming would be snatched away. Just a minute prior, events had indeed unfolded as she had feared, heading towards the worst possible outcome. However, everything changed with Lee Kaming's phone call. After a prolonged silence on the other end, Jiang Shan finally spoke, taking a deep breath to suppress her excitement. "I am here, Kaming. Thank you." Lee Kaming smiled slightly, pondering the essence of gratitude in their mutually beneficial arrangement. Jiang Shan nodded affirmatively, exclaiming that she must convey this news to her father, as the intricacies of the contract were too complex for her to handle alone. However, Lee Kaming was more preoccupied with another matter, inquiring whether she would return. Jiang Shan chuckled, declaring of course not. "You big blockhead." After ending the call, Lee Kaming found himself perplexed, wondering how he resembled a blockhead aside from the character Wood in his surname. Meanwhile, in her office, Monica glanced at the text from Lee Kaming and sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She mused over how she had failed to notice his stubbornness before, like a mule, impossible to sway. Alas, at this juncture, all she could do was prepare for the signing with Hongshin Erk. Gathering her thoughts, she plunged into her work, though she privately disapproved of Lee Kaming's decision. Yet, as his agent, the ultimate choice lay in his hands, and she had entered into a gentleman's agreement that prohibited her from interfering with his decisions. Moreover, she could not allow a contract with Nike to sour her relationship with him, for that would render their company's early promotional investments futile. To be candid, Monica held a firm belief in Lee Kaming's potential. In her eyes, he possessed all the attributes of a star player. His diligence, extraordinary talent, and the buzz surrounding him placed him among the most promising prospects of the current draft. Naturally, she would not relinquish such a talent easily. Instead, she would strive to hold on even tighter. After all, compared to those seasoned agents who had long established their reputations in the NBA, Monica was merely a fledgling in the industry, lacking the confidence to compete with them for Lee Kaming's allegiance. Perhaps even Lee Kaming himself had not realized that his prowess had begun to compel others to yield. In the hotel, shortly after hanging up, Lee Kaming received a response from Monica. "Lee, since you have decided to sign with Hongshin Erk, I will assist you in finalizing the remaining details. I just received an inquiry from Adidas as well, wishing to negotiate a contract with you. However, upon inquiring, I found their terms to be nearly identical to those of Nike, which I believe you would likely reject. The fact that another sports giant, Adidas, had approached him with an equally mediocre contract sent a chill through Lee Kaming. These towering corporations, believing their vast empires allowed them to act with impunity, sought to dominate young players like him. How naive! He resolved not only to disregard their condescension, but also to retaliate fiercely. At that moment, a system task interface suddenly flashed before his eyes. System, the host, a young lad, should not be burdened by the whims of those colossal corporations. Although the inevitability of a slap in the face looms, why not hasten the arrival of that slap? Task rating, be basic. Secure the championship title in the Midwest region of the 2010 NCAA tournament. Reward, 10 to 15 attribute points, 100 to 200 points. Penalty for failure, random deduction of 15 attribute points. Advanced, achieve a score of no less than 40 points, with at least 10 rebounds and 3 blocks in the finals. Reward, 3 opportunities for badge upgrades. Penalty for failure, none. Yet again, Lee Kaming's face bore an unmistakable expression of astonishment. The last time, he had been so incensed by the online detractors that his father-like system had issued a rare B-level task, prompting him to achieve consecutive performances of over 30 points and 10 rebounds, delivering a resounding blow to his critics. Now, after being subjected to derisory offers from Nike and Adidas, the system astonishingly bestowed yet another B-level task upon him. It seems the system is rather impulsive. With this in mind, let the face-slapping commence with even greater intensity. That evening, Lee Kaming and his teammates gathered before the television, eagerly awaiting the live broadcast of the day's matches. According to the tournament schedule, the finals of the Eastern and Western Conferences were set to take place on March 27th. This very evening, the outcomes of these matches would determine the potential opponents for Memphis should they successfully reach the Final Four. Moreover, watching the live broadcast would afford them an early insight into their adversaries' tactical characteristics, enabling them to better prepare for future encounters. The results from the Western Conference came in first, with Gordon Hayward's Butler University triumphing over the second-seeded Kansas State University, successfully advancing to the Final Four for the first time in the institution's history. Meanwhile, the Memphis players were particularly attentive to the later Eastern Conference Finals, not for any other reason than to witness how their former head coach, John Calipari, would fare with a more formidable roster at Kentucky. In truth, the Memphis players approached this match with a sense of morbid curiosity. After all, Calipari had not only departed, but had taken with him many members of the coaching and recruiting staff, leading to DeMarcus Cousins being lured to Kentucky, while Xavier Henry left Memphis for Kansas. His departure alone was one thing, but the subsequent weakening of the team's strength naturally left the Memphis players harboring a sense of resentment towards such a coach. The match result was indeed a shock. It had brought a hint of satisfaction to their hearts. Kentucky had suffered an unexpected defeat, losing 66-73 against the second-seeded West Virginia University. In many respects, such a loss is a humiliation for Kentucky. Let us examine their starting lineup. Point guard John Wall, this year's top draft prospect. Shooting guard Eric Bledsoe. Small forward Darius Miller. Power forward Patrick Patterson. And center DeMarcus Cousins. What a luxurious lineup it is, featuring 2 top 5 draft picks, with the remaining 3 players also possessing draft-worthy talent. Coupled with the ambition of their coach, Calipari, the ultimate outcome was a mere quarterfinal exit. Upon witnessing Kentucky closely following in Kansas' footsteps, Lee Kaming shook his head, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. How splendid it would have been to vanquish Kentucky face-to-face. He firmly believed that the majority of his teammates shared this sentiment. A significant part of Coach Calipari's departure from Memphis stemmed from his disdain for the roster, perceiving the players as mere amateurs in his eyes. Naturally, those players looked down upon by their former coach aspired to prove themselves worthy, not just insignificant figures. After the match, the players returned to their rooms, exchanging laughter and banter, aware that tomorrow night would herald a battle for survival. If they were to jest about Kentucky today, only to falter themselves the following day, it would be a source of great mockery. Thus, the players dutifully retreated to their beds, preparing to muster strength for the impending contest. Their adversaries, the University of Tennessee, had merely secured 3rd place in the Southeastern Conference during the regular season and were eliminated in the semifinals of the playoffs. Yet, they triumphed through the national championship, defeating Ohio State University, led by Evan Turner, thereby advancing to the finals. However, none from their roster were anticipated to be selected in the draft. If their victories were mere flukes, one might dismiss their success. But having triumphed through 3 rounds, it was evident that their opponents possessed formidable capabilities. Coach Pastner, along with his staff, sequestered themselves once more to analyze Tennessee's game footage relentlessly. Having reached this stage, who would wish to return home? After all, just 2 more victories would bring them closer to the coveted trophy. A new chapter begins. Appreciation is extended for everyone as support. Chapter 62. Exhaustion of Lee Kaming at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on March 28th. The Dome Stadium was once again filled to capacity, with fans hailing from all corners of the nation. However, a glance around revealed that the blue and white hues of Memphis dominated the scene, indicating that for Memphis, this match was akin to a home game. Nevertheless, a significant number of supporters donned orange Tennessee-themed T-shirts. For Knoxville, the home of the University of Tennessee, is merely 450 miles away from St. Louis. 20 minutes prior to the match, the large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The University of Memphis Tigers, point guard Willie Kemp, shooting guard Elliot Williams. Small forward Daniel M.C., power forward Wesley Witherspoon, center Lee Kaming. The University of Tennessee Volunteers, point guard Bobby Mays, shooting guard Quentin Chin, small forward Ronald Moore. Power forward Emmanuel Negedu, center Wayne Chisholm. Tennessee's head coach, Bruce Pearl, a seemingly affable and portly white gentleman, stated during a pre-game media interview that their primary focus would be on countering the threats posed by number 34, Lee Kaming. However, unlike Tom Izzo, he did not resort to drastic changes in the starting lineup, suggesting that any tactical adjustments would only become apparent once the game commenced. Pasternak stood confidently beside the bench, arms crossed, his gaze fixed ahead. The referee signaled for the players to take the court, and as the clock struck 2:30, the moment had arrived. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air, marking the official beginning of the Midwestern Conference Finals. Lee Kaming's formidable leg strength erupted instantaneously, propelling him into the air and delivering the ball deftly into Kemp's hands. The Tennessee players maintained their composure, swiftly returning to the half court to prepare for defense. In the first round, Lee Kaming initiated a dynamic duo with Kemp. After providing a screen for him, he promptly darted towards the top of the arc. Just as he crossed the free throw line, Kemp's pass found its way into his grasp. Through their collaboration, Tennessee center Wayne Cheam lost his defensive position against Lee Kaming, helplessly watching as Lee executed a powerful two-handed dunk. 2 o'clock. Memphis claimed the first point. After the dunk, Lee Kaming felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't Bruce Ball mentioned adjustments made specifically to counter him? Was this really all there was to it? On the sidelines, Pastner furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Such a simple tactic could not be thwarted? How did Tennessee even make it to the finals? When it was Tennessee's turn to attack, their players displayed a balanced array of individual skills, lacking a distinct offensive core. Following their tactical approach, whoever possessed the ball seized the opportunity to shoot. For instance now, the opposing small forward, Wycheck, utilized his teammate's double screen, receiving a pass from the point guard near the free throw line, and with no hesitation, charged towards the paint. The paint was Lee Kaming's domain. Such a critical area would not be trifled with by an unknown player. Thus, he immediately lunged forward, activating his defensive prowess, repelling Wycheck's layup with a resounding rejection. Securing the rebound, Lee Kaming's confusion deepened. Something felt amiss with Tennessee today. In past encounters, all teams have been cautious to avoid his defensive presence, yet Tennessee's players seemed to charge at him like moths to a flame. This was odd. There must be something more at play. As Memphis regained possession, Lee Kaming adhered to the coach's strategy, receiving the ball at the waist. With a swift pivot past his defender, he utilized his interference-resistant skill to make a challenging shot against the oncoming Tennessee defender. 4 o'clock. After the layup, while retreating on defense, Lee glanced towards the opposing bench and spotted the plump Bruce Ball standing at the sidelines, a subtle smile gracing his features. As though it were Memphis, not them, who was trailing. How bizarre. A profound sense of crisis instantly welled up within Lee Kaming. There must be a conspiracy at play. Otherwise, this situation is simply abnormal. Who would deliberately falter in the finals of a league match? In the subsequent round, Tennessee's small forward, Wallace, seized the ball once more and charged directly into the paint with it. Lee Kaming, with a swift motion, swatted away Wallace's layup. As he prepared to sprint back for a fast break, a projection from the system flashed before his eyes. Fatigue level 1, damn. In that instant, Lee Kaming snapped back to reality. This Bruce Ball appeared familiar, yet he never anticipated such deviousness. Indeed, Bruce Ball had made preparations prior to the game, with a particular focus on Lee Kaming. However, his strategic intent was not to evade the latter, but rather to exhaust him, ideally ensnaring him in foul trouble. Had it not been for Lee Kaming's continuous activation of badges, resulting in his increased fatigue, he might have remained unaware of his opponent's scheme. Bruce Ball truly possessed remarkable tactics. It was no wonder he had led an ordinary lineup to the finals. At present, Lee Kaming's attributes render him nearly invincible in the NCAA's interior game. However, his singular flaw lies in his lack of stamina. Throughout prior matches, he has consistently managed to amass high scores within a remarkably brief span of time. This is attributable, on one hand, to his overwhelming technical prowess, and on the other, to the necessity of executing such an approach. He must achieve the highest efficiency within the shortest time possible. Most previous teams have succumbed to his brief bursts of brilliance, swept away in a single wave, while the remaining teams, even if they managed to withstand his onslaught, paid the price of double-teaming him, thereby affording his teammates open opportunities, which led to their own undoing. Consequently, when Lee Kaming is required to exert himself solely on the defensive end, he can remain on the court for an extended duration. In contrast, during high-scoring games, his playing time tends to be rather limited. It is evident that Bruce Ball has conducted extensive research on Lee Kaming's previous performances, enabling him to discern this pattern from the minutiae of the games. Thus, it is not surprising that he formulated this strategy. He intends not only for Lee Kaming to score prolifically on offense, but also to exert maximum effort on defense. His objective is to exhaust Lee Kaming. However, upon realizing this intent, Lee Kaming would certainly not allow him to achieve his aims. Bruce Ball, you wish to tire me out, do you? Then I shall dominate your interior, scoring to the extent that even if I leave the game, the point gap will be insurmountable. As the game progressed, facing Tennessee's defense, Lee Kaming exhibited no restraint. He positioned himself firmly at the 45-degree angle on the right side and called out to Kemp at the perimeter, "Pass me the ball." Kemp hesitated momentarily, but ultimately relented and passed the ball to Lee Kaming. On the sidelines, Bruce Ball observed as Lee Kaming's performance intensified, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. The young man is still too naive. What does it matter if he scores more? Without victory, it's merely a statistic. Undeterred, Lee Kaming confronted Tennessee's center, Chim, executing a thunderous two-handed dunk. The rim groaned in protest under the force of his attack. Both Bruce Ball and Pasternak furrowed their brows. As coaches, they were acutely aware of Lee Kaming's deficiencies. However, at present, it seemed that his dunks had only grown more powerful. It appeared as though he was deliberately showcasing this prowess. Lee Kaming commenced with unrelenting vigor, achieving 3 precise shots within a mere 3 rounds. In stark contrast, Tennessee launched a relentless assault on the interior, yet all their attempts either veered off the mark due to Lee Kaming's interference or resulted in a resounding failure. The commentators at the venue were immediately thrown into disarray. What was Tennessee's strategy? Were they truly allowing Lee Kaming to dominate their restricted area? Had Bruce Pearl dozed off? No one provided an answer. The match continued. A profound sense of confusion enveloped the spectators. Had Tennessee conceded defeat? Yet, observing Bruce Pearl's confident demeanor suggested that the contest was far from over. In a subsequent round, Tennessee's offense was thwarted once again by Memphis. As Kemp advanced the ball to the front court, he called for a timeout at Pasternak's signal. The commentators were utterly bewildered. What on earth are these two coaches doing today? Those who should have called a timeout remained silent, while those who should not have did. Truly a pairing of extraordinary potential. Listening to the commentary's critique, Pasternak chuckled and shook his head, clearly unconvinced that the commentators grasped the intricacies of the game. Lee Kaming approached the bench, where Pasternak regarded him with visible discontent. Lee, have you not yet realized? Bruce Ball is wearing you down. He aims to exhaust all your energy prematurely. Lee Kaming smiled as he explained, Coach, I certainly noticed that, but the defense on the opposing team is clearly strategic. Almost all the easy scoring opportunities are presented to me. Should I simply ignore these chances? Pastner was taken aback. Indeed, Bruce Pearl's plan was undoubtedly not so straightforward. If the intention was to exhaust Lee Kaming, they would do everything possible to ensure that the ball found its way into his hands. A look of concern crossed his face. By doing this, aren't you essentially falling into their trap? Lee Kaming shook his head and said, Coach, the reason Bruce Ball dares to act this way is not only because my stamina is my weakness, but also because he has not considered that if I were to unleash my full potential and widen the point gap, how would they catch up? Pastner was taken aback. How did he overlook this point? Bruce Ball's audacity stemmed from his confidence that when I inevitably tire and leave the court, the substitutes will be able to close the gap. It was evident that Memphis's bench was the weakest among the remaining 8 teams. No wonder Ball felt so assured. Watching my explosive dunks without calling for timeout. Thus, this was a blatant scheme. The only solution was for Lee Kaming and the starting players to extend their time on the court, denying the opposition any chance to play the tactical game to their advantage. Furthermore, with Tennessee's primary focus on Lee Kaming, the strategy should be to allow him to take the first shot while conserving energy on defense to minimize exhaustion. Within the span of a timeout, Memphis devised their counter strategy. In truth, it was not merely a counter, but the only way to secure victory. After all, Memphis had reached this point primarily due to their formidable starting lineup. It was already a blessing if the substitutes did not hinder the team, and neither Lee Kaming nor Pastner harbored any illusions that their bench could match Tennessee's substitutes in any meaningful way. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Upon returning from the timeout, when Bruce Ball noticed that Memphis had not substituted any players, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Pastner across the court. The young man was indeed bold, prepared to confront me head-on with his starters. With years of coaching experience, Ball could easily discern Pastner's intentions, and he felt a tinge of disdain. Basketball is a team sport. That rookie coach had done well to reach this point relying on Lee Kaming's individual prowess. But today, I would impart a lesson, demonstrating that in the face of a flawless team strategy, so-called strong individuals are merely cannon fodder. Memphis continued their offense. Initially, the players attempted to execute a play, searching for opportunities beyond the arc, yet Tennessee's players clung to them like glue, following them even to midcourt. As expected, it fell to me to take charge. Lee Kaming once again found himself in position. He extended his hand, and in an instant, Camp's pass reached him. Wayne Chim immediately closed in, fully aware that the coach had explicitly instructed him during their pre-game strategy meeting that he would essentially be left to defend alone in this match, a task he knew was beyond his capabilities. Yet, how could a 20-year-old lad accept being deemed inferior to another, even if that person was his coach, who understood him profoundly? He pressed his chest against Lee Kaming's back, exerting force with his legs to firmly resist the latter. You shall not penetrate this defense. Perhaps you should pass the ball. Hearing such Navi trash talk nearly broke Lee Kaming's concentration. As he dribbled the moment the ball left his hand, his left arm shielded the ball from Wayne Chim's left side. Pivoting on his left foot like a spinning top, he swiftly maneuvered past Chim. Now, it was a one-on-one situation with the center. Having bypassed the center, the area behind him opened up into the unoccupied penalty box. Lee Kaming took off once again, executing a one-handed dunk. Within the first 5 minutes, he had already amassed 10 points, while Tennessee remained scoreless, trailing behind Kaming's team. Following his dunk, Kaming pivoted and retreated defensively, taunting Wayne Chim, who was preparing to inbound the ball from the baseline. Your trash talk lacks any bite, much like your skills. Chim's face turned crimson, and combined with his dark complexion, it appeared as if his entire visage had transformed into a large purple cabbage. As Tennessee commenced their offensive possession, their point guard, Mays, sensed something amiss upon reaching the front court. The Memphis perimeter players were charging at them with an intensity reminiscent of a stimulant-induced frenzy, their eyes blazing with determination. This was, of course, orchestrated by Pastner's strategy. Since the perimeter players were struggling to find good shooting opportunities, he commanded them to expend all their energy on defense. Tennessee's players were evidently unprepared for this shift. Within a brief timeout, Memphis's defensive intensity surged to a new level. Consequently, before they could even begin to wear down Kaming, Kemp and Williams executed a swift steal on the perimeter. Williams dribbled into an unoccupied front court, and with both hands on the ball, he took flight, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. Oh, what a sensational dunk by Elliott. Showcasing his athletic prowess. Teams with lottery picks, why are you not seizing this opportunity? In the commentary booth, the analysts and guests were thrown into a frenzy. They had become desensitized to Kaming's dunks, but Williams's acrobatic display struck a chord with them once more. On the sidelines, Bruce Pearl's expression was one of fury as he bellowed at his players. Hey, what are you doing? Focus. The players felt a sense of injustice. It wasn't that they weren't trying hard, but the intensity in their opponent's eyes was indeed intimidating. Chapter 64. Full halftime as the game progressed. Kaming's individual score had already exceeded double digits, while Tennessee still had not managed to score a single point. Even the most confident of coaches could not help but call a timeout at this juncture. Seeing Bruce Pearl finally call for a pause, Pastner breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I thought you were fearless, but it seems you fear falling behind, just like the rest of us. Lee Kaming exchanged high-fives with his teammates on the bench, and the opposing team's timeout proved advantageous for him. Although it did not alleviate his fatigue, it provided him a moment to catch his breath. Upon the resumption of play, Tennessee initiated their offensive possession. Observing the ball movement of the opposing team, Lee Kaming discerned that Bruce Ball had yet to alter his strategy. As they passed the ball, realizing that there were no opportunities on the perimeter to penetrate, they decided to loft the ball directly to Chim in the post, setting him up for a one-on-one against Lee Kaming. Whether or not the shot would succeed was inconsequential. What mattered was wearing him down. Lee Kaming was both amused and infuriated by these individuals. How obstinate they were. Did it truly require a slap for them to learn proper behavior? However, Chim, who had been humiliated by Lee Kaming in the previous round, held a contrasting perspective. Upon receiving the ball from his teammate, a surge of excitement coursed through him. See, it must be me to take charge. After such humiliation, I shall retaliate this time. With his back to the basket, Chim pivoted on his left foot, transforming his position from back to face the hoop. He executed a remarkably convincing feint, bending his knees and adopting a shooting posture. One must admit, his fake was indeed believable. Even Lee Kaming found his balance momentarily disrupted. Seizing this opportunity, Chim charged into the paint and in front of an unguarded hoop, unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk. During a timeout, Pasternak had remarked that the others need not assist Lee Kaming in defense. Hence, Weatherspoon and his teammates did not converge from the sidelines to thwart Chim's advance. Following his dunk, Chim let out a triumphant roar. Crossing his arms and performing a chest flex, his muscles taut, showcasing their defined contours. Lee Kaming felt somewhat speechless. Was it merely a slam dunk? Was it truly necessary to react this way? For Chim, however, that dunk had completely ignited his confidence. He realized that he was not so different from those so-called lottery picks. The exhilaration of dunking over them was simply intoxicating. Thus, just a few seconds later, as Lee Kaming held the ball, he approached him with newfound confidence. If he could score over me, then surely I could defend against him. Observing the eagerness of his opponent, Lee Kaming couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Did he truly believe that one dunk elevated him to a higher echelon? With both hands gripping the ball and position at his waist, he took a decisive step forward to the right, executing a probing move that sent Chim retreating a step. Fear gripped Chim. His adversary was simply too swift. In the face of such speed, retreat was the only option. As Licaoming seized the moment of space, he suddenly crouched and lifted the ball, mimicking a shooting motion. Realizing the imminent threat, Chim's heart raced in alarm, and he charged towards Licaoming with renewed urgency. Just as he leaped, however, Licaoming refrained from shooting, pausing momentarily until the moment Chim was about to collide with him, before finally releasing the ball. The referee's whistle pierced the air. At the exact moment the whistle blew, Licaoming launched the ball towards the hoop. Although the likelihood of success was slim, miracles do exist in this world, don't they? What transpired next convinced Licaoming that miracles were indeed possible. The basketball soared towards the hoop, struck the rectangular frame of the backboard, rebounded onto the rim, bounced a few times, and ultimately unwillingly fell into the net. 2-1. Seeing the expression on Chim's face, which resembled someone who had just eaten something unpleasant, Licaoming playfully shrugged and spread his hands in mock innocence, saying, "What can I say? Luck is simply on my side." Witnessing this breathtaking display and hearing his cheeky remarks, Chim's face turned a deep shade of purple once more. However, to everyone's astonishment, Licaoming's free throw did not find its mark. Securing the rebound, Wayne Chim felt as if he had just experienced a week of constipation relieved by a laxative. His spirits lifted considerably. Throughout the first half, the two teams engaged in a spirited exchange of plays. As the halftime whistle echoed, Licaoming, who had exerted himself thoroughly, stepped off the court and glanced at the scoreboard. Memphis led 35-21, a 14-point advantage. Of those 35 points, he had personally contributed 20, while his teammates collectively managed a meager 15. Meanwhile, the Tennessee team had maximized their rotation, with as many as 10 players receiving playing time in the first half. In Memphis, Licaoming played a full 20 minutes, and Williams also completed 20 minutes on the court. The other three starters similarly logged a baseline of 15 minutes. In stark contrast to the mere 10 minutes of playtime from their opponents, it is akin to a production team's donkey. Even so, Memphis only leads by 14 points. While this margin may seem considerable within NCAA standards, the disparity does not appear as significant when one considers the differences in the bench strength of both teams. Licaoming's jersey was nearly soaked through. Upon returning to the locker room, his first action was to change into a spare jersey, illustrating the intense nature of the match. Pasternak, too, was not faring well. He observed his players on the court, nearly dehydrated from their exertions, yet he hesitated to substitute his reserves. As a coach, he knew his substitutes all too well, and unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to rely on his starters to endure the challenge. In the Tennessee locker room, the players in Coach Ball appeared relaxed, as if they were not the ones trailing. Ball cheerfully addressed his team, "Gentlemen, the second half is our stage. The opponents are on the verge of exhaustion, while you remain full of energy and vigor. Let's tire them out in the second half." As the second half commenced, Licaoming glanced at the system's fatigue indicator, which had risen to 45, shifting from green to yellow, and showing signs of progressing towards red. He smiled wryly. Although he understood that the divisional finals were no easy feat, he had not anticipated such difficulty, especially considering that the opposing team lacked any prominent star players. Basketball, after all, is a team sport. Seeing the players take the court from Memphis in the second half, even the commentators were perplexed. Was Pasternak really going to keep Lee and Williams on the court without rest? Both had played the entirety of the first half, while their opponents were bursting with energy. At the start of the second half, the Tennessee players showcased their physical superiority. As the ball was inbound, the point guard executed a long pass to the fast-breaking small forward, Woolwich. True to expectations, Woolwich seized the opportunity and attacked the basket, drawing a foul from Williams. Witnessing this, Pasternak's heart sank. Had they finally run out of stamina? The commentator noted in real time, with their first possession, Tennessee has displayed a completely different spirit compared to Memphis. Woolwich raced across the court like a swift stag, completing the offensive play in just 2 seconds, while also eliciting a foul from Elliott Williams. On the other side, Tennessee's bench saw Bruce Ball finally relax his furrowed brow. Although he had entered the game with great confidence in his pre-game strategy, the initial onslaught from the opponents, resulting in a 10-0 deficit, had momentarily rattled him. Fortunately, he adhered to his strategic plan, and the Tennessee players placed immense trust in him. Even trailing by 14 points in the first half, no one questioned his tactics. Now, it seemed, his strategy was finally set to take effect. Upon this reflection, a smile gradually graced Boer's countenance. He turned his gaze toward the far end of the court, where Pastern stood at the sidelines, his brow furrowed, eyes intently focused on the unfolding situation, his right hand clutching a tactical pen, trembling slightly. Witnessing this, Boer's smile grew increasingly sardonic. Pastern, my young friend, you are still too naive. Do you truly believe that merely clinging to a strong ally will secure a place in the Final Four? Unbeknownst to Pastern, he was under Boer's scrutiny. His mind was engulfed by a tumult of irritation, anxiety, and helplessness. The irritation stemmed from his inability, as a coach, to devise effective strategies beyond the initial lineup. The anxiety arose from the evident fatigue of his players, palpable from the very first play, and the helplessness was compounded by the presence of substitutes he dared not deploy. Though they appeared to be leading, their opponents exerted a superior advantage in both stamina and morale, not to mention a tactical superiority that was overwhelming. It felt as though they were ensnared in a deadlock. Was this to be their final battle? Wallach's first free throw saw the basketball precariously bounce upon the rim 3 or 4 times before finally settling within the net, leaving Licaeming somewhat speechless. They had prepared for a fast break, and yet the ball had fortuitously found its way in, according to NCAA rules, prior to accruing 7 fouls. Free throws are governed by the 1-1 principle. Thus, only upon successfully making the first shot does a player gain the opportunity for a second attempt. Otherwise, the opposing team may initiate a direct offensive play. Wallach's second free throw was executed without tormenting Licaeming, smoothly finding the net with a clean swish. Swish! The score now stood at 35-23 as Tennessee closed the gap. Following the inbound, Licaeming swiftly advanced to the front court. Kemp, the seasoned point guard, astutely recognized their disadvantage in stamina and immediately decelerated the pace, initiating a strategy of half-court play. To foolishly engage in a fast break against their opponents at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. The Memphis teammates, in harmonious accord, began to slow their rotations, streamline their tactics, and eliminate unnecessary movements. After providing a screen for Daniel Mack on the right side, Licaeming seized an opportunity, delivering a precise pass to Mack's hands. Mack, a reliable three-point shooter, primarily excels at off-ball shooting. The Tennessee players were not about to allow Mack an easy shot. Thus, Wallach, shielded by Licaeming, and his counterpart Chim, upon noticing Mack in the corner unattended, instinctively lunged towards him. Wallach, slightly hindered by Licaeming's screen, lagged behind, while Chim was the first to arrive, extending his long arms to completely obstruct Mack's shooting space. In the next moment, Wallach also hurried over, showcasing Tennessee's tactical acumen. As soon as they reached the corner, both players were acutely aware of their next move. At that moment, Licaeming had already cut towards the paint after a screen, finding himself unguarded. If Mack could pass the ball to him, Licaeming would be presented with an opportunity for an emphatic dunk. However, Mack was not Kemp. He lacked the latter's extraordinary passing skills and keen vision. Although he recognized that Licaeming was open, the imposing figures of Chim and Wallach, one a center and the other a small forward, quickly encircled him. In an instant, he found himself trapped, akin to a small child cornered by bullies on his way home, feeling weak, pitiful, and helpless. Under the intense pressure from Chim and Wallach, Mack soon lost control of the basketball, which slipped from his grasp and flew away. All three players, with their 6 hands, simultaneously reached for the ball, resulting in it being knocked out of bounds, though it was unclear who had touched it last. Despite the proximity of the sideline referee, the tight encirclement by Chim and Wallach left no room for him to discern the situation inside. Consequently, the bald referee hesitated for a moment before signaling that it was Tennessee's ball. Daniel Mack immediately rushed forward to contest the call, asserting that he did not touch the ball out of bounds. Yet, once the referee had made a decision, it was unlikely that the protest of a role player would sway him. Ultimately, Mack received a warning, indicating that further complaints would result in a technical foul. On the sidelines, Bruce Pearl clapped in approval, exclaiming that the young men had executed the defense splendidly. "Keep it up. Get him," he urged. Meanwhile, Pastner gritted his teeth, the pen in his hand creaking under pressure. He understood that, given the current circumstances, Memphis's stamina would not sustain them through the remainder of the second quarter, even if every possession was meticulously played out. However, Pasternak hesitated to call a timeout, despite having 3 remaining. With less than 2 minutes elapsed since the beginning of the first half, anything could transpire in the ensuing moments, necessitating a contingency plan. turning their attention to the Tennessee offense. The players, having engaged in several exchanges of attack and defense, had fully regained their confidence. Point guard Bobby Mites, utilizing a screen from Chim, executed a sudden step back beyond the three-point line, launching a shot against the long reach of Lee Kaming. No one anticipated that the 1.9-meter Mites would opt for a step-back three-pointer in the face of the towering Lee Kaming, and even Bruce Pearl felt a surge of frustration. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before finding its mark in the net. Swish. 35-26. Tennessee had narrowed the gap to single digits. Oh my. Bobby Mites' formidable confidence, choosing to shoot over what may be the strongest center in the Midwest, and succeeding. This shot heralded the onset of Tennessee's counterattack. Memphis was in jeopardy. The commentator marveled. Even Bruce Pearl, the head coach of Tennessee, exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment. At the moment Mites took the shot, he contemplated substituting him in the next possession, for such a shot, in Pearl's discipline perspective, seemed almost reckless. Yet, to his astonishment, Mites' attempt found its way through the hoop. Pasternak, it appears that even fate does not wish to aid you. Bruce Pearl glanced across the court at Pasternak, only to find him returning the gaze, albeit with a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. It seemed Pasternak was also flustered. Chapter 66. Memphis in Peril. In Memphis, Sun Jingwo was at home today with his wife, Sun Lan, having closed their shop early to watch Lee Kaming's game together. Sun Lan, unusually, consented to her husband's request, and they settled on the sofa, surrounded by an array of snacks on the coffee table, their eyes fixed on the television screen, eager not to miss any of Lee Kaming's dazzling performance. As the first half concluded, and seeing Memphis leading by 14 points on the screen, Sun Jingwo leisurely lit a cigarette and propped his legs up comfortably. Cough. A cough from Sun Lan interrupted him. Turning to her, he met her reproachful gaze and slightly sullen expression, prompting him to retract his legs and smile apologetically. It's just that Kaming is playing so well. I'm delighted. Noticing his wife's demeanor had not improved, he added a pleading tone. Just this one. Sun Lan huffed in response. I'll let slide this time. But just this one. You'd better keep your word. After exchanging idle chatter for 20 minutes, a sudden whistle pierced through the air from the television. With a renewed spirit, Sun Jingwo immediately focused his attention on the match, adjusting to a comfortable position as he remarked to Sun Lan that Kaming was likely to secure victory today, given the substantial lead they had maintained throughout the first half. Sun Lan nodded, recalling the patrons in the restaurant discussing how a 10-point margin is quite significant in college competitions. Sun Jingwo chuckled and shook his head, reflecting on the peculiar twist of fate. Had he not sent Kaming to school, the young man would likely still be serving dishes in their restaurant. Sun Lan remained silent for a moment, and, as Sun Jingwo glanced up, he inadvertently met her piercing gaze. Suddenly remembering that it was indeed Sun Lan who had suggested sending Lee Kaming to the restaurant to work. Naturally, revisiting this topic caused her some displeasure. He quickly attempted to lighten the mood, urging them to watch the game instead. As the match commenced, the ball was swiftly put into play by Tennessee, resulting in a foul against a Memphis player within mere seconds. Sun Jingwo frowned, questioning what his son's teammate was doing, unable to defend effectively. In the subsequent play, Mike found himself cornered by two defenders, leading to a frantic turnover. Sun Jingwo remained silent, but Sun Lan, noticing the situation, offered rare words of comfort to her husband, assuring him that at least they had avoided giving the opposing team a fast break opportunity, though she acknowledged Kaming's teammate was indeed unreliable. As Tennessee prepared to inbound the ball, the screen displayed Bobby Mize dribbling into the front court. With a screen set by Chim, he found himself facing Lee Kaming beyond the three-point line. Sun Jingwo clenched his fists, muttering under his breath for Kaming to block him decisively. However, the next moment rendered both of them speechless. On screen, Mize, confronted by Kaming's defense, suddenly stepped back beyond the three-point arc, evading the reach of Kaming's long arms, and unleashed a lightning-fast shot. Sun Jingwo scoffed, dismissively thinking the young man must be throwing aimlessly. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Mize's three-pointer swished through the net. Sun Jingwo's voice was abruptly stifled, as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him in stunned silence with his mouth agape, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. Beside him, Sun Lan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. In her memory, it was the first time she had witnessed Lee Kaming being scored upon directly with such a three-pointer. As the lead of 14 points dwindled to single digits within 2 minutes, it appeared that Memphis had no countermeasures at their disposal. Sun Jianguo silently retrieved a cigarette, the flick of a lighter igniting a bright flame at its tip. As he exhaled a smoke ring, it seemed as though he was releasing not just vapor, but the burdens weighing on his heart. Observing her husband light another cigarette, Sun Lan furrowed her brow, ready to voice her displeasure. Yet upon glancing at the unfolding game on the television, she simply sighed and chose to remain silent. The match continued on screen, yet Sun Jianguo's expression remained tense. Instinctively, he lit yet another cigarette after finishing the second, enveloping the room in a haze of smoke. In St. Louis, at the Abode Hotel, Jiang Shan found herself preoccupied with contract negotiations back home, leaving her no time to cheer for Li Kaming in person. Nevertheless, she turned on the television in her hotel room, multitasking between work on her laptop and following the game. Witnessing Memphis's advantageous position in the first half lightened her spirits, even accelerating her typing speed. As the second half commenced, she glanced up and noted a foul called against Tennessee, a slight smile gracing her lips before she resumed her work. After all, fouls in basketball were rather commonplace, and she assumed there was no cause for concern. Just as she returned her focus to her writing, the referee's whistle echoed once more from the television. She chuckled, for Memphis had drawn a foul as well. Surely it was Kaming who initiated it. Completing a segment of text, she seized the moment to look back at the screen, only to discover that the possession had shifted to Tennessee and Memphis had not added to their score. A look of confusion crossed her face as she momentarily disregarded her documents, her eyes fixated on the screen, eager to discern what had transpired. As the opposing point guard maneuvered to confront Li Kaming with a screen, Jiang Shan felt a sigh of relief. This young player had never disappointed his fans and surely would deliver once again. However, her fleeting optimism was shattered moments later by Bobby Mize's step-back three-pointer. Jiang Shan bit her lip in astonishment. Did that shot truly go in? Her heart sank as she acutely realized that Tennessee had managed to close the 5-point gap in merely 2 minutes of the second half, while Memphis's players, including Li Kaming, seemed devoid of effective responses. Fatigue was evident on each of their faces. Memphis was in peril. Meanwhile, on Twitter, the notorious critic of Li Kaming, Koslov, suddenly resurfaced. He tweeted, as the second half commenced, Tennessee seized the initiative, scoring a quick 5-0 against Memphis within the first 2 minutes. Yet our second-generation Duncan, Li Kaming, who had amassed 20 points in the first half, showed no response whatsoever. Oh wait, if memory serves me right, 3 of those 5 points were seemingly scored right in his face. Bruce Pearl has conducted an in-depth study of the second-generation Duncan. You enjoy padding your stats, don't you? Well, I shall let you indulge. Take the data, but allow me to keep the victory. Aren't you the leader of a team? Now that the team is in crisis, where are you hiding? The long silent detractors have emerged, and after nearly a week of Li Kaming's explosive performances in the previous 2 games, they are ready to strike at a time when Memphis is in dire straits. A perfect opportunity to kick a dog when it's down. Indeed, weren't you supposed to be exceptional? Why aren't you stepping up now? What a joke. A player who scored 20 points in the first half, yet when the team needs scoring in the second half, he cannot deliver? Is this not the very definition of a stat patter? Koslov understands Li Kaming well, although some rational fans have defended him. In the face of these die-hard critics, their voices are but a leaf afloat on the ocean, swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming tide of negativity. Chapter 67. On the bench, Oregon, Nike headquarters within the office of the team responsible for evaluating collegiate players, a red-haired woman's voice suddenly captured everyone's attention. Henry, didn't you say Li Kaming had the potential to become a series spokesperson? And this is the result? Today, he might not even be able to outdo Tennessee. Her words resonated deeply with the majority present. As members of the players' signing evaluation team, their focus extended beyond merely monitoring the players' public perception. It was imperative to scrutinize their on-court performances. Currently, the Midwest Regional Final was underway between Memphis and Tennessee, with other matches having concluded either yesterday or set to occur post-Memphis's game. Thus, although Nike and Li Kaming had not reached a contractual agreement, most were quietly observing this match. Among them was the team's leader, the suited man named Carl, along with Gina, who had previously pointed out Li Kaming's Achilles injury, and Henry, who held a favorable view of Li Kaming. As a professional player, Henry had already formed a judgment by halftime. Even if Memphis were to win this match, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He understood all too well the significance of stamina in professional leagues. In the first half, the starting 5 of Memphis maximized their playing time, managing to extend their lead to 14 points. However, right at the beginning of the second half, Tennessee swiftly scored 5 points within 2 minutes, reducing the gap to single digits. Even Henry, who had unwavering faith in Lee Kaming, felt a twinge of pessimism at this moment. At this rate, the 9-point lead would scarcely hold for long. Just then, his colleague, the red-haired Gina, suddenly smiled at him and remarked, "Henry, is this the Lee Kaming you were so confident about? He doesn't seem to be performing very well. Does he really expect to secure a higher-level endorsement contract? Isn't that a bit ambitious?" Faced with Gina's relentless barrage of criticism, Henry felt as though he had lost his voice, unable to utter a single word. The office head, Carl, nodded slightly, agreeing with Gina. "It seems you may have misjudged this one, Henry." Hearing the team leader's endorsement of his colleague's doubts, Henry's heart sank. He felt a wave of dissatisfaction at the skepticism of his peers. As the only professional player in the team, he had immense confidence in his judgment. Though he refrained from voicing a rebuttal, his hands, hidden beneath the desk, slowly clenched into fists, and he murmured softly to himself, "Lee Kaming, please step up. I refuse to believe you are merely this mediocre." On the court, Pasternak, visibly flustered, called for a timeout. With 15 minutes remaining, the score had shifted to 35-29. In the first 5 minutes of the second half, Memphis had succumbed to an 8-0 run from Tennessee. Initially, Pasternak intended to call a timeout when the score was narrowed to single digits, but he hesitated, wanting to wait a bit longer. After all, there were only 3 timeouts left in the second half, and this game was bound to reach a critical moment. If he exhausted all timeouts, he would be left helpless in a crucial situation. Moreover, he hoped that Tennessee wouldn't completely dismantle their momentum. This very sense of false hope led Pasternak to delay his timeout by another 3 minutes, during which Tennessee only managed to score 3 points, while Memphis failed to score even a single point. If he didn't call a timeout soon, they would be on the verge of a tie. Lee Kaming settled into a chair on the bench, accepting a towel handed to him by a staff member. He wiped the sweat from his brow in a hasty manner before turning his gaze towards Pasternak. Pasternak sketched several strategies on the tactical board, subsequently glancing up at his weary disciples, noticing the fatigue etched in their eyes. Perhaps it was time to substitute someone in? Observing his coach's hesitation, Lee Kaming spoke up. "Coach, let Wesley and the others take a breather. I'll lead Robert and Will onto the court." Upon hearing Lee Kaming's words, Pasternak felt as though he had received a divine revelation. The chaotic thoughts in his mind were instantly clarified. He clapped Lee Kaming on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Go for it, Lee." As the timeout drew to a close and the referee signaled for the players to take the field, the crowd was left in astonishment as the Memphis players, led by Lee Kaming, stepped onto the court. The commentator could hardly contain his surprise, exclaiming, "Good heavens, Pasternak has actually made substitutions." Lee Kaming is taking the court alongside James Harvey, Robert Saleh, and Will Coleman. Besides these 4, the other key player, of course, was the formidable Williams from the Tigers. Pasternak's intention was unmistakable. "Today, both you and Lee Kaming shall not rest." Witnessing Memphis daringly adopt a new lineup, Tennessee's coach, Bruce Pearl, couldn't suppress his laughter, grinning from ear to ear. "Josh, I thought you could maintain your steadfastness throughout. It seems you're unable to hold up now. Well, I shall reluctantly accept the victory in this match." Thus, the Memphis lineup transformed into point guard James Harvey, averaging .300 this season, shooting guard Robert Saleh, averaging 10.4 points with a strong 3-point shot, but lacking in defense, able to score 10 points while conceding 12. Small forward Elliot Williams, who requires no further introduction, and power forward Will Coleman, standing at 205 centimeters, averaging 7'6", a physically imposing player who lacks shooting finesse. Robert Saleh and Will Coleman were the only 2 noteworthy substitutes Memphis had, both characterized by glaring strengths and weaknesses, vulnerable to exploitation upon targeted scrutiny. In the first half, Lee Kaming and Williams faced off against Tennessee's starting lineup, and even Henry, who had always held unwavering confidence in Lee Kaming, shook his head in the office, realizing that the tide of the game had decidedly shifted in favor of Tennessee. At the University of Memphis Athletic Department, Athletic Director Leonard and staff member Daisy fixated on the screen. Upon witnessing Pasternak finally make a substitution, Leonard sighed, turning to Daisy to say, "Shut it off. I know these guys all too well. To think they could win against Tennessee with this lineup is nothing short of a fool's errand." Daisy felt a tightening in her chest upon hearing her supervisor's words. She turned her gaze towards the silhouette of number 34 on the screen, clinging to a flicker of hope within her heart. He had wrought so many miracles before. Surely, he could do so again this time. Just before the match commenced, Lee Kaming gathered his teammates around him. Leaning down, He enveloped Williams and Coleman in a reassuring embrace, ensuring that his voice resonated with each teammate present. Brothers, it appears that neither our opponents nor the spectators hold us in high regard. Yet, I wish to convey this. Our strength emanates from within. In professional competitions, victors and vanquished are distinct. Should we falter here today, a month, 3 months, or even a year from now, who will remember that we were once an underestimated team that reached the elite quarterfinals? No one will recall. Only the victors shall be remembered. Our task is to unleash ourselves without reservation, to demonstrate to our adversaries and those who look down upon us what it truly means to be a tiger. Before the king of the jungle, even a battle-scarred ruler is not one to be provoked lightly. Chapter 68. The tiger descends the mountain. LeCaming's words resonated with a profound intensity, stirring the emotions of Williams and his companions to the brink of tears. Prior to the commencement of the season, certain media outlets speculated that Memphis might not even qualify for the exhilarating March Madness. Yet, under the astute leadership of Pastner, they valiantly navigated through adversities, ultimately reaching the coveted national championship. However, skepticism remained pervasive among both the media and fans, who anticipated their premature exit, first believing they would falter in the first round against Maryland, then forecasting a second-round departure. It was only after their remarkable victory over the formidable Michigan that a few began to entertain hope for their success. This group from Memphis has emerged from the shadows of doubt and derision. Presently, most still harbor skepticism towards them. So what? Did he not doubt us before? Yet here we stand. Your belief, or lack thereof, holds no significance for us. As Coleman and his teammates stepped onto the court, they were consumed with indignation. What does this imply? The moment we take the floor, you presume our defeat is inevitable? No one relishes such a sentiment, and the hearts of these Memphis players brimmed with a fierce desire to prove themselves. The game commenced. Memphis secured possession, initiating play from the front court. LeCaming stood at the free throw line as Williams passed the ball to point guard Harvey, immediately moving to set a screen for him. Observing this, Wallach urgently called out to his teammate Shim to switch defense. Following the strategy, Harvey delivered the ball to LeCaming, who received it on the left side, facing the shorter small forward Wallach. Fearing LeCaming would exploit his height advantage to back him down, Wallach closely adhered to him during the switch, anxious that LeCaming would shoot. However, he miscalculated. With Memphis struggling to score, they naturally opted for the most reliable scoring method. The closer one is to the basket, the higher the probability of scoring. Thus, the moment LeCaming caught the ball, he executed a swift pivot, taking a large stride and leaving Wallach behind in the blink of an eye. Wallach barely registered a blur before the imposing figure before him vanished. After the second half commenced, Tennessee no longer allowed LeCaming to score effortlessly. As LeCaming broke away from Wallach, number 11, Cunnington, swiftly moved to cover him from the 45-degree angle. When LeCaming was just 2 steps away from the basket, Cunnington timely positioned himself in front of him. Yet, LeCaming was not easily thwarted by this straightforward defense. He suddenly switched the ball to his left hand, swung his left arm in a wide arc, and delivered a powerful pass that sent the basketball flying like a cannonball into the hands of Sally at the 45-degree angle. As a purebred perimeter shooter, Sally would not squander such a straightforward scoring opportunity. The moment the ball reached him, he leapt up and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Wallach, who had been outpaced by LeCaming, rushed towards Sally, but it was already too late. By the time he reached Sally, the latter was at the apex of his jump, leaving him helpless to merely stretch out his arm in a futile attempt to disrupt Sally's shot. It must be said, Sally's three-pointer was exceptional. The ball didn't even graze the rim. Only a crisp swish resonated as it sailed into the net. 38-29, the Tigers extended their lead. Frustrated, Wallach slapped his hands together, signaling to his teammates that the fault lay with him. In Tennessee's possession, the inbounds pass was executed, and within a mere 3 seconds, all of Tennessee's players sprinted to the front court. This showcased the players' remarkable stamina. Even with only 10 minutes remaining in the game, they still had ample energy for a fast break. LeCaming stood within the penalty area, vociferously directing his teammates to reposition defensively, successfully neutralizing Tennessee's fast break with little difficulty. As Tennessee's rapid advance was thwarted, the point guard promptly passed the ball to Cunnington, while the remaining 4 players spread out along the perimeter, setting the stage for Cunnington to engage in a one-on-one duel with Sally. It was evident that Bull had meticulously prepared for this encounter. Even the bench players were equipped with tailored tactical approaches. Although Cunnington played a limited role in the starting lineup, he held a distinct advantage over Sally in both physique and technique, during their individual confrontation. Lee Kaming chose not to follow the opposing center out beyond the arc. After a lengthy contest, he discerned that Chimu posed no threat from three-point range. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding his outside shooting. Conversely, Solly faced an almost insurmountable challenge in attempting to guard Connaughton in a one-on-one situation. Consequently, he opted to remain in the paint, providing support to Solly as they defended their final line of defense. All eyes were riveted on the confrontation between Solly and Connaughton. With the ball in hand, Connaughton took a step back, then suddenly unleashed his strength, propelling himself off the ground. As he approached Solly, still a considerable distance from the hoop, he swiftly pushed the ball to his left with his right hand, executing a change of direction while lowering his right shoulder, effortlessly evading Solly's challenge. One step past. Truly, Solly's reputation as a formidable defender was well-deserved. Such a simple push-and-dodge maneuver had left him behind. And Connaughton was not even one of the fastest guards on the court. As Connaughton surged towards the basket, Lee Kaming immediately extended his arms to meet him. Upon seeing Lee Kaming rushing in, a flicker of fear crossed Connaughton's eyes. Despite being far from the hoop, he abruptly released a floater. This unexpected action left even Lee Kaming momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Surely, he must be a plant. Unsurprisingly, the shot clanged off the front of the rim, and Lee Kaming swiftly secured the ensuing rebound. Bruce Ball, witnessing Connaughton's hasty attempt, clenched his teeth and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. No one anticipated that the Connaughton who had just executed a stylish breakthrough past Solly would, in the blink of an eye, transform from a tiger into a rabbit when confronted with Lee Kaming, lacking even the courage to challenge him. Lee Kaming secured the rebound and passed the ball to Harvey, advancing to the front court to establish their formation. On this occasion, he opted for a pick-and-roll with Harvey. After the screen, faced with the defense of two opponents, Harvey executed a bounce pass through a narrow gap to Lee Kaming. It was evident that Harvey's passing finesse paled in comparison to that of Kemp. Lee Kaming had to bend down, akin to a monkey reaching for the moon, in order to secure the ball. Although he did not commit a turnover, he consequently forfeited the opportunity for an immediate attack on the basket, allowing the opposing defense to recover in time. Lee Kaming did not stop the ball. Instead, he took a dribble and, directly facing the defender, made a powerful three-step move. The speed of Chim paled in comparison to Lee Kaming's. Even if Lee Kaming had taken 3 steps from a standstill, he would have easily outpaced Chim by half a body length. If this momentum continued, Lee Kaming would effortlessly score. Yet, Tennessee's impeccable defensive rotation once again rescued Chim, as the power forward Negdu abandoned his assignment, Coleman, and positioned himself strategically in Lee Kaming's path to the basket. Just as Lee Kaming seemed poised to collide with the two defenders, he suddenly feinted with the ball. Chim and Negdu's expressions shifted dramatically as they instinctively lunged forward, fearing that Lee Kaming would take a shot. However, Lee Kaming refrained from shooting. Instead, after drawing the two defenders away from the basket, he executed a bounce pass that traversed through Chim's legs. Chim instinctively clamped his legs together in an attempt to intercept the pass. Yet, to Lee Kaming, his movements appeared as if they were in slow motion, as the ball had already passed while Chim maintained a comically awkward stance. Lee Kaming's passes are not mere random throws. They are meticulously calculated. Unbeknownst to most, Coleman, left unguarded by Negdu, had stealthily slipped beneath the basket. Upon receiving Lee Kaming's precise pass, he immediately took flight, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. The score is now 41-29, with the gap once again reaching double digits. Chapter 69. I was merely speaking. Why take it so seriously? As the game began to tilt unfavorably, Bruce Pearl promptly called for a timeout. Upon returning to the bench, the Tennessee players were met with a barrage of criticism from Pearl. What on earth are you all doing? I conserved your energy in the first half, so you wouldn't be lethargic in second. The opposing team has their starters playing the entire first half, and you let 3 substitutes run circles around you. Have you no shame? I advise you to regain your dignity and show some spirit. The fatigue lies with the other team, not with you. Pearl could easily discern that the issue was not the lineup, but rather that his players were failing to adhere to his offensive and defensive strategies. The timeout soon concluded, and the players returned to the court. Pasternak watched Lee Kaming and his teammates stand tall, silently rallying for them. Tennessee initiated their offense. The guard brought the ball up court, and center Chim immediately stepped up to provide a screen. Mays' step-back three-pointer had significantly impacted Lee Kaming, compelling him to follow Chim out of the paint. However, this time, Mays opted not to take the shot himself. He recognized that he was at a disadvantage. Standing 20 centimeters shorter than Lee Kaming, and he couldn't rely on luck for scoring again. Utilizing Chim's screen, he maneuvered to position his defender, Harvey, behind him. Before him loomed Lee Kaming's extended reach, yet Mays was not in a rush to release the ball. Instead, he dribbled inward toward the three-point line, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics. Undoubtedly, this tactic proved effective. Lee Kaming found himself in a precarious position. He couldn't afford to let Mays gain momentum or exploit a brief opening for a shot, nor could he risk closing in on Mays, as that would leave Chim unguarded and free for an easy layup. In essence, the situation was rather uncomfortable. Bruce Pearl, witnessing this scene, nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the prowess of his best point guard on the court. Of course, apart from the center and point guard's interplay, the remaining three members of Tennessee were not merely spectators. They were actively engaged in mutual screens and dynamic movements. Chim remained vigilant, stationed at the edge of the paint to assist his teammates in thwarting Memphis's defensive efforts. Connaughton, from the right corner, suddenly accelerated, lowering his body to slip past the screens set by Negdu and Chim, swiftly making his way to the left corner. Concurrently, Negdu, having completed his screen, exchanged positions with Connaughton, moving from the low post to the right corner. Sally, tasked with defending Connaughton, found his path obstructed by the two screens and could only shout in frustration, "To the left." Simultaneously, the adept Coleman swiftly switched defensive roles with his counterpart Negdu. Tennessee's pick and roll at the 1-5 position, complemented by a baseline cross screen, instantaneously created an expansive opportunity for Connaughton in the left corner, leaving him with over 2 meters of open space. Meanwhile, the ball handler Mays, lingering just outside the paint, suddenly found his eyes alight upon witnessing the unfolding scene. With a powerful thrust of his right arm, he executed an expansive cross-court pass, delivering the basketball precisely into the hands of the unguarded Connaughton. Coleman's athleticism was commendable. Upon hearing Sally's call for the switch, he immediately took off in pursuit. Yet, he ultimately arrived a fraction too late. After receiving the pass, Connaughton adjusted his stance and confidently released the shot, scoring effortlessly. 41-32. Tennessee's counterattack was executed with remarkable swiftness, having recalibrated their momentum in the brief interlude of a timeout. Lee Kaming chose not to serve this time, instead signaling to his teammate Kalman to take the serve while he swiftly moved to the front court, conserving his energy in the process. As Chavi dribbled past the halfway line, he passed the ball to Lee Kaming, not out of reluctance to take the shot himself, but rather due to his lack of capability. Even a simple pass or lob seemed precarious, and if left to his own devices, he would be easily intercepted. When the starters were on the court, he had a point guard like Camp to share the burden of playmaking, but in the current lineup, Lee Kaming was undoubtedly the linchpin of both offense and defense. However, Pasternak's tactical repertoire was far from meager. With a volatile shooter like Solly on the court, there was a pressing need to exploit his offensive potential, or else one might question the rationale behind his presence. Immediately, Solly commenced his erratic movements, and the others from Memphis rallied to assist in obstructing defenders. Meanwhile, Lee Kaming focused on assessing the unfolding dynamics on the court, weighing whether to pass to the strategically positioned Solly or to pursue a drive himself. The Tennessee defense became disarrayed by Solly's maneuvers, yet they managed to maintain a defender close to him, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Conversely, within the three-point arc where Lee Kaming stood, only his teammate Chim remained alongside him. Lee Kaming lifted his gaze towards Chimu, a playful smile gracing his face. "Soon, I shall strike right before your eyes." Upon hearing this, Chimu couldn't help but think, isn't this a classic line from the notorious Larry Bird? However, what he originally proclaimed was that he would eliminate his opponent in this very spot. This audacious young man was far too brazen. I simply cannot allow him to succeed, lest I become nothing more than a mere backdrop in history. With that thought in mind, he swiftly advanced a step, using his left hand to obscure Lee Kaming's view of the basket. Just as he firmly planted his feet, the opposing player sprang into action, and he felt an overwhelming rush of wind as his defender vanished from sight. "Damn it," Chimu cursed inwardly. "You claimed you would make your move right here, and I anticipated you would shoot directly, yet you deceived me." Lee Kaming gazed at the hoop, and within his heart, a mischievous sprite was rolling with laughter. This Chimu was truly Navi. I merely jested, yet he took it to heart. He then gracefully extended his arms, gently brushing the rim with both hands, and executed a tender layup. However, Bruce Ball, witnessing this scene, was far from composed. He pointed at Chimu from the sidelines, vociferously reprimanding him. vividly illustrating to Lee Kaming what it meant to embody the quintessential American spirit. "Chi-Mu, what on earth are you doing?" If there had been a censor for foul language, Ball's remarks would have been rendered as mere beeping. Chi-Mu bit his lip, unable to meet the coach's gaze, and silently retreated to his half of the court, his heart seething with resentment towards the pesky number 34 on the opposing team. This fellow was nothing but a sly trickster, yet he dared not disclose the specifics to the coach. If he were to confess to Ball that he had been deceived by Lee Kaming, Ball might very well strangle him with a towel on the spot. At his age, to be so easily fooled in a professional match, the mere thought would disgrace his ancestors. If those cotton-picking ancestors of yours heard about it, they would surely rise from their graves in outrage and toil in the fields once more. Observing Chi-Mu's helplessness, caught between wanting to scold him yet refraining, Lee Kaming could hardly contain his amusement. "What I enjoy most is witnessing your inability to tolerate me while being powerless to eliminate me." Chapter 70. Williams has fallen during Tennessee's possession. They once again exploited the defensive weaknesses of Harvey and Sally, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Thus, the two teams engaged in a back-and-forth battle as the remaining time dwindled, with the point gap gradually narrowing. With 5 minutes left in the game, Pasternak called his second timeout. At this juncture, the score had shifted to 68-63, with Memphis's lead reduced to a mere 5 points, and the remaining time evidently sufficient for Tennessee to mount a comeback. However, Pasternak sighed in relief after Lee Kaming entered the game alongside 3 substitutes. Although they did not produce any miraculous results, such as expanding the lead, they did manage to control the tempo, preventing Tennessee from seizing the opportunity to launch a decisive run against Memphis. Despite the narrowing score, Kemp, Weatherspoon, and Daniel Mack had enjoyed a rest of over 10 minutes, restoring their vigor and stamina. The next 5 minutes would witness the clash of the starting lineups, a true test of mettle. Lee Kaming and Williams have yet to rest for even a single second. Their only respite comes during brief pauses, when they may take a sip of water or wipe away their sweat. Lee Kaming took to the court for 35 minutes, amassing an impressive tally of 34 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal. His statistics remain undeniably splendid. However, such exertion came at a significant cost, as his fatigue level surged from 25 before the game to a staggering 65, casting his status in a vivid crimson hue. Williams also showcased a commendable performance, contributing 16 points for rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals over the same duration, proving his mettle on the defensive end. The commentator couldn't help but reflect on the resilience displayed by Memphis today, despite leading for the entirety of the match. Both the coach and players from Tennessee appeared to navigate the situation with greater ease. The next 5 minutes would undoubtedly be the most pivotal of the game, as we anticipate which team could emerge from the fiercely competitive Midwestern Division, claiming one of the 4 coveted playoff seeds. As the game resumed, it was no surprise that Bruce Pearl reinstated the starting lineup from the beginning. The decisive final 5 minutes officially commenced, with Tennessee having scored before the timeout. It was now Memphis's turn to attack. Upon re-entering the court, Kemp exhibited remarkable energy, swiftly dribbling past half-court within 3 seconds of receiving the ball. Once Weatherby positioned himself for the inbound, Memphis initiated their first tactical maneuver. It must be acknowledged that Memphis's starting lineup is indeed formidable, with each player capable of shooting beyond the three-point arc, thereby significantly enhancing their offensive strategies. Weatherby and Lee Kaming moved to set a double screen for Kemp, rendering Tennessee's point guard, Mays, momentarily lost amidst the 2 towering figures blocking his path. Kemp began to demonstrate the essential skills of a point guard, deftly maneuvering on the perimeter. Mays could palpably relate to the sensation of being defended by James Harvey in the past. Yet, Kemp, with his seasoned approach, outshone him. Following the screens, Lee Kaming and Weatherby executed a well-coordinated cut, one penetrating inward while the other drifted outward, forcing Tennessee's 2 big men to switch on defense, leaving the power forward Negdu tasked with guarding Lee Kaming. Negdu, standing just over 2 meters tall, paled in speed compared to Lee Kaming. In the instant of the switch, Lee Kaming's formidable momentum overwhelmed Negdu, and he soared toward the basket from just over a meter away. Kemp, displaying quick thinking, feigned a move to mislead Negdu before lofting the ball toward the basket. In midair, Lee Kaming effortlessly caught the pass and executed a 2-handed slam dunk. After the exhilarating dunk, Lee Kaming couldn't help but reflect on the distinct advantage of having a skill point guard. The passes from Kemp felt worlds apart from those of Harvey. For Lee Kaming, receiving a ball from Kemp was akin to being presented with a perfect shooting opportunity. while Harvey's passes merely aimed to avoid mistakes. In Tennessee's offensive maneuver, they executed a remarkably intricate strategy once again, with the spirited Connaughton stepping up as the final shooter. The rationale behind their choice of Connaughton was quite straightforward. His opponent, Williams, was evidently fatigued, allowing Connaughton to outmaneuver him effortlessly. For the first 35 minutes, Williams had maintained an intense defensive effort, but after the last timeout, fatigue ultimately overcame him. He felt as though his legs were leaden, rendering him unable to lift them. And while his mind raced with thoughts on how to defend against Connaughton, his body refused to comply, forcing him to watch helplessly as Connaughton received the ball and took the shot. Swish! Another three-pointer. Observing Williams' condition from the sidelines, Pasternak clenched his fist, urging Elliott to hold on. A smile blossomed on Bruce Pearl's face as he remarked, finally out of steam, "I had assumed you Memphis players were indestructible." Williams was astonished that he had lasted this long. He had anticipated that, under maximum defensive pressure, he would last no more than 30 minutes. Now, having played 35 minutes, he considered it quite formidable. If he were to endure just a few more minutes, he feared he would be the one heading home. Witnessing the self-reproach on Williams' face, Lee Kaming approached him and gave him a reassuring pat. "Elliott, it's all right, we will prevail." Williams gazed at this miraculous teammate, his lips trembling slightly. Will we truly win? He longed to experience the exhilarating atmosphere of the Final Four. Lee Kaming nodded resolutely, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Trust me, we shall prevail." Despite his fatigue level escalating to 65, teetering on the brink of injury, the culmination of the team's relentless efforts throughout the season and his own aspirations left no room for hesitation. Moreover, there were those eagerly anticipating his downfall. How could he possibly grant them such satisfaction? As he advanced to the front court, he swiftly positioned himself at the waist. Observing this, Camp dribbled to the 45-degree angle and executed a bounce pass to Lee Kaming. After receiving the ball, Lee Kaming executed a swift pivot, creating a half-step advantage over Chim. However, on the opposite side, Negdu suddenly closed in, flanking him on both sides with Chim, forming a formidable trap. Should Lee Kaming attempt a layup, he would be met with a daunting double team. The players from Tennessee had already received their coach's directive. If Williams was struggling, then Lee Kaming should be nearing his limit as well. They were determined to apply pressure, urging him to rest sooner rather than later. In line with his usual demeanor, Lee Kaming would typically attract the double team and pass to the open Weatherspoon. Yet, contrary to expectations, his pace quickened. Before Negdu could establish a solid defensive position, a towering figure, akin to a tank shifting into fifth gear, barreled through. Both he and Chim were evidently taken aback by the extraordinary force Lee Kaming still possessed after 35 minutes of play. Coupled with their slower speed, they were pushed back a step upon impact. However, Lee Kaming, despite his dwindling stamina and relatively weak physical attributes, lost his balance. Yet in that moment, the badge for resisting interference illuminated, and with his all-star caliber finesse, he flicked his wrist, sending the basketball gracefully into the net. Simultaneously, the baseline referee blew the whistle, signaling a blocking foul against Negdu. Chapter 71, Surrounded. The score stood at 72-66. Lee Kaming's layup extended the lead to 6 points, and he was granted an additional free throw opportunity. Standing at the free throw line, Lee Kaming closed his eyes, immersing himself in the cacophony of the crowd, the heavy breaths of his teammates, and the fatigue relayed by his central nervous system. He took a deep breath, expanding his chest to its fullest, then slowly exhaled. As the baseline referee observed him open his eyes, he promptly bounced the ball to Lee Kaming. With focus regained, Lee Kaming tentatively dribbled 3 times, then slightly bent his knees, positioning his feet inward in a subtle V shape. His hands cradled the ball, lowering it along his right arm to just above his right knee. After a brief pause, he held his breath, channeling power from his feet through his knees to his hips, and then, with a thrust of his hips, transferring it to his shoulders, each link in the chain activating the next. Ultimately, all the accumulated strength erupted at his fingertips. With a deft flick of his thumb, index, and middle fingers, the basketball soared from his palm. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, it spun gracefully in the air for a second before striking the front edge of the rim. Lee Kaming's expression changed dramatically. Had he become so fatigued that he could not even make free throws? Pasternak's countenance also bore signs of despair. If they could not convert free throws, the game would indeed be perilous. Yet, fortune favored Memphis, as the basketball, after a brief encounter with the front rim, did not plummet immediately. Instead, under the anxious gaze of the crowd, it danced atop the rim several times before finally settling into the net. A successful 2-1, the scoreboard illuminated, adding another point to Memphis, bringing their total to 73. Pasternak released his grip, feeling a dull ache in his palm. He had been so intent on clutching the tactical pen that he had failed to notice the significant recoil it imparted. Moreover, his hand was completely damp with perspiration. Such tension from a single free throw could render a coach this anxious. Tennessee's offense remained exceptionally sharp, as Mize steadily controlled the ball into the front court. Connaughton's stamina allowed him to incessantly weave around his teammates. Conversely, Williams lacked the energy to keep pace with Connaughton and had to rely on nearby teammates for defensive switches. While this tactic could thwart Connaughton's open shots, it inadvertently created another troublesome scenario. Though the switch could defend against outside shooting, it could not counter the mismatched post-play inside. At that moment, Williams found himself matched against Tennessee's center, Chimmu. Meanwhile, due to his efforts to assist Williams with the switch, LeBron had been drawn to the perimeter, helplessly watching as Chimmu scored over Williams. 73-68. Chimmu roared triumphantly after his basket. He had amassed 16 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks, proving to be the linchpin in maintaining the lead. In 2 consecutive possessions, Tennessee targeted Williams as their point of attack. Even Pasternak, reluctant as he was, had no choice but to adjust his strategy. If he did not adapt, the timeout would have to be reserved for the next season. Boldly initiating a significant alteration, Pasternak immediately signaled to the referee for a timeout. Memphis had exhausted their final timeout, with less than 2 minutes remaining in the game. It appeared Pasternak was determined to avoid overtime. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the announcer addressed the audience through the microphone. Bruce Pearl, too, was infuriated. Despite their physical advantages, Tennessee had yet to lead at any point in the game, which greatly displeased him. If such an advantage could not be transformed into a scoring lead, what value did it hold? From the bench, he bellowed at the players gathered around him. Damn it, focus. When you take the court this time, if they put Elliott back in, you target him. If they substitute Elliott out, then execute a different strategy. But remember, on defense, do not allow LeBron to score, even if it means leaving his teammates unguarded. He must not be allowed to take a shot. The critical moment has arrived, having immersed himself in the coaching role for many years. Bol understands that in these final moments, it is imperative to limit the opposing star's attempts and reserve the scoring opportunities for the role players. The ability of secondary players to withstand pressure pales in comparison to that of the stars. Under such immense stress, 99% of role players are likely to falter. Thus, it is vital that LeBron does not score again. With just over a minute remaining, allowing that individual to score even once or twice would render the outcome of the match a foregone conclusion. Pasternak, filled with concern, gazed at his protege and addressed Williams. Elliott, there's only 1 minute left. Your performance is lacking. We must substitute you. Williams wiped the sweat from his brow. Coach, can we truly manage without me? Just as Pasternak was about to respond, LeBron embraced Williams, saying, Elliott, trust us. We will secure this victory. With LeBron's encouragement, Williams fell silent. After all, he had witnessed this player ascend to greatness. In these final moments, defense is vastly more critical than offense. While one can directly hand the ball to a superstar during an offensive play, no single defender can guard against 2 opponents. Consequently, Pasternak opted to substitute Coleman for Williams, resulting in a lineup where, aside from the guards, the remaining forwards and center all towered above 205 centimeters, forming an undeniably formidable presence in the NCAA. Due to Coleman's towering height and lack of shooting ability, he could only take up the power forward position, while Daniel Mack assumed the role of shooting guard, and Weatherpoons positioned himself as small forward. Thus, Memphis approached the final minute and a half of the Midwest Conference Finals with this unusual lineup. Kemp remained composed and experienced, directing his teammates' movements while simultaneously shielding against defensive interference. Everyone understood that, at this juncture, there was only one viable option for Memphis to exploit. The teammates drew Tennessee's defenders to the opposite side, clearing the right side of the court for LeBron to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Recognizing the opportune moment, Kemp passed the ball to LeBron and retreated a few steps to the arc, arms outstretched, ready to receive the ball. With 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. On the right side, it was LeBron versus Chim. Securing the ball, LeBron pivoted on his left foot, turning his back to the basket to face the front. At this critical juncture, he naturally opted for the most reliable offensive strategy. His speed provided him an advantage over Chim, and facing the basket allowed him to exploit that speed. As Chim attempted to disrupt Lee Kaming with his dark arms, he taunted, "You won't make that shot. Your luck ends here." Lee Kaming disregarded the banter of his opponent and suddenly accelerated to the right, swiftly crossing into the right side of the restricted area. Chim was taken aback. After an entire game, how could he still possess such speed? Simultaneously, Tennessee's defensive rotation commenced, as Memphis players Negdu and Wallach, having been drawn to the left, abandoned their respective markers and converged at the basket. Lee Kaming was suddenly surrounded by three imposing figures at the baseline. Chapter 72, Tennessee's Final Assault. Although Lee Kaming stood taller than all three, the defensive training of Bruce Ball was formidable, with three players converging on him. Lee Kaming found himself unable to discern the precise positions of his teammates. Moreover, two opponents lurked menacingly, ready to intercept any ill-fated pass he might attempt. In this critical moment, failing to force a play and subsequently losing possession would undoubtedly delight not only his adversaries, but also the critics. It seemed far better to take matters into his own hands. With a determined grit, Lee Kaming launched himself into the air, hands clasped around the basketball. The colossal screen of the Dome Stadium displayed a moment that tens of thousands of fans would likely remember for a lifetime. A towering figure at 2 meters 1, he deftly maneuvered in midair, evading the encirclement of three defenders. The basketball danced in his hands twice before he deftly avoided the outstretched arms of his adversaries, executing a reverse layup that sent the ball soaring through the hoop. A thunderous roar erupted throughout the Dome Stadium. My goodness, come witness the divine spectacle. Is this not reminiscent of Jordan's iconic move? Who can explain how a 2 meter 1 individual can replicate such artistry as Jordan? The commentators were equally entranced, exclaiming in disbelief that Lee Kaming had indeed mastered the divine technique. Yet, in truth, his layup paled in comparison to Jordan's. While his height was an advantage, his vertical leap did not quite match that of the basketball legend. As he released the ball, his feet were nearly touching the ground, lacking the ethereal grace of Jordan's triple pump. Were it not for his all-star caliber in layups, it would not have been surprising if he had missed the shot altogether. However, this was NCAA basketball, and Lee Kaming was a center. This was the source of astonishment for all the fans, an amateur center amidst the madness of March Madness. Evading three defenders in the air and scoring like Jordan, the defenders, Chim, Negdu, and Wallach, were left frozen in disbelief upon landing. Even the composed Bruce Pearl, who had maintained his cool throughout the game, stood with mouth agape, eyes wide, fixated on the replay on the screen. The Memphis bench erupted into a frenzy. Williams was bouncing on his chair, showing no signs of fatigue. Others, like titans, pounded their chests and roared at the heavens, while some dramatically positioned themselves in front of the bench, seemingly fearful that teammates might surge onto the court to celebrate. Meanwhile, Tennessee's point guard, Mize, had already dribbled into the front court, yet the screen continued to replay Lee Kaming's remarkable basket from various angles. Lee Kaming swiftly moved to the front court, vigilant as the guardian of the Memphis paint, refusing to let a pass play hinder his next defensive effort. The Tennessee players, still reeling from that remarkable shot, found their momentum waning. They had contained the towering adversary, yet he still scored. Anyone would feel a twinge of frustration in such a scenario. With only a minute remaining, time was not on Tennessee's side to close the gap. Bruce Pearl grew anxious, shouting from the sidelines to direct his players in executing their strategy. His tactics bore fruit, as Cunnington sank another three-pointer from the right corner, 75-71. With less than a minute left, only 4 points separated them, but Memphis had already exhausted their timeouts. Coleman quickly inbounded the ball to Kemp, who skillfully brought it up the court under intense pressure. Just 50 seconds remained. Lee Kaming stepped forward to provide cover, but Tennessee was no longer going to allow him and Kemp to orchestrate their routine. The moment Lee Kaming ventured out, Mize and Chim swiftly enveloped Kemp. Even a seasoned veteran like Kemp, faced with a double team from the point guard and center, struggled to locate the open Lee Kaming and resorted to a bounce pass to Daniel Mack at a 45-degree angle. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the paint, extending an arm to intercept Kemp's pass. Daniel Mack gave chase, but the figure was faster. It was Tennessee's small forward, Wallach. Wallach had succeeded. With just 40 seconds remaining, Wallach stole the ball, initiated a fast break, and executed a 1-on-0 dunk. The commentator's voice surged with excitement. The score stood at 75-73, with Memphis's lead reduced to a mere 2 points. There was still over 30 seconds left on the clock. Bruce Ball raised his fists, shouting, "Ronaldo, well done." The remaining time left no room for Memphis players to ponder. Without a timeout, they had to rely solely on their instincts and skills on the court. Pasterna shouted from the sidelines, urging the players to remain composed. Yet, in this critical moment, even veterans like Kemp and Weatherspoon felt their palms sweat with anxiety. Thankfully, there were no turnovers this time. Kemp managed to pass the ball to Lee Kaming under pressure. As Lee Kaming received the ball, once again, the trio of Chim converged, aggressively closing in on his teammate. Lee Kaming understood that his previous goal was merely a coincidence of opportune circumstances, a singular moment that could never be replicated. Therefore, he chose to calmly pass the ball to the open Daniel Mack. Upon receiving the ball, Daniel Mack felt as if it were not a basketball, but rather a scalding hot potato, heavy as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Despite the absence of defenders just 2 or 3 meters before him, his shooting rhythm became utterly disoriented. Observing Mack's awkward shooting stance, Lee Kaming knew instantly that the shot was destined to fail. As anticipated, faced with a 3-meter open shot, Daniel Mack launched the ball, only for it to miss entirely. After witnessing Mack's errant attempt, several other players from Memphis, including Kemp and Weatherby, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Had the ball been passed to them, their performance would likely have been no better. The outcome of this shot hung precariously between triumph and despair. After the Tennessee players secured the rebound, Bruce Ball immediately called for the final timeout. Only 30 seconds remained. Would Tennessee achieve a last-second victory, or would they succumb to disappointment in the regional finals? On the Memphis bench, silence enveloped the team, each player exhibiting palpable tension as they fixated on Pastner's tactical board. Pastner incessantly reiterated, "Do not allow a three-pointer. Prevent a 2-1. Yet, he offered no specific defensive strategy, and in that moment, he too was consumed by anxiety. As the timeout concluded, players returned to the court. Following the inbound pass, Mize dribbled forward against Kemp's defense. Connaughton, with the aid of Chime and Wallach's screens, executed a series of deft moves and found a fleeting opportunity on the left side at a 45-degree angle. Mize passed the ball directly to Connaughton. Today, Connaughton was in remarkable form, having made 6 out of 8 three-point attempts, amassing 20 points as Tennessee's leading scorer. Upon receiving the ball, Connaughton's body was not even fully oriented towards the basket. He twisted midair to take the shot. Daniel Mack, tasked with defending Connaughton, exerted every ounce of his effort, maneuvering around the screen to close in on his opponent. Due to the momentum, Connaughton's lower body was nearly at a 45-degree angle to the ground, while his upper body remained upright. The basketball soared from his fingertips, grazing Daniel Mack's fingertips as it ascended towards the backboard. The gaze of tens of thousands of spectators fixated on the spinning basketball in the air, and within the vast dome of the arena, only the sound of breathing remained. In Memphis, Sun Jang-Wo clenched the wooden armrest of the sofa with his left hand. The cigarette in his mouth had a 2-centimeter-long ash, a testament to his rapt attention as he forgot to shake off the ash. Beside him, Sun Lon was equally transfixed by the television screen, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide and unblinking. In a hotel, Jiang Shan stared intently at the television screen, holding her breath and forgetting to type. Chapter 73. The Near Game Winner. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Connaughton's three-point shot soared toward the rim but did not directly enter. Instead, it struck the rectangular frame of the backboard and then cascaded into the net. 73-74. Tennessee surged ahead by a single point, a near buzzer beater. The entire dome erupted in an explosion of sound. The commentator, disregarding his composure, forcefully tore off his necktie and flung it onto the table before him, exclaiming, "Oh my God, Connaughton, the miraculous Connaughton. He has executed the finest shot of Tennessee's season. I can assert with confidence that this may well be the greatest shot in the history of the University of Tennessee. It could also be deemed the finest shot of this season's NCAA March Madness." Connaughton. Following this momentous basket, Memphis was left with a mere 7 seconds. Yet, Memphis did not call a timeout. It was over. At that moment, Pastner must have wished to slap himself twice. Had he reserved the last timeout, they might have devised a strategy for a game-winning play. But now, he could only watch helplessly as his players inbound the ball from the backcourt, embarking on a desperate final attempt. The players of Memphis wore expressions of despair. Williams sat on the bench, hopelessly covering his head with a towel, bowing it low. Daniel Mack had completely lost his awareness, becoming a mere wooden figure on the court in the final moments. His performance could only be described as catastrophic. He missed an open three-pointer, had the ball stolen, and ultimately fell victim to Connaughton's audacious, high-difficulty, fading three-pointer that sealed their fate. At that moment, Mac dared not meet the gaze of any teammate, fearful that he might read the depths of their disappointment etched upon their faces. In front of the television, Sun Jianguo ripped the cigarette from his mouth, forcefully extinguishing it in the ashtray, and pounded the armrest of the sofa with a frustrated sigh. Beside him, Sun Lan, witnessing her husband's distress, tenderly approached and embraced his shoulder, gently patting him. She wished to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss for what to say. Even she understood that Memphis was likely facing elimination. In her hotel room, Jiang Shan gazed at the frenzied arena on the screen, softly biting her red lip, her gaze fixating on that familiar figure, her heart filled with regret. That man, brimming with confidence, must surely feel a profound sense of injustice to fall here. In truth, for Hong Xian, Lee Kaming's defeat was perhaps the best outcome. Had he led the team to the Final Four, or even to victory, they would have faced unprecedented competitive pressure. For Nike, in the realm of commerce, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Even if they had offended Lee Kaming during their initial encounter, should he demonstrate formidable prowess, Nike would not hesitate to re-enter the competition alongside him. When Nike and Adidas unveiled their exorbitant endorsements, even though Jiang Shan held unwavering confidence in her company, she felt a twinge of insecurity in the face of such overwhelming prowess. After all, they were Nike and Adidas. At the sports department of the University of Memphis, Leonard watched the live broadcast, shaking his head in quiet resignation. Having served as the director of the sports department for many years, he had witnessed his fair share of spectacles. Although Memphis's current plight could be likened to being sealed in a coffin, he maintained an air of composure. It was unfortunate, but even reaching the top 8 was commendable. Before the season commenced, even I believed that merely making it to March Madness was a luxury. Coach Pastner, guiding them this far, had already surpassed expectations. They were heroes. Beside him, Daisy hesitated for a moment, but summoned the courage to ask, "Director, do Lee and the others truly have no chance?" Leonard shook his head, indicating that only a theoretical opportunity remained. If Pastner had any timeouts left, their chances would have greatly improved. However, now they needed to initiate an offense from the backcourt, and the opposing team would undoubtedly apply full-court pressure. With merely 7 seconds on the clock, even advancing the ball past half-court seemed a formidable challenge. At this point, Leonard ceased speaking, and Daisy understood what was to follow. With a sigh, she turned her gaze back to the screen, awaiting the final judgment of fate. In a vast office at the Nike headquarters, Henry watched the game on his computer screen, letting out a resigned sigh. It appeared that Memphis's season journey was about to conclude. From a nearby workstation, the red-haired woman, Gina, mocked, "Henry, it seems your favored Lee Kaming is on the verge of elimination, failing to even reach the Final Four. Given his history of significant injuries, I dare say his aspirations for a larger contract are akin to a toad yearning for a swan's meat." Just as Henry prepared to retort to Gina's cutting remarks, a voice emerged from the other side. Director Carl chimed in, "Gina makes a valid point. Looking at the situation now, we should be thankful we did not finalize a contract with Lee Kaming. His performance in this match aligns perfectly with Koslov's assessment. He is nothing but a stat patter. How could Nike ever sign a player of that caliber?" Before Henry could respond, Carl swiftly directed his criticism towards him, stating, "Henry, your evaluation of Lee Kaming has proven to be a strategic miscalculation. Thankfully, we had Gina's counsel. Otherwise, Lee Kaming's signing would surely have incited the wrath of the higher-ups." Upon hearing the director's praise, the red-haired woman cast a glance at Henry, puffing out her chest proudly, resembling a peacock. Henry offered a wry smile, having contemplated his thoughts for an extended period, yet ultimately refraining from voicing them. Clearly, these individuals had reached an unspoken agreement. Should he be criticized for his lack of foresight in not signing? Even if Lee Kaming were to make a comeback in the future, they could conveniently shift the blame, claiming that the failure to secure the contract was due to his insufficient effort. Henry was enveloped by an inexplicable weariness. He longed to depart from this place. On Twitter, Covington's near buzzer beater ignited a fervent wave of discussions, with Koslov's remarks standing out amidst the fervor. Covington, brother, your performance was the epitome of excellence, showcasing to those who prioritize publicity over skill what it truly means to be a star player, to possess a formidable heart. Some individuals merely accumulate points during the less intense first half. When the game reaches its climax, where are those so-called second-generation Duncans? Why do they either pass the blame or shy away from the ball? As for defense, let us not even go there. What do you do besides spectating the paint? Aren't you supposed to be a defensive powerhouse? If your teammates falter, why don't you step up? The ensuing comments buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a joyous celebration. Ha ha. Certain arrogant individuals are in for a reality check. It seems it's time to pop the champagne. After playing just a few games, they've forgotten their roots. Why venture into basketball when you belong in table tennis? It's ironic, constantly labeling others as stepping stones, only to find oneself becoming one. In the throes of despair, I realized the fool was none other than myself. Chapter 74. The crucial offensive rebound in the round-domed arena. The Tennessee bench erupted with exuberant cheers, players leaping and hollering as if in a celebration akin to Flower Fruit Mountain. Coach Bruce Ball exhaled a long sigh of relief. After an entire game, they finally held the lead, and at such a pivotal moment, had Covington's shot not gone in, it might have been Ball who became the laughingstock today. While devising the pre-game strategy, he had confidently asserted that Memphis would undoubtedly tire. Initially, he anticipated regaining the lead 5 minutes prior. Yet those opponents stubbornly pushed that moment back by an additional 5 minutes. Contemplating this, even Ball felt a sense of admiration for Licaeming and his teammates. Enduring an entire game, in his view, was truly beyond human capability. Memphis had not lost to them, but rather to the limits of humanity itself. Witnessing the semifinals of the Madness in March tournament was a worthy experience for a coach in a lifetime. On the court, the Tennessee players could not conceal their excitement. They were on the brink of advancing to the national semifinals. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Yet, they maintained the professionalism expected of them, closely monitoring Memphis during their inbound play. This time, Licaeming did not stand at the baseline to throw in the ball. Instead, he positioned himself at the front court to assist his teammates with screens, while the most skilled passer, point guard Kemp, took the baseline throw-in. With Tennessee's players effectively guarding 4 against 5, the situation was relatively manageable, yet they purposefully arranged their defensive formation, placing 2 players near Licaeming. After all, this individual had previously sunk a game-winning three-pointer, and it was imperative that he not receive the ball. Licaeming sprinted to the center line, providing a brief screen for Weiserpens. Seizing this opportunity, Weiserpens found himself enveloped in a momentary defensive void. Kemp swiftly initiated the play, delivering a precise pass directly into Weiserpens' grasp, and then quickly advanced to the front court, retrieving the ball from the latter's hands. With only 5 seconds remaining, action was imperative. After several tactical exchanges, Kemp opted this time not to rely on Mike, but instead gestured for Weiserpens and Licaeming to come forward and set screens. Licaeming and his companion provided formidable cover, effectively keeping Tennessee's point guard, Mize, firmly behind them. However, with 2 defenders closing in on Licaeming, and the addition of Weatherspoon's defender, 3 opponents quickly surrounded Kemp. Tennessee's tactics were utterly excessive. Daniel Mack's performance in the preceding plays had led his defender to completely disregard him, resulting in a situation where only 4 Memphis players remained on the right side of the court, while the left side was left deserted, occupied solely by the solitary Daniel Mack. This blatant disregard for Mack's presence was astonishing. Yet, Mack stood resolutely beyond the three-point line, refraining from making any cuts, which only emboldened Tennessee to tighten their double team even further. After providing a screen for Kemp, Weatherspoon immediately darted to the right corner, with only 3 seconds remaining. Faced with 3 defenders, Kemp found himself unable to take a shot and had no choice but to pass the ball to Weatherspoon. As the ball reached Weatherspoon's hands, Walich lunged at him with lightning speed. Should Weatherspoon have opted to shoot, he would have faced an inevitable rejection. Aware that the opportunity was fleeting, Weatherspoon needed another option. However, both Licaeming and Kemp were under stringent guard, leaving him with no choice but to pass to the unmarked Daniel Mack on the other side. Time was of the essence, leaving Weatherspoon no room for contemplation as he executed a wide-ranging pass to Mack. Upon receiving the ball, Daniel Mack noticed that he was unguarded within a 3-meter radius, and all eyes in the arena were upon him, having previously missed a shot entirely. What happened this time? Pasternak covered his face with his hands, rubbing them vigorously. Given Daniel Mack's mental fortitude, simply hitting the backboard would be a noteworthy achievement. Meanwhile, Bruce Ball grinned, revealing his bright white teeth, as he believed that once the ball was in Daniel Mack's possession, victory was already firmly within their grasp. Receiving the ball, Daniel Mack dared not exhale, feeling as though a mountain pressed upon his back, constricting his breath and stifling his actions. With great effort, he lifted the ball, his movements slow as though captured in cinematic slow motion, and under the gaze of countless eyes, the basketball slipped from his fingers. All attention followed the ball's trajectory as it drew closer to the hoop. Chim and Negdu rushed to the basket the moment they saw Daniel Mack release the shot, ready to secure the final rebound. This was the rebound of victory. Bang! A sharp sound echoed as the basketball struck the backboard, but not on its front. It collided with the side. In a moment witnessed by all, Daniel Mack had remarkably missed 2 wide-open three-point attempts in succession, failing to even graze the rim. As Negdu and Chim observed the ball striking the side of the backboard, smiles instantly graced their faces. However, their expressions quickly shifted to dismay as they realized that the ball would not rebound into their hands. The basketball struck the left side of the backboard, while Negdu and Chim stood directly beneath the hoop, one to the left and the other to the right. The ball rebounded away from them, completely beyond their reach. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Before they could fully process their thoughts, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, soared into the air like a rocket. With a thunderous roar, he extended his long arms and seized the airborne basketball. The crowd erupted in raucous excitement upon seeing who had claimed the rebound. It was Lee. Was he about to make a game-winning shot? My goodness, this match is exhilarating. I need oxygen. I can hardly breathe. Meanwhile, Bruce Ball's face turned ashen as he screamed desperately at Negdu and Chim, urging them to defend vigorously. Despair tinged his voice. Without need for further prompting, the duo sprang into action as soon as they witnessed Lee Kaming securing the rebound. The remaining 3 players from Tennessee also rushed toward Lee Kaming with fervor. On the big screen, the timer flashed a single second of elapsed time. Lee Kaming, in a moment of desperation, faced a daunting 1v5 situation. Although the ball had rebounded quite far, Lee Kaming, standing at the edge of the key, managed to seize the rebound with his impressive wingspan. He exchanged a brief smile with the 2 approaching Chims and then, with remarkable composure, launched a shot from near the left side of the key. A layup was implausible, and time was of the essence. Positioned conveniently close to the basket, he opted to employ the under-the-basket technique typical of a center. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared from his right hand towards the hoop. The Chims stretched out their arms, exerting every ounce of effort to intercept the airborne ball, yet it narrowly slipped past their fingertips. At that very moment, the timer on the large screen reached 0, and the sound of the final whistle echoed throughout the arena. Nevertheless, not a single spectator made a move to leave their seats. Bang! A distinct sound of impact resonated, and amidst the throng of thousands in the arena, such a subtle noise was astonishingly clear. Lee Kaming's heart clenched instantaneously as he witnessed the basketball collide with the edge of the rim, only to rebound upwards before descending once more, striking the right side. The hearts of everyone present quivered in unison with those 2 bounces. This was not merely a bounce on the rim. It resonated within the hearts of all. After the 2 rebounds, the energy accumulated by the basketball finally dissipated, and it plummeted into the net. Simultaneously, a notification from the system appeared before his eyes. System, congratulations host for completing the B-level basic task, earning 15 attribute points and 180 points. For completing the B-level advanced task, you have gained 3 badge upgrade opportunities. As he observed the basketball settle into the hoop, coupled with the system's notification, it became evident that the match had reached its conclusion. Lee Kaming seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant, collapsing onto the ground of the court. He was utterly exhausted. The fatigue level displayed on the system's attribute interface had now risen to 75, glowing a dark crimson. If he were to continue playing, he feared he might have to be carried off the court today. Lee Kaming's buzzer beater found its mark, igniting a deafening roar from the thousands gathered in the arena. Could it be that Memphis has pulled off a miraculous victory? I could scarcely believe my eyes. How could Memphis achieve such an astounding triumph? Truly, he is a remarkable player. In the wake of the moment, the members of the Memphis team, after a brief moment of stunned silence, surged onto the court with unbridled enthusiasm, led by Williams and Pasternak. Dozens of teammates lifted the seated Lee Kaming and hurled him skyward before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The commentators were swept up in a frenzy, exclaiming, "What on earth transpired in those fleeting seconds? Who can elucidate why Tennessee, moments ago so assured, now finds themselves eliminated? What indeed has occurred?" No one provided an answer. The entire arena was engulfed in chaos and exuberance owing to Lee Kaming's extraordinary feat. The Tennessee players, heads hung low, returned to the bench, while Connington cast a reluctant glance at the replay on the big screen. desperately searching for any glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Though Bruce Pearl wore a troubled expression, he was the first to appeal to the referees, demanding a review of the slow-motion footage to ascertain whether Lee Kaming's buzzer beater had exceeded the time limit. He could not fathom how, after orchestrating such a meticulous game plan and witnessing his players perform so admirably, a victory could be snatched away by a player of Asian descent. He refused to believe it. In the commentary booth, the guests and announcers observed the interaction between the referees and Bruce Pearl. Shortly thereafter, all three officials approached the scores table. As the referees made their move, the commentator immediately informed the audience, "Tennessee has requested a review," which has been granted. Bruce Pearl suspects that Lee Kaming's buzzer beater may have come after the clock expired. This pronouncement plunged the arena into an immediate silence. Even the Memphis players paused their celebrations, their gazes fixated on the giant screen above, motionless in anticipation. If what Bruce Pearl suspected were true, had they prematurely celebrated their victory? Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. The footage of Lee Kaming's shot was slowed to half speed, then to a quarter speed. As the video reached its slowest pace, all eyes were riveted on Lee Kaming's right hand. As long as the ball left his hand before the final second elapsed, it would count as a successful buzzer beater. Seeing his teammates craning their necks in anxious anticipation, Lee Kaming couldn't help but smile. He was absolutely certain this was a game winner. The system's task could not lie. Since it had confirmed the task was accomplished, it must indeed be a buzzer beater. Could it be that the precision of the on-site camera surpassed even extraterrestrial technology? On the big screen, the basketball appeared to be tethered to Lee Kaming's hand by an elastic band, bouncing away only to return. The video played in slow motion, ultimately freezing at the precise moment the clock expired. The screen clearly indicated that the basketball had already left Lee Kaming's fingertips. At that moment, the arena erupted in jubilation. The last second shot was valid. Bruce Ball staggered back 2 steps, instinctively clutching his chest as a dull ache throbbed within. He stared incredulously at the video on the screen, repeatedly confirming the outcome. Yet the harsh reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. The Tennessee players, upon witnessing the replay, turned pale as ghosts. Just 7 seconds, or even 3 seconds prior, they had been daydreaming about the opponents they might face in the finals and the accolades they could achieve. Chimu and Negdu lamented, burying their heads in their hands, consumed by guilt. If only they had not solely focused on the paint, perhaps Lee Kaming would not have secured that rebound. Connaughton sat despondently on the floor, having been the standout performer among the Tennessee players, showcasing not only a remarkable shooting touch, but also contributing a crucial basket. Yet all of this paled in comparison to Lee Kaming's last-second heroics. Future generations will remember Lee Kaming's game-winning shot, but who will recall Connaughton's near-miss? Thus has been the fate of victors and vanquished throughout history. The commentator was utterly captivated by Lee Kaming's performance, his voice brimming with excitement as he fervently summarized the player's display during the fiercely competitive Midwest Regional Finals of the Madness in March. Memphis player Lee Kaming played the entire 40 minutes, amassing 43 points, 18 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal, and in the final moments, delivered yet another game-winning shot after a hiatus of half a month. I need not consult records to know this marks the first instance in NCAA history of a player achieving 2 last-second shots within a month. I could count on one hand those who could accomplish such a feat. This individual has once again forged a miracle, exerting every ounce of energy without a moment's respite, immersing himself in the game, and this outcome is nothing less than he deserves. Finally, let us extend our congratulations to Lee Kaming and the Memphis Tigers for their triumphant return to the NCAA tournament semifinals after a year. In 2008, under the leadership of Derrick Rose, they reached the semifinals, only to succumb to the University of Kansas in the finals. This year, Memphis, having weathered a tumultuous offseason, has been propelled to this position by an unexpected hero. What shall be their final outcome? Will they, like last time, depart in defeat from the finals? Or shall they etch their names in history? The commentator's subsequent words were lost on Lee Kaming, for upon confirming the validity of the game winner, he was hoisted into the air once more by his exuberant teammates. Pastner, standing at the sidelines, gazed at the jubilant youths on the court, a smile of uncontainable joy gracing his lips. Who would have imagined that, after facing insurmountable odds, it would be they who emerged victorious? As a first-time head coach, leading a team to the national semifinals is quite an extraordinary achievement. Indeed. Now, with the semifinals and finals ahead, it seems that dreaming of victory may not be mere folly. Haha. Today's first update expresses my gratitude for everyone's support. Chapter 76, featured on the NCAA official website. The moment the results were announced, a news article featuring Lee Kaming adorned the homepage of the NCAA website, promptly pinned to the top by the editor. The Chinese player Lee Kaming delivered a stunning buzzer beater against Tennessee, scoring an impressive 43 points and grabbing 18 rebounds, propelling his team into the semifinals. Within a mere 10 minutes of the news breaking, the article garnered over 100,000 clicks. March Madness captivates America, with a fervor rivaling that of the NBA playoffs, and the excitement surrounding the regional finals is equally intense. The news of Memphis advancing to the national semifinals swiftly swept across the nation like a tempest. All sports media turned their attention to St. Louis and the University of Memphis. The emergence of the next Duncan has led Popovich to exclaim that the tanking came too late. With a dramatic last-second shot against their opponents in the Midwest, who says Asian players cannot thrive in the NBA. A new talent has emerged this year, with the draft's first pick shrouded in mystery. In this whirlwind, both mainstream media and individual accounts have turned Lee Kaming into a veritable cash cow. On Twitter, his entries surged back to the trending list within a week, climbing at a visibly rapid pace. In Memphis, Sun Jianguo sat transfixed before the television screen, with an array of cigarette butts scattered across the ashtray on the coffee table. He remained seated on the sofa like a statue, motionless. Beside him, Sun Lan was the first to snap back to reality, excitedly tapping Sun Jianguo on the shoulder. Old Sun. Kaming won. Ha ha. Sun Jianguo shook himself from his stupor, glancing at his wife, his eyes still wide with disbelief. He repeatedly asked, Kaming, hit the game winner? Sun Lan playfully tugged at him, causing him to yelp. Is this a dream or what? Finally convinced of the reality, Sun Jianguo erupted into laughter, only for a thick phlegm to rise in his throat, prompting a fit of coughing. Startled, Sun Lan rushed over to pat his back, her tone laced with reproach. See what smoking so much has done to you. Sun Jianguo waved her off, laughing heartily. It's nothing. I'm just so happy today. In St. Louis, Jiang Shanyu covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes fixated on the screen, displaying the match results. Could it be that the guy actually won? Although she hoped for Lee Kaming to triumph in the competition, reason dictated that, upon Connaughton's successful three-pointer, he might very well be on his way home. However, to her astonishment, the next moment, that fellow demonstrated how miracles are born. He accomplished what everyone deemed impossible, and he did so with impeccable grace and statistics, securing victory. After today, Jiangshan firmly believed that the sports companies led by Nike and Adidas would no longer underestimate Lee Kaming. They would instead resemble eager puppies, wagging their tails in a plea for him to sign with them. Faced with such a formidable entity, Jiangshan felt momentarily powerless. Even if Lee Kaming were to abandon her for Nike or Adidas, what recourse would she have? Lee Kaming had merely reached a preliminary agreement. He had not sold himself to her. At that moment, aside from her joy for Lee Kaming, a greater concern loomed, her apprehensions regarding the company. Her keen eye had indeed identified a promising spokesperson, yet she had not anticipated the astonishing speed of his ascent. At the University of Memphis's athletic department, Leonard and Daisy stared silently at the computer screen. After a prolonged silence, Daisy timidly inquired, her tone laced with uncertainty. Supervisor, have we won? Leonard did not respond immediately. Daisy raised her voice to ask again. It was only then that Leonard snapped back to reality, though he refrained from answering her question right away. Instead, he removed his reading glasses from the bridge of his prominent nose and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away the smudges on the lenses before donning them once more. He struggled to contain his emotions, yet Daisy could still detect a hint of excitement in his voice. Indeed, Daisy, we have won. We have reached the semifinals. Unlike the worldly Leonard, Daisy, upon hearing her supervisor's response, erupted into a joyful cheer, spinning around the office in elation. I knew Lee Kaming would not let us down. Leonard, too, rarely expressive, remarked, yes, this fellow is truly born for miracles. As a seasoned sports supervisor, Leonard could not overlook the fact that once the game entered the second half, Pastner, aside from calling timely timeouts, had become somewhat of a bystander. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. After all, Memphis's roster was what it was, and reaching the top 8 had already exceeded the expectations of most. The victory today was solely attributed to that tenacious young man who fought valiantly to bring them back into contention. With this thought, a mischievous notion suddenly surfaced in Leonard's mind. This young man is still in his prime, perhaps keeping him for another year, with him as the focal point. could lead them to championship glory next year. At the University of Southern Mississippi, within the confines of a dormitory, a group of black students huddled around a single computer, engrossed in a discussion about a match displayed on the screen. One of the students, a bearded gentleman with an air of maturity, suddenly exclaimed, "Wallino, didn't you face off against this guy? Was he really that formidable back then?" The others chimed in, urging him to share his thoughts. A notably tall black youth cleared his throat, and upon feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, he began to recount in the CUSA Conference semifinals. "I encountered Lee Kaming during his first starting game. I initially underestimated him, thinking he was merely a fortunate player. To my surprise, in his debut, he completely overwhelmed me." A collective gasp escaped the lips of those around him. They were aware of Wallino's physical prowess, yet to be bested by an Asian player was astonishing. The bearded student pressed further, and what happened next? Wallino chuckled. "After the match, I even apologized to him, as I had made some disparaging gestures towards Asians prior to the game. Perhaps that was why I was so thoroughly defeated. Haha." He paused, then continued, his next words leaving his peers in shock. "I even told Lee that with his talent, he could reach the Sweet 16. To be honest, I didn't truly believe that. In my view, Memphis's roster was barely capable of making it to March Madness. Yet here we are. He has led Memphis all the way here. Moreover, his skills appear to have grown exponentially. I wonder how he trains." At this point, a look of longing crossed Wallino's face as he mused about how wonderful it would be if he were the one guiding the team from obscurity to the Final Four. As the clock ticked down to the moment of Lee Kaming's game-winning shot, interesting events unfolded at the headquarters of Nike in Oregon. Henry pounded the table, exclaiming, "Lee Kaming, well done." Ordinarily, such a display of enthusiasm during work hours would elicit reprimands, yet no one intervened. Everyone else was equally captivated by the game, sharing in the astonishment of Lee Kaming's last-second victory. The team leaders, Carl in his suit and Gina with her fiery red hair, were particularly astonished. They could hardly fathom that with only 7 seconds left, the young Asian player would manage to turn the tide. Henry recalled the recent conversations with these two, snorting in derision. "Didn't you say I was mistaken? Why the silence now?" I recall Carl expressing relief that we hadn't signed with Lee Kaming. "What are your thoughts now?" Before they could respond, Henry abruptly stood up, his gaze fixed on the red-haired woman, Gina. "Gina, I believe you have somewhat lost your composure regarding the signing of Lee Kaming. It is one thing to oppose me casually, but to undermine my work is entirely unacceptable. Well, now you may regret your decisions." The man in the suit, Carl, twitched slightly, and after a moment of silence, he forced a smile. "Haha, Henry, you've done remarkably well. Truly, you're the most knowledgeable about the game in our team." He then abruptly directed his attention towards Gina. "Gina, I will seriously consider what Henry has mentioned. You have infused too many irrelevant personal factors into your work. It would be best if you refrained from coming to the office for the next few days." Gina's brow furrowed instantly. In just a few words, Henry had entirely absolved himself of responsibility, as if she alone had mocked him earlier. Yet, as a subordinate employee, what could she do? Moreover, she suspected that Carl's earlier attempts to sideline her were covertly directed by Carl himself. Henry observed the two of them continuing their charade before him and shook his head, returning to his work as if the unfolding events bore no relation to him. The entire office fell into a profound silence. A cold expression flitted across Carl's face before quickly vanishing. He composed himself, striving to appear amiable, then cleared his throat and addressed Henry. "Henry, I would like to discuss the matter of Lee Kaming's contract with you." Without lifting his head from his tasks, Henry replied, "The decision to sign Lee Kaming was entirely yours, and it has nothing to do with me." For a moment, Carl's smile froze, but then he forced a more exaggerated grin. "Haha, Henry, the world is ever-changing. Nothing remains constant. Before this match, I believe Lee Kaming had not yet reached the level you mentioned, but now I have changed my mind." Listening to Carl's shameless remarks, Henry paused his work and looked up at him, his expression unperturbed. "Very well, if that is the case, please have someone else handle the negotiations with Lee Kaming." Carl, caught off guard by Henry's sharp retort, was momentarily speechless. His sudden overtures toward Henry were intended to persuade him to represent the team in signing Lee Kaming. But Henry saw through his intentions and promptly rejected him before he could utter another word. Despite the public refusal from a subordinate, Carl's thick skin and quick reaction showed no trace of anger, revealing the depth of his cunning. "Henry, I have always recognized you as one of the core members of our team and the most visionary among us. I believe that the matter of Lee Kaming's contract is solely yours to handle." Henry remained silent for a moment, his hands ceaselessly working as Carl pondered what he was up to. Suddenly, Henry retrieved a stack of freshly printed documents from the nearby printer and briskly approached his desk. He tossed the fragrant A4 papers onto Carl's workspace and, observing the latter's bewildered expression, declared, "I'm resigning." The entire office erupted in astonishment. Carl's face reflected shock once again. Within a single day, he had encountered two nearly improbable events: Lee Kaming's last-minute victory and Henry's resignation. He found it hard to believe that Henry would leave Nike over a contract with Lee Kaming. What ist? Yet, the documents on the table and Henry's serious demeanor rendered the situation all too real. Gazing into Carl's eyes, Henry offered a slight smile and remarked, "I believe your company requires individuals like Gina, not someone like me." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving Carl seated in stunned silence along with the others in the office, exchanging incredulous glances. In the aftermath of the match, a new wave of discourse erupted on Twitter. A multitude of Lee Kaming's fans and onlookers flooded into Kosloff's tweet comments, launching a tempestuous counterattack. "You were so vocal before. Why the silence now? Here's a phrase for you. Awakened from a dying illness, the fool is none other than myself. Are you struggling in life, unable to bear the sight of other success? It seems Kosloff will surely find it hard to eat tonight." This time, the number of fans was even more substantial within mere minutes. Numerous new comments surged to the top of the likes. Among them were some who offered polite greetings to Kosloff's family, including individuals expressing a desire to engage in certain biological genetic activities with his wife, with some even suggesting his mother as the object of their attention, prompting a segment of the audience to exclaim their disgust. "Wow, buddy, you're something else. You'd actually go after Kosloff's mother? What if the guy just prefers the familiar? Isn't that a bit too familiar, almost rotten?" As a professional basketball commentator who refrains from engaging in contentious debates, Kosloff naturally avoids confrontations with the vast legion of fans, recognizing that such disputes would be futile. Consequently, after enduring 2 consecutive humiliations, he chose silence and retreated into obscurity, earning himself the rather unflattering moniker of the Turtle Commentator. Moreover, beyond Kosloff himself, the fervent admirers of Lee Kaming, who once celebrated prematurely in the comment section, did not let the opportunity slip by. In addition to exchanging rather colorful pleasantries centered around one's maternal lineage, some individuals began to mount a reasoned counteroffensive. I have observed certain commentators questioning whether Lee Kaming was merely inflating his statistics. If it were indeed so effortless to amass impressive numbers, why did others not pursue the same? After all, if one could simply fabricate impressive statistics to secure a place in the NBA, would not everyone be inclined to do so? In the eyes of these critics, the NBA appears to be a realm accessible to anyone with a desire to enter. Hilarious. Chapter 78. The New Ice Bucket Challenge, the fervor on Twitter, aside from Lee Kaming's fans countering the derision from Kosloff, also featured prominent basketball commentators effusively praising Lee Kaming's performance. Charles Barkley, the first Hall of Fame fan of Lee Kaming, candidly expressed on Twitter that this year's top draft pick would be unexpectedly fierce. Initially, John Wall seemed to have it secured, but Lee Kaming emerged as a dark horse, much like his Memphis Tigers, becoming the most surprising contender in this year's NBA draft. To the delight of Lee Kaming and all Memphis players, Derrick Rose, the 2008 draft's first overall pick from the University of Memphis, made a rare statement following a game. After a decisive victory over the Nets with a score of 106-83, a reporter posed a question to Rose. "Derrick, we've noticed that your alma mater, the University of Memphis, has surged unexpectedly into the Final Four this year. Have you been following their games? What are your thoughts?" Despite a lackluster performance in the game, where he shot only 3 of 12 for a mere 7 points, Rose, initially furrowed in concentration, broke into a smile upon hearing the question. He responded into the microphone, "Without a doubt, I've been following the University of Memphis. These guys are incredibly talented. In my opinion, Lee Kaming is the best center in the NCAA. He appears unstoppable on the court. Elliot Williams is also exceptionally gifted. He is a sharpshooter from beyond the arc. I am proud of their performance. Unfortunately, the Bulls have a game on April 3rd during the national semifinals. Otherwise, I would definitely be there to cheer for my younger brothers. However, I believe they will reach the finals." Upon hearing Rose's unexpectedly optimistic remarks, the reporter was taken aback and continued, "How far do you think they can go?" Without hesitation, Rose replied, "They can win the championship. These guys are even better than we were back then." Although it was evident that Rose was exhibiting some humility, the assertion that Memphis could reach the finals sparked murmurs among those present at the press conference. Observing the journalist's reactions, Rose chuckled and added, "If you don't believe it, just wait and see." Meanwhile, Tyreke Evans, the 4th overall pick in 2009 who graduated from the University of Memphis last year, was also asked a similar question during the post-game conference following a matchup against the Cavaliers. Despite not playing due to injury, Evans was on the sidelines, dressed in a suit, supporting his teammates. When the reporter inquired, Evans cracked a smile, revealing his white teeth beneath his dark nose, and said, "It's fantastic that these guys made it to the Final Four. Kemp, Weatherspoon, and Mike are all my former teammates. We only made it to the Sweet 16 before being eliminated, and I regret not winning a championship with my brothers. Seeing them go further now makes me very happy." When discussing the possibility of attending the games, Evans candidly remarked, "The Kings have a game on the same day as the semifinals, so I will have to watch the live stream. If these guys make it to the finals, I will definitely be there in person." Upon hearing the reporter mention that Rose had expressed similar sentiments, Evans excitedly declared that Rose is a remarkable individual, and he intends to seek his counsel when attending games in person. The players from Memphis, including Lee Kaming, were equally exhilarated by the prospect of Rose and Evans witnessing the game live. Though some members of the team had previously shared the court with these two, the circumstances have markedly changed. Both have ascended to become formidable forces within the NBA. In the 2010 season, Rose, in his second year, was selected as an All-Star for the first time, albeit as a reserve, which underscored his immense popularity in America. Tyreke Evans, on the other hand, appeared poised for an even brighter future, having averaged over 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in his inaugural NBA season, making him the 4th player in league history to achieve such statistics during his rookie year, following the legendary Oscar Robertson, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. The encouragement from these two esteemed alumni has elevated Memphis's morale to new heights. Shortly thereafter, on March 28th, the Southern Regional Final concluded, with Duke University triumphing over Baylor University with a score of 78-71, successfully advancing to the Final Four and preserving the NCAA Selection Committee's reputation, becoming the only #1 seed among all 4 regions to reach this stage. Thus, the Final Four for the 2010 NCAA March Madness Tournament was firmly established. The University of Memphis, Butler University, Duke University, and West Virginia University. Additionally, the semifinal matchups on April 3rd were confirmed, with the Memphis Tigers set to face Butler University and Duke squaring off against West Virginia University. Upon returning to the team's quarters, Lee Kaming felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue coursing through his body. After a grueling 40-minute match, his exhaustion was unprecedentedly intense. Fortunately, he had escaped injury, yet his muscles protested vehemently. Following essential post-game nutritional replenishment, Lee Kaming promptly immersed himself in an ice bath. This was not an ice bucket challenge. Rather, after intense physical exertion, an athlete's muscle microstructure sustains damage, and immersing in ice water constricts the capillaries in the affected muscles, preventing further deterioration of the damage incurred during training. Thus, it aids in alleviating pain, reducing inflammation, and promoting muscle recovery. The moment he entered the ice bath, Lee Kaming felt as though he might freeze entirely, instantaneously losing sensation in his limbs. After a period of acclimatization, he was able to move within the bath, but eventually leaned against the edge of the tub, growing still. When Williams called out to Lee Kaming and received no response, he hurried to the ice bath, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering that Lee Kaming had fallen asleep while lying in the tub. Williams exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, this ice bucket!" After a brief immersion, he could hardly tolerate it. How could this fellow manage to sleep in there? What remarkable cold resistance! If Lee Kaming had not mentioned his Chinese heritage, Williams might well believe this individual was an Eskimo from the Arctic. It is evident how immense the fatigue from this competition has been for Lee Kaming. Sensing the time was drawing near, Williams promptly summoned a few teammates to extricate Lee Kaming from the ice bucket. If left unattended, he might catch a chill, and losing the match would be quite the jest. While losing is commonplace, claiming one succumbed to a cold from an ice bath would undoubtedly make headlines. Williams and Weiser Pens, along with others, hoisted the limp Lee Kaming, resembling a lifeless pig, back to his room. As they gazed at the deeply slumbering Lee Kaming on the bed, they collectively shook their heads in disbelief. The depth of his sleep was astonishing, and the quality of his slumber was almost terrifying. Chapter 79. The fiery Gina submerged in darkness. Lee Kaming felt as though a century had passed. He exerted himself to open his eyes, and a narrow slit in the oppressive darkness revealed a blinding stream of sunlight that momentarily jolted him awake. with his bleary eyes now open. Lee Kaming instinctively reached for his bedside and glanced at his phone. 12:40, the numbers on the screen instantly roused him from his stupor. Goodness, it's noon. After a swift motion, he rolled out of bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. The midday sun's glare was so intense that it forced him to squint. It was indeed midday, and Lee Kaming felt a twinge of surprise. He could only vaguely recall the frigid sensation of the ice bucket. The subsequent events eluded him entirely. This meant he had slept for nearly 20 hours. Absurd, indeed. One might think he was hibernating. Lee Kaming picked up his phone, noticing that his beautiful agent, Monica, had called him 4 or 5 times and subsequently sent a text message. Lee, Nick, and Adi Wong have reached out to me again. They mentioned that the contract details can be negotiated further. This afternoon, at the same CAF as last time, don't forget to come. Upon reading Monica's message, a cold smile spread across Lee Kaming's face. Wasn't it agreed that if I refused to sign, there would be others willing to do so? He dialed Monica's number, and after a brief series of beeps, her melodious voice came through the receiver. Lee, you finally got back to me. I thought you had vanished. Lee Kaming smiled slightly and replied, No, I'm merely exhausted and taking a rest. Monica acknowledged his words and then inquired, Lee, have you seen the message I sent you? The representatives from Nike have arranged for us to discuss the contract this afternoon. They mentioned that the head of the player evaluation team will be coming in person. Lee Kaming spoke in a calm tone, acknowledging the plan to visit in the afternoon. Upon hearing that Lee Kaming had actually agreed to take a look, a hint of excitement crept into Monica's voice. Really? Great. I'll inform them immediately. In her heart, she believed that Nike, as the preeminent global sports corporation, should seize the opportunity to sign him. Moreover, it appeared that they were the ones eager to secure Lee Kaming's signature, which suggested a substantial contract would be forthcoming. As for Huagua's Hongshin Erk, they might as well return to selling table tennis paddles. After hanging up the phone, there was not a trace of a smile on Lee Kaming's face. It seemed as though he were preparing to sign with a nondescript small factory rather than the world's largest sports company. He had no intention of signing. As a man of integrity, he would certainly uphold his commitments, especially when it involved Jiangshan. Nevertheless, he was also a magnanimous individual. When he first met with Henry, he had already perceived the attitude of Nike's team leader. Now that he had the opportunity to confront the counterpart, he was determined to attend the meeting. Not only would he go, but he was also intent on having a forthright discussion with that individual. In the familiar CAF that afternoon, as soon as Lee Kaming and Monica entered the CAF, a red-haired woman approached them. Alu, Lee, I'm Gino. Your performance in yesterday's match was absolutely splendid. Sensing the overpowering scent of cosmetics emanating from Gina, Lee Kaming slightly furrowed his brow before grasping her hand. As she extended her hand, Gina used her left hand to sweep 2 strands of her red hair behind her shoulder, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin. She then deliberately accentuated her figure, directing the alluring cleft towards Lee Kaming's gaze. After a brief handshake, he swiftly withdrew his hand and smiled gently. Where's your supervisor? Please lead me to him. Prior to arriving, he had already learned from Monica that the head of the player evaluation team was a man named Carl. Gina's smile froze for a moment. In her mind, her figure was exceptional, if not 1 in 100, at least one among dozens. Especially since she had intentionally exposed certain areas. She had expected that a Na'vi young man like Lee Kaming would be utterly captivated. To her surprise, he seemed completely oblivious to her charms. Quickly retracting her hand, she strode ahead in her high heels, her form-fitting skirt accentuating her exquisite curves, swaying gracefully with each step. Lee Kaming directly disregarded Gina's peacock-like courtship behavior, fixing his gaze straight ahead without a glance in her direction. It is no jest. While he appreciates beauty, it does not imply he is indiscriminate in his choices. Setting aside how these individuals have treated him in the past, Gina's age alone fails to spark any interest within him. Though her makeup skills adeptly conceal the ravages of time on her face, the signs of aging are glaringly apparent in a Caucasian woman once she surpasses 30. One could likely scrape off a pound of foundation from the wrinkles adorning Gina's face. Having grown up in America, Lee Kaming is acutely aware that Gina is at least in her 30s. For a young man not yet 20, any woman in her 30s, regardless of her physique, is perceived more as an ant than an object of desire, evoking no interest whatsoever. Following closely behind Lee Kaming, Monica could not help but smile at Gina's various flirtatious antics. With such a stunning beauty beside him, how could he possibly be intrigued by a woman of Gina's age? What a farcical notion. The trio, one behind the other, soon arrived at a private room. As Lee Kaming's gaze swept across the room, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, promptly stepped forward. "Oh, Lee. I am Carl, the head of the Nike player evaluation team." After a brief handshake with Carl, the four individuals settled into the private room. Before Carl could contemplate how to initiate the conversation, Lee Kaming spoke first. "Wasn't the negotiation for my contract with Nike already completed by Henry? Why are you reaching out to me again?" Carl and Gina exchanged a brief smile before Carl responded. "Lee, I understand your desire for a more substantial contract, but at that time, our team unanimously agreed that your potential did not yet warrant such an agreement." Lee Kaming scoffed. "So we'll be ready in 2 days?" Carl's voice faltered, a forced smile emerging on his face. "To be honest, yes." Observing her superior being put on the spot, Gina immediately interjected. "Lee, it seems you are not quite familiar with our company's operations and scale. Allow me to enlighten you. We at Nike are the largest in the world." Before she could finish her statement, Lee Kaming coldly interrupted. "Henry has already discussed all of this with me. There's no need to flaunt your company's stature again. I am here to finalize a contract, not to listen to your boasts." Gina was left speechless, and after a prolonged silence, she finally responded, "We are willing to offer you a higher-tier contract." Carl quickly added, "Indeed, Lee, we believe you possess great potential, which is why we invited you here. We come with sincere intentions." After his previous conversation with Henry, Lee Kaming understood that this so-called higher-tier contract was not a series of brand endorsements, but rather an increase in the contract amount from a little over 100,000 to approximately 500,000, still far from his anticipated figure. As he heard Carl claim they were sincere, Lee Kaming could not help but chuckle. "Carl, is your sincerity worth only 400,000? Should I recite the details of Nike for you? Nike is the world's largest supplier of sports goods." Upon hearing Lee Kaming's sarcastic remarks, both Carl and Gina were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said they came with sincerity? How could a global giant's sincerity amount to such a paltry sum? Yet, Carl, demonstrating his resilience, quickly adjusted his stance. "Lee, everything is negotiable. This contract tier has been deliberated on our end, and you are welcome to express your expectations." Lee Kaming broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Sure, I want signature shoes. Impossible." Before Carl could counter, Gina interjected loudly, her brow furrowed and her eyes fixed on Lee Kaming, her face betraying disbelief. "Lee, do you comprehend the significance of signature shoes? I could count on my fingers the players in the league who possess them. LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Tracy McGrady, Allen Iverson, Kevin Durant. These individuals either boast immense popularity or are elite superstars in the league, most of whom have clinched the MVP title. Frankly speaking, Lee, do you truly believe you can measure up to them?" Observing that Gina had articulated his thoughts, Carl slowly added, "Lee, you should reconsider. We absolutely cannot grant you signature shoes unless you demonstrate superlative performance as a superstar after joining the league. At that point, we can discuss a new contract." Lee Kaming chuckled and shook his head, acknowledging, "I may not be as accomplished as they are, yet I possess the confidence to catch up." Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 individuals were taken aback. Even his manager, Monica, stood speechless, her eyes wide with a mixture of astonishment and complexity as she gazed at Lee Kaming. Meanwhile, Carl and Gina were momentarily stunned, but soon both erupted into laughter. Carl, striving to suppress any semblance of mockery, addressed Lee, "I truly admire your confidence and talent, and we sincerely hope you can achieve such a career. However, as we are discussing a contract, we must remain grounded in reality." Gina, unable to contain herself, had harbored resentment towards Lee Kaming ever since he had disregarded her upon entering. Hearing his somewhat naive assertion, she could not help but retort, "Can you truly compare yourself to them? What a joke." Lee Kaming raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Gina for the first time, not out of a desire to indulge his eyes, but rather with a subtle smile that belied a chilling intensity in his eyes. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Gina felt as though she were the prey of a venomous serpent, plunging her into an abyss of icy dread. Sensing the tension in the air, Carl attempted to lighten the mood with a jovial laugh, saying, "Lee, there's no need to be upset. We can discuss matters amicably." Lee Kaming averted his gaze and spoke slowly, "I shall not squander any more of your time. My minimum requirement is that the contract amount must not be less than $2 million per year, and I wish to become a spokesperson for a sub-series of Flying Man." Upon hearing Lee Kaming's words, Monica immediately turned her attention to him. During their journey, they had already discussed that the endorsement contract would not be less than $1 million per year. Why the sudden change of heart? Lee Kaming, however, chose to disregard Monica's eye contact, his gaze fixed intently on Carl. Upon hearing Lee's request, Carl first gestured to Gina beside him to remain silent, then offered a wry smile and said, "Lee, your demand is quite steep. Allow me to present our utmost standard, an annual endorsement fee of no less than $1 million. Any higher, I regret to say, is beyond my capabilities." At Carl's mention of a maximum annual fee of $1 million, Monica's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the ideal figure she had envisioned? $1 million per year was no small sum, especially from a major corporation with ample exposure. She promptly nudged Lee Kaming with her foot and continued to convey her enthusiasm through her gaze. Lee Kaming appeared oblivious to the pain coursing through his leg. He merely smiled before rising to gaze down at Carl and Gina. "Since you continue to underestimate me, so be it. From the moment of our last negotiation, you have consistently disregarded my presence. I heard your words when Henry was in contact with you. If I don't sign, there are plenty who will." This phrase has lingered in my mind. Thus, I extend a similar sentiment to you today, Mr. Carl, should you refuse to provide this contract. Others will gladly do so. Upon hearing Lee Kaming's almost confrontational declaration, Carl and Gina were rendered momentarily speechless. They had always believed that with Nike's illustrious reputation, Lee Kaming would inevitably recognize the opportunity, and despite any unpleasantness during the process, a successful agreement would ultimately be forged. However, they could not have anticipated that Lee Kaming would outright reject them, spurning the world's foremost sports company. As Lee Kaming prepared to depart, Gina was the first to regain her composure. She shouted, her voice devoid of the poise she had exuded upon entering. "Lee Kaming, are you truly certain you do not wish to sign with our company? We are far more than just a sports entity." Lee Kaming turned around. "Oh, and what of it?" Gina scoffed. "You're exceedingly naive, Lee Kaming. Do you truly believe that possessing a modicum of skill grants you the right to look down upon everything? Allow me to enlighten you. The NBA is not merely a battleground. It is a realm governed by human relationships and social dynamics." Lee Kaming chuckled lightly and remarked, "What? Do you believe that Nike can still sway the NBA? Can it influence the owners of various teams? Can it dictate the discourse across America?" Gina, however, merely snorted coldly. "You will understand once you enter the league." At that moment, Carl also rose to his feet and extended a hand towards Lee Kaming. Yet, this time his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. His tone was notably frigid. "Lee, since you do not intend to sign with us, I wish you the best in finding a suitable company and hope you achieve a splendid career." Lee Kaming and Carl exchanged a handshake before departing the CAF. Some patrons were drawn to the commotion, and a portion of them began to discuss after hearing Gina's remarks. The red-haired woman mentioned that they seemed to be associated with Nike. If I am not mistaken, the individual who just left was Lee Kaming. It appears that his negotiations with Nike have fallen through. Lee Kaming. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Fool, you haven't heard of him? Isn't it Madness March? He led the University of Memphis on an astonishing journey into the Final Four. Wow, it's him. I must seek him out for an autograph. As Lee Kaming's figure faded from view, Carl's expression grew increasingly grim. Beside him, Gina remarked, "Director, you came personally today, yet he eluded you. It seems this fellow is quite audacious, disregarding our company. Once he enters the NBA, he shall pay the price." Observing that Carl's demeanor had softened slightly, Gina continued, "Since he is so arrogant, why not teach him a lesson? After all, he won't be signing with us, so we may as well undermine him beforehand." Carl immediately chastised her with righteous indignation. "Nonsense. Our company thrives on healthy competition." Gina promptly bowed her head in apology, but in that instant, she noticed Carl's hand clenching twice. A smile crept onto her lips. It seemed Carl was still unwilling to let this matter slide. This is the second update of the day. Please support with votes. Chapter 81. CPU Monica as Lee Kaming strode out of the CAF with purpose. Monica swiftly followed in her high heels, the sound echoing behind him. "Lee, why did you refuse their offer? We had agreed that if Knock proposed $1 million, we would proceed with the contract." Lee Kaming halted his steps, turning to face the perplexed and indignant Monica and Carol. "Had this $1 million contract been the one they offered me last time, I might have signed it. However, it is not." Monica swiftly approached, placing her hand in front of Lee Kaming. "Do we not agree on this during our journey? If that is the case, why have you come here?" Lee Kaming's face bore a hint of remorse as he addressed Carol. "I apologize. This matter is my fault. I should have informed you in advance. I remember everything those individuals have said to me, and I must reclaim the honor they have tarnished in my presence." Upon hearing Lee Kaming's words, Monica took a step back, her disbelief evident as she gazed at him. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Lee, you are truly too arrogant. They are from NCAA. Even if they have wronged you in the past, their supervisor's personal visit today is already a significant gesture of apology." Lee Kaming let out a cold laugh. "Do they not have mouths? Can't they express an apology directly? Am I supposed to understand them?" Monica's expression was tinged with exasperation as she shot him a glare. "Lee, what Gina said is correct. The NBA is not merely a battleground. It is also a realm of human relationships. The influence of Nike in the NBA is far greater than you might imagine." Surprised by Monica's demeanor, Lee Kaming noted that this was the first time he had encountered her speaking with such a gentle tone, yet being so stern with him. Nevertheless, he dismissed it with disdain. "Carol, I am well aware of Nike's substantial influence in the NBA. Otherwise, I would not have initially considered signing with them. However, it is their lack of respect for me that is the issue. While I may not measure up to those so-called star players at present, I possess my own dignity. No one enjoys being belittled." Monica inhaled deeply, ready to retort, but Lee Kaming continued. "Moreover, what would happen if I chose not to sign with them? If, in the end, I failed to perform well or lack sufficient influence because of that decision, then I would deserve it. As you witnessed today, after I played exceptionally well, the once aloof Nike was willing to humble themselves, with a supervisor personally approaching me to discuss a contract. What does this signify? As long as my abilities are formidable, those supposed obstacles are of no consequence." Upon hearing Lee Kaming's remarkably assertive declaration, Monica momentarily froze, her gaze towards him now imbued with newfound respect. After a brief silence, she nodded. "All right, I once stated that I would not make choices for you. My earlier reaction was simply a result of my heightened emotions." Lee Kaming gently rested his hand on her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile as he remarked, "I understand that your intentions are for my benefit. We merely have some differences of opinion on certain matters. You are indeed a very professional agent." Monica lifted her gaze, captivated by Lee Kaming's prominent nose and bright eyes. A faint blush suddenly graced her cheeks, and she nodded softly, letting out a barely audible hum from her nose. Thus, the matter of the contract drew to a close, and Monica ceased to place her hopes on signing with Nike or Adidas. Instead, she directed all her focus towards preparing for a potential contract with Hongshin Erk. However, there was another matter of paramount importance to her: signing with Lee Kaming. Currently, due to NCAA regulations, college athletes are unable to enter into contracts with professional agents, meaning that, legally speaking, everything Monica did for Lee Kaming remained unprotected by contract. Should Lee Kaming prove to be a callous individual who, after the madness of March concluded, opted to sign with other prominent agents, Monica would have no recourse, save for a moral condemnation of his actions. Yet after spending some time with Lee Kaming, Monica's doubts gradually faded. Particularly after the experience with the signing incident involving Hongshin Erk, Lee Kaming had transformed in her eyes into a true gentleman, a man whose word is as binding as a promise sworn by four horses. Nevertheless, she did not intend to continue working for Lee Kaming without compensation indefinitely. The goodwill she had cultivated was nearing the moment of fruition. Lee Kaming is the first client of Monica's management career, and thus she has devoted herself wholeheartedly to serving him. Fortunately, Lee Kaming, even before entering the NBA, enjoys the treatment befitting a superstar agent. Once he is selected by the NBA, Monica will step into the public eye, and at that point, she will receive approximately 4 of Lee Kaming's salary, liberating herself from the predicament of working for him without proper recognition. With this thought in mind, Monica is even more motivated in her endeavors. Lee Kaming's performance with the CPU yielded immediate results. On his way back to the hotel, he distinctly noted a considerable increase in his recognition. Aside from a fan who approached him for an autograph just after he exited the CAF, many others on the street recognized him, inquiring if they could take a photo with him or request a signature. After all, he is now a player likely to be selected by the NBA. Future NBA players are not simply accessible to anyone. Should Lee Kaming showcase star-level performance after entering the NBA, those who obtained his autograph could easily resell it, enjoying a month's worth of KFC's Crazy Thursday. As for the photos, they could post them on Twitter or other social media platforms, garnering numerous likes and followers, or print them out to boast to their families. Look, this is a photo with an NBA player. In Huagua, Minh Province, at the headquarters of Hongshin Erk, Jiang Shu-Wen was on a call from America, wearing a smile that made him appear significantly younger. "Shan-Shan, how are you adjusting to life in America?" Jiang Shan-Shan chuckled lightly, yet her tone carried a hint of grievance. "Everything is fine except for the food. The cuisine here is rather lacking, and I miss home-cooked meals. No matter how old they become, children remain children in their parents' eyes. Jiang Shuwen comforted Jiang Shanshan, saying, "You've worked hard, and when you return, your mother will prepare delicious meals for you." After a brief chat, they shifted the conversation to work, and Jiang Shuwen's demeanor grew serious, the authority of a general manager returning to him in an instant. "Shanshan, I've reviewed the documents you sent. This young man is progressing too rapidly. He has likely caught the attention of Nike and Adidas." Jiang Shanshan sighed. "It seems so, but he told me he wants to sign with us." Jiang Shuwen smiled knowingly. "Ah, you are still too young. In business, aside from a signed contract, one cannot trust anyone's words, especially not a mixed-race individual." Jiang Shanshan felt a weight in her heart. He shouldn't be that kind of person, yet her father's words echoed persistently in her mind, leaving her restless. The remarkable butler and the resilient Heat. A salute to them. Chapter 82. The master of hook shots. Upon returning to his hotel, Lee Kaming immediately opened the system panel. Upon viewing the attribute panel, he couldn't help but click his tongue. The intensity and exertion of the last match had been immense. After a prolonged 20-hour deep slumber, he still found his fatigue level at 40, unyieldingly high. The color of his vitality displayed a faint yellow, clearly indicating that his physical strength and energy had yet to recover to their peak state. Could the intensity of the regional finals leave him in such a state? How would he be prepared for the upcoming national semifinals? The substitutes of Memphis cannot possibly reach the level of those formidable teams within the span of 4 to 5 days. Consequently, as the impending semifinals approach, Pasternak inevitably must rely heavily on his starters. Particularly, Lee Kaming and Elliott Williams must remain on the court for no less than 35 minutes. They cannot be substituted under any circumstances. The team's depth is inferior compared to the other 3 teams, leaving victory as the only recourse. This is an unavoidable reality. Lee Kaming is acutely aware that, while he can reduce his fatigue through rest in the coming days, his stamina may falter during the semifinals. Even if his endurance is barely sufficient, what will happen in the finals, just a day later? With fatigue levels soaring to 70. A mere 1 or 2 days will not suffice for complete recovery. After an extended period of usage, he has gained a clearer understanding of the system's fatigue assessment. The lower the fatigue value, the slower it increases. Conversely, a higher value escalates rapidly, aligning with the human experience when one is more fatigued. The energy expended on identical tasks is significantly greater. Recovery follows a similar pattern. For instance, he has managed to recuperate from over 70 to 40 in just 1 day. But to lower that 40 to 20 or even 10 will require 3 to 5 days. The lower the fatigue, the slower the recovery. It is akin to cooling water. The time taken to decrease from 100 degrees to 50 is considerably shorter than that required to drop from 50 to 20. Moreover, beyond his own stamina challenges, the more pressing issue lies with the other starters' fatigue. The remaining players do not possess the advantage that Lee Kaming does. For them, fatigue is not merely a statistic, but a palpable sensation, and its impact on them is far more pronounced. Their recovery speed is also not comparable to Lee Kaming's, making it likely that they will recuperate at a similar pace. Yet 2 high-intensity matches within 3 days could leave them utterly exhausted. Coupled with the scarcity of available players, the team faces a nearly insurmountable dilemma regarding stamina. Upon reflecting on this, Lee Kaming shook his head in resignation. It seems that the burden of the semifinals and finals rests squarely upon him. After the conclusion of the last match, his task reward has been credited, meaning he now possesses 15 attribute points to allocate. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and invested all of his points in his stamina, elevating it from an initial 55 to 70. The system announced, "Congratulations, host." Overall rating increased to 55, gaining 1 point, and earning the badge master of hookshots. Another delightful surprise. Lee Kaming chuckled and immediately clicked on the details of the hookshot master badge. Hookshot master. Bronze reduces defensive impact by 10 when executing a hookshot from a distance away from the basket. The description of this badge was somewhat convoluted, yet Lee Kaming grasped its meaning instantaneously. Essentially, when the effect of the badge is sufficiently amplified, the success of his hookshot would largely depend on his own touch, with minimal influence from the opposing defense. A remarkable find. Another offensive-oriented badge, although he was nearly unstoppable in the NCAA with his inside attributes and badges. His scoring options outside the paint were rather limited. Mid-range and three-point shots at the NCAA level could not serve as his primary scoring methods, merely responding to the occasional defensive lapse. The bulk of his scoring prowess stemmed from his work in the paint. Lee Kaming possessed NBA all-star caliber scoring ability within the key, yet his effectiveness diminished significantly beyond the restricted area. The emergence of the hook shot master badge was like a timely gift, providing him with a reliable scoring method even when distanced from the basket. Consequently, he resolutely allocated all 3 upgrade points to the hookshot master, elevating it from bronze to legendary status. Hookshot master. Legendary reduces defensive impact by 50 when executing a hook shot from a distance away from the basket. Astonishing. At that moment, Lee Kaming noticed the fatigue level beneath the attributes panel and realized that after allocating all 15 points to stamina, his fatigue level had plummeted from 40 to 28. The increase of 15 stamina points effectively shortened his recovery time by nearly 2 days. This system's attributes resembled a miraculous elixir. Even though Lee Kaming had been utilizing the system for quite some time, he could not help but marvel at its incredible capabilities. With a stamina level of 70, comparable to that of an NBA rotation player, he believed that he could endure the upcoming 2 matches without issue, even if he played the full duration. A day after the conclusion of the Midwest Games, a new article emerged on Chinese online forums. Chinese-American player Lee Kaming scored an astonishing 40-15, leading his team into the semifinals. This post was published in the basketball section of the renowned TND forum, and unsurprisingly, it bore the hallmark of Stern. This time, however, the comment section was devoid of the mockery and skepticism seen in the previous thread. The original poster had directly attached statistical data. Wait, if memory serves, didn't this guy just score 30-20 in the last game? Not to mention, in the game before that, he also achieved 30-10. The quality of basketball in the United States remains indisputable. During the 2008 Olympics, even at the peak of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, they could only maintain a narrow margin for half the game. This player's ability to perform so remarkably in a talent-rich America surely indicates a path to the lottery should lie ahead. Indeed, from my perspective, this clearly indicates that he is a formidable contender. I have paid some attention to this year's draft, which appears to be a rather modest year, lacking any particularly exceptional talents. The only individual who might pose a challenge to Lee Kaming is likely John Wall from the University of Kentucky. I must say, he has a pleasing appearance, and there's a certain comfort in seeing a familiar face from our homeland. To be frank, he is quite handsome, and I believe he will attract a considerable number of female fans once he enters the NBA. I've heard that he is not of mixed race, but is of pure Chinese descent, with both parents being from our nation. I see now that the distinction lies solely in nationality, which makes him even more appealing. Henceforth, I declare myself a fan of Lee Kaming. Upvote from above. Aside from the attention from grassroots fans, on that midday, the largest basketball online media in China, Sohu Sports, also released a report regarding Lee Kaming on its official website. This marked Lee Kaming's first foray into the public consciousness of the Chinese populace. As we approach the second update today, I seek your support for votes. Chapter 83, Pre-Match Preview of ESPN. With less than 4 days remaining until the national semifinals commence, the schedule dictates that this season's exhilarating March Madness semifinals and finals will take place at Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, Indiana. This means that after a night's rest in Memphis, the teams must head to Indianapolis the following day. Indianapolis, the capital of Indiana, stands as the state's largest city, its vibrancy incomparable to previous locations. The venue, Lucas Oil Stadium, is noteworthy in itself. Named after its sponsor, Lucas Oil Company, it spans an impressive 170,000 square meters. Remarkably, it features a retractable roof, allowing it to adapt to whether the game is conducted outdoors or not. This colossal stadium can accommodate over 60,000 spectators simultaneously. And with the fascinating retractable roof, it has naturally become the home ground for the Indianapolis Colts of the National Football League, NFL. As March Madness progresses, the eyes of all America are fixed on the remaining 4 teams, prompting fervent pre-match analyses of team lineups and strategies. ESPN capitalizes on the excitement by inviting the renowned New York fan and outspoken commentator, Stephen A. Smith, to warm up for the game between Memphis and Butler. This entails inviting several players and commentators to discuss their perspectives on the impending clash. Stephen A. Smith does not disguise his optimism for Butler University. Despite his role as the host, I do not intend to disrespect the players from Memphis. Their journey to this point has genuinely surprised me, and I salute them. However, now they face Butler, a pack of fierce bulldogs. I cannot fathom how they will emerge victorious. Today's guest is also a heavyweight in the realm of basketball. Former NBA player Matt Barnes nods in agreement, stating, "I concur with your assessment." The prowess of Memphis is undeniable, and I have complete faith in them. However, their opponent is simply too formidable, so much so that losing would be a disgrace. Another esteemed guest, the dunking king Dominique Wilkins, known as the human highlight film, smiles slightly and utters words that leave the other two astonished. Are you all favoring Butler University? I actually have more faith in the University of Memphis. Stephen A. Smith candidly responds, Dominique, are you suggesting this because Lee Kaming has also suffered an Achilles injury? Wilkins maintained a smile, albeit with a hint of ambiguity. Indeed, while you might consider Lee Kaming's Achilles injury as a justification, it is not the most immediate reason. Intrigued, Brad inquired about the true reasoning behind it. Among those present, Wilkins undoubtedly held the highest accolades in the realm of basketball. A. Smith, lacking a professional athlete's background, and Matt Brad, who had only played a few years in the NBA as a role player, could not compare to Wilkins. The latter had been selected as an All-Star 9 times during his illustrious career, earned 7 All-NBA team selections, and was the scoring champion in the 1985 to 1986 season, sharing the spotlight in the dunk contest with none other than Jordan. Thus, both A. Smith and Brad were eager to uncover Wilkins' rationale for his favorable view of Memphis. With the other two gazing at him attentively, Wilkins ventured, If you ask me why I hold Memphis in such esteem, I can only attribute it to intuition. Noticing the disdainful expressions on their faces, he quickly added, I perceive something unique in Memphis gameplay. Their tenacity and unity on the court. A. Smith unabashedly interrupted, Come on, Dominique. Which team that has reached the Final Four lacks those qualities? Brad nodded in agreement. A. Smith continued, Dominique, I find it hard to believe in your so-called intuition. Let us speak in terms of statistics. Before the semifinals, Butler University's opponents have been held to under 60 points in 6 consecutive games. Do you grasp the significance of that? After a brief silence, Wilkins acknowledged, It suggests that Butler University might possess the most formidable defense in the entire NCAA. Indeed, A. Smith affirmed. Moreover, they have this year's high draft prospect, Gordon Hayward, and their head coach, Brad Stevens, is the second youngest coach in NCAA history to lead a team to the Final Four. And what a Pastner. But now that record of being the second youngest belongs to Pastner. Yet, would you argue that Pastner's tactical prowess surpasses that of Stevens? Wilkins finds himself at a loss for words. Although Pasternak is a year younger than Stevens, no one would claim that Pasternak surpasses Stevens in skill. Most who understand the game can discern that Pasternak is, at best, a competent coach. If Memphis has achieved its current standing, the true architect of this success remains that young Chinese talent. Conversely, Stevens has charted a different course. In 2007, as the second youngest rookie coach in history, he led his team to an impressive regular season record of 27 wins and 3 losses, securing the top position in the Horizon League and advancing to the exhilarating March Madness tournament, although they ultimately fell to the University of Tennessee in the second round. This outcome did little to diminish the admiration for Stevens. Last season, under Stevens' guidance, Butler University remarkably secured a regular season record of 15 wins and 3 losses, even after losing 4 starting players, thus defending their title as regular season champions and silencing numerous predictions of a decline in performance. This season, Stevens and Butler have exhibited an even more formidable prowess, maintaining an impeccable record of 18 wins and 0 losses against the remaining teams in the Horizon League during the regular season, while also continuing their winning streak in the league playoffs. They ultimately achieved the remarkable feat of completing only the second undefeated record in league history and claimed their 3rd consecutive regular season championship. Such a narrative, akin to that of a protagonist in a riveting tale, leaves no room for doubt that Stevens and Pasternak operate on entirely different planes. Drawing a comparison between the two is akin to pitting a wolf against a husky. Over the past 3 years, Stevens and Butler have demonstrated an unparalleled dominance, ruthlessly overpowering the remaining teams in the Horizon League. At just over 30 years of age, Stevens has already embodied the essence of a Hall of Fame coach. With Stevens' strategic acumen and the robust capabilities of Butler University, facing a genuine rookie coach and an under-resourced Memphis appears to be a lopsided massacre. Moreover, adding to the despair, Butler University is the host for both the NCAA Finals and Semifinals. This means that Memphis is not only contending with disparities in roster and coaching. Any match against Butler University effectively translates to an away game, completely stripping them of home advantage. In the trifecta of favorable circumstances, timing, location, and harmony, Memphis finds itself at a distinct disadvantage in 2 of these areas. In the latest online poll conducted by ESPN, over 80 favor Butler University, making Wilkins' perspective a mere minority opinion. Perhaps his notions of struggle and spirit hold some truth. However, in stark contrast to the intangible, the majority of materialists tend to place their faith in data. After all, mathematics does not deceive. Worthy applause for the young coach. Chapter 84. The turtle commentator on the scene, amidst an atmosphere largely dismissed by the majority, the players of Memphis remained undeterred, opting to deactivate their social media accounts and dedicating themselves to focused training. Pasternak appeared to acknowledge the vast chasm between himself and Stevens. Thus, he took the initiative to immerse himself in the task at hand, spending his days alongside the coaching staff in a secluded room, diligently reviewing game footage of Butler University. Lee Kaming, aside from dedicating all his energy to the competition, only maintained communication with Jiang Shan and his uncle through text messages and phone calls. Beyond this, he remained indifferent to everything else, even dismissing journalists, who usually received his courteous attention, by merely waving his hand and instructing them to address any inquiries during the pre-match press conference. Under the strict leadership of Stevens, it was expected that his players would refrain from speaking indiscreetly to the media, and thus, the silence between both parties persisted until the day of April 3rd. The pre-match press conference was held as scheduled, and the fervor surrounding the NCAA semifinals was incomparable to the regional games. At this juncture, the NBA playoffs had only just commenced, lacking the frenzied excitement that characterized the March Madness semifinals. Consequently, the majority of prominent sports media in America turned their focus towards the semifinals in Indianapolis. Particularly noteworthy was the arrangement of today's two matches, which were held separately, meaning only one game was taking place at a time. This resulted in a scenario where nearly all reputable media outlets attended the pre-match press conference. As Lee Kaming stepped into the venue of the press conference, he was taken aback by the throng of people before him. Although he had mentally prepared for this moment, the sheer number of journalists present left him astonished. Today, Pasternak, too, appeared unusually disheveled, having neglected his personal grooming after several consecutive days of sleepless nights spent devising strategies. The handsome Caucasian man in his 30s now resembled a scruffy middle-aged individual in his 40s. He adjusted the microphone and raised his gaze to the reporters, signaling that they could commence their inquiries. As soon as his words fell, the majority of journalists promptly raised their hands. Pasternak chose a reporter from CBS, granting them this courtesy, especially since the NCAA's official broadcasting rights were held by them. The reporters seized the opportunity, posing the most pressing question on everyone's mind. The external opinion on Memphis is rather bleak. What is your perspective? Will you devise specific strategies against Butler? Pasternak nodded, acknowledging the skepticism surrounding their team. The lack of faith from outsiders will only serve as our motivation. We have been diligently training, paying little heed to external commentary. As for my strategies, I can assure you that there will be a tailored approach against Butler, but I cannot disclose a single word of it at this press conference. Laughter erupted among the attendees. Pasternak's interview concluded swiftly, and the focus shifted to Lee Kaming and Williams, particularly on Lee Kaming, who always brought life to pre-game press conferences. When faced with similar inquiries from journalists, Lee Kaming shrugged in resignation. As my coach says, we do not concern ourselves with outside evaluations. Our focus lies primarily on our own performance. If you ask me whether I have confidence in myself, the answer is undoubtedly yes, and immensely so. The interview with Butler was similarly unremarkable. Neither Stevens nor Hayward are known for making bold statements. They prefer to showcase their full potential during the game. Hence, their responses predominantly consisted of commendations for Memphis. Observing this pre-game interview, the reporters recognized that once the semifinals commenced, it would likely be challenging to encounter the explosive headlines of previous rounds. All teams would instruct their players to be cautious with their words, ensuring no fodder for sensationalism would be left for the media. The first match of the semifinals, under the scrutiny of millions nationwide, commenced promptly at 6:10 in the evening. 10 minutes prior to the match, the large screen at Lucas Oil Stadium displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Memphis Tigers featured point guard Willie Kemp, shooting guard Elliot Williams, small forward Daniel MC, power forward Wesley Witherspoon, and center Lee Kaming. The Butler Bulldogs included point guard Zach Hahn, shooting guard Grant Leandecker, power forward Matt Howard, small forward Gordon Hayward, and center Andrew Smith. Brad Stevens, with his golden curls and impeccably tailored black suit, stood at the sidelines, his deep-set eyes calmly surveying the court. On the opposite end, dressed in a gray suit, was Pastner, Two young and dashing coaches in their 30s meeting in a national semifinal was indeed a sight to behold. The commentator for the evening, in a rather curious decision by CBS, was none other than the turtle-like analyst Kozlov, a well-acquainted rival of Lee Kaming. Of course, the guest commentators were also of notable stature, with former NBA player Matt Brad and renowned CBS basketball commentator Sharp seated upright in the commentary booth. Upon seeing the starting lineups displayed on the screen, Kozlov was the first to break the silence. Posing the question, what do you think about the unchanged starting lineups for Memphis and Butler? Naturally, the response was obvious. One could only observe. Matt Brad collected his thoughts and slowly replied, "Before the game, I participated in an ESPN program, and my views remain largely the same. Memphis has come this far through great effort, but this could very well be their last game." Sharp concurred, adding, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. It's not that Memphis lacks strength. They are formidable, yet their roster is rather imbalanced, and coaching remains a shortcoming." Kozlov nodded in agreement and posed another question. "What do you predict for Lee Kaming's performance today?" "Here we go again." Matt Brad and Sharp exchanged glances, their faces betraying a wry smile. Kozlov's attitude towards Lee Kaming was as transparent as daylight. Thus, posing such a question was undoubtedly a trap. The Lee Kaming of today is not the same as before. He is poised to enter the NBA as a lottery pick, with the possibility of being the #1 overall selection. Faced with a rising star of such magnitude, neither Matt Brad nor Sharp would dare to offend him lightly. Moreover, as veterans in the media realm, they sensed that Lee Kaming's current acclaim was not solely due to his exceptional performance. There was likely an unseen force propelling this success from behind the scenes. Such formidable influence undoubtedly belonged to someone they could not afford to antagonize. Yet Kozlov, in front of all, posed his question, leaving them no choice but to respond. After a lengthy silence, it was ultimately Sharp who addressed Kozlov's inquiry. "Lee Kaming's prowess is indisputable. In my opinion, he stands as one of the few strengths for Memphis, and his performance will undoubtedly dictate the course of the game." As soon as the words left his lips, Kozlov's expression darkened. Those wretched individuals, they dared to offer no deference to him, praising Lee Kaming in his presence. Congratulations to Jokic and the Denver Nuggets for reaching the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history. Chapter 85. The show of force from Pastner today. The Lucas Oil Stadium was filled to capacity, but unlike previous occasions, over 80% of the audience donned deep blue Butler University t-shirts or brandished signs cheering for the Bulldogs. Scanning the crowd, one could scarcely spot a few scattered Memphis fans. It would take a keen eye to locate them amidst the sea of supporters. Prior to the game, as Memphis warmed up, the fans began to jeer at the Memphis players, particularly targeting Lee Kaming. If he made a basket, the spectators would shout, "Shoot now," because you won't score once the game starts. This would be followed by a chorus of boos. Conversely, if he missed, the crowd would roar, "You can't make it now. You won't make it once you're on the court." This would then culminate in a cacophony of jeering that echoed throughout the arena. Lee Kaming was thoroughly amused by the delightful fans, and his response was to charge into the paint whenever a shot failed to find its mark, retrieving the missed basketball to execute a breathtaking slam dunk. The mournful groans emanating from the hoop and backboard indicated that the fans on this side were noticeably less enthusiastic. This fellow is quite the force. Many spectators began to feel apprehensive. Could their players withstand the onslaught of this formidable Chinese athlete? As the game was about to commence, Pasternak called his Memphis players over and addressed the circle of athletes. "Remember what I said, do not act recklessly. Stick to our pre-game strategy. If all tactics fail, then simply pass the ball to Lee and Elliott." Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Watching his players take to the court, Pasternak focused on their retreating figures, his fists gradually clenching. "You all claim that Stevens will outclass me. Well, let us see about that." The need to prove oneself extends beyond just Lee Kaming or the Memphis players. Pasternak, too, craved a resounding victory. At the referee's signal, both teams gathered at the center circle, while the others stood evenly spaced outside the arc. Lee Kaming and Butler center Andrew Smith positioned themselves within the circle, poised for the jump ball. The referee glanced at the players' alignments, gestured to the technical table to signal the start of the timer, and then moved to the center of the court, raising the ball above his head with one hand. With a sharp whistle, he launched the ball high into the air. The NCAA March Madness semifinals had officially begun. Lee Kaming and Andrew Smith took off almost simultaneously, yet Lee Kaming's explosive power once again granted him the upper hand. As the ball soared to its zenith, he deftly nudged it, transferring possession to Memphis. The players from Butler University promptly retreated to their backcourt, initiating their defensive setup. On the sidelines, Stevens nodded slightly. This player was indeed swift, just as observed in the game footage. Amidst the jeers from the crowd, Kemp leisurely dribbled the ball to the front court, then began orchestrating his teammates' movements. Butler University employed a conventional 2-3 zone defense today, a formation particularly effective against penetrating players but vulnerable to sharpshooters from the paint. It appeared that Stevens had conducted thorough research on LeBron. Despite his impressive scoring average since becoming a starter, his points were predominantly accumulated within the key, with only an occasional attempt for beyond the arc. As for that three-point buzzer beater, Stevens, a believer in mathematics, attributed it to mere luck. Thus, the defensive strategy for today was straightforwardly established. However, Butler's 2-3 zone differed from other teams' implementations. Besides being susceptible to proficient scores from the post, a player with strong passing abilities could unleash devastating consequences against the zone. To mitigate this vulnerability, it was essential to have two exceptionally agile forwards on the wings, acting as free agents within the zone whenever reinforcement was needed. These two would swiftly converge on the respective area. Fortuitously, Butler University possessed such a configuration. The forward tandem of Gordon Hayward and Matt Howard was considered luxurious throughout the NCAA. Moreover, these two were no slouches on the offensive end either. Many previous teams had succumbed to the relentless rotations and defensive support from this duo, only to be repelled by their methodical offensive assaults. Therefore, the key to dismantling Butler's defensive strategy lay in disrupting the dual rotation of Hayward and Howard. In the first round, LeBron discerned a crucial detail upon receiving the ball. He typically accepted it at his waist level and, upon glancing up, perceived that he seemed to face only his direct opponent, Andrew Smith. However, lurking at the arc and the weak side corner were Hayward and Howard, poised to strike. Should he attempt to penetrate, he would undoubtedly encounter a formidable defensive pocket. Naturally, he would not foolishly venture into that trap. Instead, he returned the ball to Kemp, allowing him to orchestrate the offense anew. With a generous 35 seconds remaining on the shot clock, there was no need to rush. Evidently, Pasternak's extensive 4 to 5 days of closed-door study bore fruit, as he had devised a strategic countermeasure prior to the game. Kemp passed the ball to Williams and then sprinted to the right corner, arms outstretched, ready to receive. The remaining players, aside from LeBron, positioned themselves beyond the three-point line on the opposite side. With Williams in possession, LeBron set a screen. Should Butler have opted for his own defense, Memphis would possess three potential responses. If the zone converged on LeBron, Williams would either drive to the basket or take a direct shot. Conversely, if the focus shifted to Williams, three defenders would be drawn toward LeBron, leaving only two to guard the remaining 3 points, inevitably creating an open opportunity. It was a double-edged sword from which one could select but a single cup. Although Memphis's bench may have faltered, their starting lineup was undoubtedly of championship caliber, each player possessing the capability to punish opponents from the perimeter. Stevens, a coach of Hall of Fame caliber, had honed the team's defensive skills to perfection. As the screen between LeBron and Williams unfolded, the zone defense morphed into man-to-man coverage, with Smith, tasked with guarding LeBron, swiftly sinking down, compelling shooting guard Grant Landek to pursue Williams. This tactical shift was nothing short of a masterpiece. Yet Pasternak was no novice, recognizing the transition to man-to-man defense. He exploited the advantage of isolation. Williams promptly passed the ball to LeBron, who stood at the edge of the paint. Once again in possession, LeBron faced Smith's defense, but this time, the latter was devoid of rotational support, forced to confront the onslaught of LeBron alone. LeBron, with unwavering determination, seized the ball and took off in 3 swift strides. His speed could only be fully realized when he surged forward. Engaging in a sluggish positional battle would only undermine his own capabilities. Andrew Smith epitomizes the archetype of a Caucasian center, possessing remarkable technical skills, astute game awareness, and substantial lower body strength, making him well-suited for rim protection and defensive duties. However, his limitations are equally evident. His physical gifts, particularly in terms of speed and jumping ability, fall short when compared to African-American centers of similar stature. Thus, while he excels in rim defense, his lateral movement is comparatively sluggish. LeBron's speed is among the elite for centers in the NBA, and this is particularly noteworthy when considering Smith, the white center. Despite Smith's deliberate step back, LeBron surged forward, executing a delicate layup from the right side of the basket. It was a flawless shot. The score stood at 2-0, an auspicious beginning. Chapter 86. Stevens grew intrigue upon witnessing Memphis swiftly dismantle his own defense. Stevens raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Pasternak was not as easily conquered as others had suggested. Turning his gaze to the opposite side of the court, he found Pasternak looking back at him. Even from a distance of several meters, Stevens could sense the formidable determination emanating from Pasternak's eyes. How intriguing! A smile began to form at the corners of Stevens' mouth. Having led his team to numerous historic achievements in his early 30s, he naturally harbored a sense of pride in his prowess as a formidable competitor. Although he had outwardly dismissed Pasternak, regarding him as merely a sycophant devoid of tactical acumen, he recognized that in his view, all other coaches appeared indistinguishable, whether they were Pasternak or another. Yet, having observed the fierce competitive spirit in Pasternak's eyes moments ago, Stevens felt a subtle stirring within him. It had been quite some time since he encountered such an engaging rival. Pasternak, since you seek a contest, let us engage in a true battle. The game continued unabated, with none of the participants aware that beneath the surface of their physical confrontation on the court, an unseen struggle was intensifying. Butler initiated an offensive play, and upon reaching the front court, the point guard passed the ball to Hayward. While Hayward's scoring ability was not particularly outstanding in the NCAA, his potential to be selected in the lottery was largely attributed to his rare trait as a ball-handling forward capable of orchestrating plays. Since LeBron James entered the league, coupled with Pat Riley's vision for the future of basketball, the market for ball-handling forwards expanded considerably. Prior to this, players at each position had clearly defined roles, functioning as components of a vast machine driving the team forward. However, as the new century dawned, the emergence of increasingly prevalent swingman positions blurred these distinctions, allowing for a more fluid interpretation of player roles. No longer was ball handling the sole domain of point guards, as long as one possessed sufficient passing skills. Even a center could carve out a niche in the NBA. As a representative of the new generation of coaches, Stevens astutely recognized the significance of this trend and was among the first to implement such a team-building model at Butler University, empowering forward Hayward to facilitate the team's offensive strategy. Gordon Hayward, living up to expectations, capitalized on this favorable momentum, not only establishing his reputation, but also guiding Butler University to the Final Four. Upon gaining possession, Butler immediately gestured towards Smith, prompting Lee Kaming to follow Smith closely. Daniel Mack found himself obstructed by Smith's imposing physique, becoming trapped behind Hayward, and had no choice but to shout for a defensive switch. Prior to the game, Pasternak had remarked on Hayward's remarkably diverse scoring arsenal, emphasizing the necessity of denying him ample space. Consequently, Lee Kaming promptly adjusted his position, yet Hayward refrained from making a move. His gameplay was characterized by astute decision-making. Each action was the most judicious choice, and in this instance, the most prudent decision was to pass to Smith. After Lee Kaming and Daniel Mack executed the switch, Smith swiftly entered the paint, effectively sealing Mack behind him. Upon noticing Smith's positioning, Hayward delivered a precise high pass, seamlessly placing the ball into Smith's awaiting hands. Smith, a formidable center, confronted Daniel Mack, who stood a head shorter, akin to a great white shark encountering a minuscule shrimp, effortlessly overpowering Mack. Witnessing Smith's effortless scoring in the paint, Lee Kaming could not suppress a sigh. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers, celebrating their team's triumph. As the scene shifted to Memphis's offense, Butler University opted for a 2-3 zone defense once again. Consequently, Kemp handed the ball to Williams, entrusting him with the playmaking duties. Lee Kaming stepped up to provide a screen, yet Butler refrained from switching to a man-to-man defense instead. The entire formation contracted inward, conceding a step to Williams. Observing this, Williams surged forward, charging into the paint. Lee Kaming retreated one step out of the key, recognizing that blocking the lane would only hinder Williams' drive. However, his retreat did not draw Smith out of the paint. The latter remained firmly stationed in the key, prepared to defend the rim against Williams. Surrounded by 3 defenders, even Williams' formidable driving ability could not overcome a trio, leading him to leap and pass the ball to the unguarded Lee Kaming as he entered the paint. Receiving the ball, Lee Kaming found himself in an awkward position. He was just inside the three-point line, yet outside the key, with insufficient space for a shot and with 3 defenders blocking the lane. He had no choice but to attempt a shot. His mid-range effort barely met collegiate standards, and under Howard's impending interference, the ball veered off course. Damn! It was evident that the opposing team had thoroughly studied his attacking zones, applying pressure outside the paint while maintaining a staunch defense within. On the sidelines, Stevens chuckled softly, recognizing that while Lee Kaming was indeed talented, he was not invincible. As long as he was kept away from the paint, his offensive prowess diminished significantly. At the moment when Lee Kaming was filled with frustration, a task prompt from the system suddenly materialized before him. System: host, please unleash a fierce punishment upon your opponent using a hook shot. Task rating: be basic. Achieve 5 successful hook shots in the first half of the match. Reward: 10 to 15 attribute points, 100 to 200 points. Penalty for failure: a random deduction of 15 attribute points. Advanced: score no less than 15 points in the first half. Reward: 3 opportunities for badge upgrades. Penalty for failure: none. Damn it. Lee Kaming felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself. How could he have forgotten the hookshot master badge he had just obtained? Since ordinary shots were easily thwarted by defense, he ought to employ the hookshot. After all, the attribute that allowed 50% disregard for defense was far more reliable than attempting erratic three-pointers or mid-range shots against an opponent. In the commentary booth, Kozlov, upon witnessing Lee Kaming's failed shot, immediately engaged his rapidly functioning brain and tongue. Lee Kaming's skills in the paint were commendable. However, it seemed that Stevens was determined to prevent him from entering the lane, which could very well render him ineffective. Gentlemen, it appears your predictions are about to falter, he remarked. Hearing Kozlov's sardonic commentary, Brad and Sharp exchanged glances, their lips twitching in response. Your conclusions seem rather premature. Have you not been slapped in the face enough for popping the champagne too early? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. As a seasoned commentator and journalist with CBS, Kozlov deserved a certain level of respect. Thus, Brad cleared his throat softly and suggested, "It's only the second round. Let's observe further." Kozlov, upon hearing this, was nearly apoplectic with rage. You two have come here specifically to oppose me, haven't you? Can you not utter a word in agreement? Yet, Sharp and his companion appeared oblivious to Kozlov's piercing glare, their attention firmly fixed on the court. The game continued, with Kemp dribbling into the front court and passing the ball to Williams. Just as Williams prepared to drive, the small forward Hayward, positioned in the corner, unexpectedly left Daniel Mack unguarded and rushed to double-team Williams. His movements were remarkably swift, catching even Williams off guard. With the double team, Williams found his path blocked and desperately scrambled to regain possession, almost losing the ball to a theft. Williams's ball-handling skills were somewhat lacking. He could only score as a primary attacker, lacking the ability to elevate his teammates like some more adept swingmen. He clung tightly to the ball beyond the three-point line, preventing the opposing duo from stealing it. As Williams lost his offensive rhythm, Hayward promptly returned to the corner to prevent Daniel Mack from being left wide open. He recalled Stevens' advice before the game. While Daniel Mack could be left unguarded in critical moments, he should not be afforded such liberties during regular play, as the three-point shot was his bread and butter. As a result of this sudden assault, Memphis's entire offensive rhythm was thrown into disarray. Williams could no longer continue dribbling, and with others tightly guarded, there was no opportunity for them to receive the ball. Upon witnessing the situation, Lee Kaming positioned his body to obstruct Andrew Smith and extended his hands, signaling Williams for the ball. Under intense defensive pressure, Williams barely managed to pass the ball to Lee Kaming. As Lee Kaming secured the ball in the paint, Andrew Smith immediately rooted himself to the ground, resembling a colossal pillar, using his chest to brace against Lee Kaming's back. This individual possessed almost all the commendable traits of a Caucasian center, a solid foundation and formidable strength. He even outweighed Lee Kaming, causing the latter to exert himself in vain, probing with several pushes, only to find Smith utterly unmoved. Seeing Lee Kaming ensnared in a predicament of indecision, commentator Kozlov eagerly exclaimed that Lee Kaming's choice was exceedingly foolish. He ought to have received the ball slightly further out, thereby leveraging his speed to attack Smith face-on, for that was precisely what Smith feared the least. Stevens, overhearing Kozlov's remarks, scoffed dismissively. If Lee Kaming could have caught the ball in that position to face Smith, he would be contending with more than just Smith's defense. It turned out that Lee Kaming receiving the ball in such a position for a one-on-one with Smith was a trap set by Stevens for Memphis. While it appeared to be a favorable opportunity, the confined space rendered Lee Kaming's speed advantage negligible. Moreover, facing off against Andrew Smith, a center towering at 211 centimeters. Even if Lee Kaming could momentarily accelerate to create a slight distance, Smith's long arms would still pose a significant interference. Had it been the former version of Lee Kaming, he might have found himself unable to retaliate, but now, as the holder of the hook shot master badge, he was not easily confined by such a formation. With the clock winding down on the offensive play, Lee Kaming struck the ball with his palm and leaned back forcefully, causing Smith to stagger a step backward, thus granting him a sliver of space to maneuver. Smith, a formidable opponent, grit his teeth against the sharp pain radiating from his ribs and immediately pressed forward once more. Yet, having finally attained a shooting opportunity, Licaoming was not about to let slip away. He pivoted on his left foot, rotating his body while protecting the ball on his right side. As his body turned to face the basket, he arced the ball with both hands, releasing his left hand from the basketball to fend off Smith's outstretched palm. With a gentle flick of his right wrist at the apex of his motion, he executed a rather unrefined hook shot in full view of the audience. The moment Licaoming's somewhat clumsy shot was taken, the arena erupted in a chorus of laughter. What was this? Did he think he was on a playground? Was this truly the renowned hook shot of the old man, comparable to the infamous urinal pot? How could such a dashing figure employ such an unsightly technique? My goodness, were it me, I would surely find a pillar to crash into. However, their laughter soon faded, as Licaoming's seemingly unremarkable hook shot soared from his hands, gliding past Smith's fingertips and ultimately finding its way into the net. System. Task Progress 15. In the commentary booth, observing the bewildered expression on Kozlov's face, Sharp couldn't help but chuckle to himself before taking over the commentary duties. Haha, Lee's hook shot is rather perplexing, as if it were a stroke of luck. Kozlov quickly regained his composure, echoing Sharp's words. Indeed, it must have been sheer luck. Stevens furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to adjust his defensive strategy, but ultimately decided to remain steadfast. Prior to the game, he had meticulously reviewed Licaoming's footage multiple times. In his opinion, the young man's finishing skills were impeccable, yet his back-to-basket game was nearly non-existent. Although he had just made a shot, such low-probability occurrences could still happen. Observing Lee's movements, he hardly appeared to be a proficient hook shooter. Conversely, Pasternak was utterly astonished. Had he ever witnessed this player practicing hook shots? When had he secretly mastered such a technique? Soon, however, everyone put that moment behind them, as Butler executed a brilliant play. Hayward and Howard's pick-and-roll momentarily created a vacuum in the paint, and the adept passer Howard would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. With a casual toss, Andrew Smith charged from the baseline to catch the ball and executed a two-handed dunk. Meanwhile, Licaoming stood in the paint, bracing himself to defend against Hayward's shot. This opponent was exceedingly difficult to guard, truly worthy of a solid lottery pick. The first dunk instantly ignited the arena's atmosphere, and some spectators recalled Licaoming's earlier basket. This was basketball, swift dunks and graceful shots. What was that previous shot by the young Asian player? My friends, I wager that once this fellow enters the NBA, the team's ticket sales will plummet. Yet, Licaoming swiftly silenced the naysayers as he seized the opportunity after Williams' shot veered off the mark. He anticipated the ball's landing spot, charged forward, and, riding on Andrew Smith, emphatically slammed the ball back into the hoop. As Smith was sent sprawling several feet away by Licaoming's force, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. The home fans of Butler University evidently failed to grasp just how ferocious this player was, boldly making such remarks. Consequently, they paid the price for their underestimation, a price that Andrew Smith would ultimately bear. Andrew Smith, what did I ever do to deserve this? Today's first update. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 88. The enigmatic Jabbar and the tenaciously Licaoming after several rounds of back-and-forth play at the start. The score remained tantalizingly close, with only a single point separating the two teams, much to the astonishment of those who underestimated Memphis. In their minds, given Butler University's formidable defense, Memphis should have been overwhelmed from the get-go and utterly incapable of penetrating Butler's stronghold. Yet, Licaoming and the Tigers shattered such skepticism entirely. The enthusiasm of the audience was initially subdued. They had anticipated a decisive victory for their home team, propelling them into the finals with ease. However, what unfolded was a fiercely contested battle, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Stevens remained unflustered, exuding an air of calm indifference, while Pastner, witnessing Memphis's commendable performance, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As Butler University initiated their offense, point guard Zach Hahn brought the ball up court, facing the defensive Licaoming. He called for Smith to set a screen, only to engage in the quintessential point guard maneuver of attempting to penetrate the defense. Hahn kept Kemp at bay, dribbling while assessing the situation. In a strategic shift, Butler opted for a different approach, positioning Hayward and two others beyond the three-point arc. With the point guard and center executing a pick-and-roll, Licaoming subtly relinquished a step to Hahn, shielding his view to deter any sudden jump shots. Noticing that Smith had positioned himself near the paint, Hans swiftly passed the ball to him. In an instant, Kaming altered his defensive focus, darting toward the edge of the key where Andrew Smith awaited. It must be noted that the white center's speed was considerably lacking. Even though Kaming had started a step behind, he quickly closed the distance and established a legal defensive stance before Smith. When Smith realized the opportunity for an unobstructed layup had dissipated, he pivoted to face away from the basket, standing nearly as tall as Kaming. He possessed superior weight and strength, unafraid of a confrontation beneath the rim. Kaming gritted his teeth, valiantly bracing against Smith's strength. However, Smith was no mere center reliant on easy baskets. After a few powerful moves, he executed a deceptive pivot. As Kaming lunged forward, Smith feigned a shot, seamlessly transitioning into a step back, ultimately releasing a floating shot from the side as Kaming closed in. The basketball struck the backboard and cascaded into the net. Butler regained the lead. Koslov, witnessing this, appeared as if a famished wild dog had spotted a bone after a week without food, his eyes alight with excitement. Andrew Smith executed a brilliant footwork sequence, leaving Kaming in his wake, scoring with poise. What an impressive play. Nearby, commentators Matt Brad and Sharp exchanged incredulous glances. Shouldn't T, a commentator, maintain some semblance of neutrality? Even if impartiality was too much to ask, could they not temper their enthusiasm during a live broadcast?